Chapter 1. In the dimly lit space, an overwhelming silence enveloped everything. This peculiar realm resembled a prison, divided into two halves. One side was partitioned by dark golden pillars, each as thick as a thigh, creating three distinct cells. Above each cell, a bronze chain hung straight down, yet within those confines there was nary a soul. On the other side of the division stood a bewildered young boy with black hair, appearing to be no older than 7 or 8 years. Where's this place? Why am I here? The boy's mind was a flurry of questions. If his memory served him correctly, he had perished in a car accident. Could this be the fabled realm of the dead? Yet, why was there no sign of other souls? As he grappled with his confusion, a sudden wave of disorientation washed over him, as if someone were calling out to him, causing his consciousness to blur and fade from the shadowy realm. The azure sea occasionally danced with graceful waves, while seagulls soared through the sky, painting a picturesque marine vista. Hey, wake up! Are you all right? When Qin Ge opened his eyes, still slightly dazed, he found himself gazing into the anxious, bright green eyes of a black-haired girl, her face a mixture of concern and surprise. Who are you? What happened to me? Still disoriented, Qin Ge instinctively uttered these words. Strangely, though he did not recognize the girl, she exuded an aura of familiarity that he could not quite place. As he lay on the beach, Qin Ge attempted to sit up, but the moment he moved, a searing pain erupted in his head, as if something were being forcibly crammed into his mind. With a muffled groan, the intense pressure made him clutch his head in agony. Kneeling on the sand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The sudden shift took not only Qin Ge by surprise, but also startled the girl beside him, whose expression quickly turned to one of alarm. What's wrong? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the town's hospital? She asked anxiously. The boy was a stranger to her, encountered purely by chance while she strolled along the beach. It seemed he had suffered a maritime disaster, washing up on the shore. Driven by her innate kindness, despite her panic, the girl stepped forward to assess the situation. Initially relieved to see him awakening from his unconsciousness, she never expected his condition would change so drastically. The throbbing pain in Qin Ge's head came on suddenly, but subsided just as quickly, and soon the sensation of impending rupture diminished. However, at this moment, Qin Ge had no thoughts to spare for the girl's inquiries. Instead, he sat dazed on the sand, his mind racing. In the wake of the pain, a torrent of images and memories surged through his consciousness, revealing that he had traversed into another existence, or, more accurately, had seized the life of another. Qin Ge had once been an ordinary youth living in the modern world, tragically meeting his end in a car accident. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself in this new realm, having taken over the body of a young boy who had recently perished in a shipwreck, thus granting him a second chance at life. While the notion of reincarnation was a dream cherished by countless youthful souls, Qin Ge never anticipated he would find himself embroiled in such an extraordinary circumstance, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Of course, the opportunity to live again was indeed a stroke of fortune, for Qin Ge felt he had not yet fully experienced life. However, the true source of his astonishment lay in the nature of the world into which he had been reborn. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, he discerned that the boy's name was Alan, and he realized, to his amazement, that he was now in the universe of the anime One Piece, a realm previously confined to the realm of fantasy. Qin Ge recognized this world from the memories of Alan, which included references to figures such as Pirate King Roger and the Devil Fruits. His own fervent admiration for One Piece further clarified the situation. The line between illusion and reality has blurred, though it is hard to accept. Simply being alive is sufficient. After a brief period of contemplation, Qin Ge gradually regained his composure, silently reflecting. He had personally felt the grip of death, an indescribable sensation of despair and terror that transcended the comprehension of the average person. The shadow of death still haunted his thoughts, lingering in his mind. Though you perished in a maritime disaster, I have taken over your body. As a token of gratitude, I shall henceforth be known as Qin Ge Allen, in honor of you in this vessel. He mused inwardly. Are you all right? Why are you silent? Is there something still troubling you? The girl, her large green eyes filled with concern, could not help but ask as Qin Ge seemed lost in thought. Having sorted through his thoughts, Qin Ge turned his gaze towards her. This time, after comprehending the world he now inhabited, his eyes sparkled with renewed interest. "I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. By the way, may I inquire your name?" Qin Ge replied with a gentle smile. The girl appeared slightly bashful as she answered, "My name is Nico Robin. And you?" "Nico Robin, you say?" Qin Ge echoed as if savoring the name. Then with a piercing gaze declared, "I am Qin Ge Allen." It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with her. She would grow into the intelligent and alluring woman he admired in the future. He could not help but wonder if they were in the world before or after the infamous Buster Call. If it were before, they would be in grave danger. "Your name is Qin Ge Allen? Can I call you Allen from now on?" The little girl's green eyes sparkled with hope as she summoned the courage to ask. "Of course you may. After all, you are my savior." Qin Ge chuckled lightly, rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings. "You may call me Allen, then I shall address you as Robin. Now, Robin, could you enlighten me as to where we are? I drifted at sea for quite some time after my disaster, and I am quite lost," he inquired casually. Nico Robin stood up from her previous crouch, her face lighting up with joy as she replied, "This is O'Hara, a world-renowned archaeological haven." As she spoke of her homeland, pride illuminated her features, a testament not only to her deep affection for her birthplace, but also to her identity as a scholar who had earned her degree in archaeology. "Indeed, O'Hara, it seems I have stumbled into considerable trouble upon my arrival in this world." Qin Ge's expression remained calm, yet a sense of gravity settled in his heart. If memory served him correctly, it was 2 years after Roger's execution that O'Hara met its demise at the hands of the world government due to its clandestine research into the poneglyphs. Although he was already aware from Allen's residual memories that the current time frame was 2 years post-Roger's execution, the realization that he was in O'Hara signified the impending arrival of the Buster Call. One Piece may be an exhilarating anime, but it also depicted an exceedingly perilous world one rife with not only pirates and ferocious beasts, but also supernatural forces absent in his previous life. The Buster Call was a ruthless, indiscriminate annihilation, targeting anyone on the island once a location was marked. Not to mention, Qin Ge's current body was that of an 80-year-old boy, even in his former youthful form. He would surely meet his demise if confronted by the world government's wrath. "I must leave this place at once," Qin Ge thought resolutely. Without a doubt, if he wished to evade the impending devastation of the Buster Call, he needed to depart O'Hara before the world government arrived. With that in mind, he turned his gaze toward Nico Robin, reflecting on her fate. Nico Robin was both fortunate and tragic in the original narrative. She escaped O'Hara due to Akiji's intervention, but was subsequently hunted by the world government for her ability to decipher the poneglyphs. At merely 8 years of age, she was placed under a bounty of 79 million berries, forced to live in the shadows, constantly on the run. Although Qin Ge was not inherently virtuous, he felt a compelling urge to assist this character he had once admired, the first person he encountered upon his rebirth. "Robin, are you certain this is O'Hara? If so, we may be facing a dire predicament." Qin Ge's thoughts raced, and a serious expression settled on his face, his voice heavy with concern. Nicole Robin was also drawn into the deliberately tense atmosphere crafted by Qin Ge. Although she felt a hint of confusion, she could not help but exclaim, "What's the matter, Allen? Why do you say that?" Qin Ge collected his thoughts and replied solemnly, "To speak candidly, prior to the maritime disaster, my father was acquainted with a high-ranking official from the world government. By chance, I overheard some information suggesting that the archaeologists from O'Hara have delved into certain obscure histories, prompting the world government to plan the complete destruction of O'Hara in order to conceal that hidden past. This, of course, was a fabricated rationale concocted by Qin Ge to more convincingly persuade Nicole Robin to leave O'Hara with him. Nicole Robin's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her delicate face a canvas of astonishment, mingled with doubt and hesitation. "Allen, are you certain this is true? How could the world government obliterate O'Hara over some historical matter? After all, we are renowned worldwide as an archaeological sanctuary, and many people reside in this town. It was evident that Nicole Robin, having gained her independence at an early age, possessed a maturity beyond her years, and she was understandably skeptical of Qin Ge's astonishing claims. Qin Ge was not surprised by her reaction. He had already prepared a suitable excuse and earnestly stated, "I understand that it's difficult for you to believe, but perhaps you could introduce me to the archaeologists on the island. They might possess further insights into this matter." The archaeologists of O'Hara were well aware that exploring the true essence of history was a transgression against the world government's taboos. Otherwise, they would not conduct their research in secrecy. Although they might not anticipate such a drastic response from the world government, if they were to learn of Qin Ge's words, it could indeed wield significant influence. Qin Ge intended to leverage the archaeologists of O'Hara to facilitate his departure with Nicole Robin. Additionally, being devoid of funds, he recognized that leaving O'Hara would necessitate sufficient financial resources, which the archaeologists could potentially provide. Despite her skepticism regarding Qin Ge's assertions, Nicole Robin ultimately agreed to take him to meet Dr. Clover after a moment of contemplation. This decision was motivated not only by a desire for reassurance, but also by a sense of responsibility for Qin Ge, who, in her view, appeared to be alone and vulnerable following the maritime disaster without assistance. Survival would be a daunting challenge. It must be said, she was a kind-hearted and endearing young girl. Though they had resolved to head to the Tree of Knowledge, Qin Ge did not rush into action. Instead, he used the pretense of still recovering from his ordeal to retreat to a small grove by the beach. Leaning against the lush greenery of a large tree, Qin Ge entered a state resembling a serene slumber, while Nicole Robin remained by his side, quietly perusing her cherished archaeological texts. The scene of a boy feigning sleep while a girl read was undeniably heartwarming, yet the seemingly slumbering youth was, in truth, engaged in a quest for clarity. With his consciousness deepening, Qin Ge instinctively slipped into a remarkable state while he maintained an appearance of rest. His awareness transcended into a different form within the dimly lit space. Was my previous perception not merely an illusion? Could this be the golden key of a transmigrator? As he surveyed the familiar shadowy surroundings, Qin Ge remained calm, thoughtfully observing the three cells partitioned by dark golden pillars before him. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and tentatively reached out to touch one of the dark golden pillars. Buzz! As Qin Ge's hand made contact with the cell, the shadowy space trembled, and a flood of information surged into his mind, swiftly elucidating the nature of this obscure realm. Although a torrent of information cascaded through his thoughts, this time he did not experience the usual throbbing sensation. Rather, the process was remarkably gentle. Upon digesting all the information, a faint smile graced Qin Ge's lips. The prison of the departed, is it? It seems fortune favors me, as I am indeed a transmigrator endowed with a golden key. The knowledge imparted by touching the dark golden pillar revealed that this dim space was indeed a prison, aptly named the prison of the departed, comprising 3 cells, much like the scene before him. However, the prison of the departed was not a typical prison. It could be considered a mystical artifact, possessing the ability to extract the souls of the deceased from myriad realms. The 3 cells were designed to confine these extracted souls. Naturally, as a golden key, the prison of the departed offered immense advantages to Qin Ge. For each time it extracted a soul, he could siphon off that soul's abilities, be it martial prowess, supernatural skills, or even bloodline traits, all encompassed within. In the realm of myriad worlds, the concept of a prison for souls seems to possess remarkable strength. Qin Ge observed the underworld prison with keen interest. He found himself in need of formidable power to ensure his survival in the perilous world of One Piece. The capabilities of the underworld prison undoubtedly offered him a swift path to strength. However, the information he had just acquired revealed that the prison's ability to extract souls from the myriad realms was not without limitations. Not only was it necessary for Qin Ge to provide energy, but each extraction would randomly lock onto a single world. Additionally, the quality of the souls extracted was contingent upon the amount of energy Qin Ge supplied. The more energy he provided, the higher the caliber of the locked world and the greater the likelihood of obtaining powerful souls. It is noteworthy that the energy required by the underworld prison was soul energy, implying that Qin Ge would need to eliminate other beings, including humans, to acquire such energy. He did not shy away from this method of augmenting his own power through the life force of others, as he was not a paragon of virtue and naturally prioritized his own interests. At present, Qin Ge lacked soul energy. However, the underworld prison had awakened and granted him a novice reward in the form of an extraction opportunity, albeit at the most rudimentary level of 1 star. In the world from which Qin Ge hailed, there existed no supernatural powers, while the One Piece world was rife with formidable entities capable of unleashing devastating attacks. Thus, the multiverse undoubtedly exhibited a hierarchy. The 1-star extraction would pertain to worlds devoid of supernatural forces or those with limited martial prowess. Without hesitation, Qin Ge initiated the first extraction from the underworld prison. The bronze chains within the 3 cells came to life, rapidly extending toward the void beyond. In a mere moment, the chains began to retract, and upon their return from the abyss, they were intertwined with 3 ethereal figures, each ensnared within their respective cells. Filled with anticipation, Qin Ge eagerly sought to identify the souls he had extracted, starting with the leftmost cell. As his hand made contact with the golden pillar of the cell, he instantly gleaned the origins of the soul within. Name: Zhang Laosan World. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, 1 star. Identity: Song Bingjiao ability. 13 forms of military formation spear technique cause of death. Fell in battle upon receiving the information of the first soul. Qin Ge's excitement waned, and his expression darkened. What is this Song Bingjiao nonsense? Why not simply refer to him as a lowly minion? Despite the potential to seize the 13 forms of military formation spear technique, he recognized it as a trivial skill, unworthy of his precious opportunity for extraction. He was aware that after each soul extraction, he had only 3 chances to seize abilities, and he had no energy to spare for the underworld prison. However, this extraction revealed that the locked world was indeed the Legend of the Condor Heroes, a 1-star realm that nonetheless possessed martial arts. No worries, Qin Ge reassured himself. Although the debut was lackluster, there are still 2 chances remaining. Surely the best treasures await. With renewed hope, he approached the second cell. Name: Mu Feiyong World. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, 1 star. Identity: Wealthy heir ability. 36 techniques of seduction. Poetry and painting cause of death. Horseback wind. As he accessed the information from the second cell, Qin Ge's expression darkened further. What is this? The first one was merely subpar, but the second one is absurd. The ability is 36 techniques of seduction, and the cause of death is horseback wind? What kind of nonsense is this? Stay calm. I must remain composed. The first 2 are merely appetizers. The main course will be the third. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge suppressed his rising frustration and cautiously approached the third cell. This time, he approached with far less composure, trepidation evident in his demeanor as he touched the cell, fearing yet another disappointing revelation. Name: King of the Golden Wheel World. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, 1 star. Identity: Protector of the Esoteric Sect ability. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. 5-wheel great turn cause of death. Perished in a sea of flames as the information from the third cell manifested. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. I knew it. I could not possibly be so unfortunate. The grand feast was indeed saved for last. I have drawn the soul of the King of the Golden Wheel. He felt invigorated, his face glowing with enthusiasm. The King of the Golden Wheel was a top-tier expert within the Legend of the Condor Heroes, particularly noted for the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, an unparalleled technique of the esoteric sect, although it was limited to the realm of low martial arts. Acquiring this ability would undoubtedly elevate Qin Ge from his current state of powerlessness. Without delay, Qin Ge eagerly commenced the process of extraction. As he focused his will, the golden cell containing the King of the Golden Wheel emanated a radiant glow, and the bronze chains entwined around the soul began to sway. Crack! In an ephemeral moment. Under the extraordinary circumstances of the prison, the soul ensnared by bronze chains emitted a melodious sound of shattering. A radiant, crystalline light detached from the soul and swiftly soared towards Qin Ge, merging seamlessly with his body. As the light infused him, his body trembled, and he was enveloped by a torrent of warmth that cascaded throughout him, plunging him into an exquisite state reminiscent of paradise. However, alongside this delightful sensation, Qin Ge's physique underwent remarkable transformations. His previously frail form expanded visibly, muscles swelling as though he were a fervent bodybuilder. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not persist for long, as the burgeoning muscles soon contracted and subsided, stabilizing after several cycles. Once equilibrium was achieved, the once inflated muscles had not entirely vanished but had instead solidified and compacted. Although Qin Ge retained the appearance of youth, the frailty that had characterized him was replaced by a sculpted physique. His once slender limbs became considerably more robust, and his formerly flat abdomen now showcased distinctly defined abdominal muscles. If one were to draw a comparison, Qin Ge's current physical state resembled that of teenage Trunks from Dragon Ball, where a seemingly slender exterior concealed a perfect physique. An explosive surge of power coursed through him, imparting the illusion that he could shatter the earth with a mere punch. As his body stabilized, the otherworldly sensation dissipated, yet aside from the physical transformation, an evident qualitative enhancement in his spirit and vitality was apparent. His eyes sparkled like gems cleansed of dust, radiating a brilliance that felt almost tangible, while an aura of formidable strength enveloped him. This second act of deprivation had evidently succeeded, and he had fortuitously acquired the most valuable skill from the Golden Wheel Dharma King, the Dragon Elephant Prajna power. The unexpected joy left him momentarily dazed, though his attention soon returned to the changes within his body. The Dragon Elephant Prajna power comprises 13 levels, and the Golden Wheel Dharma King had achieved the 10th level before his demise. Consequently, Qin Ge, by virtue of this acquisition, had instantaneously attained the prowess of the 10th level himself. While it is often said that death extinguishes one's essence, the realm of the deceased transcended this notion, allowing the extraction of the soul's essence, imprinted with the abilities once possessed in life. Provided that Qin Ge succeeded in the deprivation, he would immediately inherit the powers of the departed soul. As evidenced now, having claimed the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna power from the Golden Wheel Dharma King, his physique exuded the might of 1,000 pounds, and within him resided a profound reservoir of internal energy. Although the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna power is notoriously slow as a sacred technique of the divine eagle world, it naturally possesses the capacity for both internal and external refinement, bestowing not only the strength of a dragon and elephant but also unmatched internal vigor. It appeared that fortune favored him. Despite earlier missteps, acquiring the highest value Dragon Elephant Prajna power was a monumental success, and Qin Ge was undoubtedly pleased with this deprivation. Now, he had one opportunity for deprivation remaining, and the only worthy target was the Golden Wheel Dharma King. However, after contemplation, Qin Ge chose not to utilize this final chance. While the Golden Wheel Dharma King stood as a top-tier expert within the divine eagle world, he held little desire for the five-wheel great turn, as the technique requires 5 specific weapons for execution, which he did not possess. It seemed more prudent to reserve the opportunity for future use. Regardless, although the realm of the deceased granted only 3 deprivation chances after each extraction, any unused opportunities could accumulate for subsequent rounds. After deciding to retain the final opportunity for deprivation, Qin Ge did not linger excessively. With a mere thought, he exited the realm of the deceased. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Qin Ge opened his eyes. The merging of his consciousness with his body occurred seamlessly and silently, reflecting the subtle transformations experienced within the prison of the departed. Perhaps it was the elevation of his spirit and vitality, a consequence of his mastery of the tenfold Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, that caused Nico Robin, who had been quietly engrossed in her reading, to instinctively glance up. How curious. Alan, you seem to have transformed into an entirely different person. Nico Robin exclaimed, setting aside her book with a look of astonishment. Is that so? Perhaps it is merely a figment of your imagination, Qin Ge replied with a faint smile, stretching his limbs. His previously loose attire now clung tightly to his newly defined muscles, accentuating a flawless physique. Though Nico Robin possessed a mature intellect, she was still a young girl and, despite sensing the change in Qin Ge, attributed it to her own misperception. All right, I have rested sufficiently. Let us proceed to the Tree of Knowledge. Despite the formidable strength Qin Ge had acquired through his practice, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the true powerhouses of this world. The Demon Slayer Order remained an insurmountable threat, necessitating his swift departure from O'Hara. Nico Robin nodded and led the way towards the town. The Tree of Knowledge was not only the abode of O'Hara's archaeologists, but also a magnificent giant tree. Its dense canopy resembling a colossal umbrella that enveloped much of the island's sky, evoking a profound sense of awe from afar. As someone who had already earned a degree in archaeology, Nico Robin was intimately familiar with the Tree of Knowledge, and under her guidance, Qin Ge soon arrived at the base of the towering giant. In an effort to preserve numerous and valuable archaeological texts, the scholars of O'Hara had transformed the massive trunk of the Tree of Knowledge into a structure akin to a house, allowing entry into the interior space through a grand doorway. Ah, is that you, Robin? What brings you here so early today? Upon entering the Tree of Knowledge, Qin Ge encountered a library-like environment, filled with meticulously arranged books and bustling individuals engaged in either cleaning or reading quietly. An elderly man, whose hair and beard fanned out in a shape reminiscent of a fan, approached them with a warm smile upon noticing Nico Robin's arrival. Dr. Clover, I apologize for the intrusion, Nico Robin said politely, bowing slightly to express her respect, while also acknowledging Qin Ge behind her. You've encountered a shipwreck. Have you? That is indeed unfortunate news. Your name is Alan, correct? I wonder what you have shared with Robin that has left our astute Robin at a loss. Dr. Clover remarked, his expression one of concern mingled with curiosity as he regarded Qin Ge, rather than dismissing Qin Ge due to his youth. He treated him with the respect befitting a peer, perhaps motivated by the earnestness that drove him to explore the enigmatic void of history. Despite the dangers posed by the world government, Qin Ge wasted no time and succinctly reiterated the information he had previously shared with Nico Robin. If Dr. Clover had been maintaining a smile at the outset, the gravity of Qin Ge's words soon replaced it with a countenance marked by seriousness and suspicion. Is everything you say truly the case, Alan? Dr. Clover inquired, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Qin Ge. It is indeed so. O'Hara is on the brink of annihilation. Qin Ge affirmed gravely with a slight nod. Although the rationale he provided was fabricated, the reality remained that even if Dr. Clover and his colleagues ceased their research, the world government's caution would ensure that no potential threats were left unaddressed, ultimately leading to the obliteration of any risk associated with the suppressed century of history. Dr. Clover fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware of the implications of Qin Ge's words for both himself and the archaeologists of O'Hara. Although he was conversing with a child comparable in age to Robin, they were indeed engaged in the perilous study of history deemed forbidden by the world government. Should the government become aware of their endeavors, drastic measures would undoubtedly follow. Nico Robin, perceptive as ever, sensed the tension and began to feel anxious at Dr. Clover's silence. Dr. Clover, the world government wouldn't truly consider destroying O'Hara, would they? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. Reacting to her concern, Dr. Clover shook off his silence. Upon witnessing Nico Robin's anxious demeanor, he hastily donned a reassuring smile. How could that be? O'Hara is renowned as a sanctuary of archaeology. Even the world government would think twice before provoking it. Reassured by his words, Nico Robin's tension eased. Though a lingering doubt remained in her mind, if that were the case, why had Dr. Clover appeared so grave moments before? Qin Ge remained silent. Having discerned that Dr. Clover had already come to believe his assertions, the doctor was merely attempting to comfort Nico Robin. Dr. Clover, may we speak privately? Qin Ge suddenly suggested. Both Dr. Clover and Nico Robin turned their attention to him, intrigued. Very well, let us retire to my office, Dr. Clover responded, recognizing the necessity of understanding more about the situation. While Nico Robin felt a tinge of curiosity, she respected their desire for privacy and patiently waited outside. Qin Ge and Dr. Clover remained in the office for over half an hour, engaging in an undisclosed conversation. When they finally emerged, Dr. Clover proposed that Nico Robin temporarily accompany Qin Ge away from O'Hara, citing the need to procure a new collection of books as the reason. Do not worry about your aunt, Robin. I shall attend to her. Allow me to arrange for someone to escort you to the port, Dr. Clover assured her. But doctor, why would we go to procure new books? Shouldn't that be the responsibility of an adult? Nico Robin questioned, puzzled. Dr. Clover had already prepared his explanation. Smiling as he replied, this can be seen as a test for you. After all, a distinguished archaeologist must possess not only a profound understanding of history, but also familiarity with related matters. This book procurement is to better immerse you in the experience of an archaeologist's work. Nico Robin pondered this for a moment before nodding resolutely. Very well. I shall excel in this task and become an exceptional archaeologist. Dr. Kuroba nodded with satisfaction, exchanging a brief glance with Qin Ge, who stood beside Nico Robin. They both subtly inclined their heads, signifying an unspoken understanding between them. Soon after receiving a sum of money from Dr. Kuroba, ostensibly for the procurement of new books, but in truth for living expenses, Qin Ge led Robin directly to the port. Dr. Kuroba, are you truly at ease allowing Robin to procure new books, especially with that other boy whom I have never seen in the town? Could this pose a problem? An archaeologist within the Tree of Knowledge approached Dr. Kuroba, expressing his concerns. You do not comprehend. His presence is essential to ensure Robin's safety. Now, summon everyone. I have significant matters to announce. Dr. Kuroba remarked with a shake of his head, his tone turning serious. All right, stop peeking and feel free to ask any questions directly. At the port of O'Hara, Qin Ge had already purchased a ticket and boarded a merchant ship, standing on the spacious deck while waiting for departure. He noticed Nico Robin beside him stealthily glancing his way. With an air of resignation, he turned to her. Caught in the act, Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet her curiosity soon overpowered her shyness as she inquired, "Alan, what did you and Dr. Kuroba discuss as soon as you both emerged?" "He instructed me to leave the island to procure new books and insisted that I heed your words throughout the journey." "Nothing much," Qin Ge replied earnestly. "Dr. Kuroba merely asked about my situation and, feeling pity for me, allowed me to work temporarily within the Tree of All-Knowing. This book procurement is essentially my first task." "Is that truly the case? I can't shake the feeling that you're concealing something." The little girl responded skeptically. With feigned innocence, Qin Ge replied, "Of course. That's all there is to it. What else could there be? Now, let us explore the ship a bit. The voyage lasts 3 days, and we must find something entertaining to pass the time." "That's fine. I brought along several books before leaving, which should last me for 3 days." "You're the one who will be bored, Alan." Robin playfully waved the thick volumes in her hand, momentarily diverting the conversation. In the original narrative, Nico Robin was ostracized by the townspeople due to her devil fruit abilities, especially the children, who regarded her as a monster. Consequently, she had never had a friend her own age, leading to profound loneliness. Although Qin Ge appeared similar in age, he did not exhibit any disdain towards her, which brought her joy and created an inexplicable sense of intimacy with him, even though they had only recently met. Despite Robin's claims of not being bored, she chose to remain by Qin Ge's side as he wandered around. Initially, the sea voyage captivated them with its stunning vistas, but as time passed, it grew monotonous. Especially as the merchant ship rocked with the waves, the unsettling motion could be quite uncomfortable for those unaccustomed to it. Qin Ge was somewhat accustomed to it, having traveled on cruise ships in his previous life, but Robin was not so fortunate. As a devil fruit user who had lived her entire life in O'Hara, this was her first experience at sea, and it naturally led to discomfort. By the second day, Robin's complexion had turned pale, and she appeared lethargic, confined to her bed for rest. Fortunately, the merchant ship was equipped with medication for seasickness. After Qin Ge procured some for Robin from the crew, her condition improved noticeably, her pallor lessening. "Robin, you should rest well in bed. We'll arrive at our destination tomorrow. I'll go find you something to eat." Qin Ge reassured her from the bedside. "Okay." Robin weakly nodded from beneath her covers, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at the caring Qin Ge. He soon exited the room and made his way to the ship's dining area, encountering several fellow passengers along the way. "Not good. I see a pirate ship. They're heading this way." Suddenly, a panicked passenger burst forth, screaming in terror. Nearby passengers stared in shock before their expressions shifted to fear, some turning pale, their legs trembling visibly. "Pirates!" Qin Ge echoed, astonished, before hastily rushing towards the deck. Upon reaching the deck, he found numerous passengers and crew members, all wearing frantic expressions as they gazed towards an approaching ship in the nearby waters. Qin Ge squinted, his attention drawn to the menacing skull emblazoned on the sail of the vessel, and he noticed a pirate flag fluttering atop its mast. Without a doubt, the merchant ship had indeed encountered a pirate crew, and it appeared they had set their sights on them. Qin Ge's brow furrowed. He had hoped for a smooth departure from O'Hara, but now, unexpectedly, they faced pirates en route. In the world of One Piece, not all pirates bore the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates and engaged in adventurous exploits. The vast majority were ruthless and malevolent. "Quick! Steer away from this area." The captain of the merchant ship had evidently realized the pirates' presence and rushed to the deck. Upon seeing the approaching pirate ship, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted in alarm. The helmsman hurriedly altered course, but before the merchant ship could gain any distance, the pirate ship erupted in blinding flames, followed by a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs soared through the air, tracing dark arcs across the sky before crashing into the sea near the merchant vessel, sending up towering columns of water. The cannon fire naturally left the sailors and passengers on the ship pale with fright. Some were so terrified they collapsed, their pants quickly becoming damp from fear. "This route has always been safe. How could we encounter pirates this time? My child is waiting for me to return home. How could this happen? Are we going to die at sea? If I had known, I wouldn't have come on this trip. Why did we have to encounter pirates?" Panic-stricken cries echoed across the deck, each voice betraying a profound fear of danger. The waves churned violently from the cannon fire, causing the merchant ship to lurch alarmingly. Qin Ge grasped the railing tightly to keep from being thrown overboard. Let us hope there aren't any formidable characters among these pirates, Qin Ge thought, his expression solemn as he tried to maintain his composure. While the pirates of the four seas were not as fearsome as those of the Grand Line, there were still formidable individuals among them, with bounties exceeding tens of millions of berries. Though Qin Ge had already attained the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, the martial prowess in the world of the Condor heroes paled in comparison to that of the One Piece universe. Even in the four seas, he wouldn't be considered a true powerhouse. If they were merely ordinary pirates, he felt confident in dealing with them. But if they were akin to the supernovas with exceptional strength, then danger would surely follow. The pirate ship's cannon fire clearly was not intended to sink the merchant vessel, but rather to force it to a halt. Of course, this was not out of any sense of mercy from the pirates, it was merely a means to facilitate their plunder. Sinking the merchant ship would complicate the retrieval of any valuables. Under the bombardment of cannon fire, the helmsman of the merchant ship felt compelled to cease fleeing, reluctantly bringing the ship to a stop, anxiously eyeing the approaching pirate vessel. Haha, today is our lucky day. We've stumbled upon a fat sheep right from the start. Men, charge. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. As the pirate ship drew near the merchant vessel, a gangplank was swiftly erected. A pirate wielding a hefty sword erupted into boisterous laughter, his face a mask of exhilaration and ferocity. This pirate was evidently the captain of the band. A hulking figure with a robust physique, his exposed skin adorned with bulging muscles, resembling a fearsome human-like bear. At the captain's command, dozens of pirates swiftly surged forth from the pirate ship, their faces alight with a ferocious thrill as they leapt across the makeshift planks onto the merchant vessel's deck. Although many sailors aboard the merchant ship brandished their weapons, they appeared as timid sheep in the face of the ruthless pirates, lacking the courage to advance and engage in battle. As pirates relentlessly swarmed onto the deck, the passengers either retreated into the ship's cabin or cowered fearfully in corners, watching helplessly as the marauders scrutinized them as if they were mere commodities. Esteemed pirate, we can negotiate if you spare our lives. We are willing to offer all our wealth as tribute. The captain of the merchant ship, Cecil, forced a smile amid his terror, hastening to ingratiate himself with the pirate captain. Qin Ge, similarly retreating to a corner of the deck, observed this scene unfold. Through the day's maritime journey, he had learned that the captain's name was Cecil, a man who maintained himself well, resembling an aged nobleman, typically addressed as Captain Cecil by both passengers and crew. Oh, you genuinely wish to offer all your riches to purchase your lives? The fearsome pirate captain cast a sidelong glance at Cecil, amusement dancing in his eyes. Cecil, sporting a prominent mustache, nodded vigorously. He believed that preserving life far outweighed any financial loss, confident that the passengers would share his sentiment. Haha, I knew it. Those who operate merchant ships value their lives above all else. But it matters not. You are all equally valuable assets to us. Our captain has recently acquired a channel for slave trading, and you will all become slaves to exchange for a fortune in berries. A grotesque pirate cackled with unrestrained glee. At this proclamation, both Cecil and the others aboard the merchant ship turned pale, their expressions further marred by fear. The pirate captain regarded Cecil with derision, roaring, "You fat sheep need not entertain fantasies of escape. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries. Anyone who dares resist shall find their heads serving as fish bait. Captain Barton, cease your prattle with these sheep. Let us hasten to tally our spoils. I notice several attractive women among them, and my brothers have been yearning for quite some time." Another pirate howled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This declaration ignited a fervor among the other pirates, their greedy gazes instilling sheer terror in the women aboard, while their male companions turned pale, filled with a mix of rage and dread. Just as the pirates prepared to unleash their havoc, Qin Ge quietly surveyed the deck's occupants. There were 38 pirates. Yet surely more remained aboard their vessel, with the most formidable among them being the pirate captain named Barton, boasting a bounty of 5 million berries. Analyzing the disparity between their strengths, Qin Ge narrowed his eyes and stealthily approached a nearby pirate, oblivious to his presence. The pirates evidently intended to take everyone captive, intending to sell them into slavery. Qin Ge, resolute in his refusal to become a slave, knew he had to resist. Fortunately, this crew of pirates did not seem particularly formidable, with even their strongest captain not reaching the 10 million berry threshold. With his mastery of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique at the 10th level, he felt he possessed a fighting chance. The pirates appeared to assume they had the merchant ship at their mercy, focusing solely on the crew and dismissing the passengers as inconsequential, utterly unprepared for any resistance. The pirate Qin Ge approached remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, his greedy eyes scanning the crowd for attractive female passengers. Eager to satisfy his primal desires once the loot was secured. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Qin Ge sprang into action. Leaping just a few steps from the pirate's back and delivering a devastating blow to his neck. The sickening crack of bone reverberated through the air, and the pirate, deprived even of a scream, found his head twisted at an unnatural angle, his sword slipping from his grasp to clatter onto the deck. Not only that, the force behind Qin Ge's strike propelled the pirate as though struck by a cannon, sending him hurtling 5 or 6 meters away, where he splashed into the sea with a resounding thud. Though the sudden turn of events was shocking, some aboard the deck, including Captain Barton, quickly reacted. However, even Barton was momentarily taken aback to find that the assailant was merely a boy of 7 or 8 years. While he had not seen a corpse, Qin Ge was acutely aware he had taken a life. That strike had severed the pirate's spinal cord, and even if he did not perish instantly, falling into the sea would seal his fate. Strangely, despite this being his first kill, Qin Ge felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced an indescribable sensation of clarity. This was the sensation of killing, far less daunting than he had imagined. A calm resolve settled within him as he braced for the battles that lay ahead. Upon landing, Qin Ge swiftly seized the long knife that had fallen to the deck, propelling himself forward with the agility of a leopard toward another nearby pirate. The pirate, still dazed by the sudden turn of events, barely registered the blur before him before pain exploded in his neck, his vision spiraling into chaos. The blade, sharp and imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, sliced through the air as Qin Ge executed a swift horizontal strike, severing the pirate's head, which was propelled into the air amidst a gruesome spray of blood. Screams of terror erupted from the passengers witnessing this horrific spectacle, and the pirates finally shook off their astonishment. Damn it! How dare he resist? Kill that little wretch! Barton roared, his face contorted with rage and brutality as he bellowed at his crew. You insufferable brat, perish! Although the surrounding pirates were enraged that a mere boy had slain one of their own, their vicious instincts quickly turned them into a frenzied mob. Closing in on Qin Ge, having just dispatched another pirate, Qin Ge surveyed the approaching threats with icy calm. Without a hint of panic, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the headless corpse at his feet. The body flew like a cannonball, colliding with an oncoming pirate who had no time to evade, resulting in a devastating impact that sent the pirate sprawling, blood spurting from his mouth. As Qin Ge kicked the corpse away, he did not hesitate. With a powerful push of his feet, the hard deck cracked beneath him. He shot forth like an arrow, wielding his blade to unleash a continuous stream of dazzling light. The strength of these pirates was largely comparable to that of ordinary individuals, their ferocity merely a fade. When confronted by someone stronger, they quickly revealed their frailty. The pirate targeted by Qin Ge was unable to match his swift movements. Before he could even react, the long blade was already perilously close to his body. With a sickening squelch, crimson blood gushed forth as the blade, imbued with terrifying force, cleaved the pirate in two, eliciting a wretched scream of agony. The 10th layer of the dragon elephant prajna technique seemed even more formidable than Qin Ge had anticipated. With ease, he dispatched 3 pirates, gradually becoming accustomed to his newfound power. Though he had acquired the 10th layer through the prison of the dead, this strength felt foreign to him, merely a vague sensation of might. However, as he engaged in combat, he truly began to grasp the potency of the dragon elephant prajna technique, mastering it in earnest. This technique not only endowed Qin Ge with the strength of 1,000 pounds, but also cultivated a profound internal energy within him. In martial arts, the deeper one delves, the more one's abilities transcend mere physical strength, enhancing all aspects of perception, speed, and reflexes far outpacing those of ordinary folk. Qin Ge now exemplified this, his heightened senses allowing him to effortlessly grasp the battlefield's dynamics and react swiftly. With a deft push off the ground, Qin Ge moved with the agility of a monkey, the glimmering long blade appearing from behind him as a pirate lunged at his back. He evaded the pirate's slash and, with a flicker of cold light in his eyes, turned to deliver a fatal blow. With terrifying force, the blade sliced through the air, severing the pirate's right arm, causing him to stagger back in excruciating pain, his face contorted in agony. Like a reaping specter, Qin Ge leaned slightly back, his toes curling to kick the severed weapon from the pirate's grasp, sending it hurtling like a spectral dart into the abdomen of another pirate charging forward. The startled pirate was pierced through, a torrent of hot blood erupting from his back, the blade's momentum driving it deep into the thick ships massed nearby. As blood pooled around him, the mortally wounded pirate collapsed, howling in despair. Yet, Qin Ge paid no heed to the havoc he had wrought. Instead, he surged forward like a tiger unleashed, aiming for the remaining pirates. The one with the severed arm was the first to suffer, his injuries rendering him unable to react as Qin Ge's fist collided with his face. The impact, exceeding 1,000 pounds of force, caved in the pirate's visage, nearly shattering his skull, and he was sent hurtling off the deck, silenced before he could even scream. This was only the beginning. Qin Ge seemed to have entered a state of relentless slaughter. Utilizing his extraordinary physique and strength, he darted across the deck, each stroke of his blade emitting a chilling aura of death. With every flash of the blade, another pirate fell, their remains often unrecognizable. Though the chaos unfolded within mere moments, over 20 pirates had perished at Qin Ge's hand. Damn it, die. Faced with Qin Ge's overwhelming power and the relentless demise of his crew, Barton could no longer remain passive. Furious, he drew a gilded pistol from his waist and aimed it at Qin Ge. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed as the bullet sped through the air. At that instant, Qin Ge's acute senses kicked in, a surge of instinct compelling him to tilt his head away just in time. The bullet grazed his cheek, the friction with the air generating a searing heat he could distinctly feel. Despite the seemingly primitive technology of the pirate world, it harbored its own advanced weaponry, gunfire among them, which could rival the firearms of his former life. Although the dragon elephant Prajna technique cultivated both internal and external strength, rendering him nearly impervious, it was not absolute. Should he be struck by gunfire, injury was inevitable, particularly if the bullet struck a vital area. Fortunately, the 10th layer heightened his senses to an acute level, granting him a premonition that allowed him to evade the bullet aimed at his head. Still, the close call left him shaken, and he cast a wary gaze at Barton, who, upon realizing his shot had missed, assumed it was merely a misfire. Enraged, Barton fired again, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire erupting, Qin Ge, having anticipated the attack, leapt away like a cheetah, taking cover behind a sturdy mast as Barton's bullets merely perforated the wood. When the gunfire ceased, Qin Ge emerged, his gaze icy and resolute. "Little brat, do not get too cocky. I am destined to become the Pirate King," Barton growled, discarding his spent pistol and brandishing a nearly 2-meter-long cleaver, his fury palpable. "Pirate King? When did that title become so cheap? With a bounty of merely 500,000, you are nothing but a lackey in the Grand Line," Qin Ge retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips, revealing his disdain. "You seek death." Enraged, Barton charged, swinging his massive cleaver with ferocious intent. A whirlwind of malice aimed squarely at Qin Ge. Clang! Crash! Upon encountering his adversary, who had been incited by his provocations, Qin Ge's previous disdain and contempt vanished in an instant. This was merely a tactic, a means to render his opponent irrational. With a swift motion, he blocked the incoming strike, causing the massive cleaver to collide violently with his long sword, resulting in a dazzling shower of sparks and leaving the deck beneath Qin Ge's feet severely splintered, with sharp wooden shards erupting from the ground. Immediately, he sensed a powerful force emanating from the warhorse he rode, his knees slightly bending to absorb the impact. Undoubtedly, even a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berry, like Barton, possessed strength that surpassed that of ordinary pirates. The mere ability to wield such a colossal cleaver was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary physical prowess. As Qin Ge felt the pressure from the cleaver, he quickly realized that the opponent's strength was remarkable, sufficient to exert nearly 1,000 pounds of force. The revelation that a pirate with a 5 million berry bounty could possess such power astonished Qin Ge, making him acutely aware of the terrifying hierarchy of martial strength in the world of One Piece. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and swiftly devised a counterattack. He pivoted his sword, angling it to redirect the cleaver's blow, which then struck the deck beside him, embedding deeply and tearing a profound fissure into the wood. Consequently, Barton's strike fell short, and his cleaver became ensnared in the deck's crack, rendering it momentarily immovable. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ge blinked and launched a powerful kick towards Barton's lower leg, akin to a guillotine sweep. It was not that he shied away from targeting a more vulnerable spot. Rather, the stark disparity in their physiques dictated his choice. Barton towered over 2 meters, resembling a small giant, while Qin Ge, at merely 8 years of age, stood close to 1.40 meters, an apparent difference between an adult and an infant, compelling him to aim for the more accessible target of Barton's calf. The impact of Qin Ge's kick struck Barton's leg with considerable force. Despite its seemingly slender appearance, in stark contrast to Barton's muscular limb, Qin Ge's compact and powerful strike produced a resounding thud. Barton cried out in pain as his leg lifted off the ground, causing him to stumble as if tripped. Invisibly, his calf began to swell at an alarming rate, a testament to the formidable force behind Qin Ge's strike. As Barton leaned toward the ground, Qin Ge's eyes glinted with cold determination. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword with both hands and swiftly aimed for Barton's neck, which was drawing perilously close to the deck. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Barton recognized the danger, and, in a moment of rage, his eyes blazed crimson. "Die, you bastard!" he roared, and in his fall, he mustered the last of his strength to raise his enormous fist, aiming a devastating blow at Qin Ge's head. This was Barton's final counterattack in the face of mortality, a desperate bid to repel Qin Ge and secure a chance at survival. However, reality unfolded differently than Barton anticipated. In the face of the incoming punch, Qin Ge merely tilted his head coolly, absorbing the fierce blow with his shoulder, undeterred. His long sword, unwavering, sliced through Barton's neck with the swiftness of lightning. With a sickening sound of tearing flesh, warm blood gushed forth as Barton's eyes widened in disbelief, his head rolling from his shoulders like a ball, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson behind as it rolled several meters away. Simultaneously, Qin Ge, having endured Barton's final strike, felt his body suddenly sink as the deck beneath him cracked under the immense pressure, forming a chaotic hole. Yet, before he could fall into the abyss, Qin Ge forcefully struck a stable part of the deck with his right hand, propelling himself upward and landing agilely aside. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining pirates on the deck were left aghast. They were not only stunned by Captain Barton's death, but also intimidated by Qin Ge's ferocity. Passengers and sailors alike stared in disbelief at the black-haired youth standing with his sword, emanating an aura of cold authority, unable to fathom that such a fearsome pirate had just been decapitated by this young boy. "Seize this opportunity. What are you waiting for? Arm yourselves and eliminate the pirates." Cecil, equally astonished, snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with hope as he urged the sailors on board. Although he had not anticipated the presence of such a powerful youth on his ship, it was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to overcome the crisis. With Captain Barton slain and over 20 pirates already dispatched by Qin Ge, the remaining crew aboard the pirate ship dwindled to a mere third of its original number. Despite their fear of the pirates' brutality, Cecil, being a shrewd merchant, recognized that as long as the youth remained, the remaining pirates posed no real threat. With the assistance of his crew and their weapons, they were more than capable of vanquishing this group of pirates. Cecil's rallying call stirred the crew from their stupor, resulting in a stark contrast in demeanor. The pirates stared at Qin Ge with shock and fear, while the passengers and sailors were invigorated, as if they had found a lifeline. "Yes, grab your weapons. Even against pirates, we cannot falter. This boy is incredible. He single-handedly defeated so many pirates. What luck we have to have him aboard. Damn it, Captain Barton has been killed. We must retreat." The sailors swiftly retrieved their weapons, their spirits lifted as they advanced toward the pirates. Conversely, the previously menacing pirates revealed their cowardice, with some hastily boarding the makeshift plank to escape back to their ship. Though Qin Ge felt the swelling and pain in his shoulder, he immediately focused on the fleeing pirates, akin to a tiger pursuing its prey. Despite having been thrust into battle, he remained determined to harness the soul energy required for his prison of the dead. To extract souls anew, he needed to accumulate enough energy through slaughter. With his long sword in hand, Qin Ge charged into the throng of pirates with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, his blade flashing as he relentlessly dispatched the pirates. Ultimately, he surged toward the pirate ship, engaging in fierce combat with those who remained aboard. The sailors, initially prepared to fight back, found themselves as mere onlookers, astonished by Qin Ge's relentless slaughter of the pirates before they could even draw their weapons. Cecil, witnessing the carnage unleashed by Qin Ge against the pirates, felt a mixture of joy and terror. The joy stemmed from the prospect of safety once the pirates were eradicated, while the terror arose from the boy's ruthless methods and formidable power. What a terrifying youth! Such an individual is surely no ordinary person, even if we cannot befriend him. We must never provoke him. Cecil was taken aback. Having navigated the seas for many years and encountered a myriad of individuals, he understood well that one should never offend a person as young yet formidable as Qin Ge. Otherwise, it would only invite calamity upon oneself. In a mere half-hour, like a bloodied specter, Qin Ge returned from the pirate ship to the merchant vessel, gripping a blood-soaked longsword with a detached demeanor. "Prepare a room for me. I need a bath. And if possible, kindly arrange a clean set of clothes that fit me," he instructed, using the clothing of a deceased pirate to wipe the blood from his weapon. After finding a matching sheath for it, he turned his gaze towards Cecil. Though Qin Ge's expression was calm, Cecil felt a sudden chill in his heart, and a respectful smile immediately spread across his face as he bowed and said, "Rest assured, honored guest, I will have it prepared at once." Qin Ge nodded slightly. Then, disregarding the gazes of others, he calmly entered the cabin with his longsword in hand. Although the survival of everyone aboard the merchant ship was due to Qin Ge, not all harbored gratitude in the aftermath of the crisis. Instead, many viewed him with trepidation and fear. This was a consequence of the bloody slaughter he had wrought upon the pirates, as well as the inherent anxiety the weak felt in the presence of the strong. However, regardless of the scrutiny, Qin Ge remained unfazed. Upon entering the newly opened room, a sailor soon arrived with hot water and clothes. Treading carefully, Qin Ge deliberately avoided returning to his previous quarters, mindful that his appearance and the stench of blood might startle Robin. After indulging in a comforting bath and cleansing himself of the blood, he donned the fresh garments and returned to his original room. Upon entering, he found Robin sleeping soundly, resembling a little pig, oblivious to the commotion outside. Qin Ge chuckled at the sight of the slumbering Robin, aware that her deep sleep was a result of the seasickness medicine she had taken. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly unaware girl could survive in the dark world at such a young age, as depicted in the original story. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Danger had passed, sparing Robin from worry. After casting one last glance, he exited the room and made his way to the captain's quarters. Having fought against the pirates, Qin Ge was not without his own injuries. In fact, the punch delivered by Barton's attack had left his shoulder muscle swollen, nearly bruising the bone. Naturally, he needed to seek the ship's doctor for proper treatment. "Aaron, is your shoulder truly all right?" "I think we should have the town's doctor examine it once we dock," Robin expressed, her small face etched with concern as the graceful waves surged around the merchant vessel, gliding through the wind and water. "It's nothing to worry about. Look, I can still move it," Qin Ge replied, feeling the gentle sea breeze caress him as he swung his injured left arm. He then affectionately ruffled Robin's hair, his face alight with a smile. "But I heard from the crew that you were fighting a horde of pirates, and you were covered in blood," Robin remarked, her anxiety for Qin Ge's injury overshadowing her awareness of his affectionate gesture. After a day of restful slumber, Robin finally acclimated to the maritime voyage. However, upon awakening and stepping out of her room, she was astounded to learn from the exchanges among other passengers about the events that transpired during her rest. She was not only shocked that Qin Ge, who was nearly her age, managed to single-handedly defeat a gang of pirates, but she also became exceedingly anxious upon discovering that Qin Ge had been injured. "Rest assured, that was merely the blood of our foes. Look at me, do I bear any wounds?" To soothe the earnest little girl, Qin Ge intentionally spun around, demonstrating that he was in perfect health. Observing Qin Ge move freely, Robin's worried expression softened considerably. Yet, after a moment, her face filled with admiration as she gazed at him. "Alan, I had no idea you were so formidable. To think you could vanquish so many pirates alone. I heard there were hundreds of ferocious pirates, and one of them had a bounty of 500,000 berries. You are truly impressive." Robin described the events as if she had witnessed them firsthand, her excitement palpable as she clutched Qin Ge's arm like an adoring fan. Though she was still a little girl and not the mature woman she would later become, it was undeniable that being admired by such a charming child filled Qin Ge with a sense of satisfaction. It wasn't as exaggerated as you think. The pirate with the 500,000 berry bounty was indeed real, but there were only about 100 pirates at most. Unable to resist the allure of the little girl, Qin Ge playfully pinched her delicate cheek. "That is still quite impressive. If it were me, I would have been petrified." Being young and unaware of the complexities between genders, Robin remained blissfully ignorant of Qin Ge's teasing, retaining her look of admiration. Qin Ge smiled silently, giving her cheek a gentle squeeze before turning his gaze towards the distant outline of an island becoming visible on the horizon. With his current strength, he was indeed formidable by ordinary standards. However, he was still far from being comparable to the monstrous beings that inhabited this world. His next objective was to gradually close that gap, perhaps even surpassing those monsters. "Once we disembark, I can begin my second extraction," Qin Ge mused internally. Following his battles with the pirates, He not only experienced his first kill, but also acquired a certain amount of soul energy after slaying nearly 100 pirates. Though it only sufficed for the most basic extraction, it was enough to fill him with anticipation. After more than 10 minutes, the merchant ship that had traversed the seas for 3 days finally arrived at its destination, a port named Loiser Island. Esteemed guest, this is the head of the pirate with the 500,000 berry bounty. I have ensured it has been preserved. If you wish, you can exchange it for the bounty at the naval branch on the island. As the ship docked, just as Qin Ge was preparing to disembark with Robin, Cecil hurried over, holding a square box and respectfully presenting it to Qin Ge. This contains the head of the pirate. Initially curious about Cecil's approach, Robin was taken aback upon hearing this and quickly recoiled, hiding behind Qin Ge out of fear. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully scrutinizing Cecil, who appeared increasingly anxious under his gaze. Cecil had decided to keep Barton's head, motivated partly by its substantial bounty and partly by the desire to befriend the powerful young man. Your intentions are appreciated, Captain Cecil. I hope to sail with you again in the future. Qin Ge did not linger long, extending his hand to accept the box while a faint smile graced his face. Hearing this, Cecil felt a wave of relief wash over him and joyously replied, "It would be my honor to have you as my guest." Clearly, leaving behind Barton's head had served its purpose, leaving a favorable impression on Qin Ge. For Cecil, who had spent years navigating the seas, forming alliances with powerful individuals was undoubtedly advantageous, perhaps even life-saving in critical moments. After receiving the box containing the valuable bounty, Qin Ge did not tarry. After exchanging a few casual words with Cecil, he and Robin headed towards the town on the island, seeking a temporary lodging. "Robin, you rest in your room while I go exchange this bounty." Once the accommodation was settled, Qin Ge called out to Robin, "Okay. You should take care of that as soon as possible." Robin glanced apprehensively at the box in Qin Ge's hands and nodded quickly. Qin Ge shrugged, closed the door behind him, and inquired at the inn's front desk about the location of the naval base before setting off alone. In this world, the most profound and powerful entity was undoubtedly the world government. Though it may have become corrupt, one could not deny the benefits of sheltering under its vast umbrella. While he possessed dominion over the prison of the dead, to truly integrate into this world and enhance his strength, perhaps joining the Navy would be a prudent course of action. As he journeyed towards the naval base, Qin Ge contemplated his forthcoming objectives. Although he had warned those in O'Hara, the sensitive nature of historical truths made survival under the world government's scrutiny exceedingly difficult. Even though he had departed with Robin from O'Hara, he could not remain a wanderer indefinitely. Additionally, he held a deep interest in the powers that this world offered, be it hockey or the 6 styles of the Navy, both of which he yearned to master. Moreover, by becoming a naval officer, Qin Ge could acquire soul energy while pursuing pirates, and should he attain a high rank within the Navy, he could ensure a stable life for both himself and Robin, truly a dual benefit, having been granted a second chance at life. Qin Ge was determined not to live in obscurity. He longed to witness the magnificent splendor of this world and harbored ambitions to clash with the renowned pirates and formidable figures of the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, an impulse began to stir within Qin Ge, reminiscent of the exhilarating sensations he had felt during his previous encounters with pirates. Was it excitement, exhilaration, or perhaps a blend of both? The Navy, then. Let us see what awaits. A slight smile curved Qin Ge's lips as he quickened his pace. After a brief search, Qin Ge arrived at the naval base on Loviesa Island, surrounded by towering walls and guarded by 2 sentinels at the imposing steel gates. "Child, this is no place for play. You should leave at once," one of the station naval officers sternly admonished as Qin Ge approached the entrance. "My apologies, but I am not here to frolic. I have come to claim a bounty." "Is this not the naval base?" Qin Ge replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the officer. The other naval officer furrowed his brow, incredulous that a mere child, appearing no older than 7 or 8, would seek a bounty. Was this not a jest? "Very well. What bounty do you intend to claim? Have you perhaps captured a notorious pirate?" The first officer scoffed, eyeing Qin Ge with a mixture of skepticism and amusement. With unflappable composure, Qin Ge opened the box he held, revealing the severed head within. "This is the head of a pirate named Barton. If I am not mistaken, it should be worth 5 million berries. May I enter now?" The 2 naval officers were taken aback, never having anticipated that the box would contain a human head. Despite their training, the sudden sight of such a gruesome trophy unsettled them. "Excuse my earlier demeanor. I shall escort you to the registration office." The officer who had scoffed before swallowed hard, stepping aside to lead the way. The other officer mirrored his astonishment, watching Qin Ge stride calmly into the base. Head in hand, any lingering notion of viewing him as an ordinary child had vanished, regardless of how Qin Ge had dispatched the pirate. The mere fact that he could carry a head so nonchalantly at such a tender age was extraordinary. Even the most oblivious observer could discern that Qin Ge was far from being an uncomplicated boy. Under the guidance of the Navy, Qin Ge swiftly arrived at a registration office within the naval base, a dedicated department for those who had captured pirates in exchange for bounties. The officer in charge of the registration was initially perplexed by the presence of such a young boy. However, upon Qin Ge presenting the severed head of the pirate Barton, the officer was taken aback, much like the two sailors before him. Indeed, this was the head of the notorious pirate Barton, who had a bounty of 5 million berries. I will have someone prepare your reward, although it may take some time. Please take a seat while you wait. Despite some lingering skepticism, the examining officer meticulously inspected the evidence and, once assured of its authenticity, nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, after the formalities, curiosity got the better of him, and he could not resist asking, "Young sir, may I inquire how you obtained this pirate's head? Did you truly defeat him?" With a smile, Qin Ge nodded, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I present it for a bounty?" The officer marveled, "Indeed, you are quite impressive. I have never encountered a bounty hunter as young as you." Qin Ge shook his head. "Please do not misunderstand. I am not a bounty hunter. The only reason I killed this pirate was that he attempted to plunder the merchant ship I was aboard." At this point, Qin Ge paused and continued, "In fact, I am here not only to claim my bounty, but also to see if I could possibly join the Navy." "Young sir, you wish to join our Navy?" the officer exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Ge countered, "Is that not permissible? Is it because of my age?" The officer quickly shook his head. No. While our recruitment primarily targets adults, we do make exceptions for exceptional cases. Talented individuals may be recruited and given special consideration." "Oh, what kind of special consideration?" Qin Ge asked, intrigued. The officer pondered briefly before responding, "As far as I know, each year, we select outstanding young men and women from various regions to undergo evaluation at the headquarters in the Grand Line. Those who pass the assessment can at least enter the local naval branches for more comprehensive training. And the most exceptional candidates may even remain at the Naval Academy to receive the finest education." As he spoke, the officer's face shone with envy. Compared to the naval forces spread across the seas, the headquarters housed the true elite. Even with the same rank, the personnel at the headquarters possessed far superior strength and authority, often considered several tiers above their counterparts in the four seas. Hearing this, Qin Ge reflected on the Navy's significant investment in the new generation, clearly aimed at nurturing superior talent. Just then, a young sailor entered carrying a leather suitcase, delivering the promised bounty of 5 million berries. "Young sir, do you truly wish to join our Navy? If so, I believe our commanding officer would be most welcoming. I can personally recommend you to meet him." The officer, responsible for the bounty exchange, said with enthusiasm as he handed the suitcase to Qin Ge. "Then I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Qin Ge, having already resolved to leverage the Navy's power to enhance his own abilities, nodded decisively. "Excellent. Allow me to escort you to our commanding officer," the sailor replied cheerfully, promptly delegating his duties to a colleague before leading Qin Ge to the tallest building within the base. Naval bases across the four seas typically have a colonel or brigadier general serving as the commanding officer. Soon, guided by the sailor, Qin Ge found himself in a bright office, face-to-face with the highest-ranking officer at the base, a colonel. The officer, appearing to be in his 40s and robust from years of training, was clad in a suit that strained against his muscular frame, draped with a cloak of justice. His expression resolute. Upon Qin Ge's arrival, the colonel displayed a look of curiosity, which transformed into surprise as the sailor explained the situation. "Colonel Defu, this young sir has just presented the head of the pirate Barton, who carries a bounty of 5 million berries. He wishes to join our Navy, and I have brought him here to report to you." The sailor saluted and announced, "Killed a pirate with a 5 million berry bounty? Is this true, Sergeant Jean?" Colonel Defu asked, his demeanor turning serious as he scrutinized the composed Qin Ge. Although he himself possessed the strength to defeat such a pirate, he had earned his rank through countless trials. Yet, the boy before him appeared no older than 10, and if he truly possessed such power, it would indeed be astonishing. "The severed head has been verified. It is indeed authentic," Sergeant Jean quickly affirmed. Upon hearing this, Colonel Defu's astonishment deepened. After a moment of appraisal, he finally asked, "Young man, what is your name?" "Qin Ge Allen," Qin Ge replied calmly. "Qin Ge Allen? You wish to join our Navy? As a colonel, I extend a warm welcome to you." Likewise, we offer special treatment to exceptional talents. But you must first prove your worth, Colonel Defu stated, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ge, while Sergeant Jean mentioned that you submitted the head of a pirate with a 5 million berry bounty. That alone is not sufficient to demonstrate your excellence. Therefore, I will conduct an assessment to evaluate your capabilities. If you succeed, not only will I approve your entry into the Navy, but I will also report to higher authorities and seek to facilitate your training at the Naval Headquarters. So, Alan, are you willing to accept this challenge? Absolutely. I eagerly accept any test. Qin Ge replied with a subtle smile and a nod. This scenario did not catch him off guard. After all, the circumstances surrounding Barton's defeat had only been witnessed by those aboard the merchant ship. Given that Colonel Defu had achieved his rank, it was only natural that he would require first-hand evidence to believe such claims. Seeing Qin Ge's willingness to undergo the assessment, Colonel Defu nodded with satisfaction. Although the test had yet to commence, Qin Ge's calm demeanor already conveyed a wealth of information. Before long, Colonel Defu personally led Qin Ge to the training grounds within the base, where numerous naval soldiers were engaged in rigorous exercises under the midday sun. While the presence of a young boy alongside Colonel Defu piqued curiosity, the strict military regulations discouraged anyone from approaching, leaving them to observe discreetly during their training. My assessment of you is quite simple. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your strength and speed. Of course, if you possess any unique abilities, you are welcome to showcase them. Colonel Deef arrived at a location filled with various training equipment and then turned his piercing gaze towards Qin Ge, who was following closely behind. Qin Ge halted his steps, and upon hearing the colonel's words, he understood that the strength in this world is not solely confined to physical prowess. The existence of devil fruits also plays a significant role. The special abilities that Colonel Deef referred to likely pertain to the powers granted by these devil fruits. After all, given Qin Ge's youthful appearance, if he were to possess formidable strength, it would most likely stem from the extraordinary powers of a devil fruit. However, Colonel Deef's assumptions were misplaced. Qin Ge did not possess any devil fruit abilities and thus would not demonstrate any special powers. How will the strength and speed tests be conducted? Qin Ge inquired directly. For strength, we shall use this barbell test. Lift the maximum weight that you can bear with your utmost strength, Colonel Deef explained. Qin Ge nodded and confidently stepped forward. He took a barbell that was as thick as his arm and began to load it with thick weight plates on either side. Initially, Colonel Deef remained composed. But when he saw the weight plates Qin Ge chose, his demeanor shifted. Alan, do not make a mistake. Those weight plates are specially made. Although they appear to be of similar size, each one weighs 100 kilograms. You've loaded 2 on each side, and combined with the weight of the bar itself, that exceeds 400 kilograms. Colonel Deef could not help but exclaim. Qin Ge calmly shot him a sideways glance and casually replied, Didn't you instruct me to lift the maximum weight I can bear? I am merely following your orders. As he spoke, Qin Ge added 2 more weight plates, each weighing 50 kilograms, causing the entire barbell to surpass a staggering 1,000 pounds. Colonel Deef was taken aback as he witnessed Qin Ge not only disregard the warning, but also increase the weight by an additional 100 kilograms. His eyes widened in astonishment and uncertainty. A barbell exceeding 1,000 pounds was no trivial matter within the entire naval division. He was likely the only one capable of lifting such a weight. Even he himself would find it exceedingly challenging to lift over 1,000 pounds. Qin Ge's actions not only astonished Colonel Deef, but also left the nearby naval soldiers, who had been covertly observing, utterly flabbergasted. What is this young man attempting? Surely he does not intend to lift that barbell. One soldier remarked incredulously. Don't jest. I just saw him load 500 kilograms onto the barbell. Do you truly believe a child could lift such a weight? Another soldier replied. I concur. This child must be a relative of Colonel Deef. Perhaps the colonel seeks to showcase his strength in front of him. The soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. But even the veteran in charge of the training could not divert his attention, filled with curiosity as he watched the unfolding scene. As the barbell exceeded 1,000 pounds, Qin Ge paused without hesitation, directly reaching out with his youthful right hand to grasp the center of the barbell in front of Colonel Difference witnessing this scene. Colonel Diff's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the opponent intended to lift the heavy barbell with a single hand? It soon became evident that Colonel Diff's suspicions were correct. With a slight bend in his knees and a low grunt escaping his lips, Qin Ge summoned his strength. The seemingly frail and youthful body suddenly erupted with terrifying power, muscles hidden beneath his clothing rapidly bulging. With just one hand, he slowly lifted the barbell off the ground. Due to the immense weight of the plates on either side, Even though the barbell was constructed from a special material, it bent under the strain, creating a noticeable arc. This only served to amplify the visual impact of his strength, leaving the nearby soldiers with their mouths agape in astonishment. In a mere second or two, the heavy barbell was raised above his head, and Qin Ge turned to the astonished Colonel Difference. "Is this sufficient?" he called out. "Yes, yes." Colonel Diff snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. Qin Ge then nodded in acknowledgement, effortlessly lowering the heavy barbell back to the ground. Doing so with such finesse that it made little noise upon contact, showcasing his mastery over strength. "Alan, it appears I have underestimated you. You are even more remarkable than I imagined. The power you have displayed qualifies you for my recommendation to headquarters." Colonel Diff exclaimed in awe. Qin Ge waved his hand, modestly dismissing the praise before asking, "What about the speed test?" Colonel Diff, filled with anticipation, replied, "It's quite simple. You will sprint 100 meters at your maximum speed." Although the display of strength had already convinced Colonel Diff to recommend Qin Ge, he was eager to see how he would perform in other aspects. Once Qin Ge understood the testing method, he proceeded to the track in the training square, while Colonel Diff fetched a stopwatch to time him. With a loud bang, the test commenced, and the sound echoed from the concrete track as Qin Ge's feet shattered the surface, creating a web of cracks. Like an agile cheetah, he vanished from the starting line in the blink of an eye, each stride effortlessly covering several meters, resembling a streak of black lightning as he raced toward the finish line. At the finish line, Colonel Diff quickly stopped the timer, and upon seeing the time displayed, his face lit up with astonishment. Qin Ge completed the 100-meter dash in a mere 5.7 seconds. Although the world of One Piece is filled with formidable beings, such speed clearly surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, leaving Colonel Diff even more delighted. Recruiting exceptional talents was indeed part of his duty. Yet if he successfully recommended an outstanding individual, the higher-ups in the Navy would reward the referrer. For instance, if Colonel Diff recommended Qin Ge and his talents were recognized by the Navy's upper echelons, it would significantly enhance Colonel Diff's own career, akin to earning a substantial achievement. Naturally, Colonel Diff aspired for promotion and prosperity, thus the more impressive Qin Ge's performance, the more ecstatic he became. Without a doubt, once the speed test concluded, Colonel Diff immediately announced not only Qin Ge's recruitment into the Navy, but also his intention to recommend him for the Military Academy selection at Navy headquarters. "Colonel Diff, I have a companion, and she is a devil fruit user. I wonder if she can also be recommended for the Military Academy selection at headquarters." Qin Ge suddenly interjected after Colonel Diff announced the results. He was referring to Nico Robin, as he had no intention of leaving her behind while joining the Navy. Rather, he planned for them to join together. Although Qin Ge was unsure of the fate awaiting O'Hara, he knew Robin's identity as an archaeologist must remain concealed. It was better to take proactive measures than to wait passively. Sometimes, the most dangerous places could be the safest. This was Qin Ge's reasoning. Moreover, being part of the Navy's military academy could provide Robin with excellent training. In this world, strength always took precedence. If Robin could grow stronger, she would be better equipped to handle any future dangers, even if her identity were to be revealed. Colonel Diff was understandably taken aback by Qin Ge's statement. As devil fruit users were rare encounters, often viewed as both enigmatic and powerful. "Alan, is what you say true? Do you truly have a companion who is a devil fruit user? If so, I believe the higher-ups will be delighted by my internal recommendation because of her." Colonel Diff said with a serious tone. No one could overlook the significance of a devil fruit user. Otherwise, so many power seekers would not chase after and fight for them. Qin Ge affirmed his claim, prompting Colonel Diff to urge him to bring the devil fruit user to him so he could confirm her identity personally. "Certainly, but we have just arrived here and are somewhat fatigued. I will bring her tomorrow after she has rested for the night." Qin Ge agreed readily. "That works, but Alan, you should consider moving to the base. Although there is still some time before this year's military academy selection at headquarters, they usually send people to collect recommended individuals from various branches well in advance. Once I recommend you, people from headquarters should arrive shortly," Colonel Diff advised. "Is that so? Then I shall move over tomorrow." Qin Ge responded nonchalantly, as it made little difference to him where he resided. Upon leaving the Navy branch base, Qin Ge returned directly to the inn where he had previously stayed, carrying a suitcase filled with bounty money. "Robin, I have something to discuss with you." Upon entering their room, he approached the quietly seated Robin, who was engrossed in a book by the window, and placed the suitcase down. "What do you want to talk about, Alan?" Robin asked, her curiosity piqued as she set her book aside. Although Qin Ge had refrained from revealing the true reason for their journey to avoid worrying the young girl, He could no longer conceal the truth now that they were about to join the Navy. After some consideration, he decided to explain the situation clearly. Robin, I hope you can understand what I am about to say, Qin Ge said apologetically as he began to recount the circumstances, including the perilous fate of O'Hara and the world government's fear of the truth behind the historical texts. He explained that bringing her away from O'Hara was for her safety and to preserve the legacy of archaeologists. Is that so? I suspected there was something off about Dr. Clover's request for me to procure new books. No wonder everyone was so nervous when I expressed my desire to study historical texts. Robin replied, her expression reflecting comprehension. After listening to Qin Ge's explanation, Robin fell into silence for a considerable time before she began to murmur to herself. Qin Ge was taken aback by Robin's reaction. Although the young girl initially appeared shocked, she seemed to have anticipated the situation all along and quickly accepted it. Robin, did you already see through my deception with Dr. Clover? Qin Ge inquired tentatively. The little girl cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ge. Despite her tender years, she exhibited an elegance reminiscent of an intellectually poised young lady. With a nonchalant tone, she remarked, while my passion lies in the study of history, it does not imply that I disregard other genres of literature. Alan, I must say, your acting skills and ability to fabricate stories leave much to be desired. Qin Ge's expression darkened as he regarded the little girl with disdain. With a forced smile, he replied, I sincerely apologize for allowing you to discern the truth so effortlessly. Humph, as long as you know. The little girl lifted her chin, her face adorned with a proud expression as she was about to share her astute observations. However, Qin Ge, unable to contain his embarrassment and irritation, acted impulsively. Ugh. Let go of me. I won't say anything else. The little girl's face, contorted into comical expressions as Qin Ge pinched her cheeks and pulled them apart, pleaded for mercy. Consider yourself fortunate. Qin Ge grunted as he finally released her. Yet, the moment his hands were withdrawn, the little girl clearly did not comply as she had pretended. In the next instant, she crossed her arms defiantly in front of her. As beautiful petals fluttered around Qin Ge, several tender arms seemingly sprouted from his own body, swiftly grasping his hands and feet. It was evident that Robin had employed the powers of her devil fruit, intending to ensnare Qin Ge with the abilities of the flower fruit. Alan, you're doomed. How dare you pinch my face? I shall make you aware of the grave consequences. The little girl assumed a fierce expression, glaring at Qin Ge with great intensity. Although her counterattack took Qin Ge by surprise momentarily, he soon broke into a cold smirk, disdain evident on his face. Robin, do you truly believe that you can compel me to submit simply by wielding the powers of the flower fruit? Let me enlighten you. Such a notion is utterly impossible. No matter how many arms you conjure, each one possesses strength equivalent to your own. As he spoke, Qin Ge summoned his strength, breaking free from the grasp of the arms that held him captive, causing the little girl to gasp in astonishment as the floral appendages dissolved into petals. That was merely a jest, Alan. Please, do not take it to heart, she said, her previous bravado evaporating, replaced by a pitiful and timid tone as she beheld Qin Ge regaining his freedom. Rest assured, I would never take it seriously. Now, allow me to share a jest with you. Qin Ge approached the little girl with a warm smile gracing his face, exuding an air of playful mirth. Under the tender guidance of love, the little girl, having recognized her errors, ultimately earned Qin Ge's forgiveness. With tears glistening in her eyes, she tenderly cradled her sore bottom, her small face a portrait of indignation. How infuriating. That wretched Alan had struck me so hard that my dairy re-ached. Once you fall asleep, I shall surely draw a mischievous face upon yours. The fiery sensation radiating from her behind filled the little girl with a blend of humiliation and rage. In stark contrast, Qin Ge reclined on the bed, seemingly satisfied. There is an adage that states, Lolas possess three virtues, a supple form, a melodious voice, and an ease of being toppled. While he had yet to experience the latter, the first two had already graced his senses, undeniably exquisite in their charm, leaving him yearning for more. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, although Robin feigned an air of discernment and composure, his true feelings were not concealed entirely. Amidst their playful antics, Qin Ge discerned the flicker of concern hidden deep within Robin's gaze. The nonchalance displayed was merely a facade, a means to reassure him. Robin, what are your thoughts on my earlier suggestion to join the Navy? Qin Ge inquired, sitting upright and gazing at the resilient little girl. Since it is your decision, Alan, I have no objections. When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Robin exhibited a maturity beyond his years, swiftly adopting a solemn demeanor, simultaneously reflecting Qin Ge's unwavering trust. Upon resolving to join the Navy, the next step awaited the arrival of the morrow, when he would proceed to the naval base. Unbeknownst to him, the night quietly descended, and as he lay in bed, Qin Ge silently entered the realm of the dead prison, preparing for his second extraction. The familiar dim surroundings enveloped him, and upon his arrival in the dead prison, he began to explore the soul energy he had acquired. This soul energy was automatically absorbed by the dead prison from other living beings encountered by Qin Ge, allowing him to directly communicate with the prison to investigate the soul energy obtained. According to the prison's assessment, an ordinary human soul energy equated to a single unit, while beings of greater strength or intelligence possessed significantly more. The soul energy Qin Ge had amassed stemmed from the band of pirates he had encountered. The average pirate contributed a mere unit of soul energy, but the pirate captain, Barton, had bestowed upon Qin Ge over 30 units, a testament to Barton's extraordinary prowess. In total, Qin Ge had slain around 70 to 80 ordinary pirates, yielding approximately 70 to 80 units of soul energy. And with the addition of the energy harvested from Barton, his total reached a remarkable 117 units. The world targeted for extraction by the dead prison was determined by the amount of soul energy provided. The more advanced the world, the greater the energy required. With a flourish akin to playing a slot machine, Qin Ge wagered 100 units of soul energy, causing the 3 bronze chains in the 3 dark golden cells to spring to life, swiftly extending into the void beyond. Before long, the chains retracted, returning with 3 ethereal souls. It was time to test his fortune once more. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, anticipation building as he approached the first cell to investigate the origin of the soul within. Name: Gao Fei World, City Hunter, Half-Star, Identity, Gambler Abilities, Flying Card Technique. Gambling Skills: Cause of Death. Shot at the gambling table in an instant, the information about the soul within the first cell materialized in Qin Ge's mind, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. It appeared his luck was lacking. He had drawn a world rated only half a star. With a resigned shake of his head, he reflected on the nature of the extraction process. Despite being a 1-star draw, the dead prison's classification did not guarantee a world on par with the likes of the Divine Eagle. Misfortune could lead to the extraction of a world rated half a star. This was akin to the future possibility of a 2-star extraction, where he might draw worlds evaluated as 2 stars or even 1.5 stars. Clearly, the dead prison's rating system for each world depended on the martial prowess within it. Thus, a half-star reduction indicated a significantly diminished potential reward. For instance, even at its strongest, the City Hunter world could not compare to the martial artists of the Divine Eagle realm. Despite his disappointment, Qin Ge diligently continued to explore the souls within the remaining 2 cells. Yet, his luck remained consistently poor, as both remaining souls from the City Hunter world were merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any abilities worthy of his acquisition. After some contemplation, although he could forego this opportunity to preserve his ability to extract, he ultimately returned to the first cell. The soul within this cell belonged to a gambler from the City Hunter world, possessing 2 extractable abilities: the Flying Card Technique and Gambling Skills. Qin Ge recognized both abilities, often depicted in various gambling-themed films, and found them quite remarkable. Although he had already mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna, endowing him with extraordinary strength, his combat methods were somewhat limited. Acquiring the Flying Card Technique would undoubtedly provide him with an additional combat style. Moreover, Qin Ge perceived immense potential in the Flying Card Technique. If a mere card could be lethal, employing stronger, sharper materials would amplify its power. Additionally, one must not forget the existence of hockey in this world. Should Qin Ge learn the armament hockey, he could further enhance the potency of the Flying Card Technique, yielding formidable offensive capabilities. As for gambling skills, it was undoubtedly the most effective tool for rapid wealth accumulation. Money was essential in any context, making its acquisition imperative. Naturally, both the Flying Card Technique and gambling skills were abilities Qin Ge yearned to extract, yet he harbored little confidence in his success, as the process relied heavily on fortune. With the previous chance at extraction still available, Qin Ge now possessed 4 opportunities to attempt the extraction. Buzzing with anticipation, the golden cell once again radiated with brilliance, the bronze chains swirling with fervor. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering echoed from the soul bound by the chains, as a glimmering white light detached from the soul and swiftly flew toward Qin Ge. Witnessing this, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. His luck had proven fortuitous, achieving success on his first extraction. The radiant white light melded into his body, allowing Qin Ge to instinctively grasp the essence of the ability contained within. His body trembled slightly as he acquired the flying card technique. His hands instinctively began to move, fingers dancing with remarkable agility and flexibility, clearly demonstrating his mastery of the technique in mere moments. Now, provided with a deck of cards, he could effortlessly claim lives. The flying card technique demanded not only exquisite skill and control but also significant wrist strength, which played to Qin Ge's advantage. Enlightened by the essence of the technique, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. With his current physical strength from the 10th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna, his wrist strength far surpassed that of an average person. Although untested, he was confident that his flying card technique would greatly surpass that of its original wielder. Next came the turn for gambling skills. Would fortune favor him with a second success? With an auspicious start, Qin Ge's confidence surged as he eagerly initiated his second extraction. The dazzling cell erupted with light once more, but it soon became evident that his earlier stroke of luck had been fleeting. The second extraction unequivocally failed, freezing his previously joyous expression. Undeterred, Qin Ge pressed on with a third extraction, only to reaffirm his unfortunate streak of failures. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that even if the final attempt failed, it was merely gambling skills at stake, which was not insurmountable. There were always alternative avenues for wealth accumulation. He feigned indifference, but as he prepared for the last extraction, his eyes betrayed a fervent longing. Crack! Beneath the resplendent radiance, Qin Ge heard a sound akin to a celestial melody, the sound of shattering. His previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment. Luminous brilliance once again detached from his soul, swiftly entering his body. Simultaneously, intricate and exquisite gambling techniques merged with his consciousness and physique. The ability to discern sounds, recognize dice, memorize cards, engage in psychological games. In an instant, Qin Ge appeared to embody the essence of a seasoned gambler. Even in worlds where gambling reigns supreme, he could easily ascend to become a formidable gambling king or overlord. Notably, the City Hunter narrative features a master gambler named Gambler Gauda, and the soul that Qin Ge has appropriated is known as Gao Fei. Both are adept in gambling arts and card manipulation, sharing the same surname, suggesting a potential connection between them. However, once the realm of mere fantasy transformed into tangible reality, it was clear that the characters would not be confined solely to those from the original narrative. The soul named Gao Fei is evidently a gambling expert who has never graced the world of City Hunter, and his exceptional skills have undoubtedly contributed to Qin Ge's current prowess. Although gambling skills do not bestow the formidable power associated with card manipulation or the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Qin Ge was nonetheless awestruck by the remarkable gambling techniques that had seamlessly integrated into his being. As the final moments approached with a flawless conclusion, Qin Ge felt immense satisfaction, and with a profound sense of contentment, he peacefully fell asleep after exiting the realm of the deceased. In a brightly lit, tranquil chamber, a figure, seemingly slender yet adorned with perfectly sculpted muscles, was engaged in various postures, demonstrating a peculiar tremor in his muscles, akin to tempered steel undergoing refinement. This figure, of course, was Qin Ge, who was diligently practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. The abilities acquired from the realm of the deceased were not static, but could also be enhanced through rigorous training. For instance, Qin Ge had appropriated the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill from the Golden Wheel Dharma King, thereby obtaining the complete methodology of this profound technique. It is noteworthy that the Dragon Elephant Prajna comprises a total of 13 levels, with each ascension resulting in significant advancements in both cultivation and physical prowess. Understanding the terrifying power hierarchy within the world of One Piece, Qin Ge was naturally cautious and did not dare to exhibit any form of negligence. He had to strive diligently to enhance his own strength. Of course, Qin Ge was aware that although the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was formidable, it harbored a significant flaw. It was notoriously slow to cultivate, especially as one ascended in rank, often requiring decades, if not longer, to achieve even a single level of advancement. However, absolutes do not exist in all things. While the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique typically demanded a lifetime of effort for an ordinary person to master, the likes of the King of the Golden Wheel had managed to attain the 10th level in merely a few decades, thanks to his extraordinary talent. This clearly demonstrated that progress in the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was not strictly linear. Innate talent and various factors could significantly truncate a protracted period of arduous training. Qin Ge would not foolishly consider himself a martial arts prodigy, but drawing from his modern mindset and the plethora of martial arts novels he had absorbed in his past life, he was able to glean some insights. For instance, although the world of One Piece approached a fantastical realm, replete with supernatural powers like haki and devil fruits, the original narrative revealed that it lacked sophisticated cultivation methods, particularly in physical conditioning, which could even be described as rudimentary. Take Zoro, for example. In the original text, he merely trained his body by carrying weights, yet could wield barbells weighing several tons, a feat impossible in Qin Ge's former life. Moreover, the original narrative frequently depicted lesser pirates effortlessly shattering rocks with their bare fists, further indicating that enhancing one's strength in the world of One Piece appeared deceptively simple. In light of this, Qin Ge was inundated with various speculations and associations, and after several days of practicing the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he swiftly found clarity. If one were to liken a person to a machine, then power generation would be imperative. For humans, food served as this essential power source. It is well understood that engaging in excessive physical training leads to considerable energy expenditure, and only by replenishing oneself with abundant nutritious food can one sustain such demands. If the food contained extraordinary nutritional value, it would not merely maintain energy levels, but could also nourish and enhance the body. During his practice of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, Qin Ge experienced significant physical depletion, necessitating a copious intake of food. Hence, during his days at the base, he indulged in the culinary creations of the resident chef. Consequently, he pinpointed the source of his progress to the food itself. In the original work, it was common to see powerful figures in the One Piece world hunt terrifying sea kings or ferocious beasts, consuming them as sustenance, often with an insatiable appetite capable of devouring several times their body weight. Qin Ge's focus on food stemmed from his realization that the ingredients in this world seemed to possess unimaginable nutritional value. While practicing the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he never felt a lack of nourishment. Rather, his progress was surprisingly swift, far from the sluggish pace described in the technique's teachings. He had reason to suspect that if spiritual energy truly existed, then the One Piece world was undoubtedly rich in it, thereby allowing the ingredients nurtured in this environment to become extraordinarily nutritious. Ordinary individuals might not discern this without rigorous training, but for those who underwent high-intensity exercise, the effects of nutrient-rich food would be astounding, akin to how even rudimentary training could forge an exceptional physique. In many respects, the world of One Piece could indeed be deemed a paradise for the strong, which was fortuitous for Qin Ge as he practiced the dragon-elephant prajna technique, relentlessly honing his physical form. The nutritionally dense ingredients were reminiscent of the rare treasures found in martial arts realms. Although the world lacked culinary marvels, it was sufficient to propel Qin Ge's cultivation to unprecedented heights, potentially enabling him to reach the unparalleled 13th level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Moreover, this was merely a selection of ordinary ingredients procured by a navy base. Should the ingredients be replaced with sea kings or formidable beasts, the nourishing effects on his physique would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. It was worth noting that Qin Ge had inquired about the base's head chef, who had exceptional culinary skills and had previously been assigned to the Navy headquarters for several years. Now in the twilight of his career, he had returned to his hometown to serve as the chief chef at the base. From him, Qin Ge learned that the Navy headquarters in Marineford had a dedicated hunting division, tasked with capturing sea kings and ferocious beasts to provide sustenance for the Navy. It was clear that even ordinary ingredients were rich in nutrients, and the vitality-laden flesh of sea kings and beasts would contain even more astonishing nourishment. Otherwise, the Navy would not go to such lengths to establish a hunting division. Although he had yet to visit the Navy headquarters, Qin Ge was already eagerly anticipating the cuisine that awaited him there. In the days that followed, Qin Ge devoted himself primarily to training, while Robin had naturally moved in alongside him at the base. After showcasing the abilities of the Hana Hana no Mi, Robin naturally garnered recognition from Defu, who subsequently recommended her and Qin Ge to higher authorities. Speaking of which, Defu had already briefed Qin Ge on the timeline for their journey to the Navy headquarters. Since the warships dispatched by the Navy needed to transport the outstanding talents recommended from various bases in the West Sea to Marineford, some time was required. It would take approximately another 2 weeks to reach Lovisa Island. However, before Qin Ge could await the arrival of the Navy's warships, he was met with devastating news. Alan, why? Why does the world government seek to obliterate O'Hara? What crime have Dr. Clover and the others committed in their quest to uncover the truth of history? Robin sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing into Qin Ge's embrace, her tears flowing freely with sorrow. Qin Ge remained silent, holding the distraught girl tightly, offering her the warmth and comfort she desperately needed. Indeed, altering the course of history proved exceedingly arduous. This morning, the latest edition of the newspaper, delivered by the news bird, prominently featured the catastrophic destruction of O'Hara. As a world-renowned archaeological sanctuary, the annihilation of O'Hara would undoubtedly evoke widespread shock. Although the newspaper attributed the disaster to a dreadful natural calamity, both Qin Ge and Robin, aware of the underlying truth, understood that it was the world government that had struck, manifesting the direst of scenarios. Was it all in vain? Qin Ge sighed inwardly. Despite having alerted Dr. Clover in advance, he ultimately failed to dispel the world government's trepidation regarding the blank century of history, resulting in their choice to eradicate any evidence of its existence. Though Qin Ge remained oblivious to the specifics of that enigmatic century, which incited such profound fear in the formidable world government. The devastation of O'Hara served as a stark reminder of his own insignificance. In this world where the strong reign supreme, it is ultimately strength that determines everything. The annihilation of O'Hara was not solely due to Dr. Clover and his colleagues' research into the true history, but rather because they lacked the power to ensure their own safety. Yet, amidst the bad news, there exists a silver lining. The newspapers contained no information regarding Qin Ge and Robin, indicating that the world government had not detected their presence, thus averting the looming threat of pursuit. Feeling the tremors of the young girl sobbing in his arms, Qin Ge inhaled deeply, his eyes revealing a fervent desire, a yearning for formidable power. The destruction of O'Hara undoubtedly brought immense sorrow to Robin, who ultimately fainted from crying in Qin Ge's embrace. After carefully laying the young girl on the bed, Qin Ge turned and exited the room, making his way to a weapon shop in the town. "Boss, is the item I ordered ready?" he inquired upon entering the shop and approaching the counter. "Ah, it's you, my esteemed customer. Rest assured, our shop places great emphasis on integrity. I promised it would be ready in 3 days, and indeed it is. Allow me to fetch it for you." The proprietor, sporting a thin mustache, quickly recognized Qin Ge as the young patron who had commissioned weapons 3 days prior, and he greeted him warmly before retreating to the back room. Despite being merely a child, Qin Ge's wealth commanded respect, and after he deposited a hefty sum of 1 million berries as a down payment, the owner could do nothing but acquiesce, treating Qin Ge as a valued guest. Before long, the owner returned from the back room, carrying an exquisite box. He opened it before Qin Ge, revealing a neatly stacked collection of approximately 100 dark cards, resembling playing cards. According to your specifications, these cards are the size of standard playing cards, crafted from an exceptionally flexible metal. Observe, even when bent beyond 90 degrees, they show no signs of creasing. Furthermore, I have sharpened the edges for enhanced lethality, and the surface has been coated to reduce glare and detection. Are you satisfied? The owner spoke with evident pride in his craftsmanship. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow and carefully extracted the top card, noting the cool touch of the metal. The quality was indeed impressive. The flexibility, sharpness, and overall aesthetic met his expectations perfectly. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. Now, let us settle the remaining balance. Qin Ge nodded approvingly and paid the remaining sum of 150,000 berries, eliciting a broad smile from the owner. The total expenditure of 250,000 berries for the custom-made cards was intended for his flying card technique. Although this expenditure consumed nearly half of his savings, he felt it was a worthy investment in his strength. After completing the transaction, Qin Ge eagerly retrieved the dark cards from the exquisite box. With a flick of his wrist, he made the cards vanish as if by magic, astonishing the owner. Concealing cards is a fundamental skill in gambling techniques, and for someone as adept as Qin Ge, it was a trivial matter. Even thorough searches would fail to uncover their whereabouts. Leaving the weapon shop, Qin Ge was eager to test his flying card technique. Instead of returning to the base, he ventured into a lush forest on the island. With nimble hands, he focused his keen gaze on the trees a dozen meters away. His fingers danced, leaving behind a blur as countless dark cards flew from his hands, imbued with life. The cards whirled rapidly, cutting through the air like black lightning, poised to strike their targets from every conceivable angle. As Qin Ge had anticipated, the flying card technique possessed tremendous potential. With the special material of the cards and his formidable arm strength, their speed and power far exceeded expectations. The robust trunks of the trees proved feeble against the whirling cards, each one easily slicing through the wood, penetrating deeply, and emerging from the opposite side, leaving narrow fissures in their wake. A small bird soared leisurely above the treetops, only to be abruptly struck by a dark flash that darted from the forest. In an instant, it was cleaved in two by the merciless Qin Ge, falling helplessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the cards, resembling boomerangs, traced a graceful arc in the air before returning to Qin Ge, who effortlessly caught them between two fingers. The flying card technique was not limited to straightforward trajectories. With sufficient skill, it could yield astonishing variations. Quite impressive, even better than I had anticipated. With the current power of the flying card technique, it rivals that of bullets. If I were to master hockey, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Satisfied with the results of his experiment, Qin Ge nodded contentedly and made his way back to the base. Time passed unnoticed, and under Qin Ge's repeated reassurances and guidance, Robin gradually emerged from her sorrow. However, compared to her former self, the ordeal at O'Hara had undeniably changed her. She spoke far less and appeared somewhat despondent and withdrawn. Qin Ge felt a sense of helplessness regarding this situation, hoping that, with the passage of time, Robin would gradually return to her previous demeanor. Meanwhile, the battleship dispatched by the Navy to the West Sea finally arrived at Lovisa Island after a fortnight of waiting. At the port, the imposing and solemn warship approached. Its white sails adorned with a symbol resembling a seagull clutching a scale, representing the maintenance of world peace and order, the mark of the Navy. The informed Difu had already brought Qin Ge and Robin to the port to welcome the arrival. As the massive warship, towering nearly 10 meters above the sea and stretching over 50 meters in length, docked at the port, a sloped gangway was promptly lowered by the Navy personnel. Amidst a group of stern-faced naval officers, a rear admiral clad in a justice cape, sporting a punk hairstyle, and wielding a long blade at his waist, descended from the warship. Upon his arrival at the port, Diff promptly approached, presenting himself with impeccable military posture and saluting the admiral with utmost respect. He declared loudly, "Naval Division 235, Diff reporting with recommenders Qin Ge Allen and Nico Robin to the admiral." Although the naval officer appeared to be in his 30s, the insignia he bore signified his esteemed position, and Diff approached the admiral with profound reverence, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Meanwhile, Qin Ge, standing alongside Nico Robin, observed the rear admiral with thoughtful contemplation. Despite the officer's youthful appearance, the distinctive punk hairstyle and facial features allowed him to instantly recognize the individual before him. The future vice admiral of the Navy? It is surprising to encounter a familiar figure so soon. Qin Ge mused silently, maintaining a composed demeanor. This seemingly youthful rear admiral was none other than the character known as Weasel from the original narrative, destined to become an elite vice admiral within the Navy. His standing second only to the three admirals and a select few, undeniably a pivotal figure in the upper echelons of naval command. "Colonel Diff, is this the exceptional talent your division has recommended? Let us proceed with the handover. Further matters will be addressed by designated personnel," Weasel stated decisively after Diff's report. Nodding slightly while assessing Qin Ge and Robin, it was evident that Weasel had no intention of lingering or resting. Although Diff was somewhat taken aback, he recognized that he had no authority to contest the wishes of a rear admiral from headquarters and thus stepped aside obediently. Due to the incident in O'Hara, despite the world government's involvement, Robin harbored little fondness for the Navy. Had it not been for Qin Ge's insistence on leveraging the Navy's strength to enhance her own abilities, she likely would not have been so amenable. Under the command of several naval officers who arrived with the Flying Squirrel, Qin Ge, accompanied by the somewhat reticent Robin, boarded the naval warship. Upon their arrival, they encountered numerous young men and women on the ship. These individuals, much like Qin Ge and Robin, were exceptional talents recommended from various bases scattered across the West Sea, preparing to participate in the Naval Academy selection. Naturally, this positioned them in a state of competition with one another. From the moment Qin Ge stepped onto the warship, he could distinctly perceive the hostile and scrutinizing gazes directed at him from these youths, who had evidently designated him as a hypothetical adversary. However, Qin Ge remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm as he and Robin followed the naval soldiers' arrangements to their assigned quarters. It was evident that this time, he could not share a room with Robin as he had previously. Instead, they were allocated separate rooms, much to Robin's reluctance. Adjusting to an unfamiliar environment was inherently challenging at first, yet Robin, being of a mature disposition, refrained from throwing a tantrum. After casting a reluctant glance at Qin Ge, he resignedly made his way to his designated room. "Little brother, my name is Brian. This is your living space. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out." The previously stern naval soldier's demeanor softened remarkably upon entering the room with Qin Ge, his expression transforming into one of warmth and friendliness. Having spent over half a month at the base, Qin Ge had learned to discern the ranks within the Navy, thus recognizing Brian as a first-class soldier. Although taken aback by Brian's sudden amiability, Qin Ge could surmise the reasoning behind it. Ultimately, those aboard this vessel were all promising candidates poised to undergo the Naval Academy selection, regarded as potential seeds of talent by the higher echelons of the Navy. Far beyond the reach of ordinary sailors. "Excuse me, may I inquire how long it will be until we reach the naval headquarters?" Given Brian's approachable demeanor, Qin Ge refrained from adopting an air of superiority, instead displaying a gentle smile as he posed his question. Brian pondered for a moment before responding. "You are among the last groups to board. We should soon be returning to the Grand Line. If all goes well, we will arrive at Marineford in just over a month." "A month more," Qin Ge mused. The world of One Piece is not only characterized by its peculiar geography, but also by the myriad bizarre climates that exist upon the sea. Even the strongest individuals cannot claim to be impervious to the natural disasters of the ocean, which renders maritime navigation exceedingly arduous. Though the Navy's warships are equipped with top-tier facilities, reaching Marineford, located in the latter part of the Grand Line, undoubtedly requires considerable time. Qin Ge did not mind the extended wait, yet he remained somewhat curious about the Academy selection process. "If you don't mind, could you share some insights regarding the Academy selection? I'm not very familiar with it," he inquired, gazing at Brian. Brian nodded in agreement. "Of course, I don't mind at all. After you arrive at Marineford, there will be personnel to explain everything. As for the Academy selection," before long, Brian conveyed what he knew, providing Qin Ge with a more detailed understanding of the Naval Academy selection process. Although candidates recommended from various naval divisions and branches would travel to Marineford for the selection, even those who succeeded in the selection would be among the elite of the elite to remain at the headquarters. Within the vast structure of the Navy, it is evident that the main military academy is not the sole institution of its kind. Contrarily, there exist military academies within the branch bases of the Grand Line, albeit with resources and heritage that pale in comparison to the main academy. Even after passing the initial selection, candidates must endure further rigorous evaluations. Only the most exceptional individuals are permitted to remain at the main military academy, while those who do not meet the standards are dispatched to various branch academies for a secondary level of training. As for those who fail the selection process, they naturally must return whence they came. Upon learning of these circumstances, Qin Ge found himself in deep contemplation. Although he was unaware of the specific criteria for selection, he could surmise its essence. After all, even within the regimented confines of a military organization, prowess undoubtedly takes precedence. If the selection were merely a matter of passing, Qin Ge felt confident, for even in the perilous world of the Pirate King, few of his age could rival his strength. Nevertheless, Qin Ge's ambitions were clearly aimed at the main military academy, not only for the broader prospects it offered upon graduation, but also for the unparalleled training resources available, which would facilitate superior development. It appeared that he must not allow himself to falter on the path ahead. He murmured to himself. At this juncture, 2 decades had elapsed since the original timeline, and it was apparent that the scientific division of the world government had yet to devise a steamship capable of traversing the calm belt. Nonetheless, it remained considerably easier for the Navy to access the Grand Line than for pirates, as they were spared the perilous ordeal of the reverse mountain and could simply land on the Red Line and switch vessels. Marineford is situated in proximity to the sacred land of Mariehua, and the warship that Qin Ge boarded had adopted a course across the West Sea, landing at Mariehua before transferring to enter the Grand Line. After sailing for more than 10 days across the Western Sea, the remaining talent recommended by the few base divisions was successfully handed over. Simultaneously, the warships began their straight journey towards the Red Earth continent. The waves roared as monstrous fish with menacing, serrated teeth, each measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, surfaced from the depths, viciously snapping at the warships as if intent on shattering them and devouring the crew on board. Even within the relatively safer 4 seas, one must remain vigilant against the unpredictable weather as well as the various sea creatures lurking beneath the surface. Be cautious. Those are serrated sharks. Although they are not classified as sea kings, a fall into the water would certainly leave one as nothing more than bones. Hundreds of these monstrous fish impeded the warship's progress, inciting the soldiers on board to cry out in alarm. Young men and women, like Qin Ge, who were on their way to participate in the selection at the headquarters, rushed to the deck, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear as they gazed at the serrated sharks swimming ominously around them. Indeed, these serrated sharks lived up to their name. Their icy, sharp teeth resembled 2 rows of razor-sharp saw blades, and even the most finely crafted naval vessels bore the marks of their ferocious bites. If the situation were not swiftly addressed, the warship itself could face the peril of sinking. Qin Ge stood beside Robin, peering over the railing at the menacing serrated sharks below. While Robin's face was etched with uncertainty, Qin Ge's gaze flickered with determination. Fire! We must drive these serrated sharks away. A naval major rushed over, his complexion shifting upon witnessing the dire situation, and he promptly issued orders. Gunfire erupted in a cacophony of sound as the sailors on board raised their weapons and began shooting at the serrated sharks surrounding the ship. Bullets struck the backs of the sharks, splattering blood, yet despite the damage inflicted, the sharks proved remarkably resilient, refusing to succumb to a single shot. On the contrary, the scent of their own blood seemed to incite their ferocity as they attacked the ship with wild abandon. Some leapt from the water, soaring 5 to 6 meters into the air, their jaws wide open, intent on claiming the lives of the sailors and young passengers. Faced with such a terrifying predicament, both the naval officers and the talented youths were filled with rage and fear. Should the warship be destroyed, they would undoubtedly become mere fish food. One serrated shark struck the surface with its tail, sending waves crashing. Its lengthy body surged from the depths, soaring high, jaws agape, seeking to devour the sailors and youths on board. Just then, a thin, ethereal light flickered into existence, accompanied by a whistling sound, swiftly entering the open maw of the shark. It effortlessly sliced through its throat, demonstrating a terrifying cutting force, before piercing through its soft abdomen. Vibrant blood gushed forth as the once menacing shark let out a pained wail, collapsing helplessly into the sea. The wounds to its throat and abdomen caused it to bleed profusely, and soon it lay silent, its carcass quickly devoured by its merciless kin. Meanwhile, the ethereal light that had pierced the shark seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly veering in the air before returning to its origin. Easily caught by a tender hand, the sudden turn of events astonished many aboard the warship, drawing their attention to the owner of that delicate hand, Qin Ge. With his striking black hair, that was easier than I imagined. I was worried I might lose a black card. Qin Ge, unfazed by the surrounding gazes, observed the multitude of serrated sharks with keen interest. The so-called black card was his term for a custom-made card, and his recent act of slaying the shark had served as a test to determine whether his flying card technique could indeed eliminate these formidable creatures. It was essential to remember that the prison of the deceased could absorb soul energy from any slain being. Thus, rather than fear, Qin Ge was filled with excitement upon discovering the serrated sharks. Upon confirming that the sharpness of the black cards and the potency of the throwing technique could easily pierce through the body of a sawtooth shark, Qin Ge felt an absence of worry. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, his hands transformed into a blur of motion, as if performing a magic trick, unleashing a flurry of black cards that spun like lightning. Thin lines of ghostly light rapidly formed lethal trajectories, wildly shooting towards the sawtoothed sharks leaping from the sea, penetrating their tender mouths at sharp angles before piercing through their bodies and returning to Qin Ge. One by one, the sawtoothed sharks fell victim to the slicing assault of the black cards, while Qin Ge moved like a dancing specter of death, deftly casting and catching the cards at lightning speed, systematically eliminating the sharks in the ocean. My heavens, how impressive! This is the genius participating in the military academy selection. At such a young age, he can effortlessly slay sawtooth sharks. The onlookers were astounded. Terrifying. Sawtooth sharks are formidable creatures of the sea. Even a robust youth would merely be prey for them. Yet this boy can easily kill them. Is he a monster? What kind of skill is this? What are those black cards in his hands that allow him to so effortlessly penetrate the sharks' resilient bodies? In mere moments, nearly a dozen sawtooth sharks had perished under Qin Ge's card-throwing technique, leaving the naval officers on the warship utterly astonished, with some unable to suppress their exclamations. Just then, upon learning that the warship was under attack by sawtooth sharks, the weasel rushed out of the cabin, keenly sensing the unusual situation. Instinctively, he turned to look at Qin Ge, and upon witnessing the boy continuously dispatching the sharks, his face betrayed a look of astonishment. What technique is this? It doesn't seem to stem from a devil fruit ability. Rather, it resembles a skillful application of wrist strength. It appears that yet another promising candidate has emerged from this military academy selection. The weasel, being a future elite rear admiral of the Navy, quickly regained his composure after his initial surprise. With a sigh of admiration and a deep look at Qin Ge to memorize his appearance, he called out to the naval officers aboard the warship, Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and disperse these sawtooth sharks. If gunfire is ineffective, then use the cannons to blast a passage. His commands jolted everyone back to action as they swiftly began to respond like a well-oiled machine. Some carried artillery to bombard the sharks, while others took charge of steering and adjusting the sails, directing the warship toward a vulnerable point to charge through. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire was relentless, sending towering columns of water into the air, with the remains of sawtooth sharks visible among the debris. Witnessing the Navy's counterattack, Qin Ge intensified his efforts in slaying the sharks. For him, these sawtooth sharks represented energy to extract souls from the prison of the dead. He would need at least 100 points of energy. Meanwhile, as Qin Ge continued his assault, the other candidates aboard the warship, having regained their wits, also joined the fray. Some displayed remarkable marksmanship, almost every shot finding its mark in the tender eyes of the sawtooth sharks, penetrating their brains with lethal precision. Others wielded spears, using their considerable strength to hurl them like javelins, ruthlessly piercing the resilient bodies of the sharks. Additionally, Robin, witnessing Qin Ge's actions, naturally joined the battle. With her arms gracefully outstretched, delicate petals scattered across the surface of the sea, as arms rapidly materialized upon the backs of the sharks, targeting their eyes and noses or distracting their movements to complement Qin Ge's attacks. After approximately 10 minutes, the naval warship successfully broke free from the encirclement of the sawtooth sharks, churning up tumultuous waves as it departed, leaving behind a multitude of shark corpses. You are all the future elites of our Navy. I am thoroughly impressed with your performance against the sawtooth sharks today, and I hope you can continue to excel in the future. After the crisis had passed, the Weasel gathered the 100 or so candidates on the deck, expressing his commendation and satisfaction. Although the candidates were slightly breathless after the fierce battle, they were undeniably exhilarated by the praise from the Rear Admiral. Thank you, Admiral. This is simply what we ought to do. One of the older candidates replied respectfully. The Weasel nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled candidates before landing on Qin Ge, who stood calmly amidst the crowd. This candidate, may I inquire your name? The Weasel's eyes glimmered with interest. He had not forgotten that Qin Ge was the first to retaliate. While the other candidates had also displayed commendable abilities, none could rival the striking impact and visual allure of Qin Ge's card-throwing technique. Qin Ge, somewhat taken aback by the Weasel's attention, quickly stepped forward and calmly stated, "In response to the Admiral, I am Qin Ge Allen, hailing from the 235th Division." Qin Ge Allen? Your performance was commendable. Our Navy needs fearless and exceptional talents like you, the Weasel praised. Qin Ge nodded slightly, feeling the envious and hostile glares from the other candidates. It was evident that the Weasel's commendation had made him a target of their wariness, marking him as a formidable rival in the selection process. However, Qin Ge remained unfazed, not particularly thrilled by the Weasel's praise. His purpose in joining the Navy was not to seek validation or admiration, but to hone his own strength. Despite the unexpected encounter with the sawtooth sharks, the voyage continued steadily. Meanwhile, he approached Robin. Robin, having experienced the battle against the sawtooth sharks today, while your flower fruit is indeed remarkable, its offensive capability still lags behind. From today onward, you shall train with me. Your strength must be significantly enhanced. Qin Ge explained the reasoning behind his proposition, meeting Robin's curious gaze. Training? I don't think that's necessary, Alan. I'm not as formidable as you. I feel quite fine as I am. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the young girl appeared somewhat intimidated, her expression turning sour. If reading books was something Robin could manage for 3 days and nights without rest, enduring training was clearly a challenge for her as an 8-year-old girl. This is not negotiable. You must train. This time, Qin Ge would not indulge her, firmly rejecting her objections. Other matters can be discussed, but training is non-negotiable. Have you forgotten the fate of Dr. Kuroba and the others? Only by possessing formidable strength can you ensure your safety and that of your loved ones. Do you wish to wait for the day when your weakness leads to your abduction, threatening me with your life? Robin's expression stiffened. She certainly did not wish to relive the tragedies of her homeland, nor did she want to be a burden to Qin Ge, who had become her sole, trustworthy ally akin to family. I understand. I will train diligently, Alan. Please push me to become stronger in the most rigorous way possible. Under the stimulation of Qin Ge, Robin gradually gained awareness, her small face revealing a resolute expression. Qin Ge nodded approvingly. If Robin could grow stronger, he would feel much more at ease, knowing that even in his absence, she would possess sufficient strength to ensure her own safety. The warship was equipped with a dedicated training room for soldiers, boasting comprehensive facilities. In the previous days, Qin Ge had frequently visited this space for his own practice. Although the dragon-elephant prajna art differed from the cultivation methods of this world, its external appearance was indistinguishable from conventional practices. Only by harmonizing the appropriate mental techniques and energy manipulation could one truly cultivate, which alleviated Qin Ge's worries about revealing any oddities during his training. Robin, your flower fruit ability possesses immense potential. Before we arrive at the Navy headquarters, I will not only guide you in the development of your powers, but also impart a unique training method to strengthen your physique. The training room on the warship was open to all, allowing not just soldiers, but also candidates to engage in exercise. Upon entering the training area, Qin Ge led Robin to a secluded corner, where he began to instruct her. Knowing the original narrative, Qin Ge was well aware of the techniques Robin would eventually develop. He planned to explain each one meticulously while also integrating his own insights. As for enhancing physical strength, the answer lay in the dragon-elephant prajna art. Although this method originated from esoteric Buddhist teachings, it was by no means exclusive to men. The abilities Qin Ge had acquired from the realm of the dead allowed him to possess an understanding equal to that of the original wielder. For Robin, the dragon-elephant prajna art, hailing from another world, seemed as inscrutable as ancient texts. However, through Qin Ge's patient explanations, the natural scholar within her began to grasp its principles, and she commenced her training in the first level of the art. Even at sea, the warship of the Navy headquarters offered superior ingredients compared to those available in division bases, representing a more abundant source of nutrition, which was undoubtedly beneficial for Qin Ge. As night fell, he examined the soul energy he had extracted from the realm of the dead. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. While the sawtooth shark was inherently stronger than humans, its intelligence was markedly inferior. Despite having slain dozens of these creatures, the soul energy absorbed amounted to only about 10 points, equivalent to that of 10 ordinary individuals. Qin Ge found this situation unsatisfactory. Such a meager amount of energy was insufficient even for a one-star extraction, let alone for higher levels. A one-star extraction could only target worlds of lesser martial prowess. To establish a foothold in this world, he would need to pursue higher-level extrications, and even after passing the selection, he had to find ways to accumulate more soul energy. Deep in thought, he furrowed his brow. The most effective approach would naturally involve using pirates as sacrificial offerings. However, encountering pirates was not an easy task. Furthermore, if their strength surpassed his own, it would not be a hunt but a march toward death. Perhaps he could consider a different strategy. Contemplating the upcoming journey to the Navy headquarters, Qin Ge gradually began to form a plan, his expression thoughtful. As they sailed towards the Red Earth continent, Qin Ge spent his days diligently cultivating while simultaneously guiding Robin. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly passed. Nearly a month later, the warship successfully traversed the Western Sea and arrived at the official port constructed by the world government on the outskirts of the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent is undeniably an iconic and majestic spectacle within the world of One Piece. Rising dramatically from the azure sea, its towering cliffs soar to great heights, nearly piercing the clouds, a testament to nature's artistry, serving as a natural barrier that separates the four seas from the Grand Line. Upon arriving at the port, Qin Ge and numerous other candidates followed the guidance of the squirrel as they ascended the lengthy stone steps to the Red Earth continent, the highest point in the world. Although Qin Ge was eager to witness the sacred land of Mary Geos and immerse himself in the atmosphere of the world's power core, the squirrel showed no signs of lingering. After merely crossing the Red Earth continent, they arrived at the port on the opposite side, where everyone boarded a newly prepared warship, officially entering the waters of the first half of the Grand Line. "Look, that must be the Sabaody archipelago," exclaimed a candidate, recalling from his readings that this place serves as the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, with each island believed to be formed by a colossal tree. Once within the Grand Line, during a moment of respite, Qin Ge and Robin emerged onto the deck to appreciate the stark contrast between the Grand Line and the West Sea. As the warship glided over the Sabaody archipelago, Robin, filled with excitement, pointed towards the distant, faintly visible islands, where each little isle featured a towering giant tree. Though these trees paled in comparison to the Tree of Knowledge and O'Hara, they nonetheless presented a breathtaking spectacle, clearly captivating the curious young girl. "Have we already reached the Sabaody archipelago? Then Marineford must be near," Qin Ge mused, gazing at the silhouettes of the islands in the distance. The Marine headquarters, located near the Sabaody archipelago, was familiar to Qin Ge through the original text, yet experiencing it firsthand stirred a sense of anticipation within him. After merely an hour of traversing the Sabaody archipelago, the outline of an island began to emerge ahead, revealing several solitary peaks surrounding a majestic building adorned with the marine insignia. Both Qin Ge and Robin, along with other candidates from the West Sea, gazed intently at the imminent arrival at the marine headquarters, Marineford. Some were filled with yearning and excitement, while others felt a twinge of anxiety about the forthcoming selection process. Naturally, there were also those harboring ambitions of ascending to high-ranking positions within the Navy. In due course, the massive warship gradually approached the renowned Crescent Harbor of Marineford. Under the leadership of the Squirrel, Qin Ge and the others disembarked onto the dock. "Major Squirrel, you've worked hard. Are these children the candidates from the West Sea?" A naval colonel greeted the Squirrel, saluting respectfully before shifting his gaze to Qin Ge and the others. "Well, I'll leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands." The Squirrel nodded, exchanging a brief greeting before departing under the escort of guards towards the headquarters building, evidently to report on the mission status. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Buck, and you may also refer to me as Colonel Buck. I will be responsible for you until the selection begins. Now, let me take you to your accommodations and discuss some pertinent matters." The naval colonel turned to Qin Ge and the other candidates from the West Sea, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Colonel Buck, when does the selection process commence?" inquired a curious candidate. Buck glanced at him and explained. "The selection will commence once all candidates from various regions have gathered. In addition to the West Sea, candidates from the other 3 seas and various regions of the Grand Line will also be arriving. According to the schedule, it may take another half-month." Upon hearing this, the candidates from the West Sea nodded in understanding, some displaying resolute expressions as they prepared to utilize the next 2 weeks to further strengthen themselves in anticipation of the selection. Marineford is not merely the headquarters of the Navy. The island also boasts a town, populated by both those who have come to settle and numerous families of Navy personnel. The higher-ups of the Navy evidently place great importance on these future potential candidates, having designated a specific area within the town for the candidates' accommodations, ensuring a highly suitable environment for their stay. After careful arrangements, Qin Ge and Robin, along with other candidates from the West Sea, found themselves residing in the same building. Each individual was afforded a private room, ensuring both privacy and freedom. Although the selection process was merely half a month away, the naval authorities had not imposed overly stringent regulations on the candidates. As long as they returned to the building punctually for reporting, the candidates enjoyed the liberty to move freely during the fortnight leading up to the selection. After acclimating to the new surroundings, Qin Ge surprisingly refrained from training. Instead, after exchanging greetings with Robin, he ventured alone into the heart of the town. The streets were bustling with people, and as a stronghold of the Navy headquarters, Marineford was naturally a thriving hub, devoid of any criminal activity. Qin Ge's purpose for entering the town was not to indulge in leisure, but rather to acquire soul energy. After inquiring with several passers-by, Qin Ge found himself at a bustling commercial port in Marineford, quite unlike the military harbor at Crescent Bay. Upon arriving, he quickly identified a particular building resembling a warehouse situated at the edge of the port, adorned with a seagull insignia representing the Navy. From within, the cacophony of roars resonated loudly, yet the pedestrians nearby appeared unfazed, as if such sounds were a common occurrence. "Excuse me. May I ask if this is the logistics department for food supply associated with the Navy?" Qin Ge politely inquired with a slight smile upon noticing the sentry stationed at the entrance. "Indeed, this is the food supply department, young lad. What brings you here?" The sentry regarded Qin Ge with surprise. Despite the boy's tender age, the sentry maintained an air of courtesy, understanding the significance of their location in Marineford. After all, much like the capital of Qin Ge's previous life, one could never be too cautious about the backgrounds of those they encountered. Offending the wrong person could lead to unnecessary trouble. "I am a candidate for the Military Academy selection and have matters to discuss. Might I request an audience with your supervisor?" Qin Ge stated his purpose plainly. A candidate for selection? The sentry's surprise deepened, and he immediately became more attentive. After asking Qin Ge to wait briefly, he hurried off to report. The significance of those who could participate in the Military Academy selection was well understood by the sentry, as they represented potential elites highly regarded by the upper echelons, possibly even future leaders. Regardless of Qin Ge's background, the sentry would not dare to show any disrespect. Qin Ge had initially anticipated some difficulty in this endeavor, but he had evidently underestimated the Navy's respect and attitude towards candidates for military selection. Shortly thereafter, a portly naval lieutenant in his 40s appeared alongside the sentry. "Hello, Young man, I am the supervisor here. You may call me Lieutenant Shiza. What brings you to seek my attention? The naval lieutenant introduced himself with a courteous tone. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the young visitor. Although they were both officers within the same branch, it was evident that the authority of the logistics officers paled in comparison to those serving in frontline combat units. Upon receiving a report from the Sentinel about a candidate visiting for this year's military academy selection, Shiza was naturally taken aback. Yet he did not hesitate to agree to a meeting. Candidates qualifying for the military academy selection undoubtedly possess exceptional talents, and once selected, they are guaranteed a place in the branch military academy for training. It can be said that upon graduation, they will find it significantly easier to ascend the ranks compared to ordinary naval personnel. Although Shiza still held the rank of captain, he was merely an officer in the logistics department. Despite the benefits of his position, having crossed the threshold of 40 years, it was evident that his prospects for advancement were bleak. Given this situation, Shiza, who harbored aspirations for promotion, was not entirely pleased, which led him to contemplate the implications of Qin Ge's arrival. If Qin Ge were to successfully pass the selection and remain in the military academy, he would undoubtedly emerge as a future commander. Thus, establishing a favorable relationship with him could greatly facilitate Shiza's own career advancement. However, despite his internal musings, Shiza, being a seasoned officer, maintained a composed demeanor, displaying courtesy while still upholding the formality befitting a lieutenant. Captain Shiza, my name is Qin Ge Allen. I am a candidate participating in this year's military academy selection, which you may verify. The reason for my visit is that I wish to work under your supervision for a period, specifically to manage the slaughter of the beasts and marine creatures that are transported here, Qin Ge stated, having organized his thoughts before addressing Shiza. Shiza appeared astonished, clearly unprepared for Qin Ge's request, and curiously inquired, "May I ask why you wish to do so?" Qin Ge casually replied, "It is quite simple. I seek to hone my skills through the combat with these transported beasts and marine creatures." Captain Shiza, you must understand that engaging in battle is one of the most effective ways to grow stronger, is it not? Shiza's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Qin Ge more closely, his demeanor adopting a more solemn and serious tone. "Allen, is it? Although this is our first encounter, I must admit your words have taken me by surprise. However, while our logistics department may not be as strictly regimented as the front lines, we do adhere to our own regulations. Generally, the responsibility for slaughtering these creatures falls solely to our department and cannot be arbitrarily assigned to others." Upon hearing this, Qin Ge raised his gaze to meet Shiza's, an amused glint in his eyes as he retorted, "Captain Shiza, you mentioned generally, so there must be exceptions, correct?" Shiza was genuinely impressed by the youth's demeanor, and his intrigue intensified. "Indeed, exceptions do exist. For instance, you, Allen, as a participant in the military academy selection, qualify as a potential talent for our Navy. Even though we are merely the logistics department, we are willing to assist exceptional individuals. If you wish to pursue an exception, you must demonstrate your merit." Shiza probed. Qin Ge regarded him with keen interest, discerning Shiza's intentions, and nodded in understanding. "That is certainly agreeable. However, I am curious about how you intend to assess this excellence you speak of." "Quite simply, we have a hunting unit that captures formidable beasts for transport. You can prove your excellence through combat." Shiza replied without hesitation. "While prowess is not the sole determinant of excellence, it undoubtedly serves as the most compelling evidence of one's capabilities, especially in a world that reveres strength." Qin Ge welcomed Shiza's proposed method, eager to expedite the process. His intention in assuming the role of slaughterer was to acquire soul energy through the defeat of captured beasts. Although the soul energy derived from these creatures does not directly correlate with their strength, it remains the most reliable and effective means for Qin Ge at this juncture. Under the guidance of Shiza, Qin Ge swiftly found himself in a slaughterhouse that resembled a prison, where various ferocious beasts were confined. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. The air was filled with roars of fury and savagery emanating from cages as thick as an arm, housing creatures ranging from lions and tigers to dinosaurs. The cages were meticulously organized, and even a designated area for aquatic creatures contained enormous sea beasts. Although these formidable beasts and marine creatures appeared monstrous to an ordinary person, within the food supply department, they were merely livestock awaiting slaughter. Inside this abattoir, numerous workers busily transported the captive beasts, while designated slaughterers prepared to carry out their grim duties. "This is the place," Shiza declared, gesturing towards a cage specifically designed for large predators. The entire structure was crafted from exceptionally durable materials, impervious even to the might of a dinosaur. You may select one beast from here to challenge. Should you conquer it or prove your superiority, you shall remain. Upon arriving before a colossal cage towering 10 meters high, Shiza turned to gaze at Qin Ge, who was trailing behind him. Qin Ge scrutinized the imposing enclosure, and without hesitation, he chose a particularly fearsome beast from the array of captives. It was an unusually large saber-toothed tiger, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and standing around 3 meters tall. Its lithe, muscular form radiated strength, and its menacing fangs, resembling two curved blades nearly a meter long, were the most striking feature of its ferocity. Seeing Qin Ge's choice, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Shiza's eyes. He had anticipated that Qin Ge would opt for a more conventional lion or tiger, but the selection of the uniquely formidable saber-toothed tiger took him aback. While this beast was not among the most powerful in the slaughterhouse, it was still of moderate strength. Even the most elite soldiers, equipped to the fullest, would require a team of at least 10 to capture it. However, since Qin Ge had made his choice, Shiza refrained from objecting. He had intended to test Qin Ge's capabilities, and the selection of a more formidable foe was indeed preferable. Moreover, he had already prepared contingencies to ensure immediate assistance should any complications arise. Under the arrangement of Shiza, the colossal saber-toothed tiger was bound by heavy chains amidst its frenzied roars, and subsequently transferred by several sturdy naval officers to a spacious prison cell. Once the chains were removed from the magnificent beast, it began to survey its new confinement with a menacing demeanor, low growls emanating from its fang-laden jaws, reflecting its extreme agitation. The iron bars of the large cell were widely spaced, while sufficient to prevent the ferocious creature from escaping. They also allowed individuals of normal stature to enter and exit freely. Under the presence of the ferocious beast, Qin Ge resolutely stepped into the enclosure, his gaze calm as he regarded the enormous saber-toothed tiger within the prison. Roar. Undoubtedly, the already irritable giant saber-toothed tiger exhibited its fierce nature upon Qin Ge's entrance, opening its massive jaws to emit a deafening roar, and lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger on the hunt. Whoosh. Under the expectant gaze of Shiza outside the prison, Qin Ge faced the ferocious onslaught of a colossal saber-toothed tiger with remarkable composure. In an instant, he reacted with agility, propelling himself sideways with a deft push of his toes, narrowly evading the beast's strike. As they passed each other with mere inches to spare, Qin Ge abruptly halted, pivoting with a swift motion. Accompanied by a low growl, he unleashed a powerful right punch that struck the creature's neck with the force of a cannonball. The resounding thud echoed within the confines of the prison, reverberating with the terrifying energy of his blow. Even the massive saber-toothed tiger staggered, its head tilting painfully as it recoiled to the side. Witnessing this spectacle, Shiza's eyes sparkled with intrigue from Qin Ge's single strike. He could discern that the young man's strength surpassed that of an ordinary human. Truly, he was worthy of being a contender in the military academy's selection process. His power distinctly extraordinary, Shiza mused. Although Qin Ge had repelled the formidable saber-toothed tiger with a single punch, the beast, endowed with tough skin and resilient flesh, was not easily vanquished. In fact, despite the pain it felt, the tiger quickly regained its composure, its ferocity ignited. It raised its paw and launched a fierce swipe toward Qin Ge. The sharp bone spikes glinted ominously, promising destruction to anyone caught in their path. Given the tiger's immense size, its strength was formidable enough to shatter rock. Though Qin Ge possessed the formidable power of the 10th layer of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he refrained from engaging the colossal saber-toothed tiger head-on. With a nimble push of his foot, he gracefully maneuvered through the air, evading the creature's lethal claws. As he soared, his hands became a blur, unleashing a flurry of black cards that shot forth like ethereal blossoms, whirling through the air in a dazzling display akin to a rain of flowers, both magnificent and unpredictable. Under the formidable strength of his wrist, Qin Ge's flying card technique had transcended its original boundaries. Not only was its cutting power astonishing, but its speed was as swift as a bullet. In the blink of an eye, the colossal saber-toothed tiger found itself unexpectedly wounded. With a sharp hiss, two rapidly spinning black cards pierced like lightning into the creature's eyes. Accompanied by a spray of blood, it let out an earth-shattering roar, frantically slashing around with its claws. The iron pillars of the large prison cell trembled violently under the onslaught, producing a resonant clang that echoed through the air. This spectacle caused the others in the slaughterhouse to retreat in fright, as if fearing the beast might escape its confinement. However, these individuals were clearly overestimating the situation. The black cards hurled by Qin Ge had not only blinded the saber-toothed tiger but were also incessantly slicing through its flesh, swiftly carving narrow gashes across its body. A shimmering black card darted past the thrashing tiger's throat, and soon crimson blood gushed forth, staining the prison cell a deep red and saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. The significant loss of blood inevitably slowed the saber-toothed tiger's movements. As Qin Ge coldly continued to unleash his spinning black cards, the beast soon became drenched in its own blood, covered in wounds, and powerless, collapsing to the ground. After a brief convulsion, it breathed its last. With a series of swift movements, the spinning black cards traversed the cell as if summoned, returning to Qin Ge's outstretched palm in a remarkable display of skill, much to the astonishment of Captain Shiza and the other onlookers. With a simple flip of his hand, the stacked black cards seemingly vanished into thin air, and he casually exited the cell. "Captain Shiza, do you think my performance just now was commendable?" Qin Ge asked, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the astonishment on his companion's face. "Absolutely, Alan. Based on your display, I am certain you will excel in the military academy selection," Shiza replied, a mix of excitement and enthusiasm evident in his voice. If he had previously harbored only a flicker of interest, witnessing Qin Ge's prowess had solidified his decision to invest in him, and he found himself feeling an urgency to do so. In the eyes of Shiza, the age and demonstrated abilities of Qin Ge unequivocally attest to his remarkable potential. It is not merely a matter of being selected through military academy. The possibility of Qin Ge ascending to high ranks within the Navy in the future is certainly within reach. Similarly, for Shiza, who is unwilling to remain confined to his current position for a lifetime, Qin Ge, with his astonishing potential, represents the most advantageous investment. Should Qin Ge indeed rise to prominence within the naval hierarchy, Shiza, having cultivated a friendship with him, would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. It goes without saying that Qin Ge, having showcased his talents, was met with Shiza's enthusiastic hospitality. Not only did he successfully remain and take on slaughtering duties, but he was also addressed with the familiarity of an old friend, as if they were brothers. Shiza's eagerness to befriend Qin Ge was reciprocated by the mature and socially astute Qin Ge, who recognized the benefits of cultivating a relationship with Shiza. Such camaraderie would be advantageous for Qin Ge, as it would help him establish connections within the naval headquarters. While Shiza graciously claimed that he wished to host a banquet in honor of Qin Ge's arrival, the latter, eager to harness the energy of souls, politely declined the offer and instead immersed himself fervently in his work. Although the task of slaughtering may not seem straightforward to the average person, especially when dealing with the thick-skinned and robust beasts, it posed no challenge for Qin Ge. Wielding a knife larger than himself and leveraging his formidable strength, he dispatched the beasts with a single, fluid stroke, cutting through their throats with such grace that it drew admiration from his fellow slaughterers. The other staff members in the food transport department exhibited no signs of resistance to Qin Ge's presence. This was not only due to their previous encounters with his formidable prowess in subduing beasts, but also because Shiza had already forewarned them, and they were keenly aware of the social dynamics at play. With unwavering determination, Qin Ge relentlessly slaughtered the ferocious beasts escorted by the staff, blissfully absorbing the soul energy harvested from their demise. From noon until dusk, he had dispatched hundreds of these formidable creatures. Even with his mastery of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he felt waves of fatigue and soreness in his back and waist after the day's exertions. Yet, in contrast to his exhaustion, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. He understood that effort begets reward. Though the soul energy from beasts pales in comparison to that of humans, the bountiful harvest from this half-day of slaughter was substantial. Upon returning to his quarters and enjoying a delightful dinner at the Navy-provided mess with Robin, Qin Ge immediately retreated to his room to assess the day's gains. The relentless dispatch of countless beasts had allowed the prison of the dead to extract nearly 200 points of soul energy, indicating that he was now capable of a one-star extraction. While he felt content with this outcome, he was also contemplative. He recalled the serrated shark, which required the energy from 3 of its kind to equal that of a single ordinary human. Through discussions with Shiza earlier that day, he had gleaned insights into the classifications of these beasts. Just as humans are categorized into various ranks, beasts too possess hierarchical distinctions, whether terrestrial or marine. The Navy has established a systematic classification based on their strength. The serrated shark, while formidable for an ordinary person, could be defeated by well-trained elites, thus categorizing it as a low-tier beast within the Navy's hierarchy. In contrast, the gigantic saber-toothed tiger that Qin Ge encountered today due to its extraordinary size and capacity to contend with dinosaurs, required at least 10 elite warriors for capture, placing it in the medium-tier category. Above the low and medium tiers lie the high-tier beasts, which are truly fearsome entities. For instance, the oceanic kings that reach sizes of 100 meters belong to the high-tier class. Even the Navy's hunting units find it challenging to capture such creatures. However, high-tier beasts are not the apex of the food chain. Above them exist the overlord-level beasts, such as the terrifyingly massive sea kings that exceed 1,000 meters in length. While the original text portrays oceanic kings as merely prey for the powerful, those colossal sea kings possess formidable might that even the top-tier fighters dare not provoke, lest they summon the ancient weapons of the sea. From the soul energy acquired in previous encounters, Qin Ge discerned the disparity between the soul energies of beasts and humans. For instance, the ratio of soul energy from low-tier beasts to that of ordinary humans stands at 3-to-1, while medium-tier beasts approximate a 2-to-1 ratio. As for high-tier beasts, Qin Ge had yet to encounter one, leaving the specifics unclear, although the soul energy from beasts is inferior to that of humans. The cumulative effect over time becomes quite significant. Furthermore, the more powerful beasts may not necessarily lack intelligence compared to humans, Qin Ge pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. The quantity of soul energy is contingent upon strength and intellect, and those powerful beasts in the original text exhibited considerable intelligence. Despite the accumulated soul energy within the prison of the dead surpassing 200 points, Qin Ge opted against an immediate extraction this time. Upon acquiring specialized methods for harnessing soul energy, Qin Ge's ambitions naturally expanded, as he prepared to accumulate a substantial reserve and endeavor to extract from higher realms. In the days that followed, Qin Ge diligently made his way to the Naval Logistics Department each morning, engaging in the task of butchery. The Marine headquarters boasted a formidable force of tens of thousands, and under the strain of rigorous training, their demand for meat was astonishingly high. This necessity was precisely why the naval hierarchy had established dedicated hunting units. Compared to his inaugural day, the number of ferocious beasts Qin Ge slaughtered in subsequent days increased significantly. With over 500 low to mid-tier beasts and sea creatures falling to his blade nearly every day. In such circumstances, although Qin Ge returned to his residence each day utterly fatigued, he found himself enveloped in a profound sense of happiness and wonder, deriving immense satisfaction from the ever-increasing soul energy within the realm of the deceased. As night fell, having taken a refreshing bath that alleviated much of his weariness, Qin Ge reclined on his bed and swiftly entered the realm of the dead once more. Merely 10 days had passed, and at this moment, upon his return, he discovered that the accumulated soul energy within the realm had remarkably surpassed the threshold of 2,000. Within the confines of the prison of the departed, a single-star extraction necessitates the expenditure of 100 soul energies, while a 2-star extraction demands 500. For a 3-star extraction, one must part with 1,000 soul energies. With merely 5 days remaining until the military academy selection begins, Qin Ge reflects on his circumstances. Although he can acquire a minimum of 200 soul energies daily, a 4-star extraction requires a staggering 5,000. Thus, he resolves to conduct an extraction first to bolster his strength. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge establishes a connection with the prison of the departed. Despite his current prowess far exceeding that of his peers, he remains vigilant about the impending selection and decides to attempt an extraction to enhance his abilities. Opting for a 3-star extraction, he relinquishes 1,000 soul energies, causing the bronze chains of the golden prison to extend into the void. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the resonant clinking of chains, 3 ethereal souls are swiftly ensnared and imprisoned within the confines of the cell. Curious about the identities of these guests, Qin Ge eagerly approaches the first prison. Name, by world, Naruto, 3 stars, identity, tool of the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village abilities, ice release. Water release cause of death, pierced through the heart upon discerning the information of the soul within the first prison, Qin Ge's eyes gleam with excitement. To encounter a character from Naruto is indeed fortuitous. The Naruto universe is a formidable realm, rivaling even that of One Piece, and in certain aspects, it surpasses it, particularly with its myriad of bloodline limits and jutsu, which are as enigmatic and wondrous as the devil fruits. A 3-star extraction indicates that the worlds deemed this caliber by the prison of the departed are undoubtedly powerful. Qin Ge feels a sense of satisfaction regarding Bai. Although Bai's abilities are not among the highest echelons in the Naruto world, the mere possession of the ice release bloodline limit is enough to make him covetous. Eager to explore the next 2 prisons, He restrains his impulse to seize ice release and proceeds to investigate the souls within the second and third prisons. Name: Ryoko Nagayama World. Naruto, 3 stars. Identity: Genin from the Hidden Rain Village. Abilities: Water release, cause of death. Or this is the sole information from the second golden prison. Name: Kodotsuchi World. Naruto, 3 stars. Identity: Genin from the Sound Village. Abilities: Sound Jinjutsu, cause of death. Sacrificial offering after gleaning the information from the third golden prison. Qin Ge shakes his head in resignation. The souls in these latter 2 prisons are evidently inferior to Bai, and while they possess jutsu, they fail to ignite his interest in seizing their abilities. Each extraction offers 3 opportunities for ability acquisition, and he resolves to secure ice release first. Without hesitation, Qin Ge returns to the first golden prison. Cautiously extending his hand to touch the golden cell, he initiates his first attempt to strip Bai of his abilities. A dazzling array of colors bursts forth from the golden prison, and the bronze chains ensnaring the soul sway with ethereal grace. However, after a brief moment, silence returns, indicating that his initial attempt has failed. Accustomed to his misfortunes, Qin Ge proceeds with a second attempt, only to encounter failure once more. "I refuse to accept this," he declares, frustration etched upon his face as he embarks on a third attempt, which similarly results in disappointment. Frowning, he glares at the golden prison, left with no choice but to expend soul energies for new opportunities to extract abilities. The Prison of the Departed grants 3 free opportunities for ability acquisition with each extraction. Yet it also allows one to increase these chances through the consumption of soul energies, with the probability of success correlating to the amount expended. Should one spend 100 soul energies, they may acquire an additional opportunity with the same low probability as the free ones, which is a meager 10%. The opportunities for extraction possess levels, with the base requiring 100 soul energies, while a second-level opportunity costs 500 and increases the probability to 30%. A third-level extraction necessitates 1,000 soul energies, granting a 50% chance, while a fourth level requires 5,000, boasting a 70% probability. The pinnacle, a fifth-level extraction, demands 10,000 soul energies, offering a 90% chance, but not an absolute guarantee. Having conducted 1 3-star extraction, Qin Ge finds himself with just over 1,000 soul energies left, allowing for merely 1 attempt at a third-level extraction. However, considering the dismal probability, he decides it prudent to split his energies into 2 attempts at a second-level extraction, as this would yield a higher chance than that of the complementary opportunity. Nervously, Qin Ge opts to expend 500 soul energies for the second-level extraction. The golden prison containing Bai's soul immediately erupts into a spectrum of colors, and Qin Ge widens his eyes, awaiting the fateful outcome. With a resounding crack akin to celestial music, a shattering sound reverberates, causing Qin Ge to shudder as if struck by divine inspiration. In that moment, he envisions a delightful angel appearing before him, enveloped in bliss, tears welling in his eyes. A glistening white light swiftly detaches from the soul and surges into Qin Ge's being, imprinting Bai's abilities within him. Moments later, with his eyes gently closed, Qin Ge savors the sensation of the acquired ability, suddenly opening his eyes wide as a spark of brilliance flashes within. He instinctively raises his right hand, from which a chilling mist emanates, as if seeking to freeze the very air around him. Is this the ice release of the bloodline limit? Truly, it is filled with wonder. Qin Ge was utterly astonished. Although he had expended 500 units of soul energy, it was undeniably worth every bit. Not only had the deprivation been successful, but it had also not stripped him of the water release technique. Instead, it had granted him the ice release that he yearned for the most. At this moment, Qin Ge undoubtedly possessed an ice release technique on par with that of Bai before her untimely demise. Furthermore, akin to the time he had deprived the dragon elephant Prajna of its powers, he had also acquired sufficient chakra to wield this level of ice release. Though Bai had perished in her youth, her exceptional talents were a significant factor in her being recognized by Zabuza. While he had not obtained all the chakra that Bai had possessed prior to her death, the chakra he had acquired was already equivalent to that of an elite genin within the Naruto world. Qin Ge, aside from feeling the formidable power bestowed by the ice release, was also acutely aware of the 2 distinct energies circulating within him, one emanating from the dragon elephant Prajna's internal force, and the other derived from the chakra of the ice release. Given the disparities in the various worlds, the cultivation systems naturally differed as well. Although both energies were refined from within, the internal force and chakra were undeniably distinct. While the acquisition of the ice release was a cause for celebration, Qin Ge could not help but ponder the implications of harboring these two different energies. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Although the internal force and chakra currently displayed a clear distinction, it was conceivable that a clash between these two energies could occur. Qin Ge was reluctant to face the tragic possibility of an explosive demise. He wondered if there were any methods to harmoniously merge these disparate energies. Reflecting upon the myriad abilities he had encountered in his memories of various worlds, he realized that the only way to eliminate the risk of self-detonation without diminishing his own power was to unify the energies. Given his position within the realm of the dead, it was inevitable that he would encounter more power systems from different worlds, and simultaneously. As he continued to acquire new abilities, he would likely gain other forms of energy akin to internal force and chakra. Though he currently possessed only two types of energy, Qin Ge felt compelled to plan ahead for the future. However, formulating a concrete strategy was not a simple task. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for ideas and could only suppress his concerns for the time being, intending to ponder them more thoroughly in the days to come. Refocusing his attention on the realm of the dead, Qin Ge contemplated whether to conduct another extraction, although Bai still possessed the water release technique. Her powers were predominantly centered around the ice release, with her water release serving mainly as a supplementary tool rather than a formidable technique. As an innate bloodline limit, the ice release naturally afforded an extraordinary mastery over water, and the deeper one developed this bloodline limit, the greater their control over water became. Thus, depriving Bai of her relatively weak water release would merely squander soul energy. At that moment, Qin Ge had over 500 units of soul energy remaining, which was ample for a 2-star extraction or 5 1-star extractions. While the ice release abilities were commendable, it was evident that Bai had not fully realized the potential of her ice release before her death. Since he had already commenced the extraction, he decided to proceed further. After some contemplation, Qin Ge resolved to undertake another extraction, preparing himself thoroughly for the upcoming selection. Given the ease of obtaining lesser abilities through 1-star extractions, he opted for a 2-star extraction instead. With the infusion of 500 units of soul energy, the prison of the damned commenced its operation once more. The bronze chains extended into the void, and after a brief moment, they successfully extracted and returned with 3 ethereal souls. Name: 1 Sentient World. The greatest under heaven, 1.5 stars. Identity: a legendary tycoon ability. Wealth that transcends the divine cause of death. Decapitation name: Li Xiu World. The greatest under heaven, 1.5 stars. Identity: Princess of the Kingdom of Izumo ability. Unknown cause of death. Assassination in the course of exploration. Qin Ge not only gained insight into the identities of the souls within the 2 golden prisons, but also became aware of the world from which these souls had been drawn. The foremost realm is a martial world akin to that of the Divine Eagle, although it does not qualify as a 2-star world according to the judgments of the deceased prison. Its level of martial prowess surpasses that of the Divine Eagle realm by a significant margin. In the first under heaven, the elite warriors possess the extraordinary ability to unleash terrifying sword and blade energies with ease, even capable of drawing a small mountain from afar. It can be said that they have evolved an immensely potent martial prowess. Although Qin Ge cannot claim to be entirely satisfied with the world he has drawn upon, it falls within an acceptable range. However, the world he has locked onto is merely one aspect. The true essence lies in the souls he can extract. The souls he encountered in the previous 2 prisons left him rather speechless. 1 Sanqian, the wealthiest man in the first under heaven, is not a martial artist. His so-called divine ability pertains merely to his capacity for amassing wealth. This proves to be of little use to Qin Ge, as he can effortlessly acquire riches through gambling, leaving no inclination to engage in business ventures. As for the subsequent character, Princess Li Xiu of the Outcloud Nation, she is simply a woman accustomed to luxury. Even the information provided by the prison regarding her abilities is marked as unknown, rendering her utterly valueless. One wonders whether the soul within the 3rd prison might yield some surprises. Despite his disappointment with the first 2 souls, Qin Ge mustered his courage and probed into the final prison. Name: Guehai Billion World. The first under heaven, 1.5 stars. Identity: martial enthusiast ability. Dominance over the world. Abyssal 3 blades cause of death. Killed by a surprise attack upon uncovering the information about the soul in the 3rd prison, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Thankfully, he had not squandered his soul energy. At this critical moment, a valuable entity had indeed emerged. A look of relief crossed Qin Ge's face. Guihai Balian is the Earth-level spy among the 4 elite spies of the Longhu Mountain Manor in the First Under Heaven, and the father of Guihai Adao. Although he appears only in memories within the narrative, the power demonstrated by Guihai Balian undoubtedly places him among the top-tier experts in the First Under Heaven. Likewise, as Qin Ge delved into the information regarding Guihai Balian's soul, his attention was immediately drawn to the individual's abilities, dominance over the world and abyssal 3 blades. He pondered thoughtfully. These 2 blade techniques are considered the pinnacle of the martial arts heritage within the First Under Heaven, particularly the abyssal 3 blades, which, while derived from the final move of dominance over the world, transcends it entirely. In the narrative of the greatest under heaven, the Abaddon blade is renowned as the most malevolent and ferocious of all magical swords. In the original tale, the wielder of this sword technique, Guihai Balian, is relentlessly pursued by the entire martial world. Although the original text does not depict Guihai Balian as mastering the Abaddon blade, it is evident that this technique is derived from the sovereign of the world. Thus, it is only natural that Guihai Balian's training in the sovereign of the world would involve some aspect of the Abaddon blade, albeit to a lesser degree. Recognizing the formidable nature of both the sovereign of the world and the Abaddon blade, Qin Ge ardently desires to acquire these supreme sword techniques. While both possess inherent dangers, their undeniable potency could significantly enhance his strength once mastered. In this realm, the act of killing is not what instills fear, rather, it is weakness. Even becoming a bloodthirsty fiend is preferable to succumbing to weakness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge's eyes brim with resolve. The process of deprivation commences immediately. With a profound sense of awareness, Qin Ge unhesitatingly initiates the extraction of Guihai Balian's soul abilities. The first attempt fails. The second attempt also meets with failure. Yet, on the third attempt, success is achieved. Though the chance of success for the 3 extraction attempts was a mere 10%, fortune smiles upon Qin Ge today. Ultimately, while he does not acquire the mightier Abaddon blade, he successfully claims the sovereign of the world technique. As the ethereal white light detached from the soul integrates into his being, Qin Ge absorbs all of Guihai Balian's insights and mastery of the sovereign of the world, along with the corresponding internal energy cultivation. Boom. At the moment the absorption concludes, a fierce energy surges around Qin Ge, and a potent aura of brutality and ferocity emanates from him, making him resemble a blood-soaked demonic sword. An overwhelming urge to kill rises within him, igniting an almost uncontrollable desire to slay every living thing before his eyes. Gasping for breath, Qin Ge recognizes that this bloodlust stems from the ferocious intent of the sovereign of the world. Guihai Balian had already cultivated this technique to an extraordinarily profound level. It is precisely this that transformed him from a good husband and brother into a murderous fiend. Having fully absorbed Guihai Balian's comprehension and mastery of the sovereign of the world, Qin Ge inevitably feels the influence of the murderous intent ingrained within the sword technique. He might even be labeled a killing machine, like Guihai Balian himself. Yet, whether due to his soul's transmutation or the consumption of the original body's essence, Qin Ge's soul has become vastly more powerful and solid than that of an ordinary person, though the murderous intent of the sovereign of the world is intense. After the initial surge of emotion, Qin Ge gradually acclimatizes, his breathing steadies, and the ferocity in his gaze slowly dissipates, restoring his previous tranquility. He had underestimated the sinister nature of the sovereign of the world, and the thought of the even more malevolent Abaddon blade fills him with trepidation. While he does not shy away from killing, Qin Ge does not aspire to become a bloodthirsty monster. Murder is merely a means of self-protection, not a path to becoming a slave to violence. Nonetheless, despite his apprehension, he remains resolute in his quest for the Abaddon blade, intending to keep its power under control once obtained. However, the extraction of the Abaddon blade must await the accumulation of sufficient soul energy. After the previous attempts, the remaining soul energy within the underworld prison is insufficient even to secure the minimum chance for another extraction opportunity. Once he exits the underworld prison, Qin Ge refrains from hastily testing his newfound power, instead choosing to rest comfortably on his bed. Roar. A beast resembling a lion but as massive as a bull bellows ferociously, its mountainous form straining against the bonds that bind it, causing the chains to groan under the weight. The entire cage trembles as it struggles. Aaron. This creature is one I specifically selected from the batch of provisions brought by the hunting team. It is the most formidable among them, nearly approaching the status of a high-level beast. Under the diligent transport of a group of workers, the cage containing the ferocious beast was brought to the slaughterhouse, accompanied by a boastful introduction from Shiza. "Oh, let me have a look." Qin Ge, who had been somewhat fatigued after a morning of slaughter, immediately perked up, eagerly gazing at the fierce creature within the cage. Even though they were all of medium rank, there existed a disparity in strength. The more formidable the medium beast, the greater the soul energy it would yield upon slaughter. Shiza had specifically arranged for the powerful beasts to be brought along due to Qin Ge's request. Although he did not fully understand the reason behind it, he was more than willing to accommodate this minor request from his investment target. Quite spirited, indeed. Qin Ge nodded in satisfaction as he observed the ferocious beast, which thrashed and roared within its cage. Extending his hand, he grasped the long knife that lay beside him. This blade, purchased not long ago from a weapon shop in the town of Marinfando, had cost him nearly 1,000,000 berries. While it may not rival the renowned swords, it was undoubtedly a fine quality blade, with a sharp, gleaming edge and a hilt wrapped in black cord, truly a superior weapon. Since falling into Qin Ge's hands, this long knife had primarily served the purpose of slaughter, despite the brief time. It had been stained with the scent of blood from the countless beasts it had dispatched daily. With the knife in hand, Qin Ge swung open the cage and stepped inside. Although the ferocious beast was bound by thick chains, it still lowered its head and lunged at Qin Ge with a thunderous roar. In an instant, as the beast assumed its aggressive posture, Qin Ge, who had been strolling leisurely within the cage, suddenly halted. His eyes, upon meeting the beast's gaze, glimmered with a crimson light. Boom! A palpable aura of ferocity and rage erupted from Qin Ge, engulfing the air around him in a chilling, sanguine atmosphere. The menacing presence swiftly enveloped the beast, which had intended to devour him. In that fleeting moment, the creature's pupils contracted sharply, its movements freezing as if caught in a spell. The terrifying intent of slaughter not only subdued the beast, but also instilled a deep-seated dread in Shiza and the others outside the cage, as if they were being watched by a horrifying monster, leaving them with an inexplicable sense of fear. Ignoring the apprehension of those around him, Qin Ge's consciousness surged with a fierce desire for carnage, ignited by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, he propelled himself forward, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. With a low growl of dominance, brilliant flashes of the blade illuminated the space, accompanied by a wailing sound reminiscent of ghostly cries. The intense blade aura, infused with a potent murderous spirit, manifested in an instant, sweeping violently towards the ferocious beast. The beast, fueled by an acute sense of danger, roared in fury and attempted to evade. Swoosh! The blazing blade aura, both brutal and swift as lightning, sliced through the beast's neck with a precision akin to a striking bolt. Thick blood erupted into the air, and the creature's head was severed, propelled several meters away, while the remaining force of the blade struck the opposite side of the cage. Bang! The resounding noise reverberated throughout the slaughterhouse. As the enormous cage trembled violently, the metal pillars that had been struck by the blade were left with deep gashes and bent marks. With a single stroke, Qin Ge descended gracefully to the ground, calming the tumultuous desire for slaughter within him, standing composed with the blade lowered by his side. Outside the cage, Shiza and the other workers were left utterly dumbfounded at the sight of the beast being slain by Qin Ge's stroke. A cutting wave, Alan. I never imagined you concealed such formidable swordsmanship. After regaining his composure, Shiza exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Qin Ge emerge from the cage with an air of tranquility. In the world of One Piece, the art of swordsmanship is collectively referred to as the way of the sword. Masters of this discipline possess the extraordinary ability to cleave through steel in ways that defy logic, and they can unleash terrifying shockwaves with their strikes. The technique wielded by Qin Ge, known as dominance over the world, is a manifestation of his internal energy and swordsmanship, producing a formidable blade aura. However, it is evident that to Shiza, this is merely a shockwave that can be executed by a master of the way of the sword. Qin Ge, with a faint smile, chose not to elaborate on the distinction between blade aura and shockwaves, instead adopting an air of inscrutability. He could surmise Shiza's fervent desire to assist him, yet he recognized the necessity of leveraging Shiza's strength to remain within the slaughterhouse in pursuit of soul energy. Occasionally displaying his prowess serves to intimidate Shiza, ensuring that the latter maintains his unwavering enthusiasm. After engaging in casual conversation with Shiza for a while, Qin Ge resumed his butchery work. However, today he returned to his residence earlier than usual, for tomorrow marks the day of the selection. During the fortnight that Qin Ge served as a slaughterer, candidates from various branches and subdivisions across the four seas and the Grand Line arrived punctually at Vondo, where the selection process was formally convened. The following day, having enjoyed a restful night, Qin Ge, accompanied by Robin, made their way to the main military academy situated in Vondo along with other candidates. On this day, Qin Ge encountered candidates from all regions except the West Sea. When Colonel Buck assembled all the candidates, their numbers had already exceeded 500. Naturally, those recommended for participation in the military academy selection were all prodigious talents, each possessing their own unique pride, even among peers. They regarded one another with a fierce and defiant demeanor. Robin appeared somewhat anxious, closely trailing behind Qin Ge, her small hand clutching his sleeve as if this gesture might provide her some solace. Although she had diligently practiced the dragon-elephant prajna skill imparted by Qin Ge during this period, the formidable presence of the other candidates made her exceedingly uncomfortable. It's all right. There's no need to be overly anxious. Qin Ge noticed the little girl's tension and offered her words of comfort. Robin nodded vigorously, mustering her courage to glance at the other candidates, her face regaining a semblance of confidence. As a concentrated hub for cultivating future elites, the main military academy was constructed with immense resources afforded by the high-ranking naval officials. It not only sprawled across a vast expanse, but also boasted an array of facilities and structures that were exceptionally well equipped, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Under the leadership of Colonel Buck, all candidates were ultimately gathered in a spacious training ground upon their arrival at the military academy. Here, they were met by numerous instructors clad in black vests, showcasing their robust physiques. Smog, look, it seems a new batch of candidates has arrived. And there are indeed quite a few, remarked a girl with striking pink hair, peering out from the third-floor window of a nearby classroom. This girl appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, and despite her youth, her beauty was already evident, marking her as a true young beauty. Beside the pink-haired girl stood a boy with short silver hair, who looked to be about 14 or 15. Indeed, there are many, but only those who can endure will remain. Tina, the military academy is not a place for just anyone. The silver-haired boy cast a disdainful glance at the training ground outside. The pink-haired girl sighed in response, acknowledging his arrogance, for he was indeed the top student of their cohort. As their gaze returned to the training ground, all candidates, including Qin Ge, were filled with curiosity as they surveyed the military academy, an institution renowned for cultivating numerous elite naval officers, a place they had long aspired to be a part of. Meanwhile, outside the training ground, a robust man with short purple hair approached Colonel Buck. Upon noticing the man's approach, Colonel Buck immediately stood at attention. His tone filled with respect as he addressed him. Admiral Zifa, all candidates for this session have arrived, without exception. The title of Admiral carried an extraordinary weight within the Navy, and as Buck's voice resonated, the previously curious candidates turned solemn. Their eyes fixated on the approaching man with purple hair, filled with fervent admiration. Buck, have I not told you? I have stepped down from the position of Admiral. You may refer to me simply as Chief Instructor from now on. The purple-haired man gestured dismissively. No, Admiral Zifa will forever remain the Admiral in our hearts. Moreover, Fleet Admiral, or rather, Chief Admiral Kong, has also retained your Admiral rank, Zifa. As long as there is no new Admiral appointed, you will always be our Admiral. Buck asserted firmly, shaking his head. Zifa nodded slightly, recognizing that although he had transitioned to serve as the chief instructor at the military academy, his rank as admiral had indeed been preserved by his superiors. All right, let us proceed with the selection process, Zifa declared, redirecting his intense gaze towards the over 500 candidates present. Buck was fully compliant, transitioning into Zifa's assistant role, ready to aid in the forthcoming selection. Among the crowd of candidates, Qin Ge watched Zifa with keen interest. Zifa was undoubtedly a legendary figure in the world of pirates, a man whose life was marked by both heroism and tragedy. Throughout his career, he had fought against countless pirates without ever taking a life, earning the title of the Merciful Admiral. However, Zifa's compassion did not yield positive outcomes. He suffered the loss of his family at the hands of pirates, leading him to resign from his admiralship and dedicate himself to training future naval officers at the military academy. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that at his peak, Zifa stood as one of the strongest figures in this world, akin to Carp, a master of hockey without the aid of a devil fruit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zifa, the chief instructor of this military academy and the chief examiner for this selection. I shall refrain from idle chatter, and instead elucidate the details of this selection process. Zifa's piercing gaze swept across all the candidates as he spoke with calm authority. Upon hearing this, the candidates were instantly invigorated, attentively listening, fearful of missing any crucial information that might lead to their elimination from the selection. In Zephyr's subsequent explanation regarding the selection process, the assessment was delineated into 3 distinct steps, the first being the evaluation of physical strength and combat prowess, the second showcasing one's most formidable abilities, and the third involving practical combat. Each of these evaluative stages would be overseen by dedicated examiners who would be responsible for judging and scoring the candidates. The eventual distribution of roles would be determined by the scores attained, with only the most exceptional individuals being permitted to remain within the military academy. Moreover, it is important to note that each selection cycle aims to identify the chief candidate of that cohort. This title not only symbolizes a prestigious status but also grants access to additional resources and mentorship. The implications of this should require no further elaboration. In a seemingly casual manner, Zephyr remarked towards the end, though the upward curve of his lips unmistakably signified his intentionality. The existence of the chief candidate undeniably serves as a motivation from the naval hierarchy for numerous aspirants. Whoever achieves this coveted title undoubtedly stands to receive enhanced training and special privileges, which holds immense allure for any ambitious individual. Indeed, upon hearing Zephyr's words, the expressions of all candidates shifted noticeably. Some cast hostile glances towards their peers, while others exhibited a fierce determination in their eyes, clearly yearning for the position of chief candidate. Satisfied that his objective had been accomplished, Zephyr promptly announced the commencement of the selection process. The instructors, who had been waiting in the wings, transformed into examiners and approached the candidates. We shall now proceed to the first assessment. These 10 individuals will serve as your examiners and will evaluate your combat prowess. As the chief examiner, Zephyr stepped aside and assumed the role of an observer, while Colonel Buck, acting as his assistant, began to speak. "Excuse me, what exactly is combat prowess, and how is it tested?" inquired a candidate hailing from the North Sea, raising a hand in confusion. Combat prowess is a term used within our Navy, essentially encompassing explosive power and offensive capability. The testing method is quite straightforward. You simply need to deliver your most powerful strike against the examiner before you, relying solely on your physical strength. Buck elucidated. The candidates pondered this. Although their understanding of combat prowess remained somewhat nebulous, they grasped the general approach to the assessment. After each candidate was assigned a personal identification number, Buck organized them into 10 teams, who took turns to face the 10 examiners lined up before them, responsible for testing their physical prowess. With a resounding thud, a candidate unleashed their full strength, shouting and striking at the examiner opposite them. The force of the impact echoed with a deep sound as their fist collided with the examiner's tightly clasped hands. Number 5, physical prowess value, 24. The examiner, after a moment of silent calculation, expressionlessly announced a figure. Beside them, another examiner, tasked with recording each candidate's data, promptly noted this down in their ledger, simultaneously marking the candidate numbered 5 with a below-average assessment for this initial evaluation. The test of physical prowess was derived from the Navy's 6 techniques. While it could not wholly determine an individual's strength, it nonetheless provided a general indication of one's combat capabilities. For instance, a trained ordinary naval soldier may possess a prowess value of merely 10, yet exceeding this threshold undeniably signifies that the tester's combat power surpasses that of an average individual. However, this was a selection process for the military academy, and though the majority of participants were still but youths, each one was undoubtedly a remarkable talent, thus cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary people. In the selection process, the evaluation of the Dow Power Index is governed by a specialized set of criteria established by the naval hierarchy. A Dow Power score below 50 is classified as inferior. A score ranging from 50 to 99 is deemed average. A score between 100 and 200 is recognized as superior, while any score exceeding 200 is designated as the highest echelon of excellence. Although Qin Ge is unaware of the specific standards employed by the naval leadership, he understands that to distinguish himself in this selection and garner the favor of the upper echelons, he must present his most formidable capabilities. He has no intention of resorting to any juvenile tactics of modesty or feigning ignorance. In this world where strength reigns supreme, it is only by demonstrating one's worth that one can attain commensurate treatment. It resembles traversing a narrow bridge. If you hesitate or retreat, others will seize the opportunity to advance. By the time you wish to pursue, they will have already put a considerable distance between you and them. In this world, if one seeks to earn the respect of others and enjoy superior treatment, it is imperative to demonstrate one's own talents. As each candidate takes the stage, their moral prowess is meticulously recorded. Although all candidates are exceptional individuals who have been recommended, the majority find their moral prowess classified within the lower echelons, with only a select few attaining a moderate level. Meanwhile, Zifa, having stepped aside, quietly observes the selection process, feeling a growing discontent with the moral prowess displayed by the candidates. He recalls his early days as the chief instructor at the military academy, where the inaugural class included the monstrous talents of Sakazuki and Borisolino. Though their ideologies diverged from his own, it is undeniable that both exhibited remarkable abilities. Since their graduation, they have manifested terrifying potential, subtly hinting at their aspirations to ascend to the rank of admiral. Subsequently, Kazan became a student of Zephyr's third cohort, demonstrating prowess that rivaled even that of Sakazuki. Although the students admitted thereafter could not compare to Kazan and his companions, they were still not devoid of talent. It was entirely reasonable for their spiritual energy to be deemed average during the selection process, unlike the current trend where the majority are deemed merely inferior. The recent cohorts have increasingly fallen short of expectations. Truly remarkable individuals are now a rare find. Zephyr pondered with a sense of resignation, wondering when they might encounter another exceptional talent like Kazan. Despite having retreated from the front lines, Zephyr undeniably retained a fervent passion for the Navy, fervently hoping to cultivate extraordinary individuals akin to Kazan and Sakazuki, who had captivated countless hearts. Only through such accomplishments could Zephyr affirm that he had not truly faded into obscurity, demonstrating to the world that, even in retirement, he remained an indomitable presence. After a brief wait in line, it was finally Qin Ge's turn. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the examiner across from him. "Come on, unleash your full power against me." The examiner, maintaining a stoic expression, raised both hands. Qin Ge nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly sharpening, as he activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to its utmost potential. With a resounding thud, the cement floor reverberated as Qin Ge's powerful stride shattered it, creating a network of cracks. His arm swung back, and with a piercing rush, his fist shot forward with formidable force. The examiner, taken aback, reacted swiftly, raising his hands to intercept the incoming strike. The collision of fist and palm produced a dull thud, and the examiner's body quivered slightly, his palms bending backward under the impact. Number 135, Tao Power Value. 203. The examiner quickly assessed the force transmitted through his hands, pausing briefly before announcing the astonishing result. The recording examiner looked up in astonishment at Qin Ge, who had calmly retracted his fist, his face reflecting a mix of awe and surprise. In past selections, very few candidates had surpassed a Tao Power Value of 200, making such achievers exceedingly rare and indicating remarkable potential. Clearly, Qin Ge's impressive display of power had left a profound impact on both examiners. The recording examiner hastily documented the result, awarding Qin Ge a perfect score while marking it with the designation exceptional. The announcement of the Tao Power Value naturally reached the ears of the other candidates surrounding them. After enduring a series of rigorous tests, the candidates are undoubtedly aware of the formidable difficulty of the Tao Power Value assessment. Among those who previously underwent the examination, the highest recorded Tao Power Value was merely 89. Thus, when Qin Ge surpassed the remarkable threshold of 200, it naturally left all the candidates in a state of astonishment. The fact that the Tao Power Value exceeded 200 is simply astounding. Candidate number 135 is undeniably a formidable presence. Panic ensues as the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. My own Tao Power Value is a mere 37, while the other has surpassed 200. Will I face elimination? It is infuriating that this individual, who appears significantly younger than I, possesses such an astonishingly high Tao Power Value. The candidates display a range of emotions, from complex expressions to overt jealousy and resentment, undoubtedly revealing their inner turmoil and hostility towards Qin Ge. Zifa, observing the selection process from a distance, could not fail to notice the developments unfolding before him. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Qin Ge, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Has his Tao Power exceeded 200? It seems that this cohort of candidates harbors exceptional talent. Upon discerning Qin Ge's appearance, Zifa felt a surge of gratification and satisfaction. When he looked at Qin Ge, admiration filled his gaze. A Tao Power Value of 203 may not hold significant weight for Zifa, but the context of the individual is paramount. Qin Ge appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, which undoubtedly made his achievement all the more astonishing, invigorating Zifa's spirits as he began to anticipate Qin Ge's forthcoming assessments. Qin Ge's Dao power evaluation marked his emergence among the candidates, yet he remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the astonishment of others. This calmness stemmed not only from his advanced mindset and emotional maturity compared to his peers, but also from his awareness that, in the grand scheme of this world's true powerhouses, his current Dao power was hardly noteworthy. There was nothing to boast about. In the forthcoming assessment, Robin also underwent a test of her spiritual power. Although her practice of the dragon-elephant prajna technique has been relatively brief, the exceptionally rich nutritional resources of this world have facilitated her astonishing progress. She has successfully mastered the first level, achieving a spiritual power score of 15 during the test. While a score of 15 ranks among the lowest in the assessment, it is essential to remember that Robin was merely an ordinary child prior to this, possessing the abilities of a devil fruit user but lacking in physical strength compared to her peers. Now, a score of 15 undoubtedly demonstrates that the 8-year-old Robin has surpassed the physical capabilities of adults, even excelling beyond those of ordinary naval recruits. Of course, Qin Ge could discern Robin's remarkable growth. However, Robin felt quite embarrassed about her spiritual power score, especially since Qin Ge had previously achieved a score exceeding 200. Alan, do you think I might be eliminated? The little girl asked nervously as she retreated beside Qin Ge. Although she harbored no particular fondness for the Navy, the prospect of being eliminated from the selection process meant a separation from Qin Ge, which was simply unacceptable for Robin, who had come to regard him as her last remaining family. Do not worry, you will undoubtedly pass the selection, even if you were eliminated. I would take care of you. Qin Ge affectionately ruffled her hair with a smile. He was quite confident that Robin would succeed in the selection. For a devil fruit user is an extraordinary asset. As long as the Navy is not foolish, they would surely not overlook a user of such powers. Although Robin was unaware of this, she felt reassured by Qin Ge's comforting words. However, upon hearing his subsequent remark, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Qin Ge, oblivious to Robin's unusual reaction, shifted his focus to the testing of other candidates. Despite Qin Ge's impressive performance, there were certainly other remarkable individuals among the candidates. For instance, following Qin Ge, while no one surpassed the 200 mark, several candidates achieved high evaluations, marking them as standout performers worthy of Qin Ge's attention. After more than an hour, the first assessment concluded and seamlessly transitioned into the second test, which required candidates to showcase their strongest abilities. This second assessment was undoubtedly tailored for those with special talents, as not everyone excels in combat. Some individuals possess skills that are more supportive in nature. From Qin Ge's perspective, this second assessment appeared to be specifically designed to identify any devil fruit users among the candidates. As the assessment commenced, the candidates once again showcased their myriad talents. Some exhibited exquisite marksmanship, while others demonstrated exceptional tracking skills, and there were even those who revealed their interrogation prowess. In essence, the combatants displayed their most formidable attacks, whereas the supportive individuals unveiled their unique abilities, creating a splendid array of diverse talents. Likewise, the second segment of the evaluation presented an excellent opportunity for Robin, who found herself positioned ahead of Qin Ge. When it was Robin's turn to take the stage, having received prior counsel from Qin Ge, she confidently showcased the capabilities of the Hana Hana no Mi. As beautiful petals blossomed in midair, numerous arms materialized around her, gracefully executing a variety of movements. Upon witnessing this, the adjudicator responsible for scoring immediately recognized Robin as a devil fruit user, promptly recording a high score and even bestowing her with a classification of superior. Although Zephyr did not possess the power of a devil fruit and championed the virtues of hockey and physical strength, his ability to nurture formidable devil fruit users, such as Sakazuki, indicated his profound understanding of these abilities. This must be the Hana Hana no Mi from the Paramecia category. Its potential seems promising and merits thorough cultivation. Zephyr nodded slightly, thoughtfully observing Robin as she displayed her talents. After several candidates had completed their demonstrations, it was finally Qin Ge's turn to take the stage. Following his stunning performance in the first assessment, both the examiners and ZFA were keenly focused on him, their eyes drawn to his presence. Qin Ge's prowess undoubtedly lay in combat, and thus his demonstration was intrinsically linked to that theme. Could I be provided with a blade? Qin Ge inquired, directing his gaze towards the examiner overseeing the test. Certainly. The examiner readily acquiesced, swiftly procuring a sword and handing it to Qin Ge. Is he about to showcase his swordsmanship? Zfa observed with keen interest, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he watched Qin Ge wield the long knife. As Qin Ge gripped the blade, he calmly drew it from its sheath, the chilling edge emerging slowly. Concurrently, a palpable aura of fierce malevolence surged from him, enveloping the space around him and imparting an unsettling sense of dread. Zfa's attention sharpened at this sight, astonished by the transformation in Qin Ge's aura. The examiners, too, regarded Qin Ge with uncertainty, acutely aware of the violent and sinister energy emanating from him. Supremacy overall. At the zenith of this rising aura, an intense and tangible killing intent erupted from Qin Ge's eyes. He stepped forward, raising the blade high before executing a swift, powerful slash. Boom. The dazzling light of the blade spiraled around Qin Ge, inciting a tempestuous force that radiated with dominance and ferocity. In an instant, the fierce blade energy surged forth from the long knife, violently rending the earth asunder. The once resilient concrete floor appeared alarmingly fragile, fracturing into a narrow fissure that extended over 10 meters before ultimately erupting into a deep pit nearly several meters wide. This display of raw power left the other candidates in a state of shock, even eliciting gasps of astonishment from the examiners. What a ferocious swordsmanship! I never anticipated this candidate practiced such a wicked style. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse, Zfa mused, his gaze fixed on Qin Ge, who stood poised after retracting his blade. The might of supremacy over all was undeniable, especially when demonstrated by the merely 8-year-old Qin Ge, showcasing his formidable strength and potential. However, the experienced Zfa discerned a troubling aspect within this fierce technique. It was excessively malevolent and could easily harm both the wielder and others. Though swordsmanship itself lacks inherent righteousness or malevolence, it ultimately depends on the wielder. Much like the existence of cursed blades, even the finest swords can turn against their masters if their essence is too wicked. Having already envisioned Qin Ge as a prospective student, Zfa instinctively began contemplating how to cultivate him into an exemplary naval officer, ensuring that no hidden dangers would arise. Of course, despite the exceptionally fierce nature of supremacy overall, Qin Ge's demonstrated strength was irrefutable, earning him the designation of superior in high marks from the examiners once again. After an extensive demonstration, the second assessment came to a close, eliciting mixed emotions among the participants. At last, they approached the final challenge, a combat competition. According to the assigned number tags, each candidate would be randomly paired with another, engaging in a duel. Unlike the previous evaluations, this final test was unequivocally a true measure of one's prowess. Similarly, whether one emerged victorious or showcased exceptional combat skills, they would earn the favor of the examiners and secure commendable scores. To optimize time, the combat assessments were not conducted in a centralized manner. Instead, 10 examiners were allocated to 10 different combat points, with each serving as a judge. Only the final 10 victors would proceed to the ultimate contest. Due to the random allocation by the examiners, Qin Ge and Robin were not assigned to the same combat point, ensuring they would not face each other before the final bout. As the assessments commenced, the training grounds, divided into 10 combat zones, erupted with cheers and the sounds of fierce clashes. Contestant number 135 was set to face contestant number 207. After observing a few duels that preceded him, it was soon time for Qin Ge to engage in battle. Stepping into the cleared arena, he calmly regarded his opponent, a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years, who appeared visibly tense, adopting a defensive stance. The young adversary's demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by Qin Ge's formidable performances in the earlier assessments, which had instilled a sense of pressure and anxiety within him. Both contestants took their positions, and the examiner, acting as referee, promptly announced the commencement of the duel. With a swift motion, Qin Ge's eyes ignited with fierce determination, and he launched himself forward like a cheetah, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Clearly, he intended to conclude the fight swiftly, and his opponent, filled with indignation, prepared to retaliate. Determined not to appear feeble before the examiner, the boy gritted his teeth and charged at Qin Ge with ferocity. As they approached, contestant number 207 wasted no time in initiating an attack, leaping into the air and executing a powerful sweeping kick toward Qin Ge. The forceful strike met with Qin Ge's right arm, which effectively blocked the attack, producing a resounding thud. Although contestant 207 possessed commendable combat skills and his strength approached a moderate level, his kick failed to phase Qin Ge in the slightest. With a cold gaze fixed on his opponent, Qin Ge's left hand shot out like lightning, his back arching like a drawn bow. Before the other could react, he seized the boy's calf. Contestant 207's expression shifted dramatically upon being caught, but before he could break free, he suddenly felt the ground shift beneath him, followed by an overwhelming surge of pain engulfing his entire body. Amidst the thunderous roar, Qin Ge, with a fierce and tempestuous demeanor, lifted his opponent high into the air before forcefully slamming them down onto the earth behind him. Under the terrifying force, not only did the ground crack, but the candidate who was struck down also suffered excruciating pain, causing him to faint. Number 135 emerged victorious. Upon witnessing the outcome, the examiner announced the results loudly, while the unconscious candidate number 207 was promptly carried away for treatment. With this initial victory, Qin Ge was naturally in high spirits, yet the contest must continue. Subsequently, candidates at Qin Ge's assessment point entered the arena one after another. The victors wore beaming smiles, while the defeated hung their heads in despair, anxiously awaiting the results of the selection. Qin Ge, on the other hand, surged forward with unwavering determination, effortlessly overpowering each opponent he faced. Not to mention unleashing his full prowess, it was rare for him to even resort to employing the flying card technique. With the formidable strength derived from the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he swiftly distinguished himself from his assessment point, securing a place among the top 10. Simultaneously, at the other 9 assessment points, after nearly 2 hours of intense competition, the final victors were determined one by one. Although Robin had acquired the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and had begun developing the flower fruit, her youth rendered her less formidable than Qin Ge, resulting in a narrow defeat to a candidate possessing a devil fruit at her assessment point. Such an outcome left the little girl somewhat disheartened, however. As the final top 10 competition approached, she quickly regained her composure and began to cheer for Qin Ge's upcoming battles. After determining the top 10, the subsequent battleground was naturally set in one location. Undoubtedly, those who managed to secure a spot in the top 10 were the elite among this cohort of candidates. Whether they were formidable martial artists or possessed the extraordinary abilities granted by the devil fruits. Now, please welcome contestant 135 and contestant 311 to the stage. The examiner proclaimed loudly. Amidst the gathering of all the candidates, Qin Ge and the contestant number 311 stepped into the clearing simultaneously. Go, Alan. Robin waved her small hand from within the crowd of candidates, calling out to Qin Ge, prompting her to glance over and offer a subtle smile in return. Contestant 311 was a youth adorned with a white mask, slightly older than Qin Ge, with a piercing gaze that exuded a fierce and combative spirit. Upon entering the arena, his eyes, filled with defiance and a thirst for battle, were fixed upon Qin Ge. So it is him. A spark of brilliance suddenly flickered in Qin Ge's eyes upon recognizing her opponent. During the previous assessment, he meticulously observed the performance of each candidate, and naturally, he recognized the candidate number 311 before him, with a remarkably vivid memory. This recognition stemmed not only from the fact that candidate 311, like Robin, demonstrated the powers of a devil fruit during the prior evaluation, but also because this particular devil fruit ability could cause objects it touched to rust and decay. If Qin Ge recalled correctly, in the original narrative, during the Straw Hat Pirates' assault on Eni's lobby, there was a marine colonel possessing the rust fruit ability. It was likely that this candidate, whose name seemed to be Shuan, was the very same individual. The assessment commenced. Just as Qin Ge pondered these thoughts, the examiner announced the beginning of the duel after both parties had taken their positions. With a resounding shout, the candidate number 311, presumably a future colonel, surged forward almost simultaneously with the examiner's declaration, charging directly at Qin Ge. Qin Ge instantly focused his attention, as his opponent rushed towards him with great speed. His eyes flickered, and with a deft motion of his right hand, a black card appeared in his grasp, shimmering as it shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. The rapidly spinning black card exhibited terrifying cutting power, slicing through the air with a deafening sound of displacement, causing candidate 311's expression to shift as he swiftly pivoted to evade. However, Qin Ge had clearly anticipated this maneuver. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 more black cards, launching them in a triangular formation towards his adversary. The ethereal black cards appeared and vanished in an instant, reaching candidate 311 in the blink of an eye, which compelled him to scramble for cover. Though his devil fruit ability allowed him to rust and decay objects upon contact, this required time. With the cutting prowess of the black cards, if struck, he would likely be pierced before he could even initiate the rusting process. Similarly, having discerned the general nature of his opponent's devil fruit ability, Qin Ge deliberately executed his card-throwing technique with the intent to neutralize the effectiveness of that ability. While Candidate 311 possessed remarkable combat skills beyond his devil fruit power, Qin Ge's mastery of the card-throwing technique was already extraordinary. Not only did it possess the speed of lightning, but he could also adeptly control the angle of rotation, enabling the cards to maneuver with agility, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. Dodging the first flying card, the candidate numbered 311 could not evade the subsequent 3 cards that shot towards him with alarming speed, particularly as the cards abruptly altered their trajectory in midair. Akin to possessing a life of their own, they grazed his right shoulder and both legs, tearing through his flesh and causing blood to flow profusely. Futile, I have comprehended your devil fruit ability, though killing is prohibited during the assessment. If you wish to avoid the excruciating torment of 1,000 cuts, it would be wise to concede, Qin Ge stated with an air of indifference. His right hand pinching a black card between his index and middle fingers, the card glinting with a razor-sharp sheen. Incensed, the injured candidate 311, pallid from blood loss, met Qin Ge's gaze with defiance, yet he recognized the truth in Qin Ge's words and ultimately succumbed to despair, conceding defeat. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's victory, Robin and the audience erupted in jubilant cheers, while the other candidates who had entered the top 10 regarded the retreating Qin Ge with trepidation. Undoubtedly, the potency of the flying card technique instilled considerable apprehension among these candidates, leaving them wary of the prospect of facing Qin Ge in their future encounters. What a flamboyant attack! Yet its potential and power are commendable. It certainly merits further exploration, ZFA remarked, his expression reflecting admiration for Qin Ge's triumph through the flying card technique. Following Qin Ge's descent, 2 more candidates from the top 10 took to the arena. One a swordsman and the other proficient in gunplay, leading to an intensely fierce battle. Standing alongside Robin, Qin Ge observed the combat with keen interest. Compared to the previous skirmishes, the battles of these top 10 candidates were undoubtedly more remarkable. Despite their tender age, they exhibited formidable prowess. The swordsman, while unable to unleash powerful slashing waves, demonstrated exceptional swordsmanship, with glimmers of cold light flashing with each stroke. Conversely, the candidate skilled in gunplay showcased remarkable talent, executing intricate shots and seamlessly integrating combat techniques to deliver a stunning performance. After an intense exchange, the candidate specializing in gunplay emerged victorious, not solely due to strength, but also because firearms posed a significant challenge for the youthful contenders, granting him a considerable advantage in the early stages. The third match commenced without delay, featuring 2 devil fruit users. One possessed the ability to transform their body into spherical particles, while the other could rotate their limbs like wheels, setting the stage for an extraordinary confrontation. Upon witnessing the abilities bestowed by the devil fruits of both parties, Qin Ge suddenly comprehended the situation. Realizing that these 2 candidates were likely akin to the previously encountered candidate number 311, both being colonels from the Judicial Island arc. However, there was nothing particularly surprising about this, as the ongoing selection process for the Naval Academy naturally attracted numerous future naval elites among the candidates. After an intense battle, the outcomes have been determined between 2 users of devil fruits. The victor was the user of the 45th fruit, the bean fruit, whose abilities were decidedly superior. When attacked, he could transform into spherical particles, almost resembling an elemental manifestation akin to the natural types. Observing this, Qin Ge contemplated how he might secure victory should he encounter the 45th contestant. Lacking the ability to harness haki, he realized that even with superior strength, defeating such an opponent would prove challenging. Indeed, all these contestants were future elite members of the Navy, each formidable in their own right. And Qin Ge acknowledged the need for caution in his forthcoming challenges. The 4th match featured 2 unique contestants, neither of whom were ordinary humans but representatives of different races. One was from the Long-Arm tribe, and the other from the Long-Leg tribe. The world of One Piece is home to numerous terrifying beasts and sea monsters, as well as a plethora of extraordinary races, such as fishmen and giants. The Long-Arm tribe is characterized by individuals possessing 2 elbow joints, while the Long-Leg tribe is notable for their unusually long legs. As the contestants from these tribes commenced their duel, each showcased their distinctive skills. The Long-Arm contestant, with his 2 elbow joints, displayed a versatile fighting style well-suited for martial arts, his punches creating afterimages akin to flexible whips. The long-leg contestant was equally impressive, leveraging her lengthy legs to execute wide-reaching and powerful kicks. The battle between these 2 martial artists was fiercely contested, with their agile arms and sweeping legs colliding relentlessly. After nearly half an hour of intense combat, the long-leg contestant emerged victorious, becoming the sole female to enter the top 10 rankings. Indeed, I have a preference for long-legged women, Qin Ge mused, observing the triumphant long-legged female contestant with an appreciative gaze. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and an alluring figure. Despite her tender age, perhaps due to a nourishing diet, she had already begun to develop an appealing silhouette. Most notably, her exceptionally long legs were a true marvel, standing at a formidable height of 180 centimeters, an irresistible temptation for leg enthusiasts like Qin Ge. Alan, what are you staring at? The little girl beside him, feeling uncomfortable with his unblinking gaze upon the long-legged contestant, pinched his waist in annoyance. It must be said, even this little girl, despite her youth, possessed an innate understanding of how to handle men. I wasn't looking at anything in particular. I was merely observing my opponent, Qin Ge quickly responded, adopting an innocent expression as he explained. You must understand, regardless of strength, one must never be complacent. This is something you must remember, Robin. Feeling the pinch on his waist, Qin Ge was quick to react, glancing at the pouting little girl who was glaring at him in discontent. The little girl huffed, choosing not to challenge his words, but her eyes clearly exhibited strong animosity toward the long-legged contestant. At that moment, the final match of the first round commenced, with the last two top contestants stepping onto the stage. Simultaneously, the little girl's attention shifted as she caught sight of one of the contestants. Her expression souring as she glared at him, her small face practically emblazoned with the words "not pleased." Among the final two contestants, the one being glared at by Robin was the very individual who had previously defeated her in the assessment, and he too was a user of a devil fruit. Alan, if you encounter this person, make sure to avenge me, the little girl whispered urgently in Qin Ge's ear. Following her, Qin Ge regarded the contestant with a resolute expression, assuring her, rest assured, anyone who dares to bully my Robin is merely inviting a beating. Robin was quite pleased with Qin Ge's response, her earlier disappointment beginning to dissipate. The battle soon commenced, and the contestant who had previously bested Robin revealed his devil fruit power, transforming into a gigantic, armored pangolin. Clearly, he was an animal-type devil fruit user, possessing formidable defensive capabilities due to his armored scales, as well as razor-sharp claws. The opposing contestant, a dual-wielding swordsman, struck valiantly, yet his blades were effortlessly repelled by the pangolin's tough hide. Haha, futile. My scales are harder than steel. This match is already mine, boasted the contestant designated as 174, mockingly taunting his opponent as he swiftly seized the swords with his clawed hands. With a sharp crack, his claws shattered the swords, causing the opposing contestant's expression to change dramatically as he hastily attempted to retreat. However, the 174th contestant would not grant him such an opportunity. He suddenly pivoted. His long tail, also covered in scales, swept through the air like an iron whip, sending his opponent crashing to the ground, bloodied and incapacitated. Contestant 174 wins, declared the examiner, promptly announcing the result. Quite an impressive ability, Qin Ge remarked, stroking his chin and observing the pangolin fruit user with keen interest. Although this character had not appeared in the original Navy storyline, one could not deny the excellence of his strength and abilities, which surpassed even that of contestant 311. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, the second round of the competition commenced. The remaining 5 candidates, including Qin Ge, drew lots once again, as arranged by the examiners, to determine their upcoming opponents. With 5 candidates in total, one would inevitably be given a bye and advance directly to the next round. Although the contest primarily served to showcase their abilities and the scores were entirely at the discretion of the examiners, advancing to the final stage, or even securing first place would undoubtedly enhance their standing and yield higher evaluations from the judges. Thus, when the draw concluded, the female candidate from the Foot tribe, who received the bye, exhibited immense joy, provoking envy among her peers. Qin Ge, despite his desire to avenge the little girl, found himself matched against the user of the Dao fruit. He could only cast a resigned glance towards the little girl. Candidates 45 and 135, please take the stage. Following the completion of the draw, the examiner swiftly announced the participants for the first match of the second round. Qin Ge and candidate 45 emerged promptly from the crowd, locking eyes with one another upon reaching the arena. Your strength is formidable, but unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. No matter what kind of attack you unleash, it will be utterly ineffective, candidate 45 proclaimed confidently after scrutinizing Qin Ge for a moment. Qin Ge cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, do not speak too soon. Being slapped in the face later will be quite unpleasant. As they exchanged words, the examiner declared the battle to begin. Candidate 45, undeterred, initiated an attack. Despite appearing to be no older than 13 or 14, his physique was comparable to that of an adult as he charged fiercely towards Qin Ge. With sharp intensity in his eyes, Qin Ge reacted instantaneously, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, employing the dragon elephant breathe technique. He unleashed a punch that resonated with the roar of a dragon, striking the opponent with tremendous force in the blink of an eye. Boom. Candidate 45, enduring the impact of over 1,000 pounds of force, showed no signs of distress. Instead, he exploded into numerous spherical particles, each the size of a soccer ball, scattering through the air. In accordance with his earlier proclamation, he seemed impervious to harm, effortlessly dissipating Qin Ge's assault thanks to the powers of his devil fruit, rendering him nearly invincible. I told you it was futile. No matter how great your strength, it is of no consequence to me, Candidate 45 boasted, his head floating amidst the air. Qin Ge coldly surveyed the dispersed particles before suddenly transforming his hands into fleeting shadows, launching a flurry of black cards that shimmered like ethereal lights, accurately converging on all the spheres. Whirling at high speed, the black cards generated an alarming cutting force. Even the smooth spheres could not withstand their edge, and Candidate 45, who had previously been so self-assured, emitted a scream of agony. The scattered spheres, now marked with cracks and splattering blood, quickly reassembled, revealing a bloodied and scarred Candidate 45. Your mastery of the devil fruit is still lacking. My flying cards outnumber your fragmented spheres. Even if you can withstand heavy blows, you cannot evade all forms of attack, Qin Ge remarked casually, raising his hand to grasp, summoning the swirling flying cards as if they were drawn by a powerful current, all converging into his palm before vanishing under his deft concealment. You, Candidate 45, trembling and soaked in blood, pointed weakly at Qin Ge, attempting to speak but collapsing to the ground due to significant blood loss, his complexion pale. Quickly, get him medical attention. The examiner, alarmed by the sight, hurriedly instructed others to carry Candidate 45 away. Rest assured, I wield my strength with restraint. Had he been my enemy, he would have met a far worse fate. He has merely sustained some superficial injuries, Qin Ge stated nonchalantly. Nearby, Zfa nodded slightly, discerning that while the candidate appeared grievously injured, he was only suffering from external wounds and would merely experience weakness from blood loss for a time, indicating that Qin Ge had indeed held back. After inspecting the situation, the examiner confirmed there were no serious injuries and promptly declared Qin Ge the victor. Alan, could you teach me the flying card technique as well? Upon Qin Ge's return after his victory, Robin eagerly grasped his sleeve, brimming with excitement. What? You wish to learn the flying card technique? Qin Ge queried in surprise at the little girl. She nodded fervently, exclaiming, Of course. Your flying card technique is absolutely incredible. If I could master it, even if I couldn't match your prowess, I would certainly become much stronger. Very well, if you are willing to endure the hardships of training. I shall teach you once the selection concludes, Qin Ge replied with a smile. He genuinely hoped for Robin's growth, having already imparted the dragon elephant breathe technique. He was more than willing to share the flying card technique as well. Delighted by Qin Ge's approval, Robin radiated joy. Her fascination with the ornate yet powerful flying card technique akin to a child discovering a cherished toy, eager to experiment. Meanwhile, the second match began, featuring a candidate proficient in gunfighting against a user of the armadillo devil fruit. Although gunfighting is known for its unpredictability and poses significant danger to the candidates, the armadillo devil fruit user's formidable defense significantly diminished the effectiveness of the gunfighting technique. Bullets merely sparked against the hard scales, failing to inflict substantial harm. In stark contrast, the armadillo user's claws possessed terrifying tearing power. Within moments of engagement, the armadillo devil fruit user had subdued his opponent, employing his razor-sharp claws to inflict severe injuries, thus claiming victory. As the battle concluded, the top 3 contenders in these 3 assessments emerged, and a draw was conducted to determine the final combatants. Qin Ge's luck remained consistently dismal. Despite a 1/3 chance of being exempt, he exhibited remarkable steadiness and, undoubtedly, drew the lot that required him to fight once more. This time, the fortunate candidate who was exempt possessed the ability of the armored beast devil fruit, meaning that Qin Ge's opponent was none other than the female candidate from the Longfa tribe, whom he had come to admire greatly. Alan, I will be watching you closely. If you dare to hold back, you will face dire consequences. The little girl immediately issued a stern warning upon discovering who Qin Ge's opponent was. Cough. Why so serious? Do you think I'm the type to go easy on anyone? Qin Ge gazed at the little girl, speechless. Despite his admiration for his opponent, he approached combat with utmost seriousness. The little girl's warning struck him as peculiar, as if it implied he were a base man easily swayed by beauty. After reassuring the young girl that he would fight earnestly, Qin Ge soon took to the stage. Meanwhile, the female contestant from the Tallfoot clan arrived opposite him. Her gaze directed at Qin Ge, brimming with intensity and vigilance. Why are you not wielding a weapon? Do you look down upon me? The Tallfoot girl exclaimed with sudden indignation upon noticing that Qin Ge was unarmed. In the previous assessment, Qin Ge's demonstration of unparalleled dominance undoubtedly left a profound impact on numerous candidates. At this moment, the young girl from the Tallfoot tribe displayed evident irritation, clearly feeling that Qin Ge, unarmed, was belittling her. As a man of refinement, Qin Ge responded with an unyielding calmness, stating, "When the time comes, I shall wield my weapon. However, if you perceive my demeanor as one of disdain, then so be it." Upon hearing these words, the Tallfoot girl was visibly infuriated. Her complexion flushing crimson, and the initially composed rabbit became increasingly agitated. What does it mean that it is no matter? This was a blatant indication that the other party truly looked down upon her, an affront that she, as a proud and capable warrior of the Tallfoot tribe, would deem absolutely unforgivable. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ge experienced the essence of a lethal gaze. The young girl from the long-legged clan fixed her eyes on him with an intensity that seemed as if she intended to devour him whole. Her delicate hands clenched into tight fists that crackled ominously. However, Qin Ge evidently disregarded her fierce stare. After all, the little loli was staring at him with an entrancing gaze, compelling him to adopt a resolute demeanor. Ultimately, he preferred an intellectual and mature woman over mere physical allure. The examiner, indifferent to the reactions of the two contestants on stage, promptly announced the commencement of their duel once both candidates had entered the arena. Without a doubt, the girl, her anger at a boiling point, charged at Qin Ge the moment the match began, her long legs slicing through the air with fierce determination. Bang! Qin Ge responded with remarkable swiftness, immediately raising his arms to block her sweeping kick. His right arm absorbed the impact of her calf, and he felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing his feet to scrape along the ground for several meters before he came to a halt. As a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, Qin Ge's heart sank. Those who had advanced this far were undoubtedly formidable opponents, and he surmised that her kick could easily shatter a sturdy tree. Though he had successfully blocked her attack, the girl showed no intention of relenting. "Die!" she shouted, her voice a blend of fury and youthful exuberance as she leaped into the air with agility. Her left leg rose high, descending like a war axe aimed directly at the crown of Qin Ge's head. In response to her fierce onslaught, Qin Ge let out a cold snort and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading her descending kick. Simultaneously, he twisted his torso and unleashed a right leg strike akin to a steel whip directed at her. The girl's expression shifted slightly as she hastily adjusted her stance, raising her kicking leg to intercept Qin Ge's whip-like attack. Bang! Their legs collided with a dull thud, and she let out a stifled grunt, staggering backward in astonishment and fury as she glared at Qin Ge. Despite the innate advantages of the long-legged clan that endowed their kicks with extraordinary ferocity, the power of Qin Ge's tenfold dragon elephant righteousness was equally formidable. Although the girl managed to block his kick, her left leg was not spared, and she felt waves of soreness radiating through it, causing her to involuntarily twitch. In the heat of battle, Qin Ge showed no mercy, regardless of the opponent's gender. In a swift moment, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch with a resounding crash. The young girl reacted quickly, crossing her arms to shield herself, yet the forceful blow struck her, eliciting a startled cry as she was propelled off the ground, sent flying several meters away. With a flourish, Qin Ge summoned a flurry of black cards that darted through the air, displaying the exquisite art of card throwing. These cards, imbued with a swift, cutting motion, sliced through the girl's arms and legs as she stumbled to the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson wounds that caused her to cry out in pain. "Examiner, surely it is time to declare the outcome," Qin Ge remarked calmly, glancing at the examiner as the cards returned to him. The examiner nodded slightly and promptly announced, "Candidate number 135 is the victor." While the girl from the Longfoot clan still possessed the capacity to fight, it was evident that Qin Ge had shown restraint. Had he not, the cards would have targeted her vital areas rather than merely her limbs. The girl understood this stark reality, realizing that had this not been an examination, her fate may have been sealed. Thus, she accepted the outcome with a sense of resignation, offering no objections. Nevertheless, as she exited the stage, She cast a fierce glare at Qin Ge, clearly still incensed by his earlier actions. With the resolution of the contest in Qin Ge, it naturally signifies the impending final duel, and his opponent is none other than the user of the mantis shrimp devil fruit, who had previously been granted a bye. After a brief respite, Qin Ge and his opponent once again took to the arena, engaging in the final contest under the watchful eyes of all candidates and judges. The powers bestowed by the armadillo devil fruit are formidable. How will you secure victory now? Zephyr observed the impending battle with keen interest, harboring expectations for Qin Ge's performance. Having keenly noted the capabilities of candidate number 174 during previous encounters, Qin Ge understood the challenge that lay ahead. Thus he chose to bring forth the longsword he had previously showcased. Another swordsman, it seems this duel is destined to be mine. Although Qin Ge had displayed remarkable prowess in prior evaluations, candidate 174 exhibited no fear, instead approaching the arena with a provocatively challenging demeanor. The judge promptly announced the commencement of the duel, and candidate 174 immediately unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into a towering armadillo. Typically, those possessing animal-type devil fruit abilities can assume three forms: human, beast, and hybrid, with the beast form undoubtedly exemplifying the true strength of the devil fruit. The formidable armored scales enveloped his entire body, and the transformed candidate 174 appeared fully equipped, his eyes, now beastly in nature, fixed coldly upon Qin Ge. As the battle commenced and his opponent activated his devil fruit abilities, Qin Ge wasted no time in launching his own offensive. His eyes gleamed with intensity as his empty right hand morphed into a blur, releasing a flurry of black cards. Swish! The rapidly spinning black cards collided with the candidate's scales, producing brilliant sparks. However, they merely left shallow scratches, failing to inflict any genuine damage. Indeed, breaking through the defense would not be so straightforward. Witnessing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Ge's eyes as he swiftly seized his barrage of cards. Meanwhile, candidate 174, having endured the assault, let out a furious, beastly roar and charged forward, raising his right claw to tear through the air with ferocity. Clang! With a flash of cold steel, Qin Ge remained undaunted, extending his right hand to draw the long sword he held in his left, sweeping it with great force. The clash of blades echoed as the longsword met the claw, a dazzling shower of sparks erupting from the impact. The collision of their formidable strengths generated a visible shockwave that rippled outward for several meters. Clearly, as an animal-type devil fruit user, candidate 174, in his beast form, possessed immense physical power. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, both parties surprisingly found themselves evenly matched. In an instant, Qin Ge lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at his opponent's chin. "You shall not prevail," shouted contestant 174, dodging the strike by sharply turning his head, simultaneously opening his mouth, filled with sharp teeth, to viciously bite at Qin Ge's right leg. With a slight frown, Qin Ge swiftly changed his tactics, leaping into the air, evading the opponent's bite while creating distance between them. As he landed, an ominous aura erupted from Qin Ge, his eyes gleaming with a faint crimson light. With a low growl, he unleashed a frenzied slash of his blade. The air resonated with a fierce howl, as the scorching blade energy, imbued with a menacing and vigorous essence, surged forth, striking fiercely against the thick scales of contestant 174, accompanied by a dull thud. The contestant's face paled as he was violently sent flying, the sound of shattering scales echoing as fragments scattered. With a crash, contestant 174 was hurled nearly 10 meters away, landing in a heap, blood seeping from his back where his scales bore the marks of a savage cut. Incredible, gasped a young female member of the Footlong tribe who had previously clashed with Qin Ge, her eyes wide with astonishment at the display of brutal power. The technique dominance over all was undeniably a pursuit of devastating destruction, executed with an invincible spirit and devoid of any mercy. This was precisely why Qin Ge had refrained from employing it during the assessment, fearing he might lose control and kill his opponent. However, contestant 174's devil fruit defense was undeniably formidable. Even after enduring the brunt of dominance overall, he remained combat-ready, despite the significant injury to his back. He glared at Qin Ge with rage rather than defeat. "You dare damage my precious scales. I will teach you a lesson." Contestant 174 roared, his body undergoing a transformation. The creature that resembled a gigantic pangolin suddenly slimmed down, rising from all fours to stand upright. While still retaining its pangolin form, it now exhibited a more humanoid appearance. Clearly, contestant 174 had shifted from a beastly form to a hybrid man-beast form, which, while slightly less powerful, offered a more balanced approach better suited for combat. With a swift motion, contestant 174 propelled himself forward, his clawed feet ripping the ground as he darted towards Qin Ge at astonishing speed. With hands resembling deadly claws, he ferociously swiped at Qin Ge, creating a cacophony of slicing sounds that filled the air. Qin Ge calmly faced the onslaught, wielding his blade to create a dense web of slashes, blocking the relentless strikes of the opponent's claws. To his dismay, he realized that the scales formed by the opponent's devil fruit ability were extraordinarily tough, rendering dominance over all insufficient for a decisive victory. It seemed he would have to resort to another tactic. As he defended against the attacks, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Though dominance over all was regarded as a top-tier sword technique in his world, the martial prowess of the One Piece universe was evidently more fearsome. And the existence of devil fruits was beyond comprehension. Experiencing setbacks was not outside Qin Ge's expectations. As he pondered his next move, the relentless barrage of claws from contestant 174 began to take its toll. His long blade, not crafted for slaughter but rather a standard-issue weapon from military training, emitted a distressing sound, indicating it was nearing its limits. Alas, under the continued assault of contestant 174's razor-sharp claws, Qin Ge's blade shattered, splintering into several pieces that littered the ground. Witnessing this, Robin in the crowd gasped, her anxiety palpable as she watched Qin Ge in peril. "I've won," contestant 174 exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he anticipated his impending victory, lunging forward with ferocity to strike at Qin Ge. With narrowed eyes, Qin Ge reacted swiftly, leaning back just in time to avoid the deadly claws, then pushing off the ground to create distance between them. There's no turning back now. Although I wish to reserve this as a trump card, I truly despise losing. Casting aside the broken hilt of his blade, Qin Ge regarded his opponent with cold determination. "Stop pretending. You, as a swordsman, are nothing without your blade," contestant 174 bellowed, charging forward with wild abandon. As the vicious claws sliced through the air, Qin Ge remained impassive, his feet stirring the ground into ripples as he inexplicably vanished from sight. "What's this? His speed has increased," Zifa observed, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Qin Ge had not truly vanished. Instead, he had harnessed chakra to propel himself, momentarily surpassing the limits of human speed. Chakra was not merely a tool for ninjutsu. It had myriad applications, and being well-versed in its use, Qin Ge adeptly manipulated it to his advantage. Deprived of the ice release he had empowered by chakra, Qin Ge diligently practiced the utilization of chakra in secret, demonstrating remarkable control and having already mastered the art of walking on trees and treading water. The sharp claws sliced through the air, causing candidate 174 to halt in astonishment, scanning the surroundings in haste to locate Qin Ge. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ge, having channeled chakra to its utmost limits, propelled himself into the air at an astonishing speed, coldly surveying the ground below where his opponent still searched for him. An eerie chill emanated from his form as he activated the ice release, swiftly conjuring a sharp ice spear in his hand. Ice release. Ice pillar swallow. With formidable strength, the ice spear was launched with lightning speed towards candidate 174, producing a resounding sound of breaking air as it soared downward. The beast-type devil fruit not only bestowed upon him the strength of a wild beast, but also endowed him with a primal instinct for danger. Under the relentless assault of the sharp ice spikes, candidate 174, although yet unaware of Qin Ge's presence, instinctively sensed the impending danger. A chilling sensation surged from the base of his spine, compelling him to hastily evade to the side. Bang! The ice spike struck the ground with tremendous force. But before candidate 174 could relish his narrow escape, the shattered remnants of the ice spike instantaneously emitted a frigid aura, swiftly crystallizing into a towering ice column that erupted violently. Countless shards, resembling miniature ice spikes, erupted in all directions, engulfing the nearby candidate 174. Though the powers of the armored pangolin devil fruit allowed him to encase most of his body in formidable scales, his abdomen remained unprotected. Ordinarily, he would remain particularly vigilant regarding this vulnerability, but Qin Ge's ice-based assault caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react as the icy projectiles closed in. A scream pierced the air. While most of the ice projectiles shattered against his hardened scales, some penetrated deeply into candidate 174's abdomen, causing blood to flow immediately. Moreover, the biting chill accompanying the ice shards rapidly spread, enveloping him in frost that rendered his body rigid as he collapsed to the ground. "Is this Kazan's freezing attack?" Zephyr's pupils constricted, a rare look of astonishment crossing his face as he stared in disbelief at the composed figure of Qin Ge amidst the turmoil. Not only Zephyr, but the surrounding examiners were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with incredulity as they beheld the manifestation of Qin Ge's ice techniques. Their astonishment was not unwarranted, for the nature of the ice attack bore a striking resemblance to the powers of the ice fruit, and it is well known that no two devil fruits can possess identical abilities. Upon the sudden encounter with the ice-based ability reminiscent of frozen fruit, Zephyr and his companions were, understandably, left in a state of disbelief and astonishment. "Examiner, may we declare the results?" As Qin Ge turned to the examiner, he observed their opponent, frozen in a rigid posture, blood staining the ice that pierced their abdomen. Candidate number 135 is the victor. The examiner, jolted awake by Qin Ge's words, quickly regained composure and, upon assessing the scene, hastily announced the outcome. "Splendid. Alan has triumphed." In the crowd, a little girl erupted into cheers, her excitement propelling her towards Qin Ge. "This must be the power of a devil fruit. I never anticipated he concealed such prowess. Could he be a monster?" Frustration bubbled within others as they pondered the vast disparity in strength, questioning how someone so youthful could possess such formidable abilities. "This individual is remarkable. He is likely to be the top student of our cohort, and indeed, he is deserving of that title." The candidates who had previously fallen to Qin Ge's might wore expressions of uncertainty and complexity, their gazes converging upon the seemingly frail figure that harbored such terrifying strength. While Qin Ge's manifestation of ice brought considerable shock to Zephyr and the other examiners, the conclusion of the final duel signified the closure of this selection process. Listen closely. The results and distribution arrangements will be announced tomorrow, and designated personnel will notify you. Colonel Buck proclaimed to all the candidates. "What? We have to wait until tomorrow for the results? I thought we would find out immediately." Robin murmured, her anticipation palpable. Naturally, she yearned to learn the outcome without delay. After all, she believed Qin Ge's outstanding performance during the selection would ensure him a place in the best military academy. Conversely, Robin lacked confidence in her own abilities and was anxious to know the final results, hoping not to be separated from him. "Don't worry, it's just a day's wait. Besides, as I mentioned, even if we are not assigned together in the end, I can always take care of you." Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. His words held truth. While the military academy could aid in enhancing his strength, it did not confine him to the Navy. With the undead prison as his trump card, Qin Ge remained confident in his future. After the selection process concluded, Qin Ge and the other candidates departed from the military academy. Some may have returned directly to their accommodations to rest, while others, liberated from the pressure, chose to explore the town. To alleviate the little girl's anxiety, Qin Ge, instead of heading to the slaughterhouse, dedicated his time to escorting her around the town, allowing her to unwind and indulge in a variety of delectable dishes. As night approached, the delighted Qin Ge and Robin returned to their lodging, bidding each other farewell before retreating to their respective rooms. After a refreshing shower, Qin Ge lay on his bed and quietly entered the realm of the deceased. The energy he had accumulated was nearly sufficient. It was time to attempt extraction. He arrived directly before the golden prison that held Gue Hai Bai Lian, gazing intently at the soul ensnared by bronze chains, and commenced the process of deprivation. Although he had demonstrated formidable strength during the day's selection, it was merely a preliminary examination at the Naval Academy. It could be said that even among the most powerful candidates, few could rival the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million on the Grand Line, let alone stand against truly formidable adversaries. Qin Ge was not content with his current abilities. He must continuously strive to enhance his power, especially since his situation was far from secure. While there had been no mention of him or Robin in the O'Hara incident, Qin Ge was acutely aware of the sensitivity of historical records. One could never predict when the world government might uncover some trace, so he had to be proactive, endeavoring to amass the strength necessary to ensure both his and Robin's safety. After 5 days of accumulation, Qin Ge's soul energy has once again surpassed the threshold of 1,000. Although 100 units of soul energy would suffice to exchange for a chance at deprivation, Qin Ge, mindful of his clandestine actions, hesitated yet resolutely decided to expend 1,000 soul energy for a level 3 deprivation, though this nearly depleted all his savings. The probability of success at level 3 reached 50%. Should he fail even then, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Under the infusion of soul energy, the The golden prison, which held the refined spirit of Guihai, burst forth with resplendent brilliance. Simultaneously, Qin Ge gazed longingly at the ethereal form that swayed along with the bronze chains. Crack! The third-level deprivation was indeed not a hollow title. A delicate and melodious shattering sound emanated from within the prison. A glimmering strand of white light swiftly detached from the soul and rapidly merged into Qin Ge's body. His form trembled slightly, and upon the successful deprivation, a profound joy illuminated Qin Ge's face as he swiftly began to absorb the capabilities he had seized. Undoubtedly, the power he had acquired from the spirit of Guihai was none other than the three blades of Abhij. In an instant, the essence of an extremely malevolent and fierce sword technique swiftly emerged in Qin Ge's mind, igniting within him an overwhelming urge for slaughter. Fortunately, although the technique known as Return to the Sea had been mastered, the more sinister three blades of Abaddon remained unrefined, causing the malevolence it contained to be merely a nascent form, still within Qin Ge's control. Nevertheless, even in its embryonic stage, he could sense that the malevolence derived from the three blades of Abaddon rivaled that of the perfected Return to the Sea, a testament to the terrifying nature of this swordsmanship. While the three blades of Abaddon were indeed fierce, their power undoubtedly surpassed that of Return to the Sea. And despite the peril of succumbing to madness, training was imperative. A resolute glint shone in Qin Ge's eyes. The following morning, Buck arrived with a contingent of Navy personnel to announce the results of the previous day's selection, which bore good news for Qin Ge. Wonderful! I passed the selection and have been admitted to the main military academy, he exclaimed. Damn it! My result is merely in the second tier, which means I will be assigned to a branch academy. Another lamented. Don't complain, look at me. I have been eliminated and will likely be sent back home. The announcement of the selection results brought joy to some, dismay to others, and a sense of injustice to those who believed they should have been admitted to the prestigious main military academy, seeking someone to contest the decisions. Robin, standing alongside Qin Ge, also sighed in relief after the results were revealed, her face alight with joy. Clearly, possessing a devil fruit, she had also passed the selection and was highly favored for admission to the main military academy. Alan, we both made it into the main military academy. This is fantastic, the little girl exclaimed, joyfully hugging Qin Ge's arm, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Now you can be at ease, Qin Ge replied with a gentle smile. Undoubtedly, he too had passed the selection, placed in the first tier, and had topped the results, representing the chief student of this cohort. Now, all students admitted to the main military academy, please step forward. I will escort you to report in, while the others will be guided by designated staff shortly. Buck announced loudly. Qin Ge and Robin promptly stepped out from the crowd, departing the residence with the other students admitted to the main military academy, guided by Buck and the Navy personnel towards their new institution. As Qin Ge observed the other students, it was evident that those who had ranked among the top 10 in the third assessment were included in this group, illustrating that the main military academy indeed attracted only the elite from the selection. Upon arriving at the main military academy, Qin Ge and the others underwent a series of registrations and enrollment arrangements. The Navy held the main military academy in high regard, providing exceptional facilities and luxurious dormitories, allowing students to focus entirely on their training without concerns over daily life. Naturally, the academy maintained strict regulations, dividing dormitories by gender. Though Qin Ge longed for cohabitation with the little girl, he resignedly moved into the male dormitory. Fortunately, the dormitory environment was splendid, with single accommodations that somewhat eased Qin Ge's mild obsessive tendencies regarding cleanliness. After settling in, Buck informed all students that there would be an enrollment ceremony in the afternoon, where not only would all students gather, but a naval admiral would also deliver a speech, necessitating everyone's punctual attendance. A speech? I believe the current naval admiral is Sengoku, isn't it? Qin Ge mused, momentarily distracted while tidying his dormitory. While the future three admirals, Akainu, Kazuru, and Aokiji, were still mere vice admirals at this time, Sengoku had undoubtedly assumed the role of naval admiral, serving as the supreme leader of the Navy. Suddenly, as Qin Ge was lost in thought, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Surprised, he glanced towards the door and opened it. Hello. May I ask if you are Qin Ge Allen, one of this year's new students? I am a guard of Admiral Zephyr, and he has summoned you, said a Navy second lieutenant standing at the door, offering a smile after surveying the young man. Astonishment flickered in Qin Ge's eyes. He had not anticipated that such a formidable figure as Zephyr would seek him out, having only encountered him during the selection process, uncertain if the admiral even recognized him. Yet, despite his surprise, Qin Ge quickly regained his composure and nodded respectfully. Of course, please lead the way. The lieutenant, somewhat taken aback by Qin Ge's calm demeanor, soon regarded him with admiration. Indeed, he was worthy of being this year's chief student, as most others would have panicked at being summoned by Admiral Zephyr. Before long, after closing the door, Qin Ge followed the lieutenant away from the dormitory to a secluded area of the academy. There, he found a courtyard exuding classical charm, complete with artificial hills and flowing water, meticulously designed to harmonize with nature. Surrounding the courtyard, numerous sentinels stood vigil, solemnly patrolling the vicinity, indicating the stringent security in place. This is Admiral Zephyr's residence. Even instructors from the military academy are not permitted to enter freely, the lieutenant explained as he sensed Qin Ge's scrutiny of the guards. Qin Ge nodded slightly, understanding. Although Zephyr had semi-retired from frontline duties and even tendered his resignation from the rank of admiral, he retained his military title and remained a prominent figure within the Navy, deserving of exceptional protection. Inwardly, Qin Ge mused that he did not believe the guards could genuinely protect Zephyr should an enemy approach to attack. It was likely that Zephyr would end up safeguarding the guards instead. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Ge underwent a thorough inspection, guided by Zephyr's guard, before finally stepping into the inner sanctum, where he found Zephyr seated comfortably on a tatami mat, leisurely sipping tea. "Ah, welcome. Please, take a seat." Zephyr gestured with a satisfied expression after the lieutenant respectfully exited the room. While Qin Ge was curious about the reason behind Zephyr's summons, he did not display any awkwardness and straightforwardly settled cross-legged across from the admiral, fixing his gaze on him. "Might I inquire what matters prompted you to summon me?" "Admiral Zephyr?" Qin Ge ventured tentatively. "Have you so quickly adapted to the role of a military academy student?" "Quite well indeed. You are Qin Ge Allen, correct?" "The reason I called you here is merely to announce the reward for being this year's chief student," Zephyr stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's eyes brightened. He had anticipated that being the chief student would yield greater resources, but it appeared there were additional special rewards to be revealed. "May I ask what the rewards for being the chief student entail?" Qin Ge gazed intently at Zephyr, who chuckled softly and remarked with interest. "This will depend on your choice. The establishment of our military academy aims to cultivate exceptional naval officers, and thus, the rewards for each chief student are naturally based on merit. As the chief instructor, I can exercise my privilege to offer you 3 options. The first is to select any devil fruit from our academy's inventory. The second is to provide you with a renowned blade of at least good quality. As for the third option, it is rather unique, 3 months of specialized training under my guidance. You may choose as you wish." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Qin Ge fell into deep contemplation, not due to uncertainty over his choice, but because the implications of Zephyr's words were laden with significance. The promise of rewards for the chief student was undoubtedly genuine. However, Zephyr had explicitly mentioned that it was his prerogative to offer Qin Ge these 3 selections. Furthermore, the final option carried an enigmatic undertone, clearly suggesting something deeper, which Qin Ge could easily discern, having previously showcased the ice release fruit during the selection process. Zephyr would undoubtedly assume Qin Ge to be a devil fruit user, thereby rendering the first option inconsequential. The second choice of a renowned blade posed no issues, as Qin Ge had previously demonstrated his prowess. Yet, it was the third option, 3 months of specialized training, that intrigued him. Various thoughts raced through Qin Ge's mind as he gradually began to understand the situation. "I choose the third option, hoping to receive your 3 months of specialized training." Chief Instructor Zephyr. After a brief pause, Qin Ge fixed his gaze on Zephyr and stated with calm determination. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Zephyr's eyes, yet he inquired, "Why select the third option? Even if you are already a devil fruit user and thus forego the devil fruit selection, I would imagine that, as a swordsman, you would yearn to acquire a renowned blade. While a renowned blade is indeed splendid, I believe that true strength emerges from within. Furthermore, I deem the opportunity to receive your specialized training far more valuable than a mere blade." Qin Ge replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though it bore a hint of flattery, it was indeed his genuine sentiment. A renowned blade, while rare, was not insurmountable to obtain. However, the guidance of a top-tier expert was a truly invaluable opportunity. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr had resigned only due to personal circumstances, and his capabilities were beyond question. The fact that he had cultivated formidable talents such as Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru attested to his exceptional teaching ability, potentially surpassing even his own strength. Although Qin Ge possessed the legacy of the prison of the dead, he lacked systematic guidance. Acquiring Zephyr's mentorship would not only significantly enhance his abilities but also broaden his perspectives and mindset. Moreover, while Zephyr appeared to offer three choices, it was evident that he genuinely desired Qin Ge to select the third option, a realization that Qin Ge was astutely aware of. Zephyr was profoundly pleased with Qin Ge's response. His motives for summoning Qin Ge were not merely to bestow rewards upon the chief student. While each chief student garnered the attention of the Navy's higher echelons, Zephyr, as the chief instructor, was not required to personally oversee every case. His interest in Qin Ge stemmed from a recognition of his potential, with hopes of nurturing another prodigious talent akin to Sakazuki or Kazan. Well said. But I must caution you in advance, my specialized training is exceedingly rigorous. One could even describe it as a hellish ordeal. Once you make your choice, there will be no opportunity for regret. Zephyr stated solemnly, nodding slightly. Qin Ge responded resolutely, I shall not waver in my decision. I look forward to your guidance. Chief Instructor Zephyr. Excellent. Once classes commence tomorrow, you will train under the Academy instructors during the day, and from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. each evening. You will come to me for specialized training, Zephyr stated with composure. Qin Ge harbored no objections and was already anticipating the enhancements that Zephyr's training would bestow upon him. In the afternoon, as all personnel of the military academy gathered, the new student enrollment ceremony was held in the academy's grand hall, where Qin Ge also encountered the fleet admiral, Sengoku, who had come to deliver a speech. Though the actual military training would begin the following day, the conclusion of the enrollment ceremony provided Qin Ge with a deeper understanding of the inner workings of the academy. In the military academy, all students are categorized into a 6-tier system, with newcomers like Qin Ge placed in the first tier. Advancement to the next tier is contingent upon passing rigorous assessments, failure results, and repetition of the tier. Should a student fail to progress after 3 attempts, they risk expulsion from the main academy and reassignment to a subordinate institution. Such a system is an initiative from the Naval High Command, designed to prevent complacency among students and to cultivate true elites. As dawn broke the following day, the first-year students gathered at the training ground, where a robust and stern examiner supervised their morning exercises. Hurry up. Do you wish to forego breakfast? Start running. And anyone who fails to complete 50 laps within the allotted time will face an additional penalty of 1,000 push-ups. Listen closely. Don't think that entering the main academy means you can rest easy. We only need elites here. Those who consider themselves inadequate will simply fall behind. Under the relentless shouts of the instructors, Qin Ge and his fellow students sprinted around the training track, which extended over 500 meters. Those who lagged behind were met with harsh reprimands and physical reprimands from the instructors. The main academy, while offering the best in the Navy, is equally renowned for its stringent standards, functioning as a concentrated camp for elites. For instance, the morning exercise consisted of a grueling 25-kilometer run, leaving many students, particularly those with lesser stamina, in a state of distress, forcing them to grit their teeth and push through. Alan, I can't go on. Qin Ge, running alongside Robin, noticed that after 10 laps, Robin was clearly struggling, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. As they fell behind the main group, the instructors observed them with fierce gazes. Without hesitation, Qin Ge hoisted the exhausted young girl onto his shoulder. Qin Ge, what are you doing? This is training. If you assist Nickel Robin, you will be penalized with an additional 50 laps. The instructor barked upon witnessing Qin Ge's actions. Hearing this, Robin immediately protested, Alan, put me down. You'll get punished. Disregarding the instructor's reprimand, Qin Ge encouraged the struggling Robin, patting her back as he ran. Let them penalize me. Your stamina is too weak right now. Overexerting yourself will only burden your body. Just relax and rest on my shoulder. But Robin wished to argue, not wanting to burden Qin Ge with punishment. Yet, Qin Ge was resolute in not abandoning her. Regardless of her protests, he continued to sprint, eventually catching up with the leading students. The others, equally drenched in sweat, were taken aback by Qin Ge's determination to carry someone while running. Nevertheless, he paid them no mind, accelerating to the forefront of the group. At the front were the most exceptional students of this cohort, including the agile members of the Long tribe and those with the ability of the rusty fruit. After the entrance ceremony, the students of the same cohort have grown somewhat acquainted through their individual introductions, such as those capable of wielding the devil fruits, whom Qin Ge is familiar with, and who will undoubtedly become the elite of the Navy in the future. This fellow, upon encountering Qin Ge, who was pursuing someone with remarkable speed, seemingly on the verge of overtaking them, the individuals in his wake, unwilling to yield, began to exert themselves with fervor. Thus, in this relentless chase, they continued to circle around, until they completed a total of 50 laps in their morning exercise, under the grueling challenge of a 25-kilometer run. Even the physically robust Qin Ge found himself somewhat breathless, with beads of sweat faintly visible upon his brow. While the morning exercises had concluded for others, Qin Ge's were far from over. Due to his infraction of assisting Robin, he was subjected to a severe penalty by the instructors, comprising an additional 50 laps and 1,000 push-ups. Without uttering a word of protest, Qin Ge dutifully set off alone on the training field, determined to fulfill his punishment. His selflessness stirred a deep sense of gratitude in the petite Robin. Had it not been for Qin Ge urging her to rest and prepare for the upcoming formal training, she would have undoubtedly joined him in his relentless run. Despite the earlier punishment, Qin Ge retained an abundance of energy during the formal training that followed breakfast. The regiment at the military academy encompassed not only physical conditioning but also imparted a wealth of knowledge across various disciplines, such as wilderness survival and vital anatomy, all aimed at molding students into exceptional naval officers capable of executing their duties with excellence upon graduation. The Academy's six-tiered system saw first- and second-year students primarily engaged in physical training, particularly under the stringent supervision of Zephyr, the chief instructor, whose own formidable physique resembled that of the renowned Cap. As third- and fourth-year students began to acquire tactical skills, the teachings of the 6 styles of the Navy commenced. In contrast, fifth- and sixth-year students embarked upon practical combat training, forming task forces to pursue pirates across the seas and the Grand Line. The rigorous morning exercises set a daunting precedent, ensuring that formal training would be even more demanding, as instructors relentlessly sought to exhaust the students' stamina, only relenting once their charges were utterly fatigued. While students like Qin Ge, endowed with superior physical capability, fared reasonably well, those like Robin, who leaned more towards intellectual prowess, found themselves at a disadvantage. By the end of the day's training, Robin was left entirely spent, carried back to her dormitory by Qin Ge, her legs devoid of strength. For other students, the conclusion of daytime training meant a well-deserved evening respite. However, for Qin Ge, his training was far from finished. It was merely commencing. After a hearty dinner, he arrived punctually at Zephyr's quarters, where the latter awaited him, seemingly unfazed by the day's exertions. You may not appear overly fatigued from today's training, but I assure you, I shall not exhibit the same leniency as the instructors at the academy. Prepare yourself to experience a taste of hell, Zephyr remarked, surveying Qin Ge thoughtfully before breaking into a disconcertingly kind smile. A chill ran down Qin Ge's spine, and he felt an ominous premonition. Compared to Zephyr, the academy instructors seemed like mere lambs, while Zephyr himself was the proverbial tiger ready to devour him. Yet, he had come this far and, in his quest for strength, there was no turning back. Teacher Zephyr, I am fully prepared to endure any trial you set before me, he declared resolutely. Very well, let us commence, Zephyr replied, his demeanor swiftly shifting to one of sternness. In mere moments, Qin Ge found himself clad in a suit resembling armor, evidently a custom-made weighted vest, burdening him with a staggering 100 kilograms, even for someone of Qin Ge's exceptional physique. It felt overwhelmingly heavy. From this day forth, you shall don this weighted gear every time you arrive here, and every 10 days, I will increase the load. If you wish to avoid being immobilized by the weight, you must adapt with utmost swiftness, Zephyr stated nonchalantly. Although the academy offered weighted training, it paled in comparison to Zephyr's regiment, which was a relentless pursuit of Qin Ge's potential. Unable to suppress a gulp, Qin Ge contemplated the daunting challenge ahead. While 100 kilograms was within his capacity, the prospect of incrementally increasing the weight every 10 days was indeed alarming. Should he fail to adapt, the mere burden could prove torturous. Yet, there was no time for further reflection, for once clad in the weighted vest, Zephyr's specialized training commenced. My training for you will focus on 3 aspects: strength, speed, and defense. Today, we shall primarily concentrate on strength, Zephyr declared, setting the course for Qin Ge's arduous journey ahead. Under the burden of 100 kilograms, Qin Ge began his training at a somewhat sluggish pace, adhering meticulously to Zephy's stringent requirements. To enhance his leg strength, he performed 1,000 squats while shouldering a barbell weighing several hundred pounds. To fortify his arm strength, he wielded the heavy barbell as if it were a sword, executing 1,000 swings. To strengthen his core, he hung upside down, grasping 2 sizable dumbbells to complete 1,000 abdominal contractions. Although Zephy's training regimen appeared unremarkable at first glance, it was, in fact, highly targeted, meticulously designed to bolster the strength of various muscle groups within Qin Ge's physique. Beneath its seemingly mundane exterior lay an extraordinarily grueling workload. The intensity of the training was enough to intimidate even the most seasoned individuals, and it was far more daunting than any ordinary training session. If the military school's daytime training represented a mere moderate challenge for Qin Ge, ZFA's specialized training transcended into a nightmarish level of difficulty, evoking a sense of despair akin to that experienced by Robin. Nevertheless, the advantages of ZFA's specialized training were not to be overlooked. Although Qin Ge emerged from each session feeling utterly sore, unsteady even while walking, ZFA had thoughtfully prepared a soothing medicinal bath specifically for him. This was a privilege not afforded to ordinary students. According to ZFA, the recipe for this medicinal bath was a closely guarded secret developed within the Navy, designed not only to alleviate bodily fatigue and expedite recovery, but also to refine one's physical constitution. Of course, the cost of this medicinal bath was exorbitant. Each herbal ingredient was a rare commodity, many of which had become extinct and could only be cultivated through costly artificial means. In essence, indulging in this medicinal bath was tantamount to burning money. Its high price tag meant that, despite its remarkable efficacy, it could not be widely distributed within the Navy, reserved primarily for those among the elite. Qin Ge's current access to this luxurious treatment was undoubtedly due to ZFA's influence. Although ZFA had retired from his position as an admiral, his connections remained intact, and as the chief instructor of the military academy, he wielded sufficient authority to procure the medicinal bath. In his quest to demonstrate that he had not yet faded into obscurity and to cultivate a new generation of formidable naval talents, ZFA spared no expense in his training of Qin Ge. The effects of the medicinal bath were palpable. Upon completion, the once exhausted Qin Ge felt significantly rejuvenated. After bidding farewell to ZFA and returning to his dormitory for a night's rest, he re-entered the rigors of military training the following day, invigorated and ready to tackle the challenges ahead. As days turned into weeks, more than half a month had swiftly elapsed. After a period of adjustment, Qin Ge gradually acclimated to the life at the military academy, while also enduring the relentless day and night training from both the academy instructors and ZFA. In such circumstances, Qin Ge naturally sensed a transformation in his own strength. Not only had his physical abilities significantly enhanced, but he had also evidently reached a critical juncture in his cultivation. On this particular day, after completing the intensive training at ZFA, Qin Ge immersed himself in a medicinal bath, allowing his body to recuperate. Upon returning to his dormitory, he quietly began to practice the dragon-elephant prajna skill in his room. As his fists and feet moved with grace, a continuous surge of whistling energy erupted forth, showcasing an unparalleled ferocity. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave of qi surged through Qin Ge's body, accelerating the flow of internal power within his meridians. This energy coursed throughout him, causing every muscle to swell dramatically. On his bare torso, one could even observe the veins twisting like coiled dragons. The fierce energy radiating from Qin Ge enveloped him, producing a resonant sound reminiscent of a dragon and elephant's roar. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ge not only experienced a remarkable surge in his internal energy, but his physical form also seemed to undergo a profound refinement. His muscles, after swelling, contracted sharply, rendering his physique even more compact and refined. This transformation imbued Qin Ge's eyes with an almost palpable brilliance, while his skin expelled dark impurities, as if his body had undergone a cleansing ritual. The 11th level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. As the surging energy gradually dissipated and the swiftly circulating internal force began to settle, a subtle smile graced Qin Ge's lips. Although his cultivation of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill had been progressing rapidly, he had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. Advancing from the 10th to the 11th level. Under the breakthrough, Qin Ge naturally sensed his own enhancement. A palpable sense of formidable strength coursed through his clenched fist. The rapid advancement of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique can undoubtedly be attributed, in large part, to the abundant and unparalleled nutritional richness contained within the ingredients of this world. The culinary offerings at this military academy are undoubtedly among the finest within the Navy, primarily crafted from formidable and robust ingredients. Not only are these dishes delectable, but they are also imbued with rich nutritional value. Much like martial artists who relish hearty meals, Qin Ge currently enjoys a diet akin to consuming ginseng and reishi mushrooms daily, making it exceedingly difficult for him to slow his cultivation progress. Moreover, the recent rigorous training and deprivation have played a significant role in this development. The intensive training has undoubtedly compelled Qin Ge to tap into his latent potential. while the previous period of deprivation during his quest for supremacy has granted him a formidable internal strength, which naturally enhances his mastery of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Regardless of the circumstances, the breakthrough in his cultivation is indeed a cause for celebration. If the 10th level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique has endowed Qin Ge with a strength comparable to that of a dragon's might, his current arm strength now approaches an astonishing 1,500 pounds, signifying a remarkable enhancement in his prowess. Under the breakthrough of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, Qin Ge naturally felt invigorated in his subsequent training. Similarly, the rigorous training on the following day astonished his counterpart, ZFA. After more than half a month, Qin Ge's load-bearing capacity had been increased twice, reaching a remarkable 150 kilograms, with each increment being an additional 25 kilograms. Before the breakthrough, the continuous increase in weight had left Qin Ge in a state of utter despair. However, after the breakthrough, he felt a remarkable lightness, which did not escape Zephyr's notice. Although Zephyr was confident in his teaching abilities, Qin Ge's progress exceeded his expectations, prompting him to unceremoniously add more weight, increasing it to a staggering 200 kilograms. Teacher Zephyr, wasn't it agreed that we would increase the weight only once every 10 days? Why have you added 50 kilograms all at once? After a night of intense training, Qin Ge was soaked in sweat, leaning on his knees, and helplessly looked up at his supervisor, Zephyr. My special training is not static. If you feel overwhelmed, you may choose to abandon it, Zephyr remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ge. Naturally, Qin Ge could only remain silent. Although the training was arduous, the rewards were worth the struggle, and he had no intention of giving up, choosing instead to embrace both the pain and the joy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Ge had spent 3 months at the military academy, coinciding with a significant event. Have you heard? The legendary Golden Lion has escaped from prison, the very same pirate who was once on par with the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. What nonsense! Wasn't the Golden Lion imprisoned in the world's largest prison, impelled down? How could he possibly escape? No, the news is true. It has been reported in the newspapers. Apparently, the Golden Lion severed his own legs and used his devil fruit powers to break free from impelled down. Have you not seen that Marineford is already on lockdown? They fear that the Golden Lion might return for revenge. From the morning onwards, a tense atmosphere enveloped the military academy. Students whispered among themselves, while the instructors wore worried expressions, hurrying about. Aaron, who is the Golden Lion? Robin, who had also heard the news, asked with curiosity. Qin Ge, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, a formidable pirate who nearly defeated the Pirate King Roger and devastated nearly half of Marineford. Although the entire Navy and the world government were on high alert due to the Golden Lion's escape, Qin Ge, being familiar with the original narrative, knew that the Golden Lion would not make an appearance. Most likely, he had discovered plants containing IQ components and was preparing to hide and study them. This knowledge allowed Qin Ge to remain composed. As long as the Golden Lion did not show up, he posed no real danger to him. However, Qin Ge's explanation startled Robin, whose small face displayed a look of anxiety, as if fearing the Golden Lion might appear at any moment. Despite the chaos caused by the Golden Lion's escape, training continued as usual, and that evening, Qin Ge arrived promptly at the training location. 3 months had elapsed, indicating that Zephyr's special training was nearing its conclusion. Upon Qin Ge's arrival, Zephyr was already waiting, as always. Teacher Zephyr. Upon seeing Zephyr, Qin Ge humbly approached and bowed slightly. Although he had joined the Navy solely for the sake of power, the past 3 months of training had instilled a deep respect for Zephyr within him. This respect stemmed not only from Zephyr's strength, but also from his generous imparting of knowledge, a debt of gratitude that must be acknowledged. Aaron, today marks the final day of our special training. You have performed admirably over the past 3 months. As a farewell to this training, I shall teach you a power that is essential to master at sea. Zephyr's gaze burned intensely as he looked at Qin Ge. Qin Ge's eyes flickered. The power he referred to naturally made him think of a certain concept. Is what you speak of, Teacher Zephyr, hockey? Qin Ge inquired tentatively. Zephyr was not surprised that Qin Ge was aware of hockey, as it was a common concept among those in the Navy headquarters of Marineford, even if it remained unfamiliar to others. Indeed, it is hockey. Although your physical strength has yet to reach the required standard, you can begin training in observation hockey. Zephyr explained. Hockey is divided into 3 types: conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey, each possessing unique applications and effects. Conqueror's Haki is an innate ability that cannot be cultivated through training. When unleashed, it exudes a tangible pressure that can even shatter solid ground. Armament Haki enhances both offense and defense, acting as an invisible armor that can even touch the physical forms of Logia-type Devil Fruit users, making it an essential power to counteract Devil Fruit abilities. Observation Haki is a form of listening power, allowing one to sense the sounds and presence of enemies outside their line of sight and to foresee their movements. Qin Ge was well-versed in the 3 types of Haki, and upon learning that Zephyr would impart this knowledge, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart ignited with fervor. However, he was also intrigued by Zephyr's subsequent words and asked curiously, "What do you mean by physical strength reaching the required standard? Is it necessary for my physicality to be at a certain level to cultivate armament Haki?" Zephyr nodded. "That is essentially the case. You may have heard others speak of Haki, but your understanding, especially regarding armament Haki, may still be superficial. While armament Haki is essential for countering Devil Fruit users, there are certain taboos to be aware of during its cultivation and application. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, the issue of physical strength is paramount. Unlike Conqueror's Haki, which is innate, and Observation Haki, which stems from the mind and spirit, armament Haki is an energy that evolves from the physical body. Thus, the stronger the body, the more powerful the armament Haki one can manifest. There is a saying in the sea that goes, "A physically strong individual may not necessarily be a Haki powerhouse, but a Haki powerhouse is undoubtedly a physically strong individual." This means that to cultivate formidable armament Haki, one must possess robust physical strength. Of course, those with weaker physiques can also train in armament Haki, but the results will be minimal, and it would be a waste of time and energy. It is far more efficient to first strengthen the body before training in armament Haki. Qin Ge comprehended Zephyr's explanation, yet he continued, "How strong must my physique be to begin cultivating armament Haki? Wait until your physical strength reaches 1,000 before we discuss this. However, this is merely my minimum requirement. Ideally, you should aim for a physical strength of around 5,000. That would be the optimal time to begin cultivating armament Haki." Zephyr spoke earnestly. Qin Ge, taken aback, recalled that if memory served, in the original work, during the Judicial Island arc, Rob Lucci, renowned as the strongest CP9 agent in history, possessed only a power level of 4,000 in his human form. Zephyr's ambition for Qin Ge to achieve a power level of 5,000 before training in the armament Haki revealed the lofty expectations he held for himself. Nevertheless, Qin Ge discerned that Zephyr's intent was clear. The stronger one's physique, the more advantageous it would be to cultivate armament Haki. Although attaining a power level of 5,000 seemed a distant goal for him at present, inexplicably, he felt a surge of eagerness within him. A power level of 5,000, he thought, perhaps it would be wise to set a modest target for himself. First, to reach a power level of 5,000. Qin Ge found himself oddly exhilarated, his eyes shining with fervor. However, there is no need for haste. Following the standard progression, most individuals in the Navy must attain at least a school level or even a general level rank to begin engaging with Haki. For now, focus on training in Observation Haki. Zephyr reassured, sensing Qin Ge's potential disappointment at not being able to train in armament Haki immediately. Zephyr, who aspired to cultivate a new generation of monstrous Navy officers, placed significant importance on Qin Ge's development. Although his training was exceedingly rigorous, his guidance was remarkably patient, demonstrating that he was indeed a commendable mentor. While the ability to train in armament Haki was temporarily out of reach, the prospect of mastering Observation Haki filled Qin Ge with anticipation. He quickly adjusted his mindset and listened intently to Zephyr's teachings. As Zephyr had previously mentioned, Observation Haki is a power that emanates from the mind. While it does not physically enhance one's defensive or offensive capabilities like armament Haki, it plays a crucial role in combat. Despite the absence of age restrictions in mastering Observation Haki, its cultivation can be, in some respects, even more challenging than that of armament Haki. The mind is not as tangible as the body. Although some individuals may awaken it spontaneously without training, such occurrences are typically the result of extreme stimuli. Without external influences, cultivating the Observation Haki and allowing the ethereal mind to manifest its power is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Under the tutelage of Zephyr, Qin Ge embarked on the journey of mastering Observation Haki. He sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to relax his consciousness and enter a meditative state akin to deep contemplation. To cultivate Observation Haki, one must first attune to their inner spirit, The initial step involves discarding all distracting thoughts and concentrating one's attention entirely. When one achieves a state where the passage of time becomes imperceptible, they can consider the first phase of their training complete. Observing Qin Ge in his meditative pose, Zephyr offered gentle reminders. Although Qin Ge endeavored to clear his mind as instructed, distracting thoughts inexplicably persisted, intruding upon his focus. At times, he believed he had achieved concentration, only to have fleeting scenes conjured from his scattered thoughts. After persevering for over half an hour, Qin Ge reluctantly opened his eyes, realizing that consolidating his consciousness was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Master Zephyr, how long do others typically take to master observation haki? Qin Ge inquired. Zephyr replied, it largely depends on one's innate talent. Some individuals are naturally suited to the cultivation of observation haki and may grasp it in an instant, while others with lesser aptitude may struggle their entire lives without success. Generally speaking, one can expect to achieve a rudimentary understanding within 3 to 5 years, and at most, within 10 years. If it exceeds this time frame, it is safe to conclude that the individual lacks the requisite talent for mastering observation haki. Is that so? Qin Ge mused, nodding thoughtfully. While he did not consider himself a prodigy, he also doubted that his abilities were so deficient that he could never master observation haki. At most, he figured he might require additional time. Being less than 9 years old, even if it took him 10 years, he would merely be 19, a youthful age, indeed, and one in which he could afford to invest time. During the final day of intensive training, Qin Ge primarily focused on familiarizing himself with the nuances of observation haki under Zephyr's guidance. Although the special training had concluded, Zephyr's decision to impart the knowledge of haki on the last day signified his high regard for Qin Ge's potential. Before parting, Zephyr subtly conveyed that should Qin Ge encounter any obstacles in his future training, he was welcome to consult him at any time, to which Qin Ge readily agreed. In the days that followed, Qin Ge found himself engrossed in rigorous training, diligently practicing dragon elephant prajna and ice release alongside observation haki. Speaking of ice release, Qin Ge had dedicated considerable effort to its mastery. According to an analysis he had encountered in a forum during his previous life, ice release could be categorized into 6 distinct stages. The ice release he had managed to extract from the White Soul was merely at the 2nd stage, indicating the vast potential it held. To further develop his ice release, Qin Ge had even sought Zephyr's counsel. Of course, officially, ice release was cloaked under the guise of a devil fruit ability, merely resembling the powers of the ice fruit. Although Zephyr was not a devil fruit user, he was a seasoned mentor who had successfully nurtured the likes of Akiji, a user of the ice fruit, and through this connection, he provided Qin Ge with significant insights and assistance, allowing his ice release to steadily progress. However, in comparison to the development of ice release and dragon elephant prajna, Qin Ge's progress in observation haki was unexpectedly swift. Initially, he had assumed that mastering it would require a protracted period, yet on the 3rd day of his training, he surprisingly entered a meditative state of concentrated awareness. Master Zephyr, I have succeeded. I have completed the first step of training in observation haki. Upon experiencing this breakthrough, Qin Ge eagerly sought out Zephyr the following day after completing his daytime training, anxiously awaiting the next steps in his cultivation. Excuse me? What did you just say? Zephyr, who had been leisurely sipping tea, abruptly sputtered, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the approaching Qin Ge, seemingly caught off guard. Although puzzled by Zephyr's reaction, Qin Ge reiterated his previous statement. Upon receiving confirmation, Zephyr's countenance shifted through a myriad of emotions, his expression becoming notably complex, leaving Qin Ge momentarily taken aback. Zephyr had always exuded a sense of composure. Such an uncharacteristic display of emotion was unprecedented, and it undoubtedly astonished Qin Ge. The reason for Zephyr's intense reaction was clear. While observation haki does not impose the same rigorous physical demands as armament haki, it is not without its challenges. In fact, the difficulty of mastering observation haki may surpass that of armament haki, as it requires the refinement of one's consciousness and spirit. Merely entering a meditative state can elude individuals for a lifetime. Zephyr himself was a late bloomer, achieving his significant breakthroughs later in life. Yet when it came to the cultivation of haki, he had always prided himself on his innate talent. Within the Navy, aside from Garp, Zephyr was regarded as an authority on haki. Nevertheless, during his own journey to master observation haki, he had spent nearly half a month to reach a meditative state. As for Garp, whose talent in haki was even greater, he had taken a week to attain a similar state. Yet here was Qin Ge, who had accomplished this feat in just 3 days, a pace that was indeed astonishing, even overwhelming for the composed Zephyr. Were it not for the prior knowledge of Qin Ge's lack of experience in observation haki, Zephyr might have questioned whether Qin Ge had secretly possessed this ability all along. Of course, had Zephyr known that Qin Ge had also divided a significant portion of his focus between cultivating dragon elephant prajna and ice release during those 3 days, he would have been even more astounded. The remarkable progress Qin Ge made in his mastery of observation haki was largely attributable to the absorption of the original body's soul upon his transmigration to the world of One Piece, endowing him with an innate strength of spirit that set him apart. While observation haki is a manifestation of the mind itself is born of the soul. A strong soul naturally enhances one's spiritual awareness, facilitating the perception of one's inner self. Despite feeling his confidence somewhat shaken by Qin Ge's impressive achievements, Zephyr found himself increasingly delighted by Qin Ge's progress. Yet, as a mentor, he maintained an air of authority. "Ah, I see. I thought it was something of great consequence, nearly causing me to choke on my tea. Nevertheless, completing the first step of training in just 3 days is commendable. Let us proceed to the next phase of cultivation," Zephyr declared, feigning calm as he cleared his throat and gestured with his fist. Qin Ge, unaware of the specifics of the training process, was successfully diverted by Zephyr's attention shift and eagerly awaited the forthcoming instruction. Zephyr wasted no time in explaining the subsequent steps for mastering observation haki. Now that Qin Ge had achieved a concentrated awareness, the next objective was to enhance his sensory abilities. Attaining this level of perception was no simple task. It required Qin Ge to develop a keen sensitivity to the surrounding world. However, the method Zephyr described left Qin Ge utterly astonished. "Master Zephyr, are you certain that the training method you just mentioned will not lead to my demise?" Qin Ge hesitated, a rare moment of doubt creeping into his voice. "Rest assured, the Navy possesses specialized medications for such situations, and this can also be regarded as a form of physical conditioning. The path of justice that Zephyr upholds is indeed formidable." Qin Ge hesitated, nodding slightly, already foreseeing the impending misfortune. The second method of training that Zephyr proposed required Qin Ge to enter a chamber teeming with wasps. In the darkness, he was to rely on the sound of the wasps' wings and his own perceptual abilities to evade their attacks. Although Qin Ge found this method rather dubious, he decided to give it a try, swayed by Zephyr's elaborate explanations. The next day, upon arriving at Zephyr's location, Qin Ge found that everything was prepared. With a gulp, he steeled himself and stepped into the buzzing, pitch-black chamber. Alas! Within mere seconds, a piercing scream echoed from within, while outside, Zephyr calmly stroked his chin, waiting with an air of nonchalance. In truth, there were gentler methods to enhance one's sensory abilities. But Qin Ge's previous display of remarkable talent had compelled Zephyr to opt for the most challenging, yet also the most effective, approach. Undoubtedly, after 10 minutes had elapsed, Qin Ge was carried out of the chamber by soldiers clad in protective gear, his face and body swollen with numerous red welts, resembling a grotesque visage. Medical personnel, who were already on standby, rushed to administer treatment. Although the venom was swiftly neutralized, the swelling proved more obstinate. "You shall stay here for the time being," Zephyr remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his concern for Qin Ge's plight. In light of Qin Ge's deplorable state, it was clear he was unfit to be seen in public, and even the training at the military academy was put on hold. The immediate goal was to master the second stage of the observation haki. Qin Ge, internally seething over his condition, nonetheless resolved to endure. Unaware that a gentler training method existed, a tragic irony born of information disparity, to expedite his recovery from the unfortunate pig-head appearance, Qin Ge unleashed an unprecedented 200% of his potential, diligently honing his sensory abilities. Simultaneously, to spare the young girl from worry and to maintain his flawless image in her eyes, he refrained from appearing in public, discreetly requesting Zephyr to relay a message that he needed to train in secret for a while. Though Zephyr's training regimen was somewhat harsh, the results were undeniably evident. Within less than 10 days, Qin Ge began to acclimate, the welts from wasp stings diminished, and his sensitivity to the external environment sharpened, even in darkness. A month later, the once dismal Qin Ge transformed. He could now comfortably remain in the wasp-filled chamber for an hour, emerging unscathed. "Teacher Zephyr, I believe I have completed the second stage of training," he declared confidently, his face now free of swelling and restored to its handsome visage. "Oh, quite commendable. Let us commence the final stage of training," Zephyr replied, raising an eyebrow and summoning a contingent of armed soldiers. Zephyr had closely monitored Qin Ge's progress. Accomplishing the second stage in just a month was indeed impressive, yet Zifa appeared unfazed, maintaining a composed demeanor. However, Qin Ge could not share Zifa's calm. The sight of armed soldiers sparked an ominous premonition within him. "Teacher Zifa, you aren't intending to have them shoot me, are you?" He forced a smile, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. But fear not, these guns are loaded with specially crafted rubber bullets. While they fire at the same velocity as real bullets, they will merely cause a bit of discomfort," Zifa assured him. Qin Ge sighed in relief, his expression relaxing. He had genuinely feared for his life, grateful that it was only rubber bullets. Yet, his relief proved premature, as he soon discovered just how much discomfort truly entailed. Blindfolded, a group of soldiers unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire towards Qin Ge at the opposite end. Despite having honed his sensory abilities to an extraordinary level through rigorous training, the speed of the bullets was undeniably beyond the capabilities of mere hornets. The relentless echoes of gunfire, accompanied by the incessant sounds of impact, enveloped Qin Ge, who was fully immersed in the experience of being caught in a hail of bullets. Before he could react, rubber bullets struck him one after another, eliciting cries of pain. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, to enhance your perception of danger. These rubber bullets are considerably harder than ordinary ones and are coated with a special substance that intensifies the sensation of pain upon contact with the skin." At that moment, Zifa added lightly. However, Qin Ge was evidently beyond hearing him, drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire and racked with unbearable pain as the rubber bullets continued to hit him, contorting his expression in agony. The tragedy persisted. Having just escaped one ordeal, Qin Ge found himself ensnared in yet another plight. Though not as excruciating as the torment of wasp stings, the experience was still intolerable. If he could not evade the rubber bullets, it would be akin to enduring a torturous punishment. The notion that human potential is boundless was clearly validated in Qin Ge. 3 months passed, and on an expansive training ground, gunfire rang out incessantly, bullets pouring forth like a relentless tide. Opposite, with his eyes shrouded in black cloth, Qin Ge nimbly dodged left and right, as if foreseeing the trajectories of the rubber bullets aimed at him. "Teacher Zifa, increase the number of shooters. I feel it's still insufficient." While evading, Qin Ge even had the energy to provoke, calling out defiantly. Zifa, watching from the side, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he gestured for more participants to join the shooting, amplifying the cacophony of gunfire and intensifying the onslaught of rubber bullets directed at Qin Ge. Nevertheless, even amidst this chaos, Qin Ge continued to adeptly evade, skillfully dodging each incoming rubber bullet with ease. Witnessing this, Zifa's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to suppress his astonishment. In less than half a year of training, Qin Ge had seemingly begun to master the observation hockey. Perhaps he truly had the potential to cultivate a monstrous marine once again. Zifa mused, filled with anticipation. After half an hour of shooting, Zephyr called for a halt. Having already grasped the fundamentals of observation hockey, such shooting exercises no longer posed any challenge to Qin Ge. "Alan, you have nearly completed this final step. It can be said that you have now initially mastered observation hockey. What remains is to continually enhance your perceptive acuity and range." Upon concluding their training, Zephyr sat down with Qin Ge and earnestly advised him. Qin Ge nodded in gratitude, responding, "I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Rest assured, I will continue to deepen my training in observation hockey." "Good, that is reassuring," Zephyr said, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, Qin Ge had never disappointed him in his training endeavors. Not only was his talent commendable, but his diligence had also consistently satisfied Zephyr. "By the way, Teacher Zephyr, although I have preliminarily mastered observation hockey, I still lack practical combat experience. I wonder if I might join the newly formed training ship." Qin Ge suddenly proposed. "You wish to join the training ship?" Zephyr exclaimed in surprise. According to the 6th-level system of the military academy, only students at levels 5 and 6 were permitted to form training ships, while Qin Ge was merely a level 1 student, which clearly contravened the established rules. "Yes, joining the training ship would not only allow me to better master observation hockey, but it would also serve to hone my swordsmanship. The style I practice is rather unique. It can only be rapidly enhanced through combat," Qin Ge stated discreetly. His desire to join the training ship was not solely for the purpose of improving his strength, it was also to acquire soul energy. The training ship would engage in capturing pirates in the Grand Line and the Four Seas, providing Qin Ge with an opportunity to obtain soul energy. During his time at the military academy, which has spanned over 6 months, Qin Ge found himself constrained by the academy's regulations and the rigorous training under Zephyr, preventing him from venturing to the logistics department to hunt ferocious beasts for soul energy. It is worth noting that the soul energy obtained from slaughtering beasts pales in comparison to that acquired from humans. Even the soul energy harvested from an ordinary human exceeds that of a moderately strong beast. Naturally, Qin Ge was reluctant to forego the opportunity of joining the expeditionary training ship. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Zephyr fell into contemplation. Although, according to the rules, a first-year student like Qin Ge was not eligible to join the expedition, Zephyr was well aware of his exceptional circumstances. In terms of strength, Qin Ge was already on par with 5th and 6th-year students, perhaps even surpassing most of them. Thus, his inclusion in the expedition would not be a burden. Rather, it would enhance the ship's combat capabilities significantly. Alan, while I am the chief instructor of the academy, I cannot disregard the established rules. However, I will certainly advocate on your behalf to the higher-ups. Whether or not you gain approval will depend on your fortune. After a moment's reflection, Zephyr fixed his gaze upon Qin Ge. Clearly, he was inclined to support Qin Ge's request, recognizing that truly extraordinary talents must be proven through combat. Nevertheless, as a disciplined naval officer, he would not act unilaterally. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Although he did not receive a definitive answer, Qin Ge slightly bowed in gratitude. After concluding his training in observation hockey, Qin Ge returned to the academy to join his fellow students in their training. Meanwhile, Zephyr made his way to the headquarters building the following day. Ah, Zephyr, what brings you here today? A robust man, adorned with a naval cap and a well-groomed beard, dressed in a white suit and a justice cloak, looked up with surprise and a smile as Zephyr entered his brightly lit office. I have something to report. By the way, where is Carp today? Zephyr casually seated himself on a nearby sofa, surveying the office. Carp is on leave, returning to the East Blue to visit his hometown. But what brings you here for a personal report? Sengoku replied with a smile. Zephyr nodded slightly and elaborated. It concerns a student at the academy, specifically the top student of this cohort. He applied to join the expeditionary training ship yesterday. As you know, according to regulations, only 5th and 6th-year students are eligible, so I require your decision on this matter. Sengoku's expression turned to one of surprise, followed by thoughtful contemplation. You are referring to the student you have been intensively training for the past 6 months, correct? I believe his name is Qin Ge Allen. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was well aware of the happenings surrounding Zephyr, particularly regarding the most outstanding students of each cohort. Indeed, it is Qin Ge Allen. This child possesses remarkable talent, and he has recently begun to master observation hockey. He intends to hone his skills through actual combat. Zephyr nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Really? He has mastered observation hockey? In just half a year? Sengoku exclaimed, astonished. Technically, it has been just over 4 months. Initially, I was merely training his physical abilities. Zephyr remarked nonchalantly, though the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. Zephyr's words only deepened Sengoku's astonishment. He understood the difficulty of mastering observation hockey, making Zephyr's claims all the more incredible. Is it truly so? Qin Ge Allen's talent is indeed extraordinary. I recall that you and Carp spent over half a year mastering observation hockey yourselves. Zephyr nodded in affirmation, expressing his satisfaction. Although he lacks the top-tier natural devil fruit abilities like Sakazuki and Kazan, his talent and training is indeed remarkable. This is precisely why I have been devoting special attention to his training. Sengoku inclined his head, placing trust in Zephyr's teaching capabilities. After hearing Zephyr's description, he gained a clearer understanding of Qin Ge Allen. It seems our Navy is set to gain another exceptional soldier. As for the expeditionary training ship, outstanding talents certainly deserve special consideration. However, we cannot alter the rules solely for one individual. Therefore, I propose we hold a grand competition within the academy. Any student, regardless of their year, who demonstrates exceptional strength in the competition may join the expeditionary ship. Sengoku, renowned for his strategic mind, quickly devised this plan after a brief moment of contemplation. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's suggestion, but soon recognized its merit. The Navy must cultivate exceptional talent and uncover potential within its ranks. Although the students had not yet graduated, participation in the expedition could yield military merit through capturing pirates and criminals. Furthermore, due to the nurturing of newcomers, the military merit acquired by academy students for apprehending pirates and criminals would be more substantial than usual. Consequently, upon graduation, These students could leverage the military merit amassed during their time at the academy to secure higher-ranking positions. For instance, individuals like Sakazuki and Kazan achieved the rank of Rear Admiral at a young age, not only due to their formidable abilities but also because of the substantial military merit they accumulated during their academy years, which enabled them to attain high ranks immediately upon graduation. In essence, the expeditionary training ship represented an opportunity for students to acquire military merit, a prospect eagerly sought after by any ambitious student. Previously, only 5th and 6th-year students were permitted to participate in the expedition, due to concerns about the potential shortcomings in strength among lower-year students, which could lead to unnecessary casualties. However, with the example of Qin Ge, Sengoku felt that it was reasonable to slightly amend the rules regarding the expedition, allowing outstanding lower-year students to participate, provided they met the necessary strength criteria. After making a decision, Zhang Guo and Zhe Fa began discussing the specific details. Within half a day, news regarding the reform of the training vessels swiftly spread throughout the military academy. What? The higher-ups are reforming the training vessels and will hold a grand competition, allowing anyone who meets the qualifications to participate. Such an opportunity. I have heard that by joining the training vessels, one can earn military merit even without graduating. Thus, I must sign up. Me too. Let us go register together. The entire military academy was brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. The students training alongside Qin Ge, who were originally focused on their drills, now wore expressions of exhilaration and engaged in fervent discussions. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Ge was taken aback. Could this be the outcome of teacher Zhe Fa's report to the higher-ups? How did it suddenly transform into a reform of the training vessels? Qin Ge pondered in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his suggestion would evolve into such a significant event, yet he felt quite pleased with the reforms. This meant he would have a chance to join the training vessels. Alan, are you going to sign up? Robin inquired, leaning in. Of course I will participate. Qin Ge replied with resolute affirmation. In that case, I shall give it a try as well. Encouraged the little girl beside him, gathering her courage. During her extensive time at the military academy, the young girl naturally shed her previous constraints and gained a comprehensive understanding of various naval situations. Each expedition of the training vessel lasts anywhere from several months to as long as half a year. And Robin certainly does not wish to endure several months without seeing Qin Ge. It is evident that the young girl has increasingly come to rely on Qin Ge, and as she matures, her mentality is gradually evolving towards that of a young woman. Upon the conclusion of their training, Qin Ge and Robin, along with the majority of their peers, hastened towards the registration venue for the internship vessel, subsequently enrolling for participation. Although the criteria for joining the internship vessel necessitated formidable strength, it is noteworthy that all those who gained entry into the military academy were exceptional talents from various regions, each inherently proud and possessing a confidence that rivaled that of their counterparts. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that a considerable number of participants have registered. In addition to the already qualified Level 5 and Level 6 students, nearly 90% of students from Levels 1 to 4 have also signed up. Upon learning that the grand competition would take place in 3 days, all participating students commenced their preparations with fervor, intensifying their training efforts. Naturally, Qin Ge and Robin were no exceptions. During Qin Ge's rigorous training under Zhe Fa, Robin also experienced significant improvement. In addition to making initial progress in the development of the flower fruit ability, he had remarkably advanced in the dragon elephant prajna technique, reaching the 3rd level, an astounding transformation from his previous self. Although Qin Ge was confident, he was not arrogant. In the 3 days leading up to the event, he engaged in comprehensive training across various aspects of his abilities. The dragon elephant prajna, having undergone Zhe Fa's grueling physical training and more than 6 months of diligent practice, had seen substantial enhancement, nearing the threshold of the 12th level. Furthermore, after acquiring the abhij of the 3 blades, Qin Ge had also diligently practiced in secret, managing to cultivate it despite the perilous nature of its fierce blade intent, although it carried the risk of falling into madness during use. His abilities in ice release had similarly improved, not only enhancing the chilling aura but also developing new techniques beyond the original secret arts. As for the recently mastered observation haki, though still in its nascent form, it empowered Qin Ge to effortlessly perceive subtle fluctuations within a 100-meter radius, allowing him to foresee events in advance. The 3 days swiftly passed, and the grand competition, which would determine the internship ship placements, officially commenced at a magnificent venue reminiscent of an ancient Roman amphitheater in Marineford. This impressive arena was one of the many notable sites in Marineford. Originally utilized for graduation military competitions among various military academies, now repurposed for the contest of internship ship placements. Look, it's Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Known as a kainu, a formidable figure in the Navy rumored to be a strong candidate for future admiral. But he was not the only prominent figure present. Over there were Vice Admirals Kazan and Borsellino, both rumored to be contenders for the admiral position as well. The attendance of such illustrious individuals promised a grand spectacle. And there, that is Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff of the Navy, an absolutely pivotal figure. As events unfolded, the naval personnel at Marineford became aware of the competition taking place within the military academy, leading all qualified individuals to gather at the arena to witness the proceedings. The expansive seating area was already filled to capacity, with many well-known figures in attendance. Students from the Naval Academy, seated in one section, expressed their awe and engaged in animated discussions upon spotting the distinguished guests. This competition represented an excellent opportunity to observe the potential seeds of talent within the academy, attracting numerous high-ranking officials from the Navy, including the Fleet Admiral himself, Sengoku. Qin Ge also sat among his fellow students, quietly observing the notable figures of the world. Although these individuals appeared noticeably younger than their counterparts in the original narrative, their demeanor and actions showed little change. For instance, amidst the crowd, Akina sat rigidly in a wine-red suit, exuding an air of ironclad authority. Kizaru, on the other hand, presented a rather frail appearance and without his cloak of justice. One might hardly believe he was among the Navy's elite. Akiji maintained a similarly lackadaisical posture, seemingly devoid of the poise expected of a vice admiral, giving off an impression of nonchalance. While Qin Ge observed, a naval colonel ascended to the center of the arena to explain and announce the details of the competition. The format of the contest was straightforward. It would consist of two parts. The first part required all participants to compete for a place among the top 50. Only those who secured a spot in the top 50 would qualify for the internship ship. However, qualification did not guarantee inclusion. The second part involved challenges, where the top 50 competitors would draw lots to challenge 5th and 6th year students holding the internship slots. Success in these challenges would grant them a spot, while the challenged students would lose their opportunity to join the internship ship. This latter part of the assessment was crucial, serving not only as a test for the 1st to 4th year students, but also as a trial for the 5th and 6th year students. Failure to defend their slots would result in disqualification. Unquestionably, while 1st to 4th year students like Qin Ge were filled with excitement and passion for the competition, the 5th and 6th year students were rife with trepidation and vigilance, none wishing to forfeit their chance at the internship ship. As the colonel, serving as the host, announced the commencement of the competition, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Contestants number 1, Chibman, and number 2, Borton, please take the stage. The referee announced the competitors with a booming voice. Soon, the two students summoned stepped onto the arena, brimming with fighting spirit as they sized each other up. Before the grand competition commenced, all participants randomly received a number, which subsequently determined their opponents for the first round of combat. As the matches unfolded, the two combatants on the arena immediately engaged in a fierce battle, each showcasing their unique abilities with fervor. Although the majority of the audience comprised high-ranking naval officers, all of whom possessed formidable prowess, they remained captivated, meticulously observing the performance of each contestant. Students from military academies, like Qin Ge, could be regarded as the future elite of the Navy. While they had yet to fully mature, they undeniably represented the backbone of the Navy's future leadership. Much like Shiza's camaraderie with Qin Ge, these senior naval officials were keen on investing in promising new talents, anticipating the benefits that would accrue once these individuals rose to prominence. As the duels progressed, the enthusiasm of the spectators intensified, and Qin Ge encountered several familiar faces. Among them was a silver-haired contestant who exhibited the rare natural type abilities of a third-generation devil fruit, effortlessly defeating his opponent with the billowing white smoke that surrounded him, eliciting awe from the crowd. Smoker, perhaps? A glimmer of recognition sparkled in Qin Ge's eyes, observing the defiant demeanor of the silver-haired youth, who appeared to be merely 14 or 15. Qin Ge instantly identified him by the displayed powers of the devil fruit, albeit surprised that he had already acquired the smoke fruit at such a young age, without the domineering presence or the restraint of a devil fruit ability. A natural-type devil fruit user undoubtedly embodies an invincible existence. Qin Ge contemplated, stroking his chin, pondering how he might confront Smoker and counter the capabilities of his smoke fruit. In the past, aside from Smoker, Qin Ge had also encountered a youthful Tina, who had already acquired the powers of the barrier fruit from the original story, effortlessly ensnaring her opponent with iron bars and securing victory through her overwhelming advantage. Though the headquarters military academy no longer harbored monstrous titans like Kazan or Sakazuki, it remained replete with exceptional elites, attesting to the academy's remarkable and comprehensive training. During the competition, Robin was called to fight before Qin Ge. Her selected opponent was a third-year student. Upon taking the stage, the battle commenced immediately following the referee's announcement. Within the military academy, students of the third and fourth levels have begun to transition from physical training to the study of combat techniques, which naturally includes the Navy's 6 styles. Robin's opponent suddenly transformed his legs into mere shadows, vanishing in an instant. Although Robin felt a tinge of nervousness before taking the stage, her mature mindset allowed her to remain composed. She swiftly leaped backward, crossing her arms defensively in front of her. In a flash, the third-level student appeared at her former position with astonishing speed, yet he was unable to continue his attack. His face bore a look of disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, his legs firmly ensnared by several arms that had seemingly materialized from thin air. With a flourish, Robin utilized the powers of the flower fruit to control her opponent's speed, and without hesitation, she unleashed her devil fruit abilities once more. Arm after arm emerged from the fallen third-level student, seizing his limbs and violently spinning him with joint techniques. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the student let out a wretched scream, his limbs mercilessly broken by the arms that had appeared, leaving him limp on the ground. The strength of the arms conjured by the flower fruit is directly proportional to Robin's own power. Thus, the greater her strength, the stronger the arms she creates. Having attained the third level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, her power is indeed extraordinary. Even though the third-level student was an adept in physical techniques, he could only suffer a tragic defeat when targeted at his vulnerable joints. What a dazzling display of devil fruit ability! It seems she has also studied joint techniques. This young girl is quite impressive. In the audience, Saru gazed at Robin with admiration, pleased by her victorious performance on the arena. Although Saru is not a vice admiral of the frontline combat troops, she is one of the few female vice admirals in the Navy, commanding her own all-female unit. Saru takes special care of the female personnel within the Navy, and witnessing Robin's commendable performance, she felt a deep appreciation. Returning to the resting area, Robin joyfully shared her triumph with Qin Ge, who beamed with delight and praised her, causing the little girl to beam with joy. Contestants 278, Qin Ge Allen, and 288. Gilbert, to the stage. After a brief wait, Qin Ge heard the referee call his name. He greeted the young girl beside him and stepped out from the resting area to ascend the competition stage. Qin Ge Allen, let me witness your prowess. His appearance naturally drew considerable attention, notably from Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, although he had already learned about Qin Ge's remarkable talent from Zifa. Witnessing it firsthand felt far more compelling. Upon seeing Qin Ge take the stage, Sengoku's spirits lifted, and he watched with keen interest. The participants were randomly matched, akin to Robin facing a third-year student. Qin Ge's opponent was a fourth-year student. While age does not always correlate with strength, older students generally possess greater power. This fourth-year student was a young man of 17 or 18, presenting a stark contrast to the seemingly 8 or 9-year-old Qin Ge. What a surprise. My opponent is just a child. I expected someone formidable. Although the fourth-year student felt a sense of glee upon seeing his opponent was Qin Ge, his expression betrayed annoyance, as if he yearned for a more challenging adversary. Qin Ge cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent while calmly adopting a combat stance. The referee wasted no time. Upon both competitors taking their positions, the match commenced. A dull thud echoed across the arena as Qin Ge instantly vanished from his spot, reminiscent of the Navy's 6th style, Sara, previously demonstrated by Robin. While Qin Ge had yet to master Saru, he merely harnessed chakra in his legs, unleashing the power of his physique. Nevertheless, his speed was astonishing, even surpassing the crude execution of Sara by the third-year student. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ge appeared beside his fourth-year opponent, launching a vicious kick with his right leg, akin to a guillotine. The previously smug fourth-year student was caught off guard by Qin Ge's explosive speed. In a panic, he raised his arms to defend himself. The forceful kick struck his arm, releasing a surge of terrifying power that caused his complexion to shift dramatically. His body was uncontrollably flung away, and his arm appeared slightly deformed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ge maintained his chakra flow in his legs and propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed. Damn it! The fourth-year student stumbled upon landing. the excruciating pain in his arm overwhelming him as he searched frantically for Qin Ge's whereabouts. However, before he could discern Qin Ge's form, Qin Ge reappeared behind him, leaping into the air and striking his opponent's neck with a knife-hand motion. The fourth-year student let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The straightforward yet ferocious attack, devoid of any elaborate techniques, concluded the match with remarkable efficiency. It was no wonder Zifa had praised him so highly. Sengoku nodded slightly, finding Qin Ge's performance in this battle quite satisfactory. Upon achieving victory, Qin Ge nonchalantly returned to the resting area, regarding the recent battle as merely a warm-up. The competition persisted, with numerous participants ascending the stage to engage in combat. Simultaneously, students from the same cohort as Qin Ge gradually took their turns, some emerging triumphant while others faced defeat. Following the conclusion of the first round, the number of participants was halved, and without much respite, the second round of contest commenced. In the second round, Robin delivered an outstanding performance. Confronted by a second-year student, he triumphed once more, leveraging the abilities of the Hana no Mi and his cultivated dragon-elephant prajna technique after an intense battle. This time, Qin Ge's opponent was rather intriguing. It was a fellow student from his own cohort, none other than the Footlong clan girl he had previously faced. Of course, Qin Ge was now well aware of her name, Hana. "Qin Ge Allen, this time I shall make you recognize my prowess," Hana exclaimed as she stepped onto the stage and caught sight of her opponent, her beautiful visage darkening instantly. With an indignant glare, she chastised him. She had not forgotten the events of the selection process, and now, facing Qin Ge once again, she was determined to avenge her previous humiliation. Oh, in response to Hana's fervent battle spirit, Qin Ge casually offered a single word, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. Hana's eyes flared with fury. How dare this insufferable brat adopt such a dismissive attitude towards her? It was utterly unforgivable. As the referee announced the commencement of the duel, Hana, already seething with rage, let out a fierce shout and charged forth, her long, graceful legs slicing through the air with a fierce gust, aimed directly at Qin Ge's head. With a slight retreat, Qin Ge deftly evaded the sweeping kick, maintaining a calm composure as he swiftly seized her calf with his left hand. Although Hana was incensed by Qin Ge's contemptuous demeanor, the moment her leg was captured, she was taken aback but quickly reacted, her other long leg lifted off the ground, launching a powerful kick aimed squarely at Qin Ge's face. Under the keen insight of the observation of the colorful dominance, Qin Ge effortlessly evaded the attack with a slight tilt of his head and calmly stepped forward. He used his shoulder to brace against the horizontally suspended form of Hana, lifting and throwing her as if executing a shoulder throw, sending her soaring through the air. A startled cry echoed as Hana, propelled into the air, hastily regained her balance and awkwardly landed after a flip. Although uninjured, her expression turned to one of astonishment upon realizing her surroundings. She had been thrust outside the competition arena by Qin Ge. According to the rules of the duel, a contestant loses not only when they are incapacitated or concede, but also if they fall outside the arena. And it was clear that Hana had lost once more to Qin Ge. "Given that we are both from the same cohort, I have shown you considerable leniency. Remember to be grateful," Qin Ge remarked, casting a casual glance at her. Hana's face flushed with a mix of indignation from her repeated defeat and embarrassment from the earlier incident. For a young lady, certain areas of her body are deemed sacred and inviolable. "You think anyone would be grateful to you?" she shouted in a blend of shame and anger before turning to flee. Qin Ge shrugged nonchalantly, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of women. However, he couldn't help but reminisce about the pleasant sensation from earlier. Indeed, women with long legs often possess enviable figures, he mused. Following the Qin song, the competition continued. And after the conclusion of the second round, fewer than 200 contestants remained, all undeniably the C Army de la C Army. However, the initial assessments would only select the top 50, necessitating the continuation of the evaluations. To ensure a precise determination of the finest 50, alterations to the assessment methods were instituted. The forthcoming evaluations would adopt a free-for-all format, divided into 5 rounds, where only the last 10 standing in each round would advance to the subsequent segment of the assessment. On the competition stage, the commanding officer presiding over the event proclaimed the details of the upcoming evaluations with great authority. This free-for-all format evidently poses greater risks than the previous one-on-one duels, as participants may face assaults from multiple adversaries. Thus, unless one possesses overwhelming strength, the potential for defeat looms large. Nevertheless, The rationale behind employing such a method to rank the top 50 is not unfathomable, as the foes encountered upon joining the internship vessel would be none other than ruthless pirates and criminals who adhere to no rules. And any encounter would inevitably devolve into chaos, thereby necessitating an evaluation of one's capabilities in such scenarios. After a round of drawing lots, the remaining competitors were randomly assigned to 5 tumultuous arenas. Alan, I drew the 5th match. What about you? Robin inquired as she glanced at Qin Ge after checking her own lot. Although the rules of the assessment prohibited mutual assistance, being drawn into the same match would undoubtedly provide significant support, making it easier to succeed. Unfortunately, Qin Ge was not assigned to the same arena as Robin. He had drawn the first match, which left Robin feeling somewhat disheartened. All right, there's no need to be overly anxious. This is merely an assessment. Even if you don't pass, it's not the end of the world. Qin Ge reassured the dejected little girl. As the referee on the competition stage announced the commencement, he made his way onto the ring. Although the draw was random and the number of competitors in each match varied, the first arena boasted nearly 40 participants, making it the most populated among the 5. Among all the contestants drawn for the first assessment, each participant appeared somewhat on edge as they stood upon the spacious yet increasingly crowded arena. Every individual cast wary glances at those around them, some even selecting their targets with calculated intent. Given the chaotic nature of the melee, Qin Ge remained vigilant, having equipped himself with his blade, which he bore upon his back. Upon ascending the stage, he too surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze sharpened upon spotting a particular individual. Amidst the multitude of competitors stood Smoker, a young man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, evidently also drawn for the initial assessment. This revelation piqued Qin Ge's interest. With a flicker of his eyes, he scrutinized the other contestants before the referee, without hesitation, declared the commencement of the first round, instantly igniting a fervor across the arena. Get down. At the very moment the assessment began, all contestants swiftly engaged their pre-selected adversaries, unleashing fierce attacks accompanied by shouts. The chaos ensued, featuring not only one-on-one confrontations, but also instances of multiple fighters teaming up against a single opponent. The tumult was palpable, with a cacophony of thuds, shouts, and cries echoing. Within mere moments, 7 or 8 individuals had either been thrown from the arena or rendered incapable of continuing. Naturally, Qin Ge did not remain a mere spectator. He too launched an assault on a nearby contestant the instant the signal was given, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent hurtling off the stage. What an opportune moment. At the moment Qin Ge made his move, several nearby competitors seized the opportunity, their eyes gleaming with determination as they simultaneously launched their attacks against him. Some executed ferocious kicks, others raised their firearms to shoot, while practitioners of the sword unleashed swift and piercing blade strikes. The assessment was not confined merely to weaponry, after all. A swordsman deprived of his blade would find his strength significantly diminished. Of course, to avert unforeseen incidents and for safety considerations. Not only was a medical team on standby at the edge of the arena, but there were also over a dozen elite naval personnel on high alert, ready to intervene and provide assistance at a moment's notice should any issues arise. Surrounded by several assailants, Qin Ge, who had long since activated his observation haki, instantly perceived the incoming attacks. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled his chakra and darted aside like a fleeting shadow, evading all assaults. With a swift motion, black cards were sent flying from his hands like lightning. As he moved with the agility of a leopard, Qin Ge not only evaded his attackers, but also unleashed his flying card technique, swiftly slicing towards those who dared to strike him. As Qin Ge's strength continually escalates, the potency of his flying card technique naturally soars, particularly in terms of speed, which has now surpassed that of a bullet. In the blink of an eye, a competitor finds himself ensnared by a flurry of flying cards that swiftly slice across his arms and legs, inflicting deep, bone-exposing lacerations that cause him to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. The elite Navy personnel stationed outside the arena react promptly, rushing onto the stage to carry the incapacitated opponent away for urgent medical attention. Ding! A contestant wielding a sword demonstrates remarkable swordsmanship and keen perception, bellowing as he strikes a rapidly approaching flying card. Sparks fly as the card is deflected, spinning away to the side. However, before the swordsman can feel relief, Qin Ge, with his advanced observation haki, perceives everything with sharp clarity. In an instant, he leaps forward, gripping a dark, shadowy card between his fingers. Infused with his internal energy, the card transforms into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the opponent's arm with astonishing swiftness. With Qin Ge's current mastery of internal energy, he has reached a level where even the lightest touch can inflict harm, especially given the inherent sharpness of the dark card. The blade pierces through flesh, splattering blood as it carves a gaping wound in the opponent's arm, forcing him to instinctively relinquish his long sword in pain. Boom! Qin Ge executes a fierce side kick, his powerful right leg crashing into the opponent's waist, sending him hurtling off the arena like a cannonball. Bang! Gunfire erupts as Qin Ge, still airborne, anticipates the incoming bullets and deftly positions the infused dark card beside him. The bullets collide with the card, which, despite having been reinforced by internal energy, still buckles under the force of the penetrating rounds, trapping the deformed bullets within. Qin Ge casts a cold gaze at the shooter, who is equally astonished to see his bullets thwarted. With a flick of his fingers, he sends the card, now lodged with bullets, hurtling towards the assailant. The opponent, startled back to reality, hastily attempts to evade but is nonetheless grazed by the spinning card, leaving a long, painful gash on his left arm. Seizing the moment, Qin Ge propels himself forward like an arrow, appearing before the stunned shooter in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. A scream erupts as the contestant is sent flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth, propelled off the arena by the sheer force of Qin Ge's strike. You shoot me, I return the favor with a punch. Quite fair, isn't it? Qin Ge remarks nonchalantly, turning his attention to the other competitors still on the stage. Though less than a minute has passed since the combat began, the arena has already witnessed a fierce battle, with the number of contestants dwindling from nearly 40 to just over 20. In the chaos, each individual is solely focused on eliminating their opponents, too preoccupied to consider identities, driven by the singular goal of victory. Without a moment's respite after defeating several opponents, Qin Ge finds himself targeted by yet another aggressive contender. Suddenly, a white, smoke-like projectile hurtles towards him, violently colliding with the rushing assailant's face. This cloud-like object, tipped with a gloved fist, generates a tremendous impact, sending the opponent crashing off the arena. Observing this, Qin Ge's gaze sharpens as he identifies the figure responsible for the attack, Smoker, with an audacious expression. Having dispatched a competitor with his smoke fruit abilities, Smoker turns his challenging gaze toward Qin Ge, clearly viewing him as the next target for elimination. The white smoke rapidly converges around Smoker, only to erupt moments later, billowing towards Qin Ge like serpentine tendrils. Interesting, you consider me your adversary? Qin Ge's lips curl slightly as his eyes blaze with intensity. In a flash, he evades the encroaching smoke while simultaneously launching a spinning dark card, imbued with formidable cutting force, aimed directly at Smoker's face. Yet, the attack seems to pass through the smoke harmlessly, and Smoker's visage, momentarily obscured by a puff of white vapor, swiftly returns to its original form. Useless. I am a natural-type smoke fruit user. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Smoker retorts with a defiant smirk, raising his arms to conjure vast amounts of smoke that reach out toward Qin Ge like colossal hands. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, is filled with awe, for the natural-type devil fruit abilities are synonymous with strength and terror. A smoke fruit, while not the most formidable among natural types, is indeed nearly invincible for those who have yet to master Haki, Muse's Akiji, reclining with interest as he observes the clash unfolding in the arena, first focusing on Smoker, then shifting to Qin Ge, curious to see how he will contend with this natural-type user. Elementalization, is it? Qin Ge's gaze narrows as he scrutinizes the smoke-emitting opponent, his eyes gleaming with determination. Instantly, he channels chakra, his form shifting like a phantom to evade the encroaching tendrils. Clang! A dazzling flash of steel erupts as Qin Ge, while dodging the smoke, swiftly draws the long sword strapped to his back. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes a fierce arc of blade energy, sending a powerful gust that disperses the pursuing smoke, and with unrelenting force, he directs the residual power towards Smoker in a relentless assault. As the sharp blade aura erupted from Qin Ge, many high-ranking naval officers in the audience couldn't help but be captivated, their gazes converging upon him. Although the scale of Qin Ge's slashing wave was not particularly large, the fact that a mere military academy student could exhibit such mastery of swordsmanship was astonishing. Smoker, too, was taken aback by the overwhelming blade aura, yet as a natural-type devil fruit user, he remained undaunted. Instead, he clenched his fists, gathering a significant amount of smoke, and forcefully hurled it towards the blade aura. With a resounding boom, visible shockwaves rolled outward, filling the air with a thunderous roar. Despite Smoker's considerable physical strength, he was evidently no match for the blade's edge. Not only were his fists torn apart, but his entire body was cleaved in two by the searing blade aura. Although his upper and lower halves were separated, the power of the smoke fruit allowed him to expel a vast amount of smoke from the severed area, quickly rejoining his form and restoring him to his original state. Though uninjured, being publicly bisected was undeniably a source of immense embarrassment for Smoker. As he regained his form, his expression darkened, and he cast a furious glance at Qin Ge. Before he could retaliate, Smoker's countenance shifted. At that moment, he saw Qin Ge explode forth with astonishing speed. His figure raced towards Smoker like a bolt of lightning, his gaze piercing and focused. An extraordinary aura of ferocity emanated from him, as if the very essence of slaughter filled the air, and the long blade in his hand exuded a pungent metallic scent. The terrifying aura enveloped Smoker like a deluge, instilling a primal tremor of fear within him. His pupils dilated, and a look of horror involuntarily crossed his face. Abandoning the path of the abyss, a flash of crimson light surged from the depths of Qin Ge's eyes, as the malevolent intent of his blade not only intimidated his enemy but also awakened a frenzied desire for carnage within him. As he charged forward, the blood-red blade aura descended like a torrential downpour, cutting through the air with a chilling wail that sent shivers down the spines of the other combatants on the arena. What is happening? In the audience, Sengoku wore a look of astonishment. Although they were at a considerable distance, he could still sense the terrifying aura radiating from Qin Ge. Not only Sengoku, but many high-ranking naval officers were also filled with shock and uncertainty at this spectacle. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, prompting the other combatants to halt their battles and retreat, eyes wide with disbelief as they observed the center of the arena. The blood-red blade aura had not only torn the sturdy arena apart, creating chaotic fissures, but had also cleaved Smoker in two, transforming him into two billowing clouds of smoke. The ferocity of abandoning the path of the abyss was several times stronger than any ordinary blade technique, capable of instilling terror into the hearts of its foes. Smoker was ensnared in sheer dread, unable to react as he helplessly watched himself being bisected by the blade aura. The broad arena was nearly severed by Qin Ge's strike, a terrifying crack extending from his feet to the far end of the platform. Amidst the swirling smoke, Smoker's furious cries echoed. Desperately, he attempted to consolidate the smoke and restore his form, but each time the smoke converged, it would violently disperse as if struck with immense force, rendering him unable to regain his physical body. In the face of such a predicament, Smoker was consumed by rage and fear, feeling an unprecedented sense of terror as someone usually adept at elemental transformation. Why can't I restore my body? What have you done to me? He screamed at Qin Ge, his voice laced with desperation. What have I done? I merely instilled fear within your body. Qin Ge stood expressionless, his right hand holding the blade at his side, his tone icy. Are you joking? How could I ever fear you? Smoker refused to believe it, screaming as he struggled to regain his corporeal form. Qin Ge, uninterested in further debate, focused his mind, seeking to quell the burgeoning desire for slaughter within him. Although abandoning the path of the abyss possessed power far beyond the ordinary, its malevolent essence was equally potent. Even a brief activation could awaken a terrifying bloodlust within him. If he did not promptly suppress this malevolence, he risked succumbing to madness. While Qin Ge did not shy away from killing, he also did not wish to become a mindless killer. Has the power of the devil fruit gone out of control? This boy, Smoker, truly lacks experience, allowing his opponent to intimidate him with sheer overwhelming presence. However, this youth, Qin Ge, has displayed a truly perilous swordsmanship. Akiji mused. Sitting up slightly, his gaze fixed on the arena where Smoker struggled to regain his form, while Qin Ge stood impassively. It was reminiscent of Zoro's battle against Monet, where he had cleaved her in two without using haki, rendering her incapable of restoring her form for a time. Smoker was now experiencing a similar fate. Ensnared by the fierce blade intent of Qin Ge's technique, which instilled an overwhelming fear within him. This swordsmanship is entirely for the purpose of slaughter. Akina pondered solemnly, observing Qin Ge with a discerning eye. How terrifying. Are there such dangerous individuals among the academy students? Kizaru exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, though a glimmer of intrigue soon flickered across his face. Sengoku, who had been observing Qin Ge's performance, furrowed his brow. The ferocity of abandoning the path of the abyss unsettled him, although swordsmanship is devoid of notions of righteousness or evil. It bears a resemblance to the distinction between cursed blades and renowned swords. He had not anticipated that Qin Ge would practice such a perilous style. It seemed imperative to remind Zifa that while cultivating monstrous talents is essential, one must not solely pursue power at all costs. The emergence of abandoning the path of the abyss had undoubtedly engraved Qin Ge's name into the minds of numerous high-ranking naval officers. Back on the arena, Smoker, having succumbed to the terror instilled by abandoning the path of the abyss, found himself in a state of devil fruit power instability, effectively losing his combat capability for the time being. How could this be? That last attack contained no haki. Yet it was enough to send a natural type user into a state of devil fruit instability. What on earth is happening? Remarkable. This youth, known as Qin Ge, appears to be a formidable genius emerging from the academy. He is indeed a fearsome opponent. If I encounter him in battle later, it could spell danger. Although the other trainees and the observing navy could not comprehend Smoker's condition, his demeanor suggested that he had indeed been defeated by Qin Ge. For a user of a Logia-type devil fruit to be vanquished by one who lacks the mastery of haki is undeniably a source of astonishment for many. Despite losing control of his devil fruit powers, Smoker's elemental transformation inherent to his Logia abilities rendered him invulnerable, at least temporarily, against other trainees who had yet to cultivate their haki. Similarly, Qin Ge, who had showcased the formidable abandonment of three blades, became a figure of apprehension among the other competitors on the arena. Even as he stood there nonchalantly, none dared to make a move against him, deliberately keeping their distance. However, this also granted Qin Ge the opportunity to suppress the malevolent thoughts arising from the abandonment of three blades, for should he be attacked, the ensuing battle would inevitably exacerbate the surge of dark impulses, leading to an ever-deepening erosion of his will. After a brief moment of calm, the recently arisen malevolent thoughts were swiftly suppressed and dispelled by Qin Ge, while the insidious urge for slaughter that had stirred within his consciousness also rapidly receded, allowing him to regain his former composure. Is no one daring to approach? Upon regaining his senses, Qin Ge surveyed the other participants on the arena. Noticing that even in combat, the other students were deliberately avoiding him, he discerned the reason behind their behavior. Clearly, the ferocious aura emanating from Abysmal Path's three blades had instilled a profound sense of fear in the other competitors, rendering them unwilling to regard Qin Ge as an adversary, compelling them instead to seek other opponents. In light of this situation, Qin Ge found himself rather content in his solitude. After all, the assessment merely required the survival of 10 individuals. He nonchalantly planted his long blade into the ground beside him and seated himself cross-legged, waiting leisurely for the conclusion of the evaluation. This posture naturally accentuated his presence, making him appear as a striking figure, reminiscent of a sovereign who exudes an air of arrogance and dominance, instilling a sense of awe in all those around him. After a fierce battle, the first round of assessments concluded after nearly half an hour, with the referee announcing the end once only 10 participants remained on the competition stage. Undoubtedly, Qin Ge, who had remained an observer throughout the latter half, successfully advanced to the next phase of the evaluation. Similarly, Smoker, despite suffering a defeat at the hands of Qin Ge, managed to remain on the stage due to the abilities granted by his Logia-type devil fruit. Even in his intangible state, he could not be expelled and thus became one of the 10 who remained. However, despite his advancement, Smoker's inner turmoil was palpable, as he bore a somber expression, even when the fear that had gripped his body eased and he could regain his physical form. Qin Ge, indifferent to Smoker's feelings, casually conversed with Robin after stepping down from the stage and leisurely watched the assessments of the other participants unfold. Following nearly 2 hours of intense combat, the second, third, and fourth rounds of evaluations came to a close, each revealing the 30 competitors who would advance. In the fifth round, Robin finally took the stage, joining nearly 30 participants drawn for this segment of the competition. Encouraged by Qin Ge's spirited cheers, the young girl took a deep breath, summoning her courage to join her fellow trainees on the competition stage. As the referee announced the commencement of the fifth assessment, fierce battles erupted on the arena, mirroring the intensity of previous encounters. Although Robin had experienced significant growth since her initial days at the military academy, her youth remained a considerable disadvantage. The duration of her training had been relatively brief, and it was worth noting that none of her current opponents were pushovers. Each possessed formidable skills. In the midst of fierce combat, Robin, utilizing the powers of the flower fruit, managed to eliminate 2 nearby students. However, amidst the chaos, she could not attend to every threat and was ultimately struck by a fourth-year student, sending her flying off the competition stage in a disheartening defeat. "Alan, I can no longer join you on the internship ship," exclaimed the little girl, who, despite receiving treatment, wore a face of despair upon seeing Qin Ge rush to the medical team. "It's all right. It's just an internship ship. There will be other opportunities, and I will return," Qin Ge reassured her. "Yes, I will definitely not lose next time," Robin declared with resolute determination. Comforted by Qin Ge's words, the little girl's spirits lifted considerably, and her desire to grow stronger intensified. Naturally, Qin Ge felt very pleased with this change. However, Robin's body was still not sufficiently robust, and her fall from the competition stage had resulted in significant injuries. Although she longed to stay and watch Qin Ge's forthcoming assessment, she was firmly instructed by Qin Ge to go to the hospital for more thorough treatment. After bidding farewell to the little girl as she was escorted away from the arena by the medical team, Qin Ge returned to his seat. Not long after, the fifth round of assessments yielded the victorious 10 contestants. Following the conclusion of the 5 rounds, the commanding naval officer swiftly announced the commencement of the latter part of the evaluations. The students who advanced into the top 50, including Qin Ge, took the stage to draw lots for their forthcoming battles against 5th and 6th year students. Although the 5th and 6th year students had not participated in the prior assessments, they were nonetheless seated in a designated area within the audience. Once the drawing concluded, Qin Ge and the others returned to their original positions as the judges began to announce the matchups based on the drawn lots. 3rd year student Gregory and 5th year student Austin, please take the stage. With the judges' proclamation, the 2 contestants ascended the competition platform, casting wary and hostile glances at one another. As senior students of the military academy, the 5th and 6th year students not only possessed greater age, but also exhibited superior strength. Many among them had already mastered the Navy's 6 styles, unlike the 3rd and 4th year students who had only barely grasped the first 2. Though the students advancing to the top 50 were indeed elite, a significant gap remained between them and the seasoned 5th and 6th year students who had already experienced real combat. The 3rd year student, despite his fervent combat spirit, was quickly subdued by his 5th year opponent, ultimately succumbing to a piercing strike to the chest, resulting in a pained defeat. The loss in the inaugural match was undoubtedly an inauspicious beginning for Qin Ge and his fellow challengers, invigorating the 5th and 6th year students, who looked on provocatively at them. These 5th and 6th year students are formidable. They have undergone a longer training period, giving them a more profound foundation. What of it? A longer training period does not automatically equate to greater strength. If it were me, their attacks would scarcely touch me. Indeed, we must exercise caution. These 5th and 6th year students will not easily relinquish their spots on the training vessel. Numerous students among the top 50 murmured to themselves, some expressing trepidation, while others defiantly surveyed the area occupied by the 5th and 6th year students. Qin Ge observed the battle on the arena with a calm demeanor, his long knife sheathed and resting across his legs as he patiently awaited his turn to enter the fray. One by one, the students took the stage. And while the 5th and 6th year students initially claimed victory, several remarkable lower year students managed to triumph over their senior counterparts in subsequent contests. Nevertheless, the prevailing trend indicated that upper year students emerged victorious more frequently, resulting in considerable anxiety among the lower year students yet to compete. 2nd year student Tina and 6th year student Austin, please take the stage. The judge announced the new matchup, prompting Qin Ge's gaze to momentarily falter as he beheld a striking pink-haired girl of merely 11 or 12 years, who exuded an undeniable charm as she stepped forward from the crowd. During the recent assessment, Qin Ge had naturally taken note of Tina, a character from the original work. Not only was he aware that she was a fellow student alongside Smog, but he also knew that she had already acquired the powers of the barrier fruit. Upon Tina's ascent to the competition stage, her opponent, a level 6 contender, likewise made their appearance across from her. As the referee declared the commencement of the match, both contenders launched their assaults with remarkable decisiveness. The 6th grade student named Austin executed a rapid series of footwork, propelling himself forward like an arrow, his speed almost rendering him a blur as he closed in on Tina. Clearly struggling to keep pace with her opponent, Tina hastily activated her devil fruit ability, conjuring a black metallic staff resembling an iron bar in her hands, which she wielded in sweeping arcs around her. With a swift motion, the black staff struck nothing but air, as Austin adeptly evaded the attack, soaring into the air. With a fierce determination, he zeroed in on Tina and unleashed a powerful kick. The azure slash erupted from his foot, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, prompting a look of alarm on Tina's face as she swiftly retreated. The arena trembled as the azure slash shattered the ground, leaving chaotic craters in its wake, while the residual force of the attack caused Tina's garments to flutter violently. Despite her tender age, Tina exhibited remarkable combat prowess, reacting with impressive speed as she transformed the black staff into a javelin, hurling it towards Austin in midair. With a resounding sonic boom, Austin deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the incoming staff as if traversing solid ground. He landed with agility, launching himself forward like a shadow in a flash. With a resounding thud, his legs swept towards Tina, who managed to brace herself in time. Yet the sheer ferocity of his strike sent her careening off the stage, landing in a disheveled heap. Frustration welled within Tina as she rubbed her sore arm, struck by the force of her opponent's kick. The speed of his attacks had been overwhelming, leaving her no time to fully harness her devil fruit powers. Although the abilities of the iron fruit allowed her to conjure black rods for offense and create barriers to ensnare foes, the activation of such powers demanded time, something she lacked in this encounter. At her youthful stage, Tina's mastery of the iron fruit paled in comparison to the prowess of future naval officers. Her defeat was a clear indication that she was unfit to participate in this training expedition, and she returned to her position, burdened with a sense of dissatisfaction and discontent. Qin Ge observed Tina's defeat with little emotional investment, merely glancing her way before diverting his gaze. Even though she was a familiar figure to him, he remained indifferent to her plight. In the upcoming battle, Qin Ge had yet to take the stage, while Smoker was called first to face a level 5 student. Despite having suffered a humiliating defeat at Qin Ge's hands in the previous assessment, the natural-type devil fruit proved to be an insurmountable force for the cadets of the main military academy. Although Smoker's opponent possessed considerable strength, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, unable to land a hit on the elusive elemental form. This encounter further underscored Qin Ge's formidable prowess and the fear he instilled in others. Many who witnessed Smoker's defeat had initially underestimated the natural-type devil fruit, but now, witnessing its almost invincible capabilities, they regarded Qin Ge in the audience with awe and admiration. Although it was well known that the natural-type devil fruit was the strongest among the 3 major categories, its overwhelming nature, allowing the user to transform into smoke, seemed to place it in an inherently advantageous position. Yet, as evidenced by the recent loss of the natural-type user, it remained clear that true strength was paramount. Nevertheless, if one were to find themselves in the ring, would they possess the confidence to defeat such a formidable natural-type wielder? As upperclassmen whispered among themselves, their glances toward the yet-to-merge Qin Ge revealed a palpable sense of trepidation, indicating that he was viewed as the most formidable adversary in this assessment. Level 1 student Qin Ge Allen versus Level 6 student Bob, please take the stage. After several rounds, the referee announced the new matchups. Finally, it was his turn. Hearing his name, Qin Ge rose calmly from his seat, sword in hand, and proceeded to the arena. His opponent is Bob? This should be interesting. Bob was one of the most prominent figures of their cohort, and it seemed the upcoming battle would be intense. Fortunately, it was not him drawn against Bob, though he was quite curious to see if Bob could defeat this opponent, who had mastered all 6 techniques of the Navy. Upon hearing the match announcement, the crowd in the arena buzzed with excitement, some eager to witness Qin Ge's remarkable performance, while others expressed astonishment at the caliber of his opponent. The upperclassmen displayed eager expressions, clearly recognizing that Bob was no ordinary level 6 student, but rather a standout among his peers. Once on the arena, Qin Ge laid eyes on his opponent, an unmistakable glimmer of determination flashing in his gaze. Bob, a level 6 student, appeared to be a robust youth of approximately 17 or 18 years, towering at nearly 3 meters with muscles that exuded explosive power, topped with neatly cropped red hair. In the world of One Piece, individuals often differed not only by race, but also in stature, and Bob was a prime example of this phenomenon, making Qin Ge appear like an adult beside an infant in their size comparison. Ah, so you are my opponent. Qin Ge Allen. It seems the opportunity for an internship will not be yours this time. Bob looked down at Qin Ge with a condescending gaze, his tone dripping with provocation. Qin Ge met his gaze with cold resolve, replying, "That is precisely what I wish to convey. You will have to wait for your next chance at the internship." Bob narrowed his eyes, a smirk creeping across his lips. Despite Qin Ge's previous display of strength, he felt confident in his victory. The referee wasted no time, declaring the duel to commence. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left the referee's mouth than a sharp sound pierced the air. Bob swiftly executed one of the Navy's 6 techniques, the shaving, disappearing from his original position in an instant. Sonic Lance. In an instant, Bob's figure appeared before Qin Ge, showing no sign of hesitation as he thrust his finger forward with the force of a bullet. Whoosh! The piercing sound of his fingertips slicing through the air echoed. Yet it struck nothing but empty space as Qin Ge effortlessly sidestepped, evading the attack with the grace of a leisurely stroll. Bob's gaze sharpened, and he immediately sought to alter his offensive strategy. However, At that moment, Qin Ge had already locked onto him with fierce intensity. His body slightly sank as his right hand reached for the hilt of his sword, drawing it with lightning speed to execute a swift slash. Clang! A brilliant flash of blade light erupted, cascading like moonlight, as the fierce sword energy tore through the air, surging forward with ferocity. This was unexpected. Bob had not anticipated such a rapid response from his opponent. Startled, he swiftly employed one of the Navy's 6 forms, paper drawing. Evading the blade's energy by a hair's breadth, his body fluttering like a willow catkin. The intense sword energy rampaged forward, creating chaos in its wake, dissipating only after traveling more than 10 meters through the air. With a series of quick footwork, Bob rapidly distanced himself from Qin Ge, then leaped into the air, unleashing a ferocious kick aimed at Qin Ge, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as chakra surged through his feet. In an instant, Qin Ge transformed into an illusion, vanishing from sight, causing the slashing wave to strike nothing but empty air. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of spinning black cards appeared out of nowhere, hurtling toward Bob from various angles. Each card, spinning rapidly, emitted a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. This sudden assault caused Bob's expression to shift dramatically, but it was too late to evade. He crossed his arms defensively, feeling the muscles in his body vibrate and swell in preparation. Iron block. Under the defensive techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, Bob's body seemed to transform into steel. The black, imbued with fearsome cutting power, crashed madly against his opponent, tearing his garments and leaving behind numerous gashes on his flesh. Clearly, even the ironclad defense could not wholly withstand the sharpness of the, which was infused with Qin Ge's profound inner strength, causing Bob to quickly become drenched in blood. However, the iron-like defense was not entirely without merit. Had a common individual endured Qin Ge's flying technique, it would not have been surprising for them to be pierced through. Though Bob appeared grievously wounded, the injuries were merely superficial, as his compressed muscles had significantly mitigated the damage inflicted by the technique. It hurt so much. Die. Despite the injuries not being particularly severe, the relentless tearing and cutting inflicted intense pain, inciting Bob's fury and prompting him to abandon his resistance. Hastily employing a technique to vanish from his position, Qin Ge, with his mastery of chakra and heightened perception, swiftly discerned Bob's movements. His cold gaze locked onto a specific point on the arena, and a dazzling blade of light instantly erupted forth. Dominate the world. The fierce and wrathful energy of the blade surged violently, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, carrying an astonishing sharpness towards the front. Bob suddenly appeared not far from Qin Ge, and upon realizing the devastating blade energy descending upon him, he was struck with shock, quickly pivoting to unleash a furious wave of slashing energy. The resounding roar of the clash echoed throughout the arena as the brilliant blade energy collided violently with the wave of slashing force. The standoff lasted only a moment before the wave was torn asunder by the fierce blade energy, which continued unabated towards Bob. In a swift motion, Bob's expression changed, his body becoming light as he evaded the oncoming blade energy, akin to willow fluff riding the currents of air. Qin Ge's eyes gleamed with insight, and he responded instantaneously, channeling chakra into his feet as he propelled himself forward like an arrow. In an instant, he reappeared close to Bob, an icy chill radiating from him. The visible cold air emanated from beneath Qin Ge, rapidly spreading across the ground and enveloping Bob's legs, swiftly encasing him in frost. What is this? The spectators gasped in astonishment at Qin Ge's ice techniques, particularly Akiji, who wore an expression of disbelief. Bob, who had initially avoided the blade energy with his technique, found himself frozen in place as the frost encased him, rendering him temporarily immobile. With a sudden eruption, the fierce blade energy surged forth once more. Qin Ge, while unleashing the ice technique, simultaneously delivered a cold, decisive strike. The malevolent blade energy crashed into Bob's chest with ferocity, engulfing him entirely. A scream pierced the air as Bob was sent hurtling backward, his body bathed in blood as he was overwhelmed by the blade energy, leaving behind grievous wounds that exposed the bone. With a thunderous thud, he fell outside the arena, while the medical team rushed to his aid. Undoubtedly, this battle was a victory for Qin Ge, signifying his acceptance into the ranks of the internship crew. Did I just see correctly? Did Qin Ge Allen utilize the same freezing fruit ability as Admiral Akiji? It cannot be the freezing fruit. This world cannot harbor 2 identical devil fruit abilities. It must be another fruit with similar powers. What an exhilarating battle! That upperclassman, having mastered all 6 styles of the Navy, clearly possesses a strength comparable to a lieutenant. Yet, he was unexpectedly defeated by Qin Ge, who, despite being a mere freshman, seems to rival the power of a school-level officer. The conclusion of the battle did not dampen the excitement of the audience. Rather, it sparked fervent discussions and gasps of awe. As expected from Zephyr's description, Qin Ge indeed possesses astonishing potential. With proper training, he could become a top-tier powerhouse like Kazan. Sengoku nodded in approval, thoroughly impressed by Qin Ge's remarkable performance. The current state of the seas is anything but tranquil. Although Roger has been executed, his final declaration has ignited an era of rampant piracy. While the Navy still maintains an upper hand, the pirate forces are expanding at an alarming rate, especially in the New World, which has become a veritable paradise for pirates, rendering the Navy's influence difficult to penetrate. Due to the escalating tensions, Sengoku is eager for a new generation of naval power to emerge, as only such forces can contend with the ever-growing pirate threat. Bob, who faced Qin Ge, is undoubtedly one of the top contenders within the military academy. Having mastered all 6 styles of the Navy and possessing a combat prowess exceeding 500. Alas, in the face of Qin Ge's myriad techniques, he ultimately lost his chance at the internship, becoming a stepping stone for Qin Ge, who not only secured his place on the internship vessel but also caught the attention of high-ranking naval officials. After yet another fierce competition, the grand contest has officially concluded. Among the victors, including Qin Ge, a total of 23 junior students have succeeded in displacing their senior counterparts, thereby securing their eligibility to join this internship voyage. After the event concluded, Qin Ge proceeded directly to the hospital to visit Robin, simultaneously informing him of his successful passage through the grand tournament. Regarding this outcome, Robin felt a mixture of joy and disappointment, yet his predominant sentiment was one of happiness for Qin Ge's success. "Alan, your performance this time was commendable. You did not let me down. However, bear in mind that the internship aboard the ship is not merely a leisure trip. You must not allow yourself to become complacent." Upon leaving the hospital, Zephyr sent someone to find Qin Ge. Upon arriving at the familiar courtyard, Zephyr first offered words of praise before delivering a stern reminder. Qin Ge nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, I understand what I must do." Zephyr, satisfied, nodded in return and added, "It is crucial that you maintain your composure. Although your current strength may not suffice to confront those pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, you are certainly capable of handling those with bounties over 10 million. Once the internship ship departs, you must strive to perform well, aiming to accumulate sufficient military merit before graduation." Qin Ge comprehended Zephyr's intentions. The internship ship was highly coveted among the students primarily because it offered the opportunity to earn military merit prior to graduation. It was evident that Zephyr hoped for him to amass a considerable amount of merit by the time he graduated. Qin Ge had also familiarized himself with the historical achievements of the academy, noting that prodigious talents like Kazan and Sakazuki had been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral immediately upon graduation, highlighting the immense military merit they had accrued during their expedition aboard the internship ship. Qin Ge was in agreement with this system of the academy. He certainly did not wish to start from the bottom after graduation, aspiring instead for a high-ranking position. Subsequently, he learned from Zephyr that the departure of the internship ship was scheduled for half a month later, granting him this time to prepare. His previous academy life had been consumed by rigorous training under Zephyr and mastering the observation haki, which had prevented him from visiting the slaughterhouse to gather soul energy. Now that he had time, it was indeed the perfect occasion for a return. Although the academy employed a semi-closed management system, restricting students from venturing out except during their monthly breaks, Qin Ge found that seeking Zephyr's assistance rendered such limitations moot. This highlighted the advantages of talent. The more exceptional an individual, the easier it is to receive special privileges from the upper echelons. Even the principled Zephyr found it hard to adhere strictly to the rules and willingly made an exception for Qin Ge. That evening, Qin Ge departed the academy and returned to the long-forgotten slaughterhouse, where he was joyfully greeted by Shiza. During the day's tournament, Shiza had watched from the audience, witnessing each of Qin Ge's battles. Naturally, he felt immense joy witnessing Qin Ge's powerful performance and remarkable abilities. As one of the earliest acquaintances of Qin Ge in Marineford, and having already established a good rapport, Shiza was increasingly pleased with Qin Ge's excellence, as it signified greater future achievements for him, which would undoubtedly yield richer rewards. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Qin Ge elucidated his purpose. although the slaughtering operations were conducted solely during the daylight hours. It was evident that Qin Ge would not let this opportunity to deepen their relationship slip away, confidently thumping his chest and assuring there would be no issues. Consequently, Qin Ge immediately immersed himself in the slaughtering tasks, relentlessly bringing forth powerful sea beasts for the purpose of harvesting soul energy. For the following half-month, Qin Ge continued his regular training at the military academy during the day, while diligently making his way to the slaughterhouse in the evenings to gather soul energy. On the eve of the impending departure for his internship, Qin Ge returned to his dormitory after a day at the slaughterhouse. After taking a refreshing shower, he entered the realm known as the Qin Ge's prison. Although the fierce beasts could only be slaughtered at night, over the past fortnight, he had accumulated an impressive amount of over 1,000 soul energies within the prison of the departed. It seemed prudent to divide the extraction into 2 sessions of 2-star pulse. Despite having enough soul energy for a single 3-star extraction, Qin Ge, mindful of his typically lackluster luck, chose to proceed with caution, though the world's access through 2-star pulls were not as advanced as those of the 3-star variety. Encountering top-tier beings from these realms could still yield substantial rewards. The extraction commenced promptly. Bronze chains swayed and extended into the void of the golden prison, soon returning with 3 ethereal souls. Name: Nicholas World, Great Sword, 2 stars, Identity, Craftsman Ability, Weapon Forging Cause of Death, devoured by demons upon probing the first soul within the golden prison. Qin Ge quickly grasped the nature of the world from which this soul originated. A world of great swords. His brow arched as memories of the narrative and circumstances of this realm flooded his mind. The Great Sword is a domain plagued by demons. Yet it is also inhabited by a unique group known as the Great Swords, humans infused with the blood and flesh of demons. Though this transformation renders them half-demon, they gain formidable powers far surpassing those of ordinary humans. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ge proceeded to investigate the remaining 2 souls within the golden prisons. Name: Hubert World, Great Sword, 2 stars, Identity, Farmer Ability, Unknown Cause of Death, devoured by demons. Name: Flora World, Great Sword, 2 stars, Identity, Half-Demon Ability, Wind-Slicing Sword. Cause of Death. Dismembered. The information of the 2 souls materialized in his mind, and Qin Ge swiftly turned his gaze to the 3rd golden prison. Though spectral, he could discern the silhouette of a slender female figure. Flora? He recalled her as No. 8 of the Great Sword organization during the narrative period. Although her appearance was brief before meeting her demise at the hands of an awakener, her prowess was likely situated among the upper echelons of the Great Sword organization, which was quite commendable. Qin Ge nodded slightly. Although she was a half-demon entity, the fact that the prison of the departed indicated her possessive capabilities suggested there would be no issues in extracting her abilities. Despite the name Wind-Slicing Sword, he knew from the original story that it was a technique focused on achieving absolute speed and slashing, devoid of any true distinction between sword and blade. If he could seize this ability, it would undoubtedly enhance his own strength. Without hesitation, Qin Ge disregarded the other 2 inconsequential souls and focused on Flora's essence for extraction. A cascade of radiant light erupted from the golden prison, but it dimmed shortly thereafter, indicating a failure on his first attempt. The 2nd and 3rd attempts yielded the same disheartening outcome: failure yet again. It seems I have no opportunity for a second extraction. Qin Ge's lips twitched, feeling both frustrated and pained by his ill fortune, and reluctantly opted to expend soul energy for another chance at extraction. After some consideration, he gritted his teeth and chose to exchange for a secondary extraction attempt, depleting 500 soul energies, nearly exhausting his reserves. However, this ensured an increase of 30% in the likelihood of success. With a surge of anxiety, Qin Ge commenced the extraction, fixating on the resplendently glowing golden prison, fearful of yet another failure. A crack resounded. Clearly, the 500 soul energies had not been wasted. Shortly thereafter, the soul within the golden prison shattered, and a thread of crystalline white light swiftly descended, merging with Qin Ge's very being. With the extraction successfully completed, his previously tense demeanor relaxed, and he immediately began to sense the power he had acquired. A marvelous sensation coursed through his arms. In that instant, it felt as if his limbs had been forged through relentless trials, awakening a formidable strength within. The wind-slicing sword of Flora required no demonic energy. With mere physical strength, one could unleash a rapid series of strikes in an instant. Under deprivation, it was evident that Qin Ge had acquired the formidable strength of Flora. resulting in his arms being honed to a remarkable degree, significantly enhancing his muscular power. Although he had yet to test the might of the wind-cutting sword, the mere augmentation of his arm strength had already made Qin Ge acutely aware of his enhanced capabilities. Indeed, the prison of the dead represented his greatest asset. Once the expedition of the training ship commenced, he resolved to relentlessly hunt down pirates and criminals to amass spiritual energy, as he contemplated earnestly. The following day, a throng of individuals congregated at the training grounds of the military academy, representing the crew of the upcoming training ship. Including Qin Ge, there were over 400 cadets, the majority being upperclassmen nearing graduation. Without indulging in superfluous dialogue, the moment their leader, Zhe made his appearance, the cadets promptly proceeded to the harbor, where a warship was already docked, prepared for departure. The crew aboard the training ship consisted not solely of the military academy cadets, but also a multitude of naval soldiers, with a naval rear admiral commanding the warship. These sailors were entrusted not only with the operational duties of the vessel, but also with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the expedition. The cadets from the military academy were poised to become the future elite of the Navy, and it was only prudent for the higher echelons of the Navy to implement adequate protective measures, given the myriad dangers that lurked upon the sea. In addition to treacherous weather, the threat of vicious pirate attacks on naval vessels was ever present. The deployment of a rear admiral alongside over 500 elite soldiers was a strategic decision aimed at mitigating the perils and unforeseen events during the expedition. Upon boarding the warship, Qin Ge and his fellow cadets were guided by the naval officers to their respective quarters. Once the supplies were secured, the ship unfurled its sails and departed from Marineford. The destination of this expeditionary training voyage was set for the North Sea among the four seas. Although the Grand Line is notorious as the stronghold of pirates, those who can wreak havoc there are undeniably formidable foes. The purpose of the Naval High Command in organizing this training vessel was merely to afford the military academy cadets additional experience in confronting pirates before their graduation, rather than to engage in a genuine campaign against piracy. Hence, careful consideration was warranted. Nonetheless, venturing into the four seas does not guarantee safety, aside from the Eastern Sea, which has been purged due to the emergence of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. The other three regions of the four seas are rife with numerous pirates, ensuring that tranquility remains elusive. After several days of navigation and a change of vessels at the Red Earth continent, the training fleet has officially entered the North Sea, simultaneously commencing the search for pirates. As a warship of our fleet, even though it is merely a training vessel, it possesses sufficient authority to mobilize various branch bases across the seas, allowing for easy access to information regarding pirate activity in different maritime regions. Recently, bounty notices and pirate flag designs were transmitted from the bases in the North Sea. Each of you must memorize these. Remember, upon spotting any pirate presence, you must be prepared for immediate combat. Zephyr summoned all the trainees to the deck, and after the soldiers distributed the bounty notices, he addressed them with a grave tone. Although the commander of the warship is a casual rear admiral, Zephyr, as a former admiral, undoubtedly serves as the true highest authority aboard the training vessel, commanding respect even from the rear admiral, who must refer to him as teacher. As Qin Ge received the thick stack of bounty notices, he meticulously perused them. Even an experienced hunter must familiarize himself with his prey, lest he risk a misstep. As Qin Ge perused the information, he gradually came to understand the situation of pirates in the North Sea. While the majority of these marauders were merely low-level individuals with bounties ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, there existed a select few whose rewards exceeded 10 million, even approaching a staggering 100 million berries. These notorious pirates with bounties of such magnitude undoubtedly warranted Qin Ge's attention. Although the amount of the bounty does not entirely determine one's strength, it provides a reasonable indication. Those who attract such high rewards are certainly not to be underestimated. One could not help but wonder what fortunes this journey might yield. Qin Ge's gaze flickered as he tucked away the bounty notices, his eyes growing contemplative as they scanned the distant waters. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the sea, transforming the once calm surface into a tempestuous turmoil. Each cannonade sent towering columns of water soaring several meters into the air, inciting the waves to become increasingly frenzied. On the third day of our arrival in Beihai, the training vessel successfully tracked down a band of pirates, under the command of a naval rear admiral aboard the warship. The soldiers immediately opened fire to intercept a pirate ship attempting to flee the area. How unfortunate to encounter a naval vessel at such a moment. Men, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. A burly pirate, his face adorned with scars, bellowed from the deck of the pirate ship, which flew the skull and crossbones. Damn the Navy, may they meet their demise. I have taken many lives, yet I have never slain a sailor. This time, I shall relish the hunt. The other pirates echoed his fervor, many of them viciously maneuvering cannons on deck, retaliating against the swiftly approaching warship. However, the naval vessel exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading the cannon fire under the adept control of the helmsman, while simultaneously closing in on the pirate ship at an accelerated pace. Upon the naval warship, the cadets of the military academy had already congregated on the deck under Zephyr's summons, their gazes sharp, fervent, or apprehensive as they fixed their eyes on the pirate ship that loomed in the distance. It must be the Mad Wolf pirate crew. Among the cadets, Qin Ge also stared intently at the approaching vessel. As he beheld the flag fluttering above the ship's mast, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in his eyes, revealing a hint of fervor. Drawing from the bounty notices and intelligence previously distributed, Qin Ge swiftly recognized the identity of this pirate crew. Although the Mad Wolf pirate crew was not considered a formidable force in the North Sea, they were certainly a significant presence. Especially notable was their captain, Bernie, whose head bore a bounty of 8 million berries. Capturing or eliminating him would undoubtedly yield considerable military merit. However, for Qin Ge, military accolades were secondary. The primary pursuit was soul energy. The substantial bounty on Bernie was a testament to his superior strength compared to other pirates. Just then, a violent explosion erupted from the pirate ship, as the naval warship's artillery fire had severed the ship's mast, causing it to sway violently and lose its maneuverability, forcing it to slow down. An opportunity presented itself. Advance swiftly. The eyes of the naval personnel brightened as the helmsman accelerated the ship, rapidly closing in on the pirate vessel. The warship, twice the size of the pirate ship, collided forcefully with it, nearly capsizing the latter and sending several pirates tumbling to the deck. Without needing to be commanded, the Academy's cadets, already prepared for battle, immediately launched their assault as the warship drew near the pirate ship. Quickly apprehend those pirates. Do not let them escape into the sea. Face your demise, pirates. Charge. For the cadets, pirates represented military merit. Capturing them would accumulate valuable accolades, and at that moment, no one hesitated. Instead, they displayed an exuberance and fervor for battle. As the cadets leaped from the armored deck onto the pirate ship, a figure suddenly soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of lethal energy that swept like lightning towards the pirates on board. The sound of tearing flesh resonated, and blood rapidly stained the deck crimson as a flurry of black paper cards, spinning with deadly precision, pierced through unsuspecting pirates. In mere moments, over 20 pirates had succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing in agony. This shocking scene left the pirates in sheer horror. While the cadets who had leapt from the warship were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of astonishment. With a graceful yet fierce demeanor, Qin Ge had already landed atop the pirate ship's railing, his cold gaze surveying the gathered pirates. With a fierce declaration, a formidable aura emanated from Qin Ge, akin to a tempestuous wave of energy. Drawing his long sword from his back, he unleashed a torrent of vibrant blade energy. The thunderous roar, mingled with screams, quickly echoed across the pirate ship. The terrifying blade energy swept across the deck like a crescent moon, leaving devastation in its wake. Pirates were either cleaved in two or sent flying, creating a scene reminiscent of a bloody hellscape. The once solid deck was cracked and marred by the residual force of the blade, and with a single strike, a quarter of the pirates aboard were decimated, leaving the ship in utter chaos, its interior reduced to ruins. In his fervent quest for soul energy, Qin Ge unleashed a tempestuous assault, not only overpowering the pirates, but also instilling a sense of trepidation among the other cadets. Damn it! Smoker, who surged onto the pirate ship alongside the cadets, felt a surge of resentment at the ferocity with which Qin Ge dispatched the pirates. He let out a furious roar, enveloping himself in thick smoke as he launched his own attack against the remaining pirates. Smoker's action jolted the other cadets into action, and they too began their offensive against the remaining foes. While they were certainly astonished by Qin Ge's display of power, the allure of military merit drove them not to be outdone, and they each exerted their utmost effort in the fray. Onward, let us slay these pirates. Humph! How dare these mere pirates exhibit such arrogance? Let them taste the might of justice. The cadets and pirates clashed fiercely, the former seeking to capitalize on the pirates for military gain, while the latter fought desperately for their lives. With urgent footsteps echoing, Qin Ge, unwilling to lag behind, leapt from the railing onto the ravaged deck, resembling a leopard as he charged toward the nearest pirate. In that fleeting moment, the long blade in Qin Ge's hand suddenly transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing in an instant, like a flash of lightning. As he passed by an enraged pirate wielding a sword, the pirate's head soared into the air. The wind-cutting sword. A tempest of energy swirled around Qin Ge, and his unparalleled strikes manifested in rapid succession. The pirates scarcely had a moment to react before they were mercilessly slain, leaving naught but a carpet of corpses in their wake. Die, you scoundrels! As Qin Ge deftly maneuvered through the throng, dispatching pirates with ease. A burly pirate with a face full of fury charged at him, wielding a massive axe that he swung down with ferocity. Pirate Bernie. Qin Ge instantly perceived the impending attack, utilizing his observation hockey to foresee the strike. He effortlessly sidestepped the descending axe and created distance, fixing his gaze upon his foe. Upon witnessing the formidable pirate who had cleaved a gaping hole in the deck with a single swing, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with recognition. This was none other than the captain of the pirate crew, the notorious Bernie, who bore a bounty of 800,000 berries. Despite the weight of the colossal axe, Bernie's strength was evidently extraordinary, as he wielded it with the ease of an ordinary man handling a dagger, displaying no signs of exertion whatsoever. As his own powerful strike was evaded, Bernie, filled with rage, swung his colossal axe once more in a furious dance, bellowing as he aimed a sweeping blow at Qin Ge. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Ge's eyes, with a swift push off the ground. His figure shot forth like lightning. The slash windsword. A dazzling blade of light flickered into existence, only to vanish just as quickly. As Qin Ge and Bernie momentarily crossed paths, with a sudden burst of inertia, Qin Ge halted his steps, his expression indifferent as he turned to face the adversary behind him. Bernie appeared to be frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. Yet the gleam within them swiftly dimmed. A crimson line emerged from his neck, and his head followed suit, blood spraying into the air. The notorious pirate, whose bounty reached 8 million berries, fell victim to Qin Ge's swift strike, undeniably showcasing the formidable strength he now possessed. Despite having eliminated the most powerful pirate among the group, Qin Ge did not pause. Instead, he took a brief moment before darting towards the remaining pirates. The fierce confrontation lasted less than a quarter of an hour, concluding with the students from the military academy emerging victorious. Out of nearly 150 members of the frenzied wolf pirates, fewer than 20 survived, their lifeless bodies strewn across the wrecked pirate ship, drenched in blood. In contrast, the students, accompanied by Zephyr and a cadre of elite Navy personnel, although sustaining some injuries, suffered no fatalities. It was evident that this clash had resulted in a resounding triumph for the students. At Zephyr's summons, all the trainees gathered once more on the deck. However, it was evident that those who had triumphed in the recent battle were brimming with excitement and joy. Zephyr gazed with satisfaction at the assembly of trainees. Yet his attention was drawn to Qin Ge, whose demeanor was notably indifferent. This prompted him to reflect on Qin Ge's performance during the skirmish. Undoubtedly, Qin Ge had shown the brightest in this conflict, exhibiting remarkable bravery from the outset. It was said that he had personally dispatched at least half of the members of the Mad Wolf Pirates. In terms of military merit, Qin Ge's achievements from this battle were unparalleled. Yet, Zephyr pondered the ruthless tactics Qin Ge employed against the pirates. While defeating pirates was not an extraordinary feat, the Navy's primary objective was to apprehend these nefarious criminals, and they certainly did not show mercy. The troubling aspect was that Qin Ge had spared not a single pirate. Every adversary he targeted was annihilated, leaving no survivors. The pirates who were captured had been subdued by other trainees after being defeated. Zephyr felt a twinge of discomfort at Qin Ge's iron-fisted approach. Having once been dubbed the non-killer admiral, he had always prioritized capture over execution, even when confronting the most vicious of pirates. Qin Ge's actions stood in stark contrast to Zephyr's philosophy, representing two extreme approaches. While the Navy was not devoid of those who employed brutal tactics, Sakazuki being a prime example, individuals as ruthlessly bloodthirsty as Qin Ge were virtually non-existent. After all, the Navy symbolized justice, and excessive bloodshed was evidently inappropriate. Zephyr hesitated, contemplating whether he should advise Qin Ge to temper his methods. However, recalling his own experiences, he abandoned this thought. What good was mercy towards pirates? His own compassion had resulted in the tragic loss of his family. Although Qin Ge's methods were gruesome, His targets were solely the most heinous of pirates. Having learned from his own lessons, Zephyr ultimately chose silence, allowing Qin Ge to make his own decisions. After Zephy's commentary, the students dispersed and returned to their quarters to recuperate. Qin Ge was no exception. Upon returning to his room, he took a refreshing bath to cleanse himself of the bloodstains that marred his body, and then donned a pristine outfit, casually seating himself aboard the vessel. Qin Ge immersed his mind into the realm of the deceased, examining the spoils of his recent endeavors. It was evident that the energy of human souls was significantly superior in the judgment of the realm of the dead compared to that of ferocious beasts. During the battle, Qin Ge had slain nearly 100 individuals, including Bernie from the pirate ship, ultimately acquiring over 400 units of soul energy. Upon witnessing the outcome, Qin Ge felt a sense of satisfaction, coupled with a contemplative spirit. According to the judgment of the Wraith Prison, the soul energy of an ordinary individual is quantified as 1. Thus, those whose prowess surpasses that of the common folk are capable of accumulating greater soul energy. From the spoils of this encounter and the circumstances of the battle, Qin Ge was able to make some estimations. Take, for instance, the pirate Captain Bernie. Though he was vanquished in a single strike, his power could not be deemed weak. Based solely on the strength he exhibited, he would undoubtedly rank no lower than a lieutenant officer within the naval hierarchy. It could be said that a significant portion of the soul energy acquired in this encounter was derived from Bernie. Moreover, amidst the multitude of pirates he defeated, Qin Ge also encountered several whose strength exceeded that of ordinary men, comparable to naval soldiers. The demise of these foes naturally resulted in the accrual of soul energy exceeding 1. If one were to categorize strength according to the naval system, Qin Ge estimated that the prowess of naval soldiers would correspond to approximately 10 to 50 points of soul energy, while that of lieutenant officers would equate to 100 to 300 points. Of course, this remains a rough estimation on Qin Ge's part to ascertain the true values. Further hunts in the future would be necessary. Similarly, the soul energy of those above the lieutenant rank remains an enigma, as Qin Ge has yet to confront individuals of such caliber. In the days that followed, the practice vessel continued its pursuit of pirates across the North Sea, successfully dismantling nearly 10 pirate crews within the span of a month. Although none of these pirates bore bounties exceeding 10 million berries, the achievements were nonetheless considerable. Throughout this month of relentless pursuit, Qin Ge engaged in significant slaughter. In every confrontation with pirates, he led the charge and was the most fervent in exterminating foes. In encounters with various pirate crews, it was not uncommon for over half of the pirates to fall by Qin Ge's hand. This was not solely due to his status as a top-tier student, but also because he wielded the devastating flying card technique, which allowed him to unleash hundreds of black cards, rendering ordinary pirates nearly incapable of resistance. Each time he struck, he utilized the flying card technique as his harvester, leaving the other students to merely partake in the remnants. Kill. Block their advance. Do not let the Navy board our ship. Curse be these Navy. How are they so formidable? Amidst the tranquil sea, a fierce battle raged, pitting the military academy students against a pirate crew. Zephyr stood resolutely on the deck of the warship, his gaze piercingly fixed upon the skirmish aboard the pirate vessel. The practice ship had tracked down the Blood Sword pirate crew, the first pirate band with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries encountered during this expedition. Although they had yet to graduate from the academy, the strength possessed by the students was evidently beyond that of the typical naval forces in the North Sea, each boasting at least the combat capability of a soldier. The Blood Sword pirate crew had previously clashed with the North Sea Navy on multiple occasions. Initially unconcerned by the Navy's encirclement, they were abruptly awakened to the severity of their predicament as the practice warship drew near, and the academy students boarded to launch their assault, resulting in numerous pirates being severely injured or slain. Amidst the cacophony of furious shouts and curses, Qin Ge, who had also ascended to the deck, found himself besieged by a cohort of pirates. 5 or 6 marauders, brandishing their blades with malevolent intent, encircled him and launched their assault. The wind-slaying sword. The blade danced with lethal elegance as Qin Ge surveyed the encroaching pirates with a frigid gaze. Grasping the hilt of his long sword with resolve, a sudden aura of impending death enveloped him, though the sword's edge seemed barely unsheathed. The pirates surrounding Qin Ge were already reeling as if struck by an invisible force, their bodies marred by gaping wounds that tore through flesh, collapsing into grotesque heaps of carnage. In Qin Ge's hands, the wind-slaying sword radiated a terrifying brilliance, its striking speed transcending the realm of human perception, capable of unleashing dozens, if not hundreds, of lethal slashes in the blink of an eye. Often, Before the adversaries could comprehend the assault, their forms had already been reduced to mere fragments by the blinding arcs of the sword's wrath. On the internship warship, Zifa caught sight of the scene where Qin Ge vanquished the pirates, nodding slightly with admiration in his eyes, clearly pleased with the prowess displayed by Qin Ge. As Qin Ge dispatched the approaching pirates, he released the hilt of his sword and deftly produced 2 stacks of black cards in his hands, his expression one of indifference. With a sudden motion, the black cards fluttered and shot forth, penetrating the crowd. The air was filled with anguished cries echoing across the pirate ship. As one pirate after another fell, either pierced by the cards or having their throats cut, blood gushing forth as they collapsed. Although the other cadets were initially taken aback by Qin Ge's formidable and terrifying card-throwing technique, they had grown accustomed to it. Upon witnessing Qin Ge begin to harvest the pirates with his skill, they felt compelled to exert themselves even more vigorously against the remaining foes. There was no choice. Qin Ge's methods of exterminating pirates were alarmingly swift. Any delay could mean their own demise. They had learned this lesson well through previous encounters and dared not become complacent. Clang! A rapidly spinning black card was deflected by the slash of a sharp, long knife, crashing sideways into the wooden planks of the ship's cabin, embedding itself deep. The one who had deflected the card was a striking man with flowing red hair, wielding a cold, gleaming sword, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. This handsome red-haired individual was none other than Victor, the captain of the Blood Sword Pirates, whose bounty had reached a staggering 15 million berries. Victor was a swordsman, a master who had attained the realm of cutting iron. In truth, his prowess far exceeded the bounty placed upon him by the Navy. Infuriated, he surveyed the battlefield, his face darkening with concern. Like the other pirates, he had initially dismissed the Navy's pursuit, confident in his swordsmanship. However, the brutal reality of the situation became evident after a fierce battle. The Navy's forces were undeniably strong, capable of obliterating his Blood Sword pirates. Victor was not overly concerned about the potential destruction of his crew. After all, as long as one possessed formidable strength, recruiting new subordinates and re-establishing a pirate crew was a trivial matter. The pressing issue was that he was now trapped at sea, making escape exceedingly difficult. As Victor anxiously pondered his escape, he was suddenly targeted by a nearby cadet, who swiftly launched an attack. White fist. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a fist propelled by the dense fog hurtled towards Victor's face. The assailant was none other than Smoker. In the past month, Smoker's experience had been far from pleasant. Not due to inadequate treatment aboard the warship, but rather due to Qin Ge. After suffering defeat at Qin Ge's hands, Smoker had harbored deep resentment. Upon arriving in the North Sea, witnessing Qin Ge's consistent and dazzling displays of prowess in annihilating numerous pirates had only deepened his sense of humiliation. Once considered the brightest star of the military academy, being a Logia-type devil fruit user, Smoker found himself overshadowed by Qin Ge's emergence. Determined to prove himself and reclaim his status as the most exceptional cadet, Smoker sought out Victor, the highest bounty pirate of the Blood Sword Pirates, upon boarding the ship. When he spotted Victor, he wasted no time in unleashing the powers of his smoke fruit, launching a punch like a cannonball. Smoker was aggressive, but Victor was no mere lackey. He was a seasoned swordsman who had mastered the art of cutting iron. As the attack approached, Victor's keen instincts kicked in, and with a deft twist of his wrist, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade of light that met Smoker's fist head-on. Boom! Smoker's white fist was torn apart by the blade's impact, exploding into a chaotic cloud of smoke. Victor, despite having never ventured beyond the North Sea, recognized the threat he faced from just that single encounter. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the now-revealed Smoker. Damn it! To think there exists a Logia-type devil fruit user among these Navy cadets. Victor's mind was a whirlwind of anger and disbelief. Though he had never encountered such an opponent before, he was well aware of their formidable abilities, particularly their immunity to attacks, which posed a significant challenge. Yet, despite his fury at the presence of a Logia user, Victor understood that retreating was not an option. He resolved instead to retaliate. With a powerful push against the ground, he unleashed a tremendous force from his legs, shattering the hard deck as he propelled himself towards Smoker, his sword poised for a fierce horizontal strike. Boom! A violent shockwave surged forth as a brilliant slash erupted from his blade, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. Victor's counterattack was astoundingly swift, surpassing Smoker's expectations. As the cutting wave surged towards him, Smoker's expression shifted, and he quickly dispersed into a cloud of smoke. Swoosh! The blazing wave of energy cleaved through the air, slicing Smoker's form in half without spilling a drop of blood, transforming him into a swirling mass of white smoke. However, the remnants of the attack continued forward, shattering the deck railing and soaring over the sea before dissipating into a roaring shockwave. Although Smoker's form had been divided, he did not bleed. Instead, he swiftly coalesced back into a swirling vortex of smoke, hurtling towards Victor. While aware of the immunity that a Logia user possessed, Victor was nonetheless caught off guard by the suddenness of the encounter. He quickly gripped his sword with both hands, preparing to slash with ferocity. Once again, a brilliant wave of energy erupted, colliding with the spiraling cloud of smoke, which was sent tumbling as the force of the slash tore through it. What the hell? So this is all there is to it? I was so tense for nothing. Seeing his slash effortlessly disperse the smoke, Victor felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even casting a derisive glance at the dissipating white mist. Even if one possesses immunity to attacks, what does it matter if their strength is lacking? After all, Victor knew that utilizing the powers of a devil fruit also consumed energy, and he doubted the enemy could maintain their state of invulnerability indefinitely. The swirling smoke quickly gathered, revealing Smoker's figure once more, his face shadowed with discontent as he regarded Victor. Clearly, he had not anticipated the formidable strength of his opponent, nor that his smoke attack would be so easily thwarted. However, as a talented elite cadet highly regarded by the Navy's upper echelons, Smoker retained his composure despite the setback, preparing to launch another assault. Boom! Just as Smoker was about to strike back, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from the side. As a crescent-shaped wave of brilliant sword energy shattered the deck beneath it, hurtling towards Victor. This is bad. Although Victor's attention was primarily focused on the nature-based adept across from him, he remained acutely aware of the surrounding commotion. As the fierce blade aura surged towards him, he swiftly turned his gaze, his expression shifting as he raised his sword to defend. With a resounding clash, the blazing blade aura collided with Victor's long sword, unleashing a visible circular shockwave. The terrifying force of the strike caused veins to bulge on Victor's forehead as he was forced to retreat, his feet scraping against the deck. After stumbling back several meters, he realized he was on the verge of crashing into the cabin behind him. With a furious roar, he gripped his sword tightly and angled its blade skyward. The intense blade aura was redirected by his sword, spiraling upwards like a twisting tornado. The disturbed air howled as it transformed into a shockwave that exploded in midair. Heavy breaths escaped Victor's nostrils as he glared at the source of the incoming blade aura. His heart jolted upon realizing that a mere child, no older than 8 or 9, stood there wielding a long sword. How is this possible? Was that blade wave truly unleashed by this boy? Victor's eyes widened in disbelief. The ability to emit such a cutting wave signified that his opponent possessed swordsmanship of a master level. Yet, facing an 8 or 9-year-old child, it was unfathomable that he could be a swordsman of such caliber. Without a doubt, the assailant was Qin Ge. While other students engaged the pirates for military merit, Qin Ge's primary objective was to acquire soul energy. The highest bounty pirate in a crew was undoubtedly a target he could not afford to miss. Thus, upon sensing the disturbance, he decisively joined the fray. Qin Ge ignored Smoker, who stared at him in astonishment and anger after his attack, and instantly launched another offensive, channeling chakra through his legs to explode forth with lightning speed. In a flash, he appeared before Victor, his expression cold and unyielding, and he unleashed a swift strike. Although Victor was taken aback by Qin Ge's youth, he quickly regained his composure and swung his sword to parry. The blades clashed with a shower of sparks, and the force of their collision sent visible shockwaves spiraling around them, leaving cracks on the nearby deck. As a master swordsman, Victor was not only proficient in swordplay, but also possessed remarkable physical strength, enabling him to wield such fierce blade waves. Similarly, Qin Ge, having cultivated the dragon elephant prajna, had significantly enhanced his physical prowess through the integration of the blade windsword. In their struggle, both were evenly matched, and after a brief standoff, their gazes locked with fierce intensity, each retreating slightly. Retreating did not signify fear. Rather, it was a prelude to a more ferocious assault. After taking a step back, Victor let out a thunderous roar, gripping his sword tightly and raising it high to strike at Qin Ge. Qin Ge's gaze remained icy. With the power of observation hockey, he instantly discerned Victor's intentions and deftly sidestepped, as if dancing away from the descending blade. With a tremendous roar, a powerful blade wave erupted from Victor's sword, tearing through the deck and leaving chaotic fissures in its wake, even breaking a gap in the ship's railing. Qin Ge could not allow his opponent to attack unopposed. He retaliated with a fierce counterattack. His right arm and sword seemed to vanish, only to erupt with astonishing speed, slicing towards Victor's neck in a flash. A surge of danger engulfed Victor. Although he lacked the ability to use observation hockey, his years of combat experience made him acutely aware of the threat, prompting him to swiftly retreat to evade the strike. The fleeting blade narrowly missed his throat, but before he could relax, Qin Ge retracted his sword and unleashed another dazzling slash. The blade windsword was not merely a one-time explosive strike, it was capable of infinite consecutive attacks. As such, even though Victor had dodged the first strike, he would soon face a barrage of subsequent, rapid slashes. Victor, clearly unprepared for Qin Ge's astonishing speed, managed to avoid the initial blow through his extensive experience. However, the following strikes were simply unavoidable. Let us perish together. With gritted teeth. Victor's eyes gleamed with determination and ferocity as he charged towards Qin Ge, disregarding the incoming slashes. In an instant, Qin Ge perceived Victor's intent, while surprised by Victor's resolve. He had no intention of retreating, his expression betraying no hint of fear. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, and Victor's head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing from his severed neck, a testament to the blade wind sword's extraordinary speed. Simultaneously, Qin Ge too encountered Victor's desperate, dying strike. The edge of Victor's long sword grazed his side. Yet, curiously, it produced a shattering sound. Unbeknownst to Victor, Qin Ge's waist had been enveloped in a thick layer of frost, akin to armor, which absorbed the impact of the blade. Though the ice shattered under the force of the strike infused with the power of the iron-cutting realm, it nonetheless provided Qin Ge with a crucial buffer. As the icy blade struck his waist, Qin Ge swiftly pivoted, utilizing the force of the slash to propel himself sideways. Not only did he mitigate a portion of the impact, but he also deftly evaded the peril of being cleaved in two. Under the executioner's blade, Victor's final strike was merely a fleeting burst of energy, merely carving a deep fissure into the icy barrier encasing Qin Ge's waist before he succumbed to the inevitable loss of strength. Although the force of the strike had indeed penetrated the ice, imparting a distinct ache to Qin Ge's midsection, the prospect of vanquishing a formidable foe rendered the sacrifice exceedingly worthwhile. From the onset of their confrontation, despite the apparent tumult and strategic maneuvering, the swift pace of both combatants meant that the entire engagement transpired in a matter of moments. As Smoker, filled with rage and intent to thwart the theft of his adversary, froze mid-action, his eyes fixated intensely on Qin Ge's figure. Alas, Qin Ge paid no heed to Smoker's intentions. After casting a brief glance in his direction, he swiftly turned his attention to the remaining pirates. Infuriated, Smoker clenched his fists tightly, oblivious to the pain of his nails piercing his palms as frustration and indignation consumed him. Once more, in his quest for validation, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere spectator, helplessly witnessing Qin Ge dispatch a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries. Yet, what could he do? No amount of fury or resentment could sway Qin Ge, who remained blissfully indifferent to Smoker's plight. Following a fierce battle, the blood-sword pirates were eradicated, with over half of their members felled by Qin Ge's hand, thereby solidifying his commendable military achievements and accumulating a significant amount of soul energy. It is nearly time for another extraction, Qin Ge mused silently, reflecting on Zifa's customary post-battle guidance for the students. After a month of diligent accumulation, Qin Ge had undoubtedly amassed a considerable reservoir of soul energy. In contrast to slaying beasts, eliminating humans yielded far greater amounts of soul energy. Having dismantled nearly 10 pirate crews, he had already gathered over 4,000 points of soul energy. This did not account for his latest gains. Upon the dissolution of the student assembly and his return to his quarters within the realm of the deceased, he was astonished to discover that his soul energy had surpassed 5,000 points. This revelation prompted a contemplative furrow of his brow. Although the Bloodsword pirates boasted a stronger overall capability than previous foes, the substantial accumulation of nearly 1,000 soul energy points was primarily attributable to their captain, Victor. The prowess displayed by Victor in their earlier clash was on par with that of a naval officer at the school level. Indeed, he was among the elite. For a swordsman, such prowess was no trifling matter. Indeed, the more formidable the adversary, the greater the soul energy harvested. Relying solely on quantity would yield diminishing returns. Qin Ge pondered. If slaying opponents of school-level strength brought about such rewards, then eliminating those of rank-level strength could surely be a veritable banquet of soul energy. Of course, this presupposed that Qin Ge possessed the requisite strength, according to Zifa's assessments. He currently stood at a level akin to that of a lieutenant colonel or colonel within the headquarters. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Qin Ge refocused his attention on the forthcoming extraction. It could be asserted that 5,000 soul energy points were sufficient for a 4-star extraction. However, Qin Ge cast a glance at his hands, extinguishing the spark of impulsiveness within. He had never harbored high hopes for his fortune. While a 4-star extraction could guarantee at least a 3.5-star world, the question remained, what were the odds of encountering a powerful entity or the opportunity to usurp their abilities? Should he dare to pursue a 4-star extraction, he would subsequently be left with merely 3 chances for ability acquisition. Even though he could continue to gather soul energy for future opportunities, he was reluctant to squander time unnecessarily. Ultimately, Qin Ge prioritized the present. The future felt too nebulous, and he preferred to seize the moment. With a decisive infusion of 1,000 soul energy points, Qin Ge opted to divide his 5,000 energy for a 3-star extraction. Under the operation of the Prison of the Dead, 3 ethereal souls were swiftly drawn forth from the void by the bronze chains. Without hesitation, Qin Ge stepped forward to examine them. Name: Huashidalang World. Hunter x Hunter, 2.5 stars. Identity: Nin-user ability, Tiger Bite Fist. Double clone cause of death: shot by a flying card. Not bad. A Hunter x Hunter character, and the first soul drawn is a non-user. Today seems fortunate. After reviewing the information within the first golden cell, Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Hunter x Hunter narrates a world of hunters, teeming with magical beasts and formidable nin-users, where the complexity and peculiarity of nin abilities rival even the powers of devil fruits. For instance, the first soul from the golden cell is a transmutation-type nin-user, although he may have strayed down the wrong path. His inherent nin ability is commendable and thus a worthy target for Qin Ge's acquisition. However, Qin Ge was not overly eager. He decided to inspect the souls within the subsequent 2 cells, hoping for even greater treasures. Yet, it turned out that his expectations were overly ambitious, as the second and third golden cells yielded only ordinary characters from Hunter x Hunter, with none being nin-users, merely common folk. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, noting that at least he had secured a useful soul, which was not entirely fruitless. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qin Ge proceeded with the acquisition. The first attempt at acquisition failed. The second attempt at acquisition failed. The third attempt at acquisition failed. Faced with 3 consecutive failures, Qin Ge's expression darkened. He begrudgingly expended 500 soul energy for a secondary acquisition attempt, executing a 4th extraction with a stoic demeanor. The extraction failed. Qin Ge's reaction to this outcome was beyond mere discontent. He ground his teeth together, the sound echoing with frustration. Once more, Qin Ge inhaled deeply, calming the turmoil within, and spent another 500 soul energy for another secondary acquisition attempt. Although the odds seemed disheartening, surrendering the opportunity to obtain nin abilities was not an option for Qin Ge. He would endure the Prison of the Dead's unfair dealings. Finally, a pleasing sound of shattering resonated. On the 5th attempt, the soul from the first golden cell finally shed its crystalline glow, although the specific ability acquired remained uncertain. Witnessing his efforts yield results served as the greatest comfort to Qin Ge. With a slight improvement in his demeanor, Qin Ge shut his eyes, feeling the radiant energy integrating into his being, sweeping through him. Boom! A torrent of energy erupted from Qin Ge, as if invisible fans enveloped his entire form. The eruption did not last long. In an instant, it diminished, yet it did not vanish entirely. Instead, it became controlled, circulating at the surface of his skin, forming an imperceptible membrane. Undoubtedly, this energy stemmed from the nin of Hunter x Hunter. The ability Qin Ge acquired from Huashidalang was the Tiger Bite Fist, alongside the corresponding mastery of nin energy, awakening his aura. For an ordinary individual, unless possessing extraordinary talent akin to Gon or Killua, controlling the explosive nin energy after opening their aura points would be exceedingly challenging. However, Qin Ge was an exception. Although he lacked the innate nun talent of Gon and Killua, he had directly acquired the Tiger Bite Fist from Huashidalang. This acquisition not only granted Qin Ge the Tiger Bite Fist, but also absorbed the foundational mastery of nin from his predecessor. After all, executing the Tiger Bite Fist necessitates a profound understanding of nun energy. Qin Ge felt a sense of satisfaction with the ability he had obtained. He favored the robust and direct nature of the Tiger Bite Fist over the superficial double clone. Nin abilities are classified into 6 major categories: enhancement, emission, manipulation, transformation, materialization, and specialization. There is no definitive hierarchy among these categories. Akin to devil fruits, strength ultimately resides within the wielder. By acquiring the Tiger Bite Fist, Qin Ge had essentially inherited the enhancement talent initially belonging to Hua Shidalang. This, however, did not imply that Qin Ge was now an enhancement user. He had merely plundered an enhancement ability while retaining his own unique category. The true nature of his situation required further testing. Qin Ge possessed a clear understanding of Nin. Beyond the fundamental 6 categories, he was also aware of the basic applications of Nin energy. The most significant gain from this acquisition was not merely the Tiger Bite Fist, but the awakening of his Nin energy, which offered remarkable potential for mastering Nin techniques. Qin Ge's gaze flickered with determination. The basic applications of Nin include ensnarement, absorption, refinement, and emission. Furthermore, advanced techniques can be developed by combining these 4 actions. Mastering these fundamentals and higher Nin applications would empower Qin Ge to wield tremendous strength through his Nin energy alone. However, now was not the time for deep contemplation on Nin development. The extraction process was not yet complete. Setting aside thoughts of Nin, Qin Ge focused once more on the prison of the dead. Investing another 1,000 soul energy, Qin Ge commenced a 3-star extraction once more. Soon, the previous soul vanished, and the bronze chains retrieved 3 new ethereal souls from the void. With anticipation, Qin Ge began to scrutinize the souls within the 3 golden cells, only to return with a frown shortly thereafter. This time, the drawn world was also of 3 stars, Inuyasha, but perhaps Qin Ge's luck was truly lacking, as none of the 3 souls possessed any value for acquisition. The best among them was Mankatsu from the 7 War Gods. Yet, even Mankatsu was merely a human with slightly superior physical attributes. Without the aid of the Shirkan Jewel, he held no desire for Qin Ge to acquire. Undoubtedly, this second extraction was a dismal failure, leaving Qin Ge with a futile expenditure of 1,000 soul energy. At this juncture, he had over 2,000 soul energy remaining. Despite experiencing one unsuccessful extraction, he mustered the courage to attempt a 3rd extraction. As the new souls arrived, Qin Ge approached with trepidation. Name: Beast King World. 1 Punch Man. 3 stars. Identity: gene-modified monster ability. Lion/Meteor Shower. In this instance, Qin Ge drew a character from the One Punch Man universe, specifically a monster, alongside 2 ordinary humans. After his examination, his attention immediately fixated on the soul monster among the 3 souls, recognizing its acquisition value. Though One Punch Man exists in a modern societal setting, it too encompasses supernatural forces populated by heroes and monsters alike. The monster extracted from the prison of the dead was none other than the Beast King. Ranking 2nd in the House of Evolution, a formidable threat. Qin Ge gazed thoughtfully at the ethereal soul contained within the golden cell. In the world of One Punch Man, the threat level and strength of monsters are categorized into 5 distinct ranks: God, Dragon, Demon, Tiger, and Wolf. Although demon-class monsters are positioned as mid-tier among their ranks, they represent a significant danger capable of incapacitating or even annihilating an entire town. Consequently, their power is by no means negligible. It can be asserted that they possess formidable strength. As for the monsters, one cannot fathom the extent of enhancement that could be derived from the ability to strip them of their powers. With a determined gaze, Qin Ge decisively commenced the deprivation process. The Beast King's abilities include Lion Slash and Lion/Meteor Shower. While in the original narrative these were executed using his own claws, the fact that the prison of the dead deemed the ability susceptible to deprivation assuredly indicated that it would confer substantial aid and strength upon him. Upon Qin Ge's choice to commence the deprivation, the golden prison immediately erupted in dazzling brilliance. To his astonishment, the very first attempt at deprivation was successful. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a beam of white light detached from his soul, swiftly merging into Qin Ge's body. A torrent of energy surged through him, causing his body to tremble as he instinctively shut his eyes to embrace the transformation. Under the influence of the deprivation ability, Qin Ge did not metamorphose into a monster. However, his flesh and blood quivered intensely, as if the raw material was undergoing rigorous refinement. His physique was enhancing and condensing at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, a sensation of explosive power enveloped Qin Ge entirely. Upon regaining the abilities that had been stripped away, Qin Ge suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce and commanding gaze akin to that of a lion flashing within them. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a claw as he abruptly tore through the void beside him. A visible wave of cutting brilliance erupted forth, accompanied by a resounding sound of tearing air. The sharp energy danced wildly, rending the space around it and generating powerful shockwaves that surged forth for nearly 20 meters before gradually dissipating. Is this the Lion Slash? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Qin Ge's eyes as he glanced at his palm in awe. Though what he had acquired was not the more formidable lion-slash-meteor shower, even this ordinary lion-slash had catalyzed a remarkable transformation in both his strength and physique. The power of the lion-slash primarily stemmed from the extraordinary physicality of its beastly ruler. In the realm of One Punch Man, a demon-level monster could only be contended with by top-tier A-class heroes or even S-class heroes. By seizing the lion-slash, Qin Ge not only mastered this formidable claw attack, but also inherited the corporeal strength that paralleled the lion-slash from its beastly monarch. The mere act of swiping his hand unleashed a terrifying wave of cutting force. A testament to the immense growth of his physical form, so significant that it could be described as revolutionary. This acquisition was truly invaluable. Qin Ge's heart brimmed with elation. Although he had yet to conduct thorough testing, the explosive sense of power coursing through him unmistakably conveyed a surge in his capabilities. Amidst the surprise, Qin Ge gazed fervently at the soul within the golden prison. The ordinary lion-slash had already bestowed upon him a significant enhancement to his physical form. Thus, acquiring the more formidable lion-slash-meteor shower would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. Without hesitation, Qin Ge commenced the process of deprivation once more. However, his streak of good fortune did not persist, as both the second and third attempts at deprivation culminated in failure. With a twitch of his lips, Qin Ge resignedly spent 500 units of soul energy to secure a single opportunity for a secondary deprivation. The probability of success for the 3 complementary attempts was merely 10%, and achieving success even once was no small feat. He had grown accustomed, if not numb, to the failures of deprivation. It became evident that Qin Ge's luck was rather dismal, as even a secondary deprivation with a 30% success rate ended in failure. Unyielding in his determination, Qin Ge grimly exchanged his final 500 units of soul energy for yet another chance at a secondary deprivation. A humming sound echoed as the brilliance of the golden prison gradually dimmed, yielding no response whatsoever, thus confirming yet another unsuccessful attempt at deprivation. With a scowl, Qin Ge exited the realm of the deceased, clearly understanding that to acquire the lion-slash-meteor shower, he would have to bide his time and accumulate more soul energy. As his consciousness returned to his body, despite the unsatisfactory outcome of his attempts, Qin Ge swiftly regained his composure and began to adapt to his newly acquired abilities. First, he sought to ascertain his Nun attribute. Upon leaving the room, he returned with a cup brimming with water, atop which floated a single leaf. This was the water-recognizing method of Nin, wherein one attaches their Nin to the cup of water, observing the changes in the water and leaf to determine their Nin attribute. Well-versed in the lore of Hunter x Hunter, Qin Ge was adept at discerning his own Nin attribute. Placing the cup on the table, he encircled it with his hands, channeling Nun to allow for the invisible flow of Nun energy to emanate from between his palms. The results of the water-recognizing method varied greatly across the 5 Nin attributes: enhancement, an increase in the volume of water; transformation, a change in the taste of the water, varying from person to person; materialization, the emergence of crystalline substances within the water; emission, a change in the color of the water; manipulation, the movement of the leaf; specialization, phenomena that deviate from the other 5 categories fall under this attribute. As Qin Ge unleashed his aura, the water cup, energized by his intent, began to undergo a transformation. The once tranquil water erupted in a sudden torrent, and the leaves floating atop the surface inexplicably disintegrated into fine powder, culminating in the bizarre shattering of the entire cup. Observing this phenomenon, Qin Ge squinted slightly. It deviated from the characteristics of the other 5 elements, suggesting that his aura attribute was indeed of a unique nature. Though initially taken aback by the revelation of possessing a distinctive aura attribute, he swiftly regained his composure, recognizing that this newfound clarity would only enhance his future development. Despite having acquired the Tiger Bite Fist from the soul of Huashidalang, Qin Ge remained a novice in the manipulation of aura. Aware of the immense potential that aura harbored, he was resolute in dedicating himself to its mastery. It appeared that his training regimen would now encompass the study of aura as well. Qin Ge mused softly to himself, a gentle smile gracing his lips. For Qin Ge, the greatest boon derived from extracting Huashidalang was not merely the acquisition of the Tiger Bite Fist, but the awakening of his own aura. The development and utilization of aura encompassed formidable potential and might. The fundamental techniques, Tangle, Sever, Train, and Emanate, each held significant power. Tangle functioned similarly to the armed color haki, allowing one to envelop themselves in aura, thereby vastly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Sever enabled the user to constrict and isolate their aura, rendering their presence nearly imperceptible. Making it an excellent means of concealment, Train permitted the simultaneous release of refined aura from the body's energy points, unleashing a surge of power far exceeding the norm. Thus providing Qin Ge with the ability to surpass his limits in brief bursts. Emanate represented the culmination of aura abilities, potentially allowing the creation of a unique finishing move once fully mastered. Beyond these foundational techniques, there existed opportunities for the development of even more potent advanced skills: encompass, conceal, condense, sphere, firm, flow, and solidify. It could be asserted that should Qin Ge fully master the application of aura, even in the absence of a unique aura ability, his prowess would witness astonishing enhancement solely through his adeptness with aura. However, mastering these advanced techniques was no simple feat, and thus, Qin Ge's upcoming endeavors would primarily focus on the foundational techniques of tangle, sever, train, and emanate. While Qin Ge's enthusiasm for training soared, the crew aboard the practice ship remained undeterred, persistently scouring the northern sea for pirates. Time passed swiftly, unbeknownst to them. Over 3 months had elapsed since their departure from Marineford. During this period, apart from his cultivation, Qin Ge devoted considerable time to hunting pirates. Each time he engaged in battle with these marauders, he exhibited an unparalleled fervor, consistently leading the charge and emerging as the one who vanquished the most pirates. In such circumstances, Qin Ge not only emerged as the individual who accrued the most military merit during this internship voyage, but also managed to amass a considerable amount of soul energy once again. However, being acutely aware of his own misfortunes, Qin Ge refrained from seizing the remaining lion's meteor shower, opting instead to accumulate a greater reserve of soul energy to ensure against future failures and deprivation. Naturally, aside from the gains in soul energy and military merit, his cultivation over the past 2 months has also shown remarkable progress. Firstly, in terms of his mastery of thought, it remains uncertain whether the potency of soul energy has enhanced his control, but within just 2 months, he has adeptly employed the 4 major techniques of binding, severing, and training, demonstrating a commendable proficiency that allows him to engage in combat. Furthermore, the dragon-elephant prajna technique has burgeoned significantly. Fueled by Qin Ge's relentless training and a nourishing diet, it has now approached a critical point of breakthrough once more. Similarly, his mastery of observation haki has improved considerably during these months of battling pirates. While he did not actively utilize it, the combat experiences have facilitated his personal growth. His proficiency in observation haki has surpassed the level he achieved upon its initial mastery, with both sensitivity and range experiencing notable enhancement. As for the ice release technique, it can be regarded as the most significant growth Qin Ge has achieved since joining the internship vessel. When the soul of Bai was stripped away, the ice release was already approaching the threshold of the 3rd stage. Now, through Qin Ge's relentless cultivation, a final breakthrough has been achieved, and he has recently reached the 3rd stage. With the advancement to this new level of ice release, Qin Ge is not only capable of manipulating a greater volume of water, but the ice he conjures has also become colder and more resilient, rivaling the hardness of steel. Furthermore, he has even awakened a new secret technique of ice release. With the orderly growth of his myriad abilities, it naturally signifies the enhancement of Qin Ge's strength. If we were to liken his prowess prior to his departure to that of a lieutenant colonel or colonel in the naval headquarters, he has now ascended to at least the level of a colonel, and has even begun to brush against the realm of a brigadier general. Of course, this is merely Qin Ge's rough estimation of his own capabilities. His true combat power can only be confirmed through the crucible of battle. The year 1501 of the Sea Circle era marks not only the dawn of a new year, but also signifies that Qin Ge has spent a full year in the world of One Piece. In comparison to his initial arrival in this realm, Qin Ge has undeniably undergone a profound transformation. This metamorphosis encompasses not only his strength, but also a profound shift in his psyche. He is fully acclimatized to the new world. After more than 3 months of navigation, the training vessel not only circumnavigated a significant portion of the North Sea, but also successfully eradicated nearly 30 marauding pirate crews. Although the tumultuous situation in the North Sea still harbors a multitude of pirate factions wreaking havoc, this achievement sufficiently underscores the commendable results of the training vessel's expedition. On this particular day, the vessel made a rare stop at a quaint island town. While the apprehension of pirates is paramount, the replenishment of supplies is equally indispensable. Thus, the training vessel periodically ventures to nearby island towns to procure essential provisions. Under the provisions of resupply aboard the training ship, Qin Ge and his fellow trainees were granted half a day of respite. With Zephyr's permission, they indulged in this rare leisure time, either venturing out alone or forming groups to explore the town. For the trainees, capturing pirates might yield military merit and lay a solid foundation for their future assignments upon graduation. However, the prolonged encounters with pirates inevitably weighed heavily on their minds and spirits, engendering considerable stress. Zephyr's decision to allow the trainees this half-day break was precisely to facilitate the release of their pent-up emotions and alleviate their mental fatigue. Qin Ge, too, disembarked the warship alongside his peers, not in pursuit of relaxation, but rather to acquire a new sword. In the fierce battles against pirates, it is not solely the humans who sustain injuries, the blades do as well. Even the most renowned swords, after enduring numerous fierce confrontations, are susceptible to damage. Moreover, it is worth noting that Qin Ge's weapon is merely a relatively fine piece of craftsmanship. After months of relentless combat, Qin Ge's blade had suffered severe damage, its edge riddled with nicks and even bearing cracks. Though not a pure swordsman, the knife was nonetheless a vital instrument of his strength, necessitating the acquisition of a new weapon. After casually inquiring with a few passers-by, Qin Ge swiftly located the largest weapon shop in the town. While it would have been ideal to replace his damaged sword with a renowned blade, such weapons are rare, and this shop only offered fine weapons that were scarcely better than his broken longsword. Once this internship voyage concluded, it seemed imperative to earn some money. After completing his purchase and strapping the new sword to his back, Qin Ge pondered silently. Naturally, the motive behind accumulating wealth was to acquire an esteemed sword. Although ordinary weapon shops do not stock such blades, they frequently appear at large auctions with sufficient funds. Obtaining a renowned sword is not an insurmountable challenge. Of course, this presupposes that one possesses wealth. Even the most inferior fine sword starts at 5 million berries at auction. And to secure it, one might require tens of millions or even over 100 million berries, an unattainable dream for many. Qin Ge certainly had his own means of earning money. This world is replete with gambling establishments, and given his remarkable gambling prowess that rivals that of a gambling king, he had no reason to fret about finances. However, just as he contemplated taking a bold gamble, Qin Ge abruptly halted at a street corner, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he fixated on a group of individuals crossing the street. They exuded an intimidating presence, swaggering with an air of arrogance, and it was evident that they were armed with sidearms. Leading them was a man adorned with a rabbit-eared hat. This individual, though slender of leg, possessed an impressively robust upper body, with bulging muscles that seemed ready to burst through his clothing, imparting an overwhelming sense of dominance. Qin Ge recognized this figure and thus halted his steps, for he had identified the man's affiliation. Could it be Lao Ji of the Don Quixote family? What a surprise to encounter him here. Qin Ge's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the man leading the group across the street was none other than Lao Ji, a future warlord and a cadre of the Don Quixote family, serving under the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the original story, while the Don Quixote family predominantly operated in the New World, specifically Dressrosa, it was evident that they had remained dormant in the North Sea, subtly expanding their influence in both the underworld and above. Although Qin Ge was taken aback by Lao Ji's appearance, he was not overly astonished. He had previously seen Doflamingo and several of his cadre listed among the bounties distributed by Zephyr during the North Sea pirate reward announcements. Of course, even in their dormant state, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were incomparable to other pirates in the North Sea, as evidenced by their bounties. If memory served, the bounty for Doflamingo was a staggering 230 million berries, clearly marking him as the most powerful pirate faction in the North Sea. This indicated that Doflamingo possessed a unique talent, having awakened the Conqueror's haki, and even nearly 20 years prior, his strength was already formidable, rivaling that of the strongest in the New World. As Qin Ge recalled the current state of the Don Quixote family, his gaze flickered toward Lao Ji across the street. While not the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji was undoubtedly a formidable warrior with a bounty that, while second only to Doflamingo and the top cadres, exceeded 100 million, specifically at 110 million berries. Such a considerable bounty ignited numerous thoughts in Qin Ge's mind. Undoubtedly, Lao Ji was a master, and a master equated to an abundance of soul energy. Should he succeed in defeating Lao Ji, Qin Ge would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Furthermore, as a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million and a key member of the most powerful faction in the North Sea, slaying him would grant Qin Ge immense military merit, an invaluable asset for his future upon graduating from the military academy. Ultimately, it was Qin Ge's deep-seated yearning for battle that propelled him forward. Upon arriving in this world where strength reigned supreme, Qin Ge seemed to have truly discovered his path. Each battle ignited a profound sense of exhilaration and joy within him, particularly when confronted by a formidable opponent, which stirred an intense fighting spirit within. Lao Ji, since our paths have crossed, allow me to witness the extent of your prowess. Qin Ge chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with determination as he discreetly followed closely behind. At present, they found themselves in the heart of the town, surrounded by bustling streets and throngs of people. Although Qin Ge was not particularly concerned, he was, after all, a just cadet of the Marine headquarters, and he recognized the importance of maintaining appearances. Thus, he refrained from initiating a confrontation. Additionally, he remained uncertain whether Lao Ji was the sole representative of the Don Quixote family on this island. If he were indeed alone, there would be no issue. Despite being a master of martial arts, Qin Ge possessed the capability to contend with him. However, if other members of the Don Quixote family were present, Qin Ge would prudently choose to withdraw without hesitation. During the tracking process, Qin Ge employed the recently mastered technique of absolute, shrouding his presence in a veil of thought energy, rendering his existence nearly undetectable to avoid alerting his target. Rao Ji and his entourage, oblivious to Qin Ge's pursuit, meandered through the town before heading towards the dense forest on the outskirts. Qin Ge silently followed, remaining vigilant to ensure he would not fall prey to any traps set by the adversaries. Upon reaching a lush thicket in the back mountains, Rao Ji and his crew encountered a group of individuals already awaiting their arrival, each armed and vigilant, wielding swords or long rifles. What happened to Doflamingo? My order for arms is substantial. A sharply dressed man stepped forward, visibly displeased upon seeing Rao Ji. He was the local crime lord, summoned for a meeting with the Don Quixote family to procure a batch of weapons to bolster his power. Expecting to meet Doflamingo himself, he was irked to find only Rao Ji, interpreting this as a slight against his stature. Are you jesting? This minor affair hardly warrants our young lord's presence. I am here to conduct the transaction, which is already a considerable favor to you, Ji. Rao Ji remarked nonchalantly, unconsciously forming egg with his hand in front of him. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you seek death? The crime lord's expression darkened, and his henchmen glared with rising ire, some even aiming their weapons at Rao Ji and his men. Yet, despite the tension, Rao Ji remained unperturbed, provocatively challenging. What do you wish to engage? Should you desire to experience the retribution of the Don Quixote family, feel free to attempt it. The crime lord's face shifted through myriad emotions, but ultimately, he recognized the strength of the Don Quixote family and gestured for his men to lower their weapons, speaking in a grave tone. Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed with the transaction. The money is here. Where are the goods? As he spoke, several of his subordinates approached, carrying a large leather suitcase, which they opened to reveal stacks of berries, amounting to at least 100 million. This is acceptable. The goods you require await at the port. However, let me remind you, a mere 100 million berries is but a trifling deal for the Don Quixote family. If you wish for our young lord's involvement, you must present a transaction worth no less than 1 billion berries, Rao Ji proclaimed with pride. The crime lord detected the disdain in Rao Ji's tone. Yet, considering the disparity in power and the Don Quixote family's monopoly over arms in the North Sea, he swallowed his anger, choosing to endure. Enough of this. I wish to expedite the acquisition of arms to expand my influence, he declared, but before he could finish, a piercing sound shattered the air. Whoosh! A flurry of glowing projectiles, resembling a meteor shower, erupted from the nearby woods, streaking through the sky like lightning, indiscriminately targeting both parties engaged in the transaction. The sudden onslaught left both sides unprepared, the swift projectiles effortlessly slicing through their bodies, shrieks of agony echoing throughout the forest. As blood sprayed and bodies fell. What is this attack? Rao Ji exclaimed, startled by the unexpected assault. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. He quickly regained his composure, demonstrating remarkable agility as he evaded the deadly onslaught, leaping to safety over 10 meters away. Unfortunately, his subordinates lacked his prowess, and none survived the barrage of glowing projectiles, transforming the site of their transaction into a bloody battlefield, littered with corpses. Even the crime lord met a gruesome fate, his throat slashed, eyes wide open in death's grasp. The whirling projectiles, having executed their grim task, did not descend but instead spiraled back toward their origin, converging in the grasp of a youthful hand. The sound of measured footsteps emerged from the dense forest as Qin Ge stepped forth, a calm smile gracing his features. After casting a glance at the fallen, he turned his interest toward Rao Ji, who, initially enraged by the attack, was taken aback upon recognizing Qin Ge. Was that attack you're doing, you little brat? Rao Ji questioned, suspicion lacing his tone. Who else could it be? Qin Ge retorted, discreetly concealing the black card while his right hand grasped the hilt of a long blade slung across his back, his gaze radiating fierce intent. Although Rao Ji was astonished by the youth's ability to unleash such a formidable and enigmatic assault, anger quickly replaced his surprise. You dare to disrupt the business of the Don Quixote family? You seek death, Rao Ji bellowed, disregarding any inquiry into Qin Ge's motives. Fixated solely on avenging the infraction against his family's enterprise. With a thunderous crash, Rao Ji surged forward, the earth trembling beneath him as he charged like a raging bear. Exuding an aura of ferocity, Qin Ge's eyes gleamed with cold resolve as he too sprang into action. Having followed Rao Ji and overheard the conversation, he confirmed that no other members of the Don Quixote family were present on the island, leaving him unencumbered by caution. With a fierce intent, he unleashed his blade, the long sword glimmering with a brilliant light, radiating a dominating aura. Rao Ji, undeterred, launched a powerful punch, his right arm cloaked in a dark sheen, the manifestation of Haki. With a resounding boom, their forces clashed, creating shockwaves that rippled outward, fracturing the earth around them and stirring chaotic winds within a radius of dozens of meters. Rao Ji, in the prime of his life, despite his unique fighting style, possessed strength comparable to that depicted in the original narrative. His notoriety, having garnered a bounty exceeding 100 million berries and having been appointed as a cadre by Doflamingo, spoke to his undeniable prowess. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the brilliant sword aura was shattered by Rao Ji's Haki-infused fist, dissipating into tumultuous waves of energy. With a sudden shift, Rao Ji halted momentarily, leveraging his momentum to pivot and launch a fierce attack aimed squarely at Qin Ge's eyes. A shiver coursed through Qin Ge's heart as he immediately channeled chakra into his legs, swiftly retreating to distance himself from his opponent. Simultaneously, his right arm transformed into a blur, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp strikes that sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning. The wind-cutting sword. The speed of his attacks transcended the limits of the naked eye, enveloping Rao Ji in a lethal net of death, causing a flicker of alarm to cross his face. With remarkable agility that belied his robust physique, Rao Ji halted his offensive and deftly evaded the deadly onslaught. It was evident that Rao Ji had not only mastered the armament Haki, but had also cultivated the observation Haki, allowing him to anticipate Qin Ge's attacks. Had this confrontation occurred shortly after leaving Marineford, Rao Ji's acute senses and exceptional physical prowess would have rendered Qin Ge's swift strikes powerless. However, the present-day Qin Ge was a far cry from his former self. Through months of rigorous training and combat, coupled with the formidable strength gained from defeating the Beast King, Qin Ge's physique had undergone an astonishing transformation. His arm strength had vastly improved, and the power and speed of the wind-cutting sword had soared to new heights. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, exceeding 100 in number. Not only were they executed with blinding speed, but they also radiated with immense force, creating a fierce whirlwind that engulfed him. This is bad. After narrowly avoiding over a dozen lethal strikes, Rao Ji's expression turned from surprise to fury. Despite his precognition granted by observation Haki, he found it nearly impossible to evade every attack. In a desperate bid, he quickly enveloped his arms with armament Haki, raising them defensively before him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades slicing through metal echoed as the relentless barrage of strikes collided violently against Rao Ji's arms, sending sparks flying. Each impact generated a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward. Although the defensive capabilities of armament Haki were formidable, enduring dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes in mere moments proved overwhelming. Rao Ji was forced to stagger back, a muffled groan escaping him, as he retreated more than 10 paces. The intricate web of bloodstains became visible on his arms, which were covered in armament Haki. Though shallow, crimson blood oozed forth, revealing that the defenses of armament Haki were not invulnerable. If the force of the assault exceeded its limits, harm would inevitably ensue. Beneath his formidable physique, Qin Ge's wind-slaying sword unleashed a ferocious power, which even the formidable Rao Ji found challenging to fully withstand. Feeling the sharp pain and numbness radiating from his arms, Rao Ji glared at Qin Ge with a mixture of astonishment and fury. Where on earth did this young prodigy emerge from, wielding such exceptional swordsmanship? Even the young master possessed no such prowess at this age. Rao Ji's indignation stemmed not only from his injury, but also from his bewilderment regarding Qin Ge's origins and capabilities. However, Qin Ge was evidently unconcerned with such matters. Having repelled Rao Ji's onslaught, his eyes glinted with a frigid intensity. With a swift push off the ground, he shot forward like an arrow, An invisible aura surged and coiled around his long blade, enhancing both its defensive and offensive capabilities. This was the advanced application of Nian, known as Zhou. With a fierce aura emanating from him, Qin Ge delivered a powerful strike. "Do not be so arrogant," Rao Ji bellowed in rage, stepping forward with a heavy stomp. His arm enveloped in the dense aura of armed color, launching a ferocious punch in retaliation. The clash of blade and fist resonated with a thunderous boom, unleashing a terrifying circular shockwave that shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius and threw the surrounding space into disarray, with howling winds twisting and swirling chaotically. As dust and debris flew, an overwhelming force surged from the long blade towards Qin Ge, causing his body to shudder and retreat uncontrollably for several steps. What immense power! Steadying himself, Qin Ge's expression darkened, realizing that his opponent's physical strength exceeded his expectations. Despite his own significant enhancements, he found himself at a disadvantage against Rao Ji's formidable might, which had forced him back. Seizing the opportunity to press the attack, Rao Ji did not relent. With a speed beyond the naked eye, he pivoted and unleashed a relentless barrage targeting the joints of Qin Ge's body. Rao Ji practiced the Diawong fist, a unique form of qigong developed from various ailments of old age. Faced with this fierce onslaught and having discerned the disparity in their strengths, Qin Ge wisely chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he employed his observation haki to perceive the oncoming strikes and unleash the wind-slaying sword, erupting into a flurry of slashes to counter the assault. In an instant, the terrifying iron fists clashed with the razor-sharp blade in a cacophony of strikes, producing explosive sounds in the air and generating a maelstrom of surging shockwaves. The trees surrounding the two individuals shattered and splintered under the visible shockwaves, sending a flurry of leaves swirling into the air. Beneath their feet, a vast pit had formed, cracked and uneven. Although Qin Ge was being pushed back by the superior physical strength of Rao Ji, he adeptly parried each of his opponent's strikes with swift slashes, sustaining no harm. In this precarious situation, a cold glint flashed in Qin Ge's eyes. His empty left hand suddenly transformed into a claw, slashing diagonally towards his adversary. Lion slash. 5 enormous arcs of light erupted forth like a wave of cutting force, producing a deafening sound of slicing through the air and tearing the earth beneath into long, narrow fissures. This was a dire revelation for Rao Ji, who had been relentlessly pressing his attack against Qin Ge. He had not anticipated such ferocious retaliation. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily crossed his arms in a defensive posture. Sizzle. Blood sprayed as, despite the armament of his haki, the terrifying sharpness of the lion slash cleaved through his defenses. With the sound of tearing flesh, enormous cracks manifested in the ground where Rao Ji stood. His arms, now covered in deep, bloody gashes that reached to the bone, bore witness to the devastating impact of the strike. The force behind the blow sent him flying backward, crashing violently into a massive tree several meters away. The dull thud of impact echoed as Rao Ji collided with a tree trunk thick enough for a person to embrace, snapping it in half and causing it to topple with a resounding crash. Although he managed to halt his retreat, the collision with the tree subjected him to a jarring shock, making him feel a metallic taste of blood rise in his throat. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down his arm as Rao Ji's head hung low, but within an instant, he lifted it sharply, his eyes blazing with fury and chilling malice. "You insolent brat. You have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to experience the torment of hell, Ji." Ignoring the blood streaming from his arms, he let them fall at his sides as his muscles visibly bulged and writhed with raw power. Ultimate technique of Earthworthy Fist, Battle Preservation Fist. Boom. Rao Ji's aura surged dramatically, generating a palpable shockwave that swept around him, lifting dirt into the air and fracturing the ground further. In that moment, the already formidable Rao Ji underwent an astonishing transformation, his muscles expanding to grotesque proportions, resembling a fearsome giant emanating an overwhelming pressure. Observing the transformation of his opponent, Qin Ge narrowed his eyes, gripping his long blade with increased intensity, his own muscles taut with tension. The Earthworthy Fist was a progressively powerful martial art, capable of storing unnecessary energy within the shins during youth, to be unleashed explosively when needed. In this instance, Rao Ji had completely released the energy he had accumulated in his youth, surpassing his limits and wielding even more terrifying strength. Boom. The ground erupted as Rao Ji propelled himself forward, creating a deep indentation with a single step. He launched towards Qin Ge at a speed beyond perception, nearly reaching him in the blink of an eye. With his pupils dilating, Qin Ge, keenly aware through his observation haki, swung his blade in a desperate block. Bang! Rao Ji's fist, roaring with ferocity, struck the blade with a force that made the newly acquired weapon groan under the strain. Qin Ge's expression changed drastically as he was violently hurled backward, swept away by the deluge of feral strength. His body flew like a projectile for several dozen meters, weaving through the trees, while intense pain surged through his arms, even causing his palms to crack and bleed. In just a single punch, Rao Ji displayed an overwhelming power, decisively pushing Qin Ge back with absolute dominance. As the sun was about to set, Qin Ge exerted all his strength to stabilize his posture, swiftly executing a somersault in midair before landing forcefully on the trunk of the towering tree that loomed ahead. Crack! The robust tree splintered with a thunderous roar, severed in two by the tremendous force Qin Ge had unleashed. Amidst the thunderous crash of falling trees, Qin Ge twisted his body and landed, his gaze filled with fury as he confronted the raging figure in the distance. Die! The roar, akin to that of a ferocious beast, reverberated through the entire forest. Rao Ji propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, covering several dozen meters in an instant, before unleashing a violent punch aimed directly at Qin Ge. Damn it! Realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength, Qin Ge felt a surge of alarm and swiftly pushed off the ground, evading the attack. Boom! Rao Ji's fist struck the void, yet the force generated compressed the air, transforming it into a shockwave that shattered trees several meters away, sending splinters flying into the air. Lion slash! Despite Rao Ji's formidable prowess, Qin Ge maintained his composure. As he dodged, he unleashed a claw strike, tearing through the air. The sharp, explosive attack erupted forth, resembling 5 colossal blades ripping towards Rao Ji, the residual force alone fracturing the ground and causing the air to tremble. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Rao Ji swiftly turned, undeterred, and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, sending terrifying shockwaves cascading through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing slashes were mercilessly obliterated by the relentless onslaught of fists, while the gusting shockwaves swept towards Qin Ge, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Whoosh! The extraordinarily powerful Rao Ji harnessed the strength of his physique to achieve a speed akin to that of a razor, instantly positioning himself above Qin Ge. Fixating his menacing gaze upon him, Rao Ji roared as he lifted his leg to deliver a sweeping kick, the wind from his strike howling like a tempest, causing Qin Ge's garments to flutter wildly. With no time to evade, Qin Ge utilized his recently learned technique, entangle, wrapping his energy around his arm to withstand the forceful kick. Bang! The explosive impact sent Qin Ge hurtling backward like a projectile, propelling him several dozen meters before violently colliding with a massive boulder nestled within the forest. As shards of stone exploded outward, Qin Ge found himself embedded within the fractured rock, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Intense pain coursed through his entire being, the sensation of his organs shifting, even sustaining damage. Yet, there was little time to catch his breath. Qin Ge struggled free from the rubble, hastily veering aside. Boom! A severed tree trunk hurtled toward him like a spear, crashing into the rock with such force that it reduced the stone to dust, sending debris scattering into the air. This half-trunk had been hurled by Rao Ji, intended for Qin Ge, who had narrowly avoided it. Breathing heavily, Qin Ge's piercing gaze remained fixed on the distant, frenzied figure, his left arm hanging limply by his side. His entangle technique was still lacking in finesse, and his energy cultivation insufficiently profound. Under Rao Ji's brutal kick, he had sustained significant injuries, his arm's bone even fracturing. However, despite his injuries, Qin Ge had no intention of retreating. Instead, he positioned his blade before him, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit and lethal intent. Once more, a resounding roar echoed as Rao Ji, infuriated by his thwarted attack, tore through the ground and charged forward. 3 blades of the abyss. With a howl that summoned a whirlwind around him, Qin Ge unleashed a terrifying and ferocious blade intent, slashing forth as crimson as blood. Stamp of Ji. Rao Ji, feeling the menacing aura emanating from the blade energy, narrowed his eyes. As he surged forward, he swiftly formed the letter G with his hands and struck fiercely against the approaching blade energy. Boom! The G-shaped shockwave erupted instantly, colliding with the blazing blade energy in an explosive clash that sent deafening reverberations through the air. A vast cloud of dirt and debris was hurled into the atmosphere, and the surrounding space within a radius of several dozen meters quaked with chaotic air currents, causing nearby trees to sway violently and splinter. At the heart of the collision, a terrifying surge of energy coursed through the air. After a brief stalemate, the intense blade aura erupted violently, shattered by the G-wave shockwave. The shockwave, too, was torn apart by the blade aura, losing much of its potency and becoming scattered and chaotic, easily evaded by Qin Ge. Lao Ji's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he formed the G shape once more, his muscles tensing as he prepared to unleash the G engraving again. The explosive force of his combat technique stemmed from the energy he had accumulated in his youth, which also implied that this power was not everlasting but rather limited. Once the energy was expended, his strength would revert to its original state. Lao Ji was acutely aware of this, which is why he relentlessly launched fierce attacks, aiming to conclude the battle before his energy ran out. Qin Ge, with his keen observation, instantly discerned Lao Ji's intentions. His expression turned cold as he swiftly channeled his chakra. In an instant, Qin Ge shot towards Lao Ji with a speed that transcended the naked eye, a chilling aura erupting around him. With a deft motion, he unleashed a wave of icy chill, like a blizzard swirling in the air. Ice release, lingua frost blossom. The recently awakened ice technique radiated its own brilliance. The moment the cold air made contact, Lao Ji, caught off guard, was instantly encased in ice, transforming into a towering ice sculpture. With a low growl, Qin Ge commanded the ice. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered under the impact, sending a flurry of icy shards into the air, while Lao Ji let out a pained scream, his body marred by frostbite, blood splattering from his cold-inflicted wounds. The extreme chill that froze him was followed by its shattering. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been reduced to nothing. However, Lao Ji's formidable physique withstood the effects of lingua frost blossom, though he sustained significant injuries, the pain evident in his cries. The cold enveloped him, leaving him stiff and immobilized. Seizing this opportune moment, Qin Ge's malevolent thoughts surged within him as he unleashed the Abaddon three blades, transforming into a blood-red, searing blade aura that struck ferociously towards his opponent. Damn it! Lao Ji's fury escalated, but his frozen body rendered him unable to evade, forcing him to cloak himself with armed color hockey. Boom! The blood-red blade aura violently collided with Lao Ji, and despite his armed defense, it tore gory wounds into his flesh, sending him hurtling backward. He landed awkwardly on the ground, unable to suppress a spurt of blood, revealing the white of his bones and entrails through the gaping wound on his chest. I must escape, or I will perish. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Lao Ji, quelling his rage and replacing it with overpowering dread. Although both combatants were injured, his condition was undeniably more dire. The combat technique was nearing its limit, and once it ended, he would find himself in an even more precarious position. Struggling to rise, Lao Ji disregarded Qin Ge and hurriedly bolted in the opposite direction, clearly intent on fleeing. Whoosh! Too swift, dark streaks sliced through the air like black lightning, aiming for Lao Ji's ankles as he turned to escape. Sensing the danger, Lao Ji's expression changed slightly. He strained against his frozen state to narrowly evade the slicing beams, but his retreat was momentarily halted. In a flash, Qin Ge, utilizing his swift movement technique like a leopard, closed in on him, his long blade mysteriously sheathed. With a powerful roar, he transformed his right hand into a claw and struck fiercely. No! Lao Ji, sensing the impending attack from behind, let out a terrified cry. But it was too late to dodge or defend himself. Boom! The terrifying brilliance of the lion's slash engulfed Lao Ji entirely, with the ensuing shockwave shaking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After a few breaths, as the dust settled, the ground revealed deep claw marks resembling a lion's paw. 5 gaping fissures extended nearly 20 meters around the epicenter, where Lao Ji lay, blood-soaked, and collapsed. His once mighty physique was now a grotesque sight, nearly torn asunder, barely held together by strips of flesh. Blood flowed incessantly from his wide-open eyes, staining the earth a deep crimson. Sensing the fading life force, Qin Ge, also nearing his limit, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his forehead slick with sweat. At last, it is over. Ultimately, I have triumphed. In the wake of vanquishing a formidable foe, Qin Ge lay back on the ground, fatigue evident. Yet a radiant smile graced his face. Lao Ji had undoubtedly been the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far, and during their recent clash, he had faced death multiple times. The ability to slay such a powerful enemy filled him with joy, not only promising a bountiful harvest of soul energy but also affirming his own strength. After a brief moment of respite, Qin Ge gradually regained some strength and stood up, his left arm still weakly hanging by his side due to the shattered bones. Drawing his long knife, he mercilessly severed the head of Lao Ji, a testament to his military achievements, which he deemed necessary to take with him. Likewise, before departing, he did not forget the wealth that Lao Ji had exchanged with the local underworld, in dire need of funds to procure a renowned blade. He saw no harm in claiming this treasure as spoils of war. Dragging his injured body, heedless of the astonished gazes of the port's passers-by. Qin Ge boarded the training vessel, undoubtedly upon witnessing the unmistakable signs of a fierce battle on him. The soldiers and returning cadets aboard the ship were left in sheer disbelief. This is the head of the pirate Lao Ji, who has a bounty of 1 billion berries, slain by me after encountering him in town. Qin Ge tossed the wrapped head onto the deck, nonchalantly leaving behind a single remark before making his way to the infirmary. The soldiers and cadets on the deck widened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the gruesome sight that lay exposed after the head had fallen, revealing Lao Ji's unblinking visage. Did I just mishear? Did Alan just say that this head belongs to a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries? No way. It cannot be mistaken. I have seen this face on our wanted posters. It belongs to Lao Ji, one of the top cadres of the Don Quixote pirates, the most powerful faction in the North Sea. How can this be? While Alan's strength is indeed formidable, this is a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Has his prowess become so terrifying? Without a doubt, after Qin Ge's departure, the moment of silence on the deck erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations from the soldiers and cadets, with audible gasps echoing through the air, clearly shaken by the presence of Lao Ji's head. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? The ship's commander, Rear Admiral Yulia, had just returned from the town and, upon noticing the commotion, approached with a puzzled expression. Admiral Yulia, a significant event has transpired aboard our vessel. Indeed, Admiral. Look at this. This is the head of Lao Ji, a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, brought back by Qin Ge Alan. The bewildered Yulia quickly grasped the situation through the soldiers' rapid explanations and beheld the head of Lao Ji on the deck, his shock palpable. Qin Ge Alan has actually slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Has his strength reached such an extraordinary level? Yulia was filled with incredulity. After months of battling pirates, Qin Ge has undoubtedly become a familiar figure among all the trainees and soldiers. Likewise, Yulia would not be a stranger to him. However, upon learning that Qin Ge had slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million in the town where they docked, Yulia found it hard to believe. The chasm between pirates with bounties in the tens of millions and those in the hundreds of millions is immense. It is not merely a difference in reward but one of prowess. While the Navy primarily determines a pirate's bounty based on their misdeeds and crimes, it also considers their strength in setting the amount. Pirates who reach bounties of over 100 million berries are no longer ordinary. They are formidable experts and true warriors, not to be underestimated even within the Grand Line or the New World. Yulia understood this well, which is why she found it so difficult to grasp the reality, even within the headquarters. Capturing or killing a pirate with a bounty over 100 million typically requires the deployment of a rear admiral. Could it be that Qin Ge Alan's combat capability has now reached that of a rear admiral? Yulia took a deep breath, her mind wandering. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? How is it that you returned with the head of a pirate carrying a bounty exceeding 100 million? In the room, Qin Ge, whose injuries had been treated and with his left arm suspended before him, was met with Zifa's inquisitive gaze. The commotion aboard the warship had certainly not escaped Zifa's notice. Soon after Qin Ge's wounds were attended to, Zifa approached, equally perplexed, to inquire about the details. Qin Ge did not withhold the truth and recounted the sequence of events. Indeed, you acted decisively against the vicious pirate. Your actions are commendable, Alan, but next time, do refrain from such recklessness. Pirates with bounties over 100 million are not to be trifled with. Remember to report first. Zifa expressed his admiration while also offering caution. The act of slaying a pirate is undeniably noble, especially when it involves a notorious figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million, which Zifa viewed as a form of justice. Qin Ge nodded in understanding. In truth, his actions were not impulsive. He had conducted prior observation and was confident of his victory before taking action. By the way, Teacher Zifa, Lao Ji is an officer of the Don Quixote pirates. Now that I have killed him, it is likely that they will seek revenge, Qin Ge stated. He was nearly certain that Doflamingo would learn of the death of Lao Ji and would undoubtedly seek retribution. As a former celestial dragon who considered his subordinates as family, it would be peculiar if Doflamingo did not investigate and pursue vengeance. Qin Ge's remark was also a warning to Zifa, ensuring his own safety. He had felt emboldened to strike down Lao Ji partly because of the presence of Zifa, a top-tier powerhouse, by his side. Furthermore, once they returned to Marineford, even if Doflamingo sought revenge, his chances would be significantly diminished. The Don Quixote family, Zifa pondered thoughtfully. As a former admiral, he was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary folk, and he fell into contemplation. At merely 53 years of age and still possessing his right arm, Zifa was in his prime. Although the Don Quixote family was the largest force in the North Sea, they posed no significant threat to him. However, Zifa was not alone. The training ship was filled with numerous trainees. If Doflamingo truly pursued vengeance, the training ship would undoubtedly face peril, potentially leading to casualties. Zifa did not wish to see such outcomes, and considering that this training expedition had lasted several months and was nearing its conclusion, he was faced with a decision. There is no need for concern. This training voyage has concluded, and we shall soon return to headquarters. Even if they wish to seek vengeance, they would not dare to storm Marineford, Zifa declared, waving his hand dismissively. Qin Ge nodded slightly. Returning to Marineford was indeed the wisest choice, especially given his current injuries, which would make further conflict exceedingly troublesome. After a brief conversation, Zifa took his leave, evidently to attend to matters concerning the return journey. With only one person remaining in the room, Qin Ge immersed himself in the realm of the deceased. His first order of business was to assess his soul energy. Has it reached 7,000? A glimmer of light sparkled in Qin Ge's eyes. Over the past 2 months, having vanquished a multitude of pirates, he had accumulated a considerable amount of soul energy. Although it fell short of the bountiful harvest from the first month, it still exceeded 5,000. Following the defeat of Rao Ji, the soul energy displayed in the realm of the deceased had surged past 7,000, indicating that he had acquired nearly 2,000 soul energy from that encounter. Qin Ge couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, only by defeating formidable foes could one swiftly amass soul energy. With sufficient energy gathered, it was time to proceed with the deprivation. Qin Ge eagerly glanced at the golden prison that held the Beast King. This time, he might not only strip away the more powerful Lion Slash, but could even attempt a 4-star extraction. Filled with anticipation, Qin Ge promptly invested 500 soul energy for his second-tier deprivation. As the energy was consumed, the golden prison radiated brilliance, but it soon dimmed, signaling yet another failure. Another failure? Qin Ge frowned deeply upon seeing the outcome. It seemed that in higher realms, the success rate of deprivation diminished in tandem with the strength of one's abilities. Though the probability remained unchanged, he certainly felt the arduous nature of the deprivation process. Determined, Qin Ge gritted his teeth and decided to expend 1,000 soul energy for a third-tier deprivation with a 50% success rate. As the process commenced, the golden prison shimmered with vibrant colors, and the souls within quivered faintly. Moments later, a crisp shattering sound resonated. Qin Ge's eyes brightened, and he let out a sigh of relief. The third-tier deprivation had indeed met his expectations and succeeded. The crystalline radiance swiftly integrated into his body, allowing Qin Ge to rapidly accept the newly acquired ability. His physique trembled as his flesh and blood seemed to undergo a refining process, becoming denser and more powerful. This time, the ability he acquired was the meteor shower of Lion Slash, as a more potent technique than Lion Slash itself. Mastering the meteor shower naturally required a stronger physical constitution. During this deprivation, much like when he had first obtained Lion Slash, Qin Ge absorbed the enhanced meteor shower while simultaneously acquiring the corresponding physical strength, rapidly refining his body and augmenting his might. Boom. The absorption lasted only a brief moment. But when it concluded, a fierce aura erupted from Qin Ge, akin to a tangible wave of energy that swept the surroundings, enveloping him in an almost palpable sense of pressure. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly, causing the air within his grasp to undergo a terrifying compression, creating a tangible airflow that surged wildly and emitted a faint sonic boom. Qin Ge reveled in the overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. He could distinctly feel that his strength had increased by several folds compared to before. If he were to battle Rao Ji now, he was confident he would not be suppressed by the opponent's might. While he might not surpass him, he could undoubtedly hold his ground. Uncertain of his current Dao value, it seemed that achieving the modest goal of 5,000 would not take long. A faint smile graced Qin Ge's lips. With the ability successfully acquired, he still had over 5,000 soul energy remaining. It was time to attempt a 4-star extraction. His gaze was fixed fervently upon the realm of the deceased. Having already provoked the dangerous Doflamingo, it was imperative to expedite his path to strength, and extracting from a higher realm would undoubtedly yield greater power. Without further hesitation, Qin Ge allocated 5,000 soul energy and commenced his first 4-star extraction with eager anticipation. The bronze chains that had previously ensnared the souls dissipated and swiftly extended into the void. After a brief moment, the chains retracted. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at the 3 empty golden prisons. The 3 bronze chains that returned bore no ethereal souls, leaving them utterly devoid of content. A troubling thought swiftly crossed Qin Ge's mind. Could this mean the extraction had failed? The subsequent events confirmed Qin Ge's fears without any souls returned. The realm of the deceased seemed to be activated, inundating Qin Ge's mind with a surge of information. Upon processing the information, his expression darkened. Damn it. It truly was a failure. How frustrating. Qin Ge felt as if his heart were bleeding, wailing internally, just as he had surmised. 4-star and 5-star extractions belonged to the realm of ultra-high-level endeavors, and even the realm of the deceased could not guarantee 100% success in pinpointing a world, leading to a certain probability of failure. This 4-star extraction yielded no souls, indicating a complete failure and rendering Qin Ge's 5,000 soul energy a mere fleeting memory. Understanding the situation left Qin Ge in a foul mood, even igniting thoughts of vengeance. Hadn't he accumulated soul energy with great effort? Had he known it would come to this, he would have opted for a 3-star extraction instead, as it would not have left him in silence. With a disgruntled gesture towards the realm of the deceased, Qin Ge wore a pained expression. Having reached this juncture, he resolved to expend his remaining 500 soul energy for a 2-star extraction. Having already incurred a loss, he deemed the remaining small amount insignificant, preferring to rid himself of it entirely. The extraction commenced once more. The bronze chain swiftly plunged into the void, successfully returning with 3 ephemeral souls. Name: Gu Santong World. The world's greatest, 1.5 stars. Identity: the greatest master ability. Indestructible diamond technique. Energy absorption method. 8 great sect techniques. Cause of death: life exhaustion. Just moments ago indifferent, Qin Ge's spirit surged upon discovering the identities of the 3 extracted souls. Gu Santong. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Qin Ge gazed with surprise at the soul imprisoned within the golden cage. The world he had drawn this time was unexpectedly one of the greatest, and he had even summoned Gu Santong, renowned as the foremost expert in this realm. This revelation was indeed a significant delight. Although the title of the world's greatest was merely of a 1.5-star caliber, Gu Santong's prowess was undeniably formidable, intricately woven into the very fabric of this world's narrative. The 2 other souls he had drawn now seemed trivial in comparison, as Qin Ge's focus swiftly shifted to Gu Santong's extraordinary abilities. The indestructible diamond technique was a supreme art that allowed one to transform into a golden figure, bestowing unmatched strength and defense upon its wielder, a technique that could conquer all with but a single move. The absorption technique was equally impressive, rivaling the indestructible diamond technique. It possessed the capacity not only to siphon the power of others but also to consume their vitality and spirit, even momentarily granting life to inanimate objects, transforming them into instruments of combat. As for the 8 major sects' ultimate skills, while they paled in comparison to the aforementioned techniques, they remained formidable martial arts in their own right. If Qin Ge could seize these skills, he would undoubtedly amass an impressive foundation in martial arts. Upon confirming the capabilities he could extract from Gu Santong, Qin Ge instinctively began to prioritize them. The indestructible diamond technique was undoubtedly his primary target. Once acquired, it would not only enhance his strength but also compensate for any deficiencies in his defense. Following that, the absorption technique held great promise as well. Although the world of One Piece was not a martial arts domain and thus could not provide power absorption, the absorption technique could indeed draw upon others' vitality and spirit, offering ample combat strategies. In the realm regarded as the pinnacle of excellence, the formidable Zhu Wushi effortlessly seized a small mountain, wielding it as a weapon against his adversaries, undoubtedly demonstrating the remarkable prowess of his techniques. In stark contrast, the esteemed martial arts traditions of the 8 great sects, laden with myriad martial disciplines, found themselves relegated to the rear, thus illustrating the chasm that exists between transcendent skills and ordinary methodologies. This could be likened to a loss in one aspect yet a gain in another, Qin Ge mused contentedly. Although he had previously been swindled out of 5,000 units of soul energy, the prospect of harnessing a top-tier existence from a 1.5-star world was indeed a commendable outcome. What followed was the crucial act of deprivation. Qin Ge's soul energy had dwindled to single digits, affording him merely 3 opportunities for level 1 deprivation. However, this time, Qin Ge felt a sense of calm, having successfully summoned the entity. Even if he were to fail in the deprivation now, he could still accumulate soul energy for future attempts, embodying a demeanor that suggested the meat was already in the bowl. The golden prison soon radiated with brilliance, and Qin Ge awaited the outcome of the deprivation. With a sudden crack, as anticipated, the first deprivation succeeded. As the departing white radiance melded into his body, astonishment gleamed in Qin Ge's eyes. A tremendous aura erupted from him, and a torrent of internal energy surged through his being. In an instant, a resplendent golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a golden war deity, his entire form shimmering as if cast in gold. The indestructible Vajra technique. It felt as though he possessed the power to shatter the very heavens. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with a palpable intensity, and as he thrust his arms, the surrounding void erupted with a howling gust. In this initial act of deprivation, he astonishingly did not encounter misfortune. Rather, he had obtained the highly coveted indestructible Vajra technique. Observing the commotion he effortlessly generated, satisfaction adorned his visage, alongside a sense of awe at the transformation within his body. Under the application of the indestructible Vajra technique, although the defensive capabilities have yet to be tested, the strength is already palpable to Qin Ge. Even without considering his own physique and the power derived from the dragon-elephant prajna, the sheer force imparted by the indestructible Vajra technique alone, Qin Ge estimates, amounts to a staggering several tens of thousands of pounds. This indeed exemplifies the unparalleled divine skills of the middle martial world, which are incomparable to those of the low martial world. Such power would be deemed formidable even in the realm of One Piece, Qin Ge marveled. After experiencing the formidable power of the indestructible Vajra technique for a while, Qin Ge emerged from the state of his golden body, simultaneously pondering an intriguing matter. In the best in the world, Gu Santong truly lives up to the title of the undefeated mischievous child, skillfully outmaneuvering Zhu Wushi, deceiving him into believing that the indestructible divine skill can only be cultivated by a virgin body, and that one can only utilize it 5 times in a lifetime. In reality, however, the cultivation of the indestructible divine skill does not necessitate a virgin body, nor is there any such limitation of 5 uses. Rather, it can be employed infinitely as long as the practitioner's power is sufficient. Qin Ge shook his head with a smile, dismissing the distractions, and then eagerly resumed the process of deprivation. With 2 attempts remaining, Qin Ge's performance was remarkably steady and normal, yet predictably resulted in failure. Though somewhat regretful, Qin Ge, having successfully deprived the indestructible divine skill, felt content as he exited the realm of the deceased. Days have passed since the battle with Rao Ji, and the naval training ship had long since replenished its supplies, setting sail at full speed towards the Red Earth continent, preparing to return to Marin Vondo. The journey back was tranquil, and during this time, Qin Ge took the opportunity to recuperate from his injuries while adapting to and honing his abilities. The stronger his physique became, the more extraordinary his bodily functions proved to be. Although he remained significantly behind the top-tier warriors, his recovery rate was astonishingly rapid. Within just a few days, aside from his left arm, most of his injuries had healed considerably. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the North Sea, several days later, within a lavish castle, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the entire room. "Young master, I have thoroughly investigated. The one responsible for the death of Rao Ji is a student from this naval headquarters training ship named Qin Ge. A telephone bug, mimicking the voice of its interlocutor, conveyed the information with a tone tinged with anger and murderous intent. Listening to the telephone bug in the room was a young man clad in a burgundy suit, draped in a flamingo coat, although his eyes were obscured by red sunglasses. The oppressive aura radiating from him was sufficient to reveal his turbulent emotions. The individual on the other end of the telephone recounted the circumstances surrounding Qin Ge with remarkable clarity. After a brief pause, he added, "Currently, former Admiral Zephyr is also aboard the training ship. If the young master intends to launch an assault, it would be prudent to gather all family members." "Understood, Virgo. Continue your reconnaissance, and I shall reach out to those within the world government for assistance," the blonde youth responded slowly, concluding the call. Qin Ge, the new prodigy of the Navy, had defeated Rao Ji at the tender age of 9, evidently a figure of monstrous potential. "Heh. Since you are destined to eliminate me, your existence is no longer necessary." His unique laughter confirmed the identity of the blonde youth as Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family. Though he smiled, Doflamingo's laughter was devoid of joy. Instead, it resonated with a terrifying intent and an icy demeanor. As the most formidable pirate force in the North Sea, Doflamingo possessed exceptional intelligence capabilities. In less than a day, he learned of Rao Ji's demise and swiftly uncovered that naval warships had appeared on the island where Rao Ji had perished. The individual who had just spoken with Doflamingo was none other than Virgo, a mole embedded within the Navy and the first high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. Utilizing his naval identity, along with Doflamingo's connections forged through his former celestial dragon status within the world government, Virgo adeptly gathered a wealth of information, which he dutifully reported to Doflamingo. Although referring to his subordinates as family was merely a tactic to exert control, the murder of a key officer incited profound fury in Doflamingo, particularly as the perpetrator was affiliated with the world government's navy. Doflamingo harbored an unwavering intent to eliminate Qin Ge. This was not solely for avenging Lao Ji and reinforcing the dignity of the Don Quixote family, but also to prevent the emergence of another formidable monster within the navy. Doflamingo was acutely aware of Lao Ji's strength, and it was precisely this knowledge that fueled his intense apprehension upon discovering that the individual responsible for Lao Ji's demise was merely a 9-year-old boy. After being rejected as a heretic in his initial attempt to return to the celestial dragons, Don Quixote Doflamingo vowed to upend the world dominated by them. The world government, a force under the control of the celestial dragons, must be obliterated, and the navy, an arm of the world government, is equally deserving of destruction. Viewing both the navy and the world government as adversaries to be eradicated, Doflamingo sees no issue in preemptively dismantling a promising naval prodigy. However, Doflamingo is not a reckless individual. Rather, he possesses profound intelligence and astute mental acuity. In Virgo's recent report, it was noted that the former Admiral Zephyr was stationed aboard the training ship. Though Doflamingo is proud, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of his power as depicted in the original narrative, and he is not audacious enough to provoke an adversary of admiral caliber. Zephyr did not retire from the Navy due to age or injuries, but rather for familial reasons. His combat prowess remains at its zenith. Out of respect for Zephyr's formidable presence, Doflamingo refrained from immediate action, opting instead to have Virgo maintain surveillance on Qin Ge, lying in wait like a venomous serpent poised for a fatal strike. As another fortnight passed, the training ship successfully returned to Mariehua after changing vessels on the Red Line. Upon setting foot on the land of Mariehua once more, Qin Ge, whose injuries had nearly healed, cast a deep gaze towards the northern sea. He had anticipated an ambush from Doflamingo en route, yet the latter did not appear even upon his return. Qin Ge was well aware that Doflamingo would neither forget nor relinquish his desire for vengeance. His understanding of Doflamingo from the original work instilled in him a heightened sense of vigilance. An enemy blinded by rage is not particularly fearsome, but one who can maintain composure in the aftermath of fury is truly formidable. The absence of a confrontation does not equate to safety, rather. It signifies that danger has shifted from the open to the shadows, rendering the situation more precarious, as the threat could strike at any moment. Nonetheless, Qin Ge harbored no regrets about slaying Lao Ji. Having resolved to grow stronger, he understood that a multitude of adversaries would inevitably arise, with Doflamingo being merely one among many. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Ge returned to the military academy alongside his fellow trainees. The arrival of the training ship undoubtedly attracted considerable attention, particularly from the higher echelons of the Navy, who were keenly interested in the growth of the new generation. Without a doubt, Qin Ge had once again garnered fame. Have you heard? During this expedition of the military academy's training ship, a student eliminated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. It's simply terrifying. You don't need to tell me, I was already aware. Moreover, I know that the one who took down the 100 million berry pirate is none other than the top student from the military academy, Qin Ge Allen. The top student? Are you joking? When did the top student become so formidable? On the day of the return of the training vessel. Not only within the Navy, but also among the residents of Marlin Vanto, the name of Qin Ge spread rapidly, eliciting both admiration and astonishment. Amidst the fervent discussions from the outside world, Qin Ge paid little heed, instead enjoying a leisurely outing in the town with Robin, whom he had not seen for several months. The day of the vessel's return coincidentally aligned with the monthly holiday at the military academy, prompting Robin to seek out Qin Ge the moment he arrived. Their reunion brought Robin considerable joy, particularly in her physical transformation. Girls tend to mature faster than boys. Although merely a few months had passed since their last encounter, Robin had noticeably grown taller and had begun to transition from a childish appearance into that of a young lady. Strolling through the streets, Qin Ge found delight in observing Robin, who at times leaped with glee and at other moments flushed with a charming blush, embodying the grace of youth. Relishing this newfound camaraderie, Qin Ge allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation as he meandered through the town with the exuberantly cheerful Robin. However, it was not only Robin who had undergone significant changes. Qin Ge himself had also evolved considerably. Aside from his enhanced abilities, his physical growth was markedly evident. Whether due to prolonged training or optimal nutrition, the 9-year-old Qin Ge had shed his youthful visage, standing over 1.6 meters tall. From behind, he resembled a young man rather than a child. This was not particularly remarkable in a world where individuals often towered 2 to 3 meters, or even 5 to 6 meters tall. Thus, Qin Ge's height at his age fell well within the normal range compared to those towering giants. After their leisurely day, It was time to return to the usual rigorous training. The next day, following a day of organization, the trainees of the training vessel resumed their military academy regimen. Notably, Qin Ge had received permission from Qin Ge to train independently, rather than alongside his peers. While the academy's training was undeniably stringent, it was relatively ineffective for Qin Ge, as the standard curriculum no longer posed a challenge. Forcing himself into the collective training sessions would only squander his energy and time. Understanding this, Zfa not only acquiesced to Qin Ge's request for solitary training but actively supported it, granting him ample privileges. As Robin and her fellow trainees diligently engaged in their exercises under the watchful eye of their instructors, Qin Ge sought out a secluded space to pursue his personal training regimen. The rhythmic thudding on the solid concrete floor echoed as heavy weights struck the ground. With over 5 tons resting on his shoulders, Qin Ge calmly executed deep squats, each jump reverberating through the ground. Training alone did not equate to ease. Rather, Qin Ge opted for solitary practice because conventional training no longer provided him with the necessary pressure. He craved more rigorous challenges to foster his growth. His tank top was drenched with perspiration, the sweat pooling beneath him. Nearby, his fellow trainees occasionally glanced in Qin Ge's direction, their expressions reflecting awe each time they witnessed the ground tremble beneath the weight of his colossal barbell. 5 tons was an extraordinary burden for most. Even lifting it would be an insurmountable task. Could the training vessel truly facilitate such rapid growth? Alan, increasingly formidable, left others feeling intimidated. It was disheartening. While they had once believed they could catch up, it now seemed they were being left further behind. Why was this prodigy growing ever more powerful? The future naval officers, Schuen, Berrygood, and Schalinger, found themselves momentarily lost in thought as they beheld Qin Ge's training prowess. Among them was a certain girl from the Tall tribe. Her emotions oscillating between resentment and complexity, her mind swirling with secret musings. Robin too frequently glanced at Qin Ge, her eyes reflecting admiration and reverence, spurring her to train even harder in hopes of keeping pace with him. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day of training slipped by. Before dispersing, the instructor gathered all the trainees and announced an important event, the annual competition. It had been previously mentioned that the academy was divided into 6 grades, and the annual competition served as a crucial assessment for advancement. As they approached the 1-year mark since arriving at the academy, Qin Ge's cohort was about to face their first promotion examination. Upon the announcement of the annual competition, the examiner briefly elucidated the assessment's content and specified that the evaluation would take place in 3 days. All candidates must be present, otherwise, it would be deemed failure. Naturally, the impending annual competition instilled a sense of solemnity among the students, for failing to pass the assessment could result in being held back a year. If one were to accumulate too many failures, the risk of expulsion from the military academy loomed ominously, leaving no room for complacency. Qin Ge, however, felt little surprise at the approach of the annual competition, as he had already received word from Zfa, such as the advantage conferred by excellence and talent. After a year of training, Robin not only experienced significant growth in strength but also in willpower, exhibiting a remarkable shift from the previous anxiety and apprehension to an exceedingly positive demeanor. On the way back to the dormitory, Robin was animatedly discussing the annual competition with Qin Ge. If it weren't for Qin Ge's rather abnormal demeanor, it seemed that Robin might even have considered competing against him. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Ge thought it was an ideal time to accumulate a surge of soul energy. After parting ways with Robin and returning to the dormitory, Qin Ge, having finished his dinner, promptly headed to the slaughterhouse. He felt no pressure regarding the upcoming competition, however. His relentless pursuit of strength would not allow him to overlook any opportunity to acquire soul energy. The 3 days swiftly passed as Qin Ge immersed himself in cultivation and the slaughter of fierce beasts to gather soul energy. On the eve of the annual competition, Qin Ge returned to his dormitory late at night after a visit to the slaughterhouse, subsequently entering the realm of the deceased. His strength had been continuously rising, making him increasingly adept at dispatching ferocious beasts, resulting in a significant boost in efficiency. Even though only a few nights had passed, he had amassed over 500 units of soul energy once again. While the amount was somewhat lacking, he was eager to experiment with deprivation. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Qin Ge exchanged 500 units of soul energy for the second-tier deprivation ability and began the process on the soul of Gu Santong, who was imprisoned within the golden cell. A radiant brilliance erupted, and what initially began as a mere trial unexpectedly led to the sound of shattering emanating from the golden cell shortly thereafter. What? Was it successful? Qin Ge felt a jolt of disbelief. He had grown numb to his own dark attributes, and the sudden ease of this successful deprivation left him momentarily stunned. As the crystalline white light entered his body, Qin Ge was jolted back to awareness and quickly began to assimilate the abilities he had just acquired. A torrent of internal energy surged forth, creating an invisible wave of force that rippled around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. As he absorbed the power, Qin Ge instantly recognized that he had obtained a legendary technique known as the absorption technique. Gu Santong, confined in the depths of the heavenly prison, had the ability to siphon the martial prowess and internal energy of the 8 formidable sect leaders sent by Zhu Wushi, demonstrating his extraordinary comprehension of the absorption technique, rivaling even Zhu Wushi himself. At this moment, having successfully acquired the absorption technique, Qin Ge's understanding of it reached the level of Gu Santong, propelling him into a state of perfection akin to the indestructible diamond technique. In a matter of moments, he fully adapted to the absorption technique, and the turbulent energy around him gradually subsided, returning to tranquility. However, the brilliance in his eyes was a testament to his current state, in addition to acquiring the technique. The internal energy he absorbed that complemented the absorption technique had undoubtedly surged. This absorption technique seemed to possess the ability to refine and merge internal energies. As he sensed the internal energy coursing through him, Qin Ge contemplated its implications. The essence of the absorption technique lies in seizing the strength of others and integrating it into oneself, akin to the sea embracing 100 rivers. With great capacity comes greatness. Although one could only acquire 1/20th of another's internal energy and vitality with each absorption, the absorption technique could amalgamate different types of internal energy, mitigating the risk of conflict. Of course, this fusion has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are self-evident, while the drawbacks include the resulting internal energy being somewhat complex, lacking in purity and dominance. If one were to solely cultivate the absorption technique, they might find themselves in a situation similar to Zhu Wushi, who, despite having absorbed the abilities of numerous masters from the 8 sects, could only match the strength of Chao Zhenchun, who had merely 50 years of cultivation. This highlights the importance of internal energy purity. In the martial world, internal energy manifests through the meridians, which have their limits, even if the internal energy is astonishingly vast. If the meridians are not sufficiently resilient and expansive, the output remains constrained. At such times, the purity of the internal energy becomes paramount. The more refined the internal energy, the greater its potency. A mere thread of pure energy can effortlessly overwhelm multiple strands of mixed energy. However, Qin Ge was not Zhu Wushi, for he possessed the indestructible diamond technique that complemented the absorption technique. When wielding the indestructible diamond technique, one could transform into a golden physique, endowed with formidable power and defense, derived from the tyrannical internal energy cultivated through this technique. It could be said that the absorption technique allows one to seamlessly compensate for the lengthy and resource-intensive cultivation required by the indestructible diamond technique, while the indestructible diamond technique refines the internal energy absorbed through the absorption technique, transforming it into an even more potent and pure form of internal energy. Upon comprehending the essence of the absorption technique and the indestructible Vajra art, Qin Ge began to channel the absorption technique, merging the inner strength cultivated from the dragon elephant Prajna art, the dominance of the world, and the 3 blades of the abyss into a singular entity. As the disparate inner forces intertwined, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted within Qin Ge's dantian, resembling a frenzied vortex that transformed the previously chaotic energies into a unified whole, rendering it more harmonious and adaptable. Once the fusion was complete, Qin Ge proceeded to employ the indestructible Vajra art, causing the vortex within his dantian to shimmer with a faint golden light. The inner force gradually compressed and refined, resulting in a more domineering and pure form of Vajra energy. With a thunderous roar, a wave of oppressive energy surged forth from Qin Ge, the tumultuous force swirling violently around him, even causing the void to resonate with echoes of thunder. Although the inner power diminished slightly after the refinement through the indestructible Vajra art, the integration had elevated Qin Ge's prowess to a level that, in the realm of the world's greatest, would likely exceed 2 centuries of cultivation. This 2-century strength was not a mere amalgamation of energies but an extraordinarily pure and formidable Vajra force. Furthermore, the fusion of inner powers signified that Qin Ge could effortlessly harness this 2-century strength whenever he employed any martial arts technique, unleashing a might far superior to that of his past. This represented an intangible elevation of power, eradicating the latent risks in Qin Ge's martial arts journey, enabling him to seamlessly integrate any other martial arts techniques into his own in the future. Breakthrough. Feeling the magnificent Vajra energy coursing through his meridians, Qin Ge's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a spirited shout, he suddenly invoked the dragon-elephant prajna art. A resounding roar, akin to that of a dragon or elephant, reverberated from within him as the astonishingly powerful Vajra energy surged forth, shattering the 12th barrier that was perilously close to being breached. His physical body trembled violently, and under the breakthrough of the 12th level of the dragon-elephant prajna art, both his inner strength and physical prowess received a simultaneous enhancement, particularly his corporeal strength, which surged by 1,000 pounds. The 10th level of the dragon-elephant prajna art grants a force of 1,000 pounds, the 11th level 1,500 pounds, while the 12th level escalated directly to 2,500 pounds. The dragon-elephant prajna art and the indestructible Vajra art belong to the same category of techniques, making their cultivation exceedingly challenging. However, with exceptional power to support them, rapid breakthroughs become attainable. Under the immense power of the Vajra inner strength accumulated over 2 centuries, the dragon-elephant prajna skill became remarkably easier to master, even after breaking through the 12th level. Instead of halting, it surged forward with relentless momentum, striving towards the ultimate 13th level. The formidable Vajra energy coursed frantically through the meridians, while Qin Ge's body exhibited pulsating veins reminiscent of a coiling dragon, with muscles continuously expanding and contracting in a rigorous forging process. In a mere moment, the resonant roar akin to a dragon's cry once again reverberated, signifying the successful breach of the 13th level of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. His physical body underwent an intense refining process, with the overwhelming force enveloping him, further enhancing Qin Ge's physical strength. It was not until the 11th level that the true potential of the dragon-elephant prajna skill began to unfold, with the 13th level embodying an astounding power of 5,000 pounds. This illustrates that while the dragon-elephant prajna skill is derived from the low martial world divine eagle, that only pertains to the first 10 levels. The essence of this esoteric technique lies within the final 3 levels, which have never been attained by anyone before. Although the dragon-elephant prajna skill may not yet rival the indestructible Vajra technique, reaching the 13th level would render it an exceedingly formidable skill even within the medium martial world. With consecutive breakthroughs, Qin Ge's physical strength surged by a staggering 3,500 pounds, an awe-inspiring force for an ordinary individual. However, Qin Ge had long surpassed the ordinary. The power of the 13th level of the dragon-elephant prajna skill was no longer overwhelming for him. His physique had already reached remarkable heights after a year of rigorous training and deprivation of abilities. Uncertain if tomorrow's assessment would bring him any surprises, Qin Ge chuckled softly as he gradually exited the realm of the deceased. The following day, the training ground of the military academy was abuzz with activity. Apart from the 6th-level students participating in the graduation assessment, all 1st to 5th-level students gathered in anticipation. As the annual grand competition, the chief instructor, ZFA, naturally made a personal appearance to oversee the proceedings. Following a brief declaration, the annual grand competition commenced with fervor. The assessment encompassed 3 distinct challenges: spiritual power, speed, and survival in combat. The first 2 categories require no elaboration. However, the aspect of survival in combat entails the participants being cast upon an island teeming with ferocious beasts. They must endure for 10 days, with their performance evaluated based on the strength of the creatures they hunt. The first evaluation pertains to spiritual power. Unlike the selection process, where the tests were conducted by instructors well-versed in the 6 styles of combat, this time, the assessment of spiritual power is entrusted to a collection of 10 peculiar machines transported by soldiers. The wheels of progress are ever turning, and the might of technology cannot be underestimated, especially considering the world government's scientific division boasts the genius scientist Vegapunk, who is hailed as 5 centuries ahead of contemporary technology. These 10 machines, a modest creation of Vegapunk's scientific team, are capable of simulating the 6 styles of combat, providing a more precise and clear measurement of one's spiritual power. Towering over 3 meters, these machines are equipped with intricate components, featuring a target-like test zone at their center. Participants need only strike this area, and the screen above the machine will display their spiritual power rating. Under the coordination of an examiner, all the candidates stood in neat rows, taking turns to step forward and commence their strength tests. Bang! A second-year student fiercely struck the testing machine, causing the screen to flicker before finally settling on the number 98. The examiner, after glancing at the unexpressive student, recorded the result without a word, while the student, upon seeing the disappointing score, sulked away to the rest area. The annual competition had strict requirements. Failing to meet them would result in a failed assessment. For strength tests, the requirements were as follows. First-year students needed a score of over 50, second-year students over 100, third-year students over 150, fourth-year students over 200, and fifth-year students over 250. With 3 assessments in total, failing even one posed a risk of being held back, which naturally made the unsuccessful candidates anxious. However, it must be noted that all students entering the military academy were prodigies selected from various regions, and only a minority would fail the assessments. The vast majority would pass with ease. White fist. A low shout erupted from one of the machines, belonging to Smoker, who was currently undergoing his test. With a fog-like white aura erupting from his eyes, he unleashed a powerful punch against the testing machine, which resonated with a heavy thud. Shortly after, the machine displayed Smoker's attack strength as 875. The annual competition did not restrict the use of abilities, it merely tested the candidate's strongest attack power. As a second-year student, Smoker's score of 875 was undoubtedly exceptional. "Smoker, you've grown stronger," Tina, who stood in line for her turn, exclaimed. She was a classmate of Smoker, and although he had always been the top student, she had noticed that since returning from the training ship, he had been training harder than ever, resulting in a marked improvement in strength. Smoker remained silent, his gaze fixated on another machine not far away. Noticing his distraction, Tina followed his line of sight and saw that the next candidate was Qin Ge. "Here it comes. What do you suppose Qin Ge Allen's strength will be? Do we even need to ask? That guy is a monster. He'll definitely put up a terrifying number." "I agree. Just look at the weight he has been training with these past few days. It's absolutely terrifying. To my knowledge, the highest record for strength since the Academy's founding, aside from graduates, is held by Vice Admiral Karp. Do you think Allen will break the record?" "That is impossible. I know the highest record Karp set was an astounding 9,800 strength. It's nearly at 10,000. Is that true? Was Karp really that formidable in the Academy? No wonder he became a legendary hero of the Navy and almost caught Pirate King Roger several times. Vice Admiral Karp is indeed incredibly powerful. But while Qin Ge Allen is strong, he cannot possibly compare to Karp. Besides, Karp set that record as a fifth-year student. Allen is only a first-year and clearly cannot compete. As it was Qin Ge's turn for testing, the students behind him began to fervently speculate. Humph. Allen won't be outdone by anyone. Robin, also in line, felt irked by the comments and turned her dazzling gaze toward Qin Ge, unbothered by the chatter behind him. Qin Ge thoughtfully examined the testing machine before suddenly addressing the examiner. "What is the maximum strength this machine can withstand?" The examiner paused for a moment before responding. "According to the science team, these machines can theoretically handle attacks of up to 5,000 strength. If it were anyone else, the examiner would likely have remained aloof and uninterested. But Qin Ge was different. Geniuses always receive preferential treatment." Nodding in acknowledgement of the answer, Qin Ge felt a surge of anticipation. Since embarking on the training ship expedition, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he was now uncertain of just how powerful he had become. To accurately assess the candidate's strength, they were allowed 3 attempts, with the highest score recorded as the final result. Eager to gauge his current power, Qin Ge decided to test his raw physical strength for his first attempt. Even with just his physical prowess, he had already reached an extraordinary level. Stepping forward, the ground trembled beneath him as he delivered a thunderous punch to the testing machine. Whoosh! The force of his punch created a fierce gust, causing the surrounding air to compress ominously, transforming into a turbulent wave. Boom! Qin Ge's fist collided fiercely with the machine, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated with a deafening crash. The massive machine, overwhelmed by the impact, slid backward over 10 meters, leaving a chaotic trail in its wake. The onlookers and the examiner responsible for recording the results widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. My heavens! The testing machine has been sent flying by Qin Ge Allen. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Just how much power does he possess? Incredible! When the others tested, the machine didn't budge an inch, yet it was sent flying this time. Is this truly the power of Qin Ge Allen? The atmosphere quickly became tumultuous, drawing the attention of students from other lines, who stared in astonishment at the machine that had been knocked back. Among them were Smoker and Tina, who were observing Qin Ge's test. Smoker clenched his fist tightly, his face filled with frustration, while Tina's expression slowly transformed into one of awe. It must be said that the testing machine, crafted by the science team, was remarkably resilient. Despite being launched several meters away, it sustained minimal damage. The screen flickered wildly before finally displaying a number, 3,750. This was the strength Qin Ge had just unleashed, a figure that left all the students and examiners in shock. As he lowered his arm, Qin Ge noted the reading on the machine. and a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. His current physical strength stemmed from three primary sources: intense training, the mastery of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, and the fusion of powers acquired from abilities such as the wind-slashing sword and lion slash. In these three aspects, the first two undoubtedly occupy only a small fraction. Although Qin Ge practices diligently, having only undergone a year of training, the enhancement of his strength is naturally not monumental. Similarly, the dragon-elephant prajna technique merely grants an individual 5,000 pounds of power at its 13th level, while 5,000 pounds is formidable for an ordinary person. Within the realm of One Piece, it is relatively insignificant, merely sufficient to navigate through the seas. The true reason behind Qin Ge's robust physique lies primarily in the abyssal prison. Whenever he strips away abilities that affect his physical form, his body acquires strength commensurate with those abilities. For instance, when he deprived the Slash-Wind Sword, his arm strength saw a significant surge, allowing him to unleash dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes in an instant. The same applies when he nullified the Lion Slash and the Lion Slash Meteor Shower. The Beast King, a formidable creature in the One Punch Man universe, is comparable to a major general or a relatively weaker brigadier general within the power hierarchy of One Piece. Although Qin Ge could not claim to have obtained the entirety of the Beast King's physical strength through the deprivation of the two abilities, he did acquire a portion. Otherwise, his frail frame would not be capable of wielding such powers. The reason Qin Ge was able to defeat Lao Ji, a member of the Don Quixote family's martial faction, was primarily due to the strength he derived from the Beast King's formidable physique when he deprived the Lion Slash, resulting in an explosive enhancement to his own physical capabilities. Compared to his battle with Lao Ji, Qin Ge, having now also deprived the more powerful Lion Slash Meteor Shower, is undoubtedly stronger and possesses a more formidable physique. Regardless of the origins of his power, it attests to the sheer strength he now embodies. With a Dao power value of 3,750, he undeniably stands at the pinnacle among all the students in the military academy, with only a select few instructors possessing similar strength. Qin Ge's initial test ignited the entire venue, eliciting awe and reverence from all students and examiners alike. Zifa, presiding over the annual competition, was particularly attentive to Qin Ge's progress and personally witnessed his Dao power test. 3750 Dao power? This boy's strength has escalated remarkably. Zifa's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest of CP9, possessed merely 4,000 Dao power without utilizing a devil fruit. Yet here is Qin Ge, merely 9 years of age, approaching that very threshold of 4,000 Dao power, signifying his astounding potential. While Zifa had always held high expectations for Qin Ge, he evidently did not anticipate such phenomenal growth, bordering on the terrifying. Though Garp indeed left behind a staggering record of 9,800 Dao power during his time at the academy, he was considerably older at 18 or 19 when he achieved this feat. A decade can bring about profound changes. With Qin Ge now at 9 years old boasting 3,750 Dao power, one can only speculate what his capabilities will be in 10 years, given his current potential. Even Zifa may struggle to envision Qin Ge's future prowess. Including Zifa, all present were astounded by Qin Ge's displayed Dao power. Yet the young boy himself felt a sense of unfulfilled ambition. He pondered how much his Dao power would soar after employing the indestructible Vajra technique and the Wrapping Chi. Qin Ge felt an eagerness to test the limits of his full power. The indestructible Vajra technique, when transformed into a golden body, could yield immense strength, while the Wrapping Chi would also enhance his attack power, allowing him to unleash even greater Dao power. However, noticing the expressions of those around him, Qin Ge's impulses were tempered. He had somewhat underestimated his current strength. Initially, he intended to merely validate his pure physical power in the first test, saving the full display for the subsequent attempts. Yet, even this display of pure physical prowess had already stirred considerable excitement. While he was confident that unleashing his full strength in the next test would yield even more astonishing results, it now seemed less necessary. There are times when discretion is paramount. Qin Ge's motives for joining the Navy were far from simple, and there were inherent risks involved. Thus, revealing all his power was unwarranted. Retaining a card or two up his sleeve would serve him better in the long run. Moreover, there were alternative methods for testing his strength without excessive exposure. Consequently, Qin Ge opted to forego the remaining 2 opportunities, ultimately solidifying his Dao power score at 3,750. Even so, this achievement remained the most remarkable among all students, leaving many in a state of shock during the subsequent tests. After the completion of Qin Ge's test, it was soon Robin's turn. With a serious expression on her petite face, she crossed her hands in front of her, and as beautiful petals danced around her, numerous arms swiftly sprouted behind her. They intertwined to form a colossal arm, which she forcefully struck against the testing machine. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and the machine immediately displayed a power value of 210. How about it, Alan? This is a new technique I developed. Is its power sufficient? After the test, Robin proudly approached Qin Ge, her face brimming with anticipation. Qin Ge smiled appreciatively, saying, "That is quite an impressive technique. By consolidating the arms produced from the Hana no Mi, you have concentrated the power effectively. It seems you have put considerable effort into the development of your devil fruit abilities, Robin, and your strength has notably increased." Receiving the anticipated praise, Robin beamed with delight, cheerfully responding, "It's not just you, Alan, who is getting stronger. I've already cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna technique to the 4th level." Qin Ge nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face, clearly acknowledging Robin's growth. He was well aware of the slow progression of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Although the bountiful resources in this world aided her, the fact that Robin had managed to reach the 4th level in just 1 year demonstrated her relentless dedication to improvement. "Robin, once this annual competition concludes, I will teach you a new ability." Qin Ge gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "Yes." Robin's face flushed slightly at Qin Ge's affectionate gesture, yet she did not resist. Instead, she nodded gently, her expression radiating happiness and expectation. After a morning filled with tests, the evaluation of power values finally concluded. Following lunch, the second assessment, which focused on speed, commenced once more. The speed test involved a 5,000-meter sprint, with shorter times yielding higher scores. The examiner organized the participants into groups of 10, and the testing promptly began. With the sound of a gunshot, the first group of 10 participants surged forward, resembling a pack of leopards, each displaying an extraordinary speed beyond the ordinary. For an average person, running 5,000 meters would be an exhausting endeavor, but for these Naval Academy students, it was akin to a mere 100-meter dash. 9 minutes 50 seconds, 8 minutes 35 seconds, 8 minutes 15 seconds. The examiners continuously recorded the results of each participant in the speed assessment. Even the lowest scores would appear remarkably daunting by the standards of Qin Ge's previous life, far exceeding the limits of an ordinary person. You previously mentioned that Vice Admiral Garp holds the highest record for power values in school. What about speed? Is it also Vice Admiral Garp? Oh, no. The highest speed record is held by Vice Admiral Borsellino, and it is equally astonishing. He completed the 5,000-meter sprint in just 1:56 seconds. Are you joking? 1:56 seconds? Is that even humanly possible? Indeed. I know Vice Admiral Borsellino is formidable, but that record is simply outrageous. As the assessment was underway, the participants found themselves engaged in light-hearted conversation while waiting. Suddenly, a topic arose that sparked gasps of astonishment. Among the waiting crowd stood Qin Ge, who overheard snippets of their discussion. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the group. Borsellino? He pondered. Borsellino was indeed the yellow monkey, and from the previous chatter, he learned that the record for the highest speed at the academy was held by him, an astonishing 1:56 seconds. Completing a distance of 5,000 meters in 1:56 seconds was undeniably terrifying. However, considering that the individual in question possessed the light fruit, it became less surprising. The light fruit was renowned for endowing its user with speeds akin to light. The 1:56 seconds likely accounted for the time taken to gather light energy before movement commenced. The highest record for physical prowess belonged to Garp with a staggering 9,700, while Borsellino's speed of 1:56 seconds stood as two monumental peaks, firmly establishing their dominance in strength and speed, leaving the Academy's students to sigh in admiration. Unable to reach such heights, Qin Ge stroked his chin, contemplating the allure of being a record holder. Perhaps he could set 2 new personal goals. Although his intentions for joining the Navy were not entirely pure, it did not imply that Qin Ge aimed to lead a mundane existence. Even as a motivational tactic, he would not shy away from shattering the so-called highest records. After waiting for over an hour, it was finally his turn. Standing alongside 9 other students at the starting line, Qin Ge's fervent gaze was fixed upon the oval track, which extended 500 meters in length. The 5,000-meter test required them to circle the track 10 times. Following the earlier exertions of the physical prowess test, all eyes were now riveted on Qin Ge as he prepared to take the stage. What speed do you think Qin Ge Allen will achieve? I don't know. But it certainly won't be ordinary. His physical prowess is formidable, so his speed must be impressive. Students murmured quietly, while even the examiners pondered the remarkable speed Qin Ge might display. Bang! The sharp crack of the starting gun signaled the commencement of the assessment. Almost instantaneously, the other 9 students surged forward like arrows, dashing down the track. However, Qin Ge did not rush out immediately. Instead, under the astonished gazes of his peers, he swiftly formed an unusual hand seal before him. Creak. The spacious track was swiftly adorned with gleaming ice crystals, resembling mirrors, creating a loop alongside the track, with an ice mirror materializing directly in front of Qin Ge. What is this? Zifa, who was also observing, displayed a look of astonishment, and his surprise deepened as he witnessed Qin Ge's subsequent actions. In the instant the ice mirror formed, Qin Ge propelled himself forward, seamlessly merging into the thin ice mirror, as if he had transformed into a living painting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An explosion of speed beyond limits erupted instantaneously. Under the influence of the magic mirror ice crystal, Qin Ge, ensconced within the icy reflections, appeared to glide like a phantom, darting through the mirrors positioned every 10 meters. His speed was so astonishing that only the sound of air being sliced could be heard, rendering his figure nearly invisible. In that instant, Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of astonishment filling his gaze as he instinctively utilized his observation haki to perceive Qin Ge's movements. Qin Ge's form flickered wildly, reflecting within the numerous ice mirrors surrounding the track over 100 times in mere seconds, much like the remarkable speed record set by Borsalino, who utilized the light speed abilities of his Pika Pika no Mi. The 5,000-meter sprint did not necessitate running solely on the track. Traversing that distance in any manner sufficed for completion. It was evident that merely running at pure speed would not suffice to shatter Borsalino's record of 1:56 seconds. Qin Ge was acutely aware of this fact, which is why he cleverly conceived the use of the magic mirror ice crystal from the ice release secret technique. Originally, the magic mirror ice crystal served as an offensive maneuver, yet it did not imply that it was restricted solely to attack. Any ability is not fixed. Only human thought is truly unyielding. Although Qin Ge acquired the ice release through deprivation in the prison of the dead, he never confined his thoughts. Instead, he adeptly employed the abilities he obtained. For instance, the reflective capability of the magic mirror ice crystal was now harnessed to amplify his speed, allowing him to achieve a velocity akin to teleportation through the mirror's reflections. The students were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to discern Qin Ge's form, yet Zifa, possessing profound mastery of observation haki, could perceive him, albeit in a state of even greater shock. To Zifa, the reflections of the magic mirror ice crystal resembled a fusion of Borsalino's Pika Pika no Mi and Kazan's Hai Hai no Mi. Although it bore similarities to the freezing capabilities of the ice fruit, it possessed the astonishing ability to reflect and move with the brilliance of light, an utterly incomprehensible phenomenon. Whoosh! Amidst the relentless and frenzied flickering, the reflection of a figure abruptly halted within the icy mirror that served as both the starting and finishing point. Upon witnessing Qin Ge step forth from its depths, he turned to regard the examiner responsible for timing. The examiner, like the other candidates, remained in a state of astonishment, momentarily frozen for nearly 2 seconds before suddenly awakening to the urgency of his task, although this resulted in a near 2-second delay. When he finally cast his gaze upon the stopwatch in his hand, a look of disbelief washed over his face once more. 7:58 seconds. This was Qin Ge's recorded speed, a time that evoked sheer astonishment, had the examiner not been momentarily dazed. The true duration achieved by Qin Ge would have been approximately 6 seconds. Could this be the manifestation of a devil fruit ability? Yet, Qin Ge Allen's devil fruit was not akin to the freezing powers of the ice fruit. Rather, it bore resemblance to the abilities of Admiral Borsalino. The ice's reflection? Could the freezing power be wielded in such a manner? But why had I never heard of Admiral Kazan possessing such capabilities? Such velocity, could this truly be the speed of Qin Ge Allen? It was utterly terrifying. The candidates could not discern the swiftness of Qin Ge. Yet among the examiners were those well-versed in observation haki. Although they could not perceive his speed with the precision of Zifa, they managed to grasp it to some extent. Ironically, it was precisely this expertise that rendered these observers even more astounded, for the prowess displayed by Qin Ge was overwhelmingly shocking, stirring profound reverberations within their hearts. Could you please tell me my score? Qin Ge disregarded the astonished gazes of the examiners and approached the timer, gazing calmly at him. Well? I was a step slow in my timing. Although it reads 7:58 seconds, it should have been faster. This is my oversight. I shall petition the chief examiner for you to retake the assessment. The examiner replied, somewhat embarrassed. As an examiner, it was a grave error to become distracted during a candidate's assessment, especially when the subject was none other than Qin Ge Allen, the most outstanding student in the military academy. Before the annual grand competition, Qin Ge was regarded as merely one among many, albeit exceptional in the eyes of others. However, following the assessments of his spiritual power and speed, the examiner unequivocally recognized Qin Ge as the most outstanding cadet in the military academy, without any semblance of doubt. No matter, there is no need for a retest. Let us proceed with the current results. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of dissatisfaction over the examiner's miscalculation. The examiner, relieved by Qin Ge's lack of insistence on accountability, saw the cadet return to his original position. 56 seconds? I spent approximately 3 seconds conjuring an ice mirror through my ice escape technique. Subtracting the examiner's wasted time, my actual movement time was nearly 3 seconds, somewhat sluggish. Qin Ge mused internally. Covering a distance of 5,000 meters in 56 seconds might be terrifyingly remarkable to others, yet Qin Ge found himself far from content. Although he had advanced his ice escape technique to the third stage, the crystallization speed of the magic mirror ice remained inadequate, and 3 seconds felt excessively slow to him. The speed of reflection mirrored this sentiment. The efficiency of the ice mirror's reflection depended on Qin Ge's mastery and development of the ice escape technique. A deeper understanding would yield quicker reflection speeds. With aspirations to shatter the highest record, Qin Ge was determined to pursue this goal. His refusal to undergo a retest stemmed from the realization that even with his current command over the ice escape technique, surpassing the record set by Borisellino would be unattainable. Thus he preferred not to squander additional time. It appears that I must focus on further developing my ice escape in the days to come, Qin Ge silently resolved. While the other cadets could not discern the swiftness of Qin Ge's movements, when the 9 remaining cadets concluded their assessments and the examiner announced the results, they were once again astounded by Qin Ge's performance. 56 seconds. Good heavens, that is utterly terrifying, they exclaimed. This is monstrous. The previous assessment of spiritual power was already preposterous, and now the speed assessment is equally alarming. Is Qin Ge truly a monster? Questions and gasps of astonishment erupted from the cadets, many regarding Qin Ge with a mixture of awe and admiration. "Ai Luan, you are truly remarkable," Robin exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed adoringly at Qin Ge. "Robin, you must also perform well in your upcoming assessment." Qin Ge playfully pinched her delicate nose. Chuckling lightly, Robin nodded vigorously. Although she understood that she could not possibly match Qin Ge, she was determined not to fall too far behind him. After a brief wait, it was Robin's turn to compete, though the flower fruit offered limited assistance. Her year of training and the physical prowess gained from the 4th stage of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique enabled her to achieve commendable results, ensuring her success in the speed assessment. The afternoon unfolded with the speed assessments, and the final practical survival test was announced to take place the following day. The next day, the cadets gathered once again at the Military Academy training ground. As all the cadets assembled, Zephyr, accompanied by a cadre of examiners, arrived to direct them to the Crescent Harbor of Marineford. The final practical assessment involved survival on a specially designated island for 10 days. "Remember," Zephyr cautioned, "the island is inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts. You must not only survive for 10 days but also hunt these beasts. The stronger the beasts you hunt within this time frame, the higher your score will be." Before boarding the prepared warship, Zephyr surveyed all the trainees and solemnly outlined the examination rules. "Report. How can we prove that we have hunted the ferocious beasts? Is it necessary to preserve the corpses?" a trainee inquired. Zephyr glanced at the individual and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for that. A dedicated base has been established on the island, and surveillance devices are installed throughout, allowing for constant monitoring. As long as you slay the beasts, a record will be automatically created." With this clarification, the questioning trainee found his doubts resolved. After several individuals voiced their respective queries, Zephyr provided thorough explanations before the examiners guided the trainees aboard the warship. Zephyr, however, did not accompany them, choosing instead to remain at the port, as this final assessment would span 10 days. Despite having stepped down from his position as a general, he still bore significant responsibilities as one of the Navy's few top-tier combatants, especially in the absence of a successor. The island designated for the practical survival examination was situated on a desolate isle, not far from Marineford, yet sufficiently distant, closer to the Sabaody archipelago. After sailing for approximately 1 to 2 hours, the verdant landscape, occasionally resonating with the roars of wild beasts, emerged upon the horizon. During the assessment, the participants were permitted to bring only their weapons, forbidden from carrying any additional items. Even sustenance and water could only be procured through foraging on the island. Moreover, The island was teeming with telephonic insects, strictly prohibiting any collaboration or teamwork among the participants, compelling them to rely solely on their individual survival skills. Upon arriving at the deserted island, the instructors conducted a thorough inspection of all the trainees before guiding them individually into the island's interior. Qin Ge, the first to disembark, greeted Robin before leaping onto the beach and leisurely making his way into the dense forest. Although the island was inhabited only by mid-tier beasts, considering the varying levels of the trainees, the sheer number of these creatures posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals, who would likely not survive until the following day. As Qin Ge ventured into the forest, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, and a massive creature, towering 7 to 8 meters, charged towards him with ferocity. Accompanied by a bone-shaking bellow, Qin Ge paused momentarily, his expression unperturbed, revealing no hint of fear. With a swift motion reminiscent of a flash of lightning, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a devastating strike that cleaved the approaching giant in two, as if it were a mere phantom blade. The creature, a colossal gorilla, let out a mournful wail, its dense black fur and muscular form a testament to its formidable strength. Yet, this mid-tier beast had not the capacity to withstand Qin Ge's lethal blow. The gorilla collapsed with a thunderous crash, splintering trees in its wake and sending a cloud of dust into the air. At that moment, it became evident that Qin Ge had, unbeknownst to anyone, grasped the long sword hanging at his left hip, drawing it with such speed that it appeared he had merely withdrawn it slightly before the beast met its demise. Is this truly the extent of their capabilities? It seems this assessment will be rather dull, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at the surveillance device peeking from the treetops before continuing deeper into the woods. Even the presence of mid-tier beasts posed no challenge for him, further diminishing his interest in the impending 10 days of assessment. Meanwhile, within a certain structure on the island, a group of naval officers responsible for monitoring the situation were taken aback by a particular surveillance feed. Incredible! He instantly killed a mid-tier beast. This trainee appears quite young. When did such a talented individual emerge from our military academy? One soldier exclaimed in astonishment. How long has it been since you've kept up with current affairs? You don't even know who he is. This is Qin Ge, a rising star within the naval headquarters. Another officer scoffed at his colleague before passionately recounting Qin Ge's accomplishments, such as participating in an expedition aboard a training vessel as a mere first-year student, slaying a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and showcasing terrifying levels of aura and speed during the annual assessments. The officers continued to express their awe, their gazes filled with reverence for the formidable figure displayed on the screen. Unaware of the commotion on the other side of the surveillance, Qin Ge meandered through the island, dispatching several more foolish beasts before finally locating a serene spot by a pristine lake. He unsheathed his sword, resting it against a nearby rock, and prepared to engage in meditation upon the lush grass. The practical survival assessment held no pressure or excitement for him, even if he did nothing further. The beasts he had already vanquished would suffice to secure an impressive score, while hunting beasts could yield soul energy. He preferred to wait until he returned to Marin Fander for the slaughterhouse, rather than squander time searching on the island. However, Qin Ge had no intention of wasting the 10 days. He resolved to focus on his training. I shall dedicate this time to honing my aura, he decided. Although he had yet to determine the nature of his aura abilities, he felt confident in his foundational control and aura cultivation. Beyond the development of aura capabilities, the training could be divided into two aspects: skill refinement, such as binding, severing, and releasing, and the enhancement of aura capacity. The aura can be described as energy evolved from life force, categorized into potential aura and manifested aura. Potential aura represents one's inherent life energy. The stronger the life force, the greater the potential aura. Manifested aura signifies the maximum aura released at any given moment. In essence, potential aura denotes latent ability, while manifested aura signifies true power. In some respects, a weak manifested aura renders even a strong potential aura ineffective, and vice versa. Life energy is not fixed. For instance, a mid-tier beast possesses a greater life force than an ordinary human, as evidenced by their physical prowess. Racial differences influence the strength of life energy. Yet acquired cultivation plays a crucial role, allowing humans to slay powerful beasts through training. Since awakening his aura, Qin Ge had not engaged in research or reflection on the narrative surrounding aura in the context of Hunter x Hunter. In his understanding, the latent energy refers to the amount of vital energy stored within one's corporeal form, the upper limit of which can be enhanced through cultivation. The stronger the physique, the more potent the latent energy becomes. As for the manifest energy, it is akin to explosive power, representing the amount of vital energy that can be utilized instantaneously. For instance, a laborer may exhaust his strength after lifting heavy objects hundreds of times, yet under the same physical condition. It would be impossible for him to complete the task in a single attempt that would typically require numerous repetitions. In the realm of Hunter x Hunter, there exists a specialized explanation for both manifested and latent aura, with some individuals even quantifying their aura according to their unique nin abilities. For instance, a top-tier nin user like Mo Lao will exhibit a latent aura of approximately 70,000, while latent aura does not equate to strength. It sufficiently indicates the potential level of a first-rate nin practitioner. In contrast, higher echelon nin users such as Netero, the strongest human in Hunter x Hunter, maintain a latent aura exceeding 100,000 even in his advanced years. On the other hand, an individual like Fossil Dolong, who has been stripped of his nin abilities by Qin Ge, can be classified merely as a second or third-tier nin user, possessing a latent aura of only a few hundred to 1,000, based on his own experiences of deprivation and an understanding of the narrative. Qin Ge has made a rough assessment of latent and manifested aura levels. The classifications are as follows: third-tier nin users, latent aura 0 to 5,000, manifested aura 0, 500. Second-tier nin users, latent aura 50,000 to 30,000, manifested aura 500, 3000. First-tier nin users, latent aura 30,000-80,000, manifested aura 30,000 to 80,000. Top-tier nin users, latent aura 80,000-150,000, manifested aura 80,000 to 15,000. World-class nin users, manifested aura 150,000, latent aura 15,000. While deviations may exist, the general categories are likely accurate, representing Qin Ge's overarching framework for aura levels. Although aura cannot entirely represent strength, it undeniably demonstrates a nin user's foundation and depth. The so-called third-tier users are those who have merely grasped the basics of nin, but have not delved deeply into its potential, comparable to the failures encountered within the Sky Arena. Second-tier users, like Fossil Dolong, have gained a certain level of proficiency but are still insufficiently powerful. First-tier nin users are akin to members of the Phantom Troop, embodying true martial prowess and expertise in nin. The top-tier users, such as Krallo, Geno Zoldyck, and Sheba Zoldyck, represent formidable strength. As for world-class nin users, they are the true titans of power, exemplified by figures like Netero and Gene Freaks. When comparing the power tiers of Hunter x Hunter to those in One Piece, second and third-tier nin users correspond to pirates with bounties below 100 million berries, akin to naval officers below the rank of captain. First-tier nin users are comparable to pirates with bounties below 300 million in the ranks of brigadier and major within the Navy. Top-tier nin users can be likened to pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million but below 500 million, equivalent to ordinary and elite vice admirals in the Navy. World-class nin users possess strength that surpasses that of the Navy's vice admirals, with bounties reaching the level of 1 billion berries. The power structure in the One Piece universe is also rather nebulous. Initially, bounties or naval ranks can serve as indicators. For example, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are comparable to Navy colonels or lower-ranking officers. Those with bounties over 300 million rival the standards of Navy majors and brigadiers. However, this is merely the early phase. As bounties rise beyond 300 million, significant leaps in power occur, akin to the vast gulf between a Navy vice admiral and an admiral. To better assess the power levels across different worlds, Qin Ge has conducted extensive research, even seeking counsel from Zephyr on this matter, allowing him to formulate a general hierarchy. He delineates the gap between ordinary vice admirals and admirals into 5 tiers. Fifth tier, ordinary Navy vice admirals and pirates with bounties between 300 million and 500 million. The last on the list, entering this tier marks the beginning of true strength within the One Piece world. Fourth tier, elite vice admirals such as the Weevil and the Spider, with bounties between 500 million and 1 billion. Those in this tier are formidable enough to instill fear in their adversaries. Third tier, certain members of the 7 warlords, such as Qin Ge and Bartholomew Kuma, inhabit this tier, comparable to legendary figures capable of ruling territories, representing the baseline for monstrous strength. Beyond this tier, bounties and ranks become inadequate for genuine assessments of power. Second tier, individuals such as Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack the Drought, whose combat capabilities approach peak levels and belong to the ranks of dominators. First tier, this tier encompasses true top-tier combatants, with the 3 admirals of the future belonging here, representing genuine monsters capable of obliterating towns or even entire islands with ease. These 5 tiers represent Qin Ge's rough classification of the powerhouses within this universe. As for whether entities exist beyond these 5 tiers, Qin Ge is uncertain. However, if they do, they might only be the future emperors of the sea, particularly Whitebeard, who stands as an extraordinary existence, a true monster among monsters. Returning to the subject of Nin, Qin Ge places great emphasis on its potential, dedicating considerable effort to his training. In terms of raw aura, with his current physique capable of effortlessly generating thousands of aura points, his latent aura is certainly formidable. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, his present strength would enable him to open at least the 4th door of the Zoldyck family's trial. It can be stated that Qin Ge's latent aura is comparable to that of a first-tier Nin user, though not at the pinnacle, it is nonetheless within the upper echelon. Likely around 60,000 to 70,000. Next, it is imperative to elucidate the critical aspect of manifested aura. The manifested aura is a vital factor that determines the true strength a Nin user can wield. It is not necessarily the case that stronger latent aura translates to higher manifested aura. While both belong to the realm of aura, they represent entirely different concepts. The true determinant of manifested aura stems from one's mental energy. The stronger a Nin user's mental energy, the higher their manifested aura will be. This explains why, when subjected to extreme emotional stimuli, Nin users can unleash powers that far exceed their limits. Akin to the protagonist Gon Freaks exhibiting an astonishing surge in strength after the tragic events involving Kite. Mental energy is a broad term, capable of being enhanced through regular training while also experiencing drastic fluctuations due to extreme emotions. Such emotional stimuli are accidental and cannot be considered a true reflection of one's mental energy. Only stable mental energy can be regarded as genuine personal strength. Is Qin Ge's mental energy weak? Clearly not. Upon traversing into the realm of One Piece, he inadvertently absorbed the essence of the original owner's soul, resulting in an extraordinary augmentation of his own spirit. From certain perspectives, mental energy can be regarded as a derivative of the soul. The reason Qin Ge possesses an unparalleled degree of control lies in his mental energy, which far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. When this exceptional energy is integrated into his non-abilities, it manifests remarkably. In terms of latent capacity, Qin Ge is comparable to a first-rate Nin practitioner. However, his manifested capacity is somewhat extraordinary, having reached the pinnacle level of Nin practitioners, surpassing the threshold of 8,000. Although he has only just crossed the critical point of top-tier manifested capacity, this undoubtedly attests to Qin Ge's extraordinary talent in this domain. While the true measure of strength ultimately hinges on the application of Nin, both his latent and manifested capacities indicate that Qin Ge's journey in mastering Nin is destined to transcend that of his peers. Considering his own circumstances, Qin Ge intends to primarily focus on the techniques of thought cultivation in his upcoming practice. From the intricate exercises of the 4 great schools to the more advanced derivative skills, it can be said that once he masters these techniques with complete proficiency, Qin Ge will be capable of contending with the formidable powers of this world, relying solely on the strength of his thoughts. While other trainees on the island fiercely battled for sustenance and survival, Qin Ge quietly immersed himself in his mental cultivation. The power of thought was an enigma to the inhabitants of this world, imperceptible to the naked eye. Although aware of the surveillance cameras scattered across the island, Qin Ge remained entirely unconcerned about being discovered or having his technique stolen. He thought, I understand now. Lao Ji will not perish in vain. Those who slay my kin must face annihilation. On a certain island in the North Sea, a unique and defiant laughter echoed through the room. Doflamingo ended his call with Virgo, a sinister smile gracing his face, and leapt out of the open window. Using invisible threads that eluded the eye, Doflamingo bound the clouds above, as if treading upon the void itself. With the rebound of the threads, he shot forth like an arrow, vanishing into the distant horizon. The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. With the spy Virgo in place, the news of Qin Ge's departure from Marineford was effortlessly uncovered. Don Quixote Doflamingo exhibited a decisive and ruthless demeanor, seizing every opportunity available to him. Upon learning of the situation, he swiftly harnessed the powers of the string fruit, embarking alone towards the deserted island where Qin Ge resided. The sky path granted Doflamingo extraordinary mobility, allowing him to traverse the seas with ease. Although his strength had yet to reach the heights of his original narrative era and the string fruit had not been fully awakened, his prowess had undeniably surpassed the confines of the 4 seas. According to Qin Ge's established 5-tiered framework, despite the considerable distance to his future accomplishments, Doflamingo's abilities were sufficient to place him within the 4th tier, equating him to the elite vice admirals of the Navy. Traveling from the North Sea to the Grand Line, Even the most advanced warships required a minimum of 2 weeks for the journey. However, with the formidable mobility provided by the sky path, Doflamingo estimated he could reach his destination in no more than 3 days. The passage of 3 days felt like a mere blink to Qin Ge, who remained unaware of Doflamingo's impending arrival, dedicating himself to rigorous training focused on his mental capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with intense sonic booms as a figure shot through the air at astonishing speed, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, finally revealing the outline of an island ahead. At last, I have found you, Qin Ge Allen. Your hell is about to commence. Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed through the air as he accelerated his pace, landing on the deserted island. Upon alighting on the cliff, an invisible pressure emanated from Doflamingo, causing the surrounding air to quiver as if struck by a violent force. The creatures hidden among the nearby trees displayed palpable terror, collapsing or fleeing in panic. The surveillance snail installed in the area succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, its eyes glazing over as it fell into a stupor, rendering the monitoring feed into a blank screen. What is happening? Why has the communication with the surveillance snails in this area been severed? On the island, the naval personnel responsible for monitoring gazed perplexedly at the blank screen. Go and investigate. Perhaps a fierce beast has inadvertently damaged it. The integrity of the surveillance was paramount, not only for recording the students' performances but also for ensuring their safety. Should an incident occur during the blackout, they would bear the consequences. Before long, led by a young naval lieutenant, several soldiers equipped with new surveillance snails departed the base to inspect and replace the malfunctioning devices. However, these naval officers gravely misjudged the situation. What awaited them was not a mere beast but a malicious pirate far more terrifying than any creature. Doflamingo's strategy involved utilizing his conqueror's haki to disable the island's surveillance, thereby luring the Navy personnel to his location, where he could extract information about Qin Ge's whereabouts. Although Virgo was aware that Qin Ge was on this deserted island, he could not ascertain his precise location without being present himself. Finding an individual on an island and eliminating them before the Navy could respond required Doflamingo to employ cunning tactics. In no time, several corpses of naval soldiers, severed by sharp implements, littered the forest floor, and Doflamingo, the architect of this chaos, wore a wicked grin, his lips curling in anticipation of the thrill of the hunt. Qin Ge's position was readily discernible, as he had been engaged in intense training rather than roaming the island like other students, preoccupied with hunting beasts. Under a brutal and bloody interrogation, Doflamingo effortlessly extracted the whereabouts of Qin Ge and, like a leopard, swiftly traversed the dense forest with astonishing speed towards his target. Although he had been journeying for 3 days and 3 nights, the exertion of using his abilities posed little drain on Doflamingo's formidable physique. The minor fatigue he experienced paled in comparison to the paramount importance of extinguishing the rising naval star, Qin Ge. Having ascertained the location of Qin Ge, Doflamingo felt no reservations, even when his presence was detected by the surveillance Din Mushi on the island. The journey from Marineford to the deserted isle, even aboard the swiftest warship, requires an hour. He was confident that within this span, he could easily eliminate Qin Ge. The technique Zhou is a sophisticated application of Chan, and its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Once ensnared by the aura, even a mere slash can effortlessly achieve the effect of slicing through iron, while also providing a significant enhancement to defensive capabilities. On the verdant grass, Qin Ge diligently practiced his cultivation of thought energy, endeavoring to entwine it around the long blade in his hand. He sought to enhance the density of the energy spiral, thereby amplifying the potency of the Zhou technique. As he channeled the thought energy, the sharp blade gradually became enveloped in an invisible current, and under Qin Ge's formidable control, the energy was continually compressed and tightened, fortifying the spiraled energy along the blade's edge. After reaching a critical threshold, Qin Ge maintained his control over the spiritual energy while surveying his surroundings, poised to select an object for a demonstration of the Zhou technique. Suddenly, a piercing sound of slicing echoed from behind him. The terrifying sensation of a blade's edge enveloped him, causing every hair on Qin Ge's body to stand on end. His formidable soul granted him exceptional awareness, and his expression shifted as he swiftly channeled chakra into his feet, propelling himself sideways like a flash of lightning. The verdant grass beneath him was brutally torn apart, leaving elongated gashes stretching over 10 meters. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have surely met a gruesome fate. Who goes there? A shadowy figure materialized several dozen meters away, prompting Qin Ge to whirl around, his face etched with shock and fury. Remarkable skill indeed. At your tender age, such prowess is truly astonishing. It's no wonder that Lao Ji met his demise at your hands. The signature malevolent grin and laughter of Don Quixote Doflamingo resonated as he swaggered forth from the dense foliage, though his face bore an expression of admiration. The palpable aura of hostility surrounding him betrayed his true intentions. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's emergence, Qin Ge's pupils constricted slightly, his countenance darkening as a wave of calm washed over him. Doflamingo, your audacity is commendable, daring to appear here. It seems you've come seeking vengeance for Lao Ji. Qin Ge's grip on his long blade tightened as he spoke slowly, his voice steady. Truth be told, he had been taken aback by Doflamingo's arrival. But the clarity of the latter's purpose was unmistakable. Doflamingo's smile widened, reflecting the escalating menace within him. A formidable strength is not inherently fearsome, but a powerful mind can be exceedingly perilous. Had Qin Ge displayed arrogance, Doflamingo might have felt less apprehensive. However, witnessing Qin Ge's maturity beyond his years only intensified his wariness, solidifying his resolve to eliminate this potential threat. Qin Ge Allen, you are quite astute, however. The clever often meet untimely ends. Lao Ji was a cherished family member of mine, and your act of murder is a direct affront to my authority. Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with veins, his expression contorting into a grimace as his fingers twisted unnaturally. Qin Ge furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, yet in the next instant, he instinctively sidestepped, sensing an impending threat. A nearly imperceptible thread had appeared behind him, and were it not for his heightened awareness, it would have surely connected with the nape of his neck. This thread was undoubtedly a manifestation of Doflamingo's string fruitability while engaging in conversation. He had attempted to stealthily ensnare Qin Ge's body. The failure of this ambush momentarily froze Doflamingo's ferocious expression. A twinge of disappointment coursing through him as he realized the other's vigilance had rendered his theatrics futile. The failed attack left Qin Ge seething with irritation, fully aware that the confrontation would not end amicably. As he evaded the thread, he resolutely locked onto Doflamingo with unyielding intensity. Supreme domination. Energy surged around him, and a terrifying, fierce intent emanated from his blade, rising like a tempest. Qin Ge let out a thunderous roar, slicing towards Doflamingo with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! A violent gust erupted, and the brilliant, tangible blade aura surged forth, akin to a colossal crescent moon unleashing a whirlwind of turbulent energy. After the fusion and tempering of the absorption technique and the indestructible Vidra skill, Qin Ge undoubtedly experienced a significant transformation in his cultivation, once again unleashing his overwhelming might. His power has far surpassed all previous levels. The blazing blade aura extended over 10 meters, refined and compressed to an extreme degree, rendering it sharper and more ferocious. 5 colored threads. Don Quixote Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, and he immediately reacted, his right hand forming a claw, with nearly transparent threads shooting forth between his fingers, violently tearing through the air. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous roar and generating a visible, massive circular shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters shattered and scattered, transforming the once lush grassland into a wasteland, sending clouds of grass debris swirling into the air. At the heart of the collision, 5 threads clashed against the searing blade energy, causing the void to resonate with a cacophony of tearing sounds. After a brief standoff, the blazing blade energy ultimately proved incapable of penetrating Doflamingo's 5 colored strings, and upon dispersing, it merely forced him back a few steps. Indeed, it was no ordinary feat. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ge's expression sharpened. Although supremacy of the world was not his most potent attack, the ease with which his opponent blocked it was sufficient to reveal the latter's formidable strength. String bullet. While retreating, Doflamingo seized the opportunity for a counterattack. A cold and sinister smile gracing his lips as he pointed his index finger, sending a thread hurtling towards Qin Ge's head like a bullet. Under the perception of observation hockey, Qin Ge instantly discerned the impending attack. With a slight tilt of his head, he narrowly evaded the sharp lines of attack. Resist, and let me see if you can truly escape from the depths of hell. Doflamingo cackled, resembling a deranged madman. String slice. Without granting Qin Ge any additional time to react, Doflamingo leapt into the air, unleashing 8 razor-sharp strings that sliced through the air like deadly blades. Though Qin Ge possessed observation hockey, it was insufficient to fully comprehend Doflamingo's relentless onslaught. Evading was no longer an option. He immediately channeled his energy, executing the Zhou technique to envelop his blade, significantly augmenting both its offensive and defensive capabilities before launching a fierce strike. The clash produced a series of hissing sounds as the strings met his blade, akin to a saw grinding against wood, causing sparks to erupt. Beyond the terrifying cutting force, the strings also harbored astonishing impact, which Qin Ge found difficult to fully withstand. Gripping his long blade tightly, he felt the immense force drive his feet deep into the earth, causing him to slide nearly 10 meters under the relentless assault of the strings. Compared to the likes of Lao Ji, Doflamingo's power was overwhelmingly greater. One moment of carelessness could lead to Qin Ge's demise. The potency of the strings remained unabated. And as Qin Ge braced himself against the onslaught, his right arm's muscles surged with energy, his eyes suddenly radiating a palpable brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the indomitable force within him erupted to its zenith, enveloping his form in a dazzling light, transforming him into a resplendent golden figure. Indestructible Vajra technique. In this golden form, a tremendous strength surged within him. With a powerful stomp, the ground shattered explosively, creating a deep crater several meters wide, while his blade forcefully severed the encroaching strings. What is this? Doflamingo gazed in astonishment at the transformed Qin Ge. In his intelligence, there was no mention of the abilities that Qin Ge currently displayed. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo was no ordinary individual. His momentary surprise swiftly transformed into composure. His assault remained uninterrupted as he raised his arm and forcefully swung it downward. Fallen scoundrel threads. 5 threads emerged above Qin Ge's head like the teeth of a rake. Then, akin to a bolt of lightning, they shot downwards, striking swiftly against his head and body. The sound echoed like long needles colliding with metal, a crisp resonance reverberating through the air. Qin Ge stood resolute, enveloped in a golden radiance, as the sharp threads were completely thwarted by his golden form, unable to pierce his flesh. This scene undoubtedly caused a slight change in Doflamingo's expression, his demeanor instantly turning solemn. With the activation of the indestructible diamond technique, Qin Ge not only experienced a significant increase in strength, but his golden physique also exhibited formidable defense, rendering even the sharpest of threads relatively harmless. Boom! With a powerful defense against the assault of Doflamingo's threads, Qin Ge retaliated fiercely, his foot shattering the ground beneath him, creating a massive pit several meters deep, while simultaneously propelling himself forward like a golden beam of light. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ge appeared before Doflamingo, showing no signs of hesitation. He pivoted and unleashed a ferocious kick. The terrifying force caused the air around them to tremble and swirl, the brilliance of gold illuminating Qin Ge, making him resemble a golden war deity. Doflamingo, utilizing his observation haki, perceived Qin Ge's attack. In a mix of surprise and anger, he immediately retaliated with his right leg, enveloped in armament haki. The leg, gleaming with a purplish-black sheen, collided violently with Qin Ge's golden leg, marking the first clash of their formidable powers. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the shockwave radiated from the point of impact, swiftly spreading in all directions. The ground trembled beneath them, shifting and rolling, as deep craters formed in the earth, creating a massive depression over a meter deep in mere moments. Under the purity of his physical form, Qin Ge's Dao power reached an impressive nearly 4,000. Now, with the application of the indestructible Vajra technique, his Dao power has undoubtedly experienced a significant enhancement, directly surpassing 5,000. Although Doflamingo has developed the string fruit to an extraordinary level and has not neglected his haki and physique, he has yet to attain the remarkable heights he would reach during the original narrative. Faced with the overwhelming force of Qin Ge, it was evident that Don Quixote Doflamingo could not gain the upper hand in this clash of strength. In fact, he found himself at a disadvantage. As the two stalemated, their bodies trembled in unison. Qin Ge staggered back over 10 paces, leaving a series of deep footprints, while Doflamingo was violently propelled backward, tumbling over 10 meters before landing unsteadily. His face contorted with shock and rage as he gazed at Qin Ge. Clearly unable to accept that he was losing in a contest of power, his expression darkening ominously. Over the whip, with a swift motion, he pulled back his right arm, causing numerous threads to intertwine and converge, instantly forming a whip resembling thick rope, which shot forth from his palm toward Qin Ge in the blink of an eye. So swift, Qin Ge's expression shifted as he managed to steady himself and raised his blade to block the attack. Bang! The force of the whip exceeded Qin Ge's expectations, slamming against his long knife and unleashing a terrifying surge of power that sent him hurtling away, the blade vibrating under the strain. As he soared through the air, Qin Ge crossed dozens of meters, landing perilously close to the edge of a lake, nearly plunging into the water. Despite this, blood began to seep from the tiger's mouth of his grip on the blade, even with the indomitable defense of his diamond-hard body. He could not entirely withstand the dreadful assault of the whip, resulting in injury. Doflamingo's mastery of the string fruit far surpassed mere haki and physical prowess. In the face of his defeat and strength, he adeptly played to his advantages. Yet, Qin Ge was not an easy adversary. His aura surged as he landed, his expression icy, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he reached out toward a massive boulder nestled in the earth nearby. With a rumble, the enormous rock, standing at least 10 meters tall, akin to a small mountain, was lifted as if by an invisible hand, dirt cascading around it as it ascended into the air. A colossal shadow loomed over the ground as Qin Ge wielded the absorption technique, manipulating the enormous boulder with terrifying force, swinging it down fiercely towards Doflamingo. Whoosh! The meteor-like boulder hurtled forward. Any ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear at the sight, yet Doflamingo merely smirked, deftly conjuring several sharp threads with a flick of his hand. The massive rock was severed mid-air by the elongated threads, falling chaotically around Doflamingo without striking him. Bang, bang, bang. The multi-meter boulders crashed into the ground, creating deep craters and sending tremors through the earth, reverberating with a muted roar. Foot-slicing line. Doflamingo's eyes glinted coldly behind his sunglasses as he unleashed another barrage of fierce threads toward Qin Ge, this time enhanced with the power of Haki. With the amplification from Haki, the threads gained significant offensive and defensive capabilities, far exceeding their previous potency. Sensing the danger through his observation Haki, Qin Ge acted with utmost caution. He chose not to withstand the attack, instead channeling his chakra to exhibit extraordinary speed, swiftly leaping away from his original position. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The purplish-black threads sliced through the air, wildly sweeping toward the beautiful lake, creating long, narrow fissures on the water's surface that extended for dozens of meters. Resembling a shattered mirror. Lion slash. As he evaded the attack, Qin Ge countered with ferocity, his gaze sharp. He clawed with his left hand, unleashing a tremendous radiance akin to a lion's claw toward Doflamingo. Spider's nest. Doflamingo remained unfazed, his left hand flicking out as countless threads erupted from his palm, swiftly weaving into a colossal spider web before him. The formidable lion's claw slashed against the resilient web, producing a cacophony of cutting sounds that caused the web to sway violently, yet it could not sever the multitude of entangled threads. As Qin Ge landed on the ground, witnessing this, he frowned and, with agile movements, leaped onto the surface of the lake. Sheathing his long knife, he brought both hands together, bending down to strike the water's surface, unleashing an icy aura through his ice release technique. Boom! Columns of water erupted explosively to either side, transforming into frigid ice in an instant, manifesting as two nearly 20-meter-long ice dragons that spiraled and roared as they dove toward Doflamingo. With the continuous development of his ice release, Qin Ge was no longer confined to merely awakened techniques. He had also engaged in specialized studies of ice-based assaults. The two ice dragons he summoned were his renowned double dragon execution technique. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to execute such a technique with ease. But positioned above the lake, where water was abundant, his ice release could undoubtedly unleash its full potential. In the intelligence gathered by Doflamingo, there is, of course, information regarding Qin Ge's possession of a superhuman devil fruit ability akin to the ice fruit. Upon witnessing the colossal twin ice dragons descending upon him, Doflamingo promptly retracted the spider web that had shielded him and executed a fierce kick known as foot-slicing line. The ice, crystallized from Qin Ge's third stage of ice escape, possessed a hardness comparable to steel. Nevertheless, it proved insufficient against the armed color-infused slashing threats. With a resounding slice, the immense ice dragons were instantly severed into multiple segments, akin to slaughtered beasts. At that moment, a sudden shout rang out from not far away. It was Qin Ge, standing resolutely upon the water's surface with a chilling demeanor. The fragmented ice dragons, as if provoked, exploded into a shower of shards, transforming into sharp ice spikes that rained down upon Doflamingo like a tempest. Alarmed by this unforeseen turn of events, Doflamingo's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated, enveloping himself in a dark purple hue of armed color. However, the relentless barrage of ice spikes ultimately overwhelmed Doflamingo, engulfing him in a blizzard of frost. The area within a 10-meter radius around him was shrouded in a flurry of icy shards, accompanied by the incessant sounds of impact and shattering. After a prolonged interval, as the storm of ice spikes subsided, the ground was left studded with jagged ice formations resembling a hedgehog, while the drifting ice particles began to dissipate. Emerging from the remnants of ice, Doflamingo, his flamboyant flamingo coat now reduced to scattered crimson feathers and his garments in tatters, wore a grim expression. Qin Ge furrowed his brow. Despite Doflamingo's apparent disarray, it was evident that he had sustained no significant injuries apart from the damage to his clothing. This left Qin Ge feeling a tinge of regret, for the power of his third stage ice escape fell short, particularly against an adept user of armed color, revealing its inadequacies and offensive capability. Had it been otherwise, that strike might have at least inflicted some harm upon his adversary. Despite his lack of physical wounds, Doflamingo's evident distress and frustration were palpable. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of pressure radiated from him as he unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the surrounding air to tremble and sending a shockwave through Qin Ge's psyche. Although not rendered unconscious, Qin Ge felt a profound mental oppression, as if a layer of dust had settled upon his mind, dulling his senses. He recognized that the overwhelming presence emanating from Doflamingo was the conqueror's haki, a form of power that could only be awakened within oneself. Doflamingo's display of conqueror's haki was not without purpose. It aimed to psychologically subdue Qin Ge, instilling fear beneath the weight of his formidable aura. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this haki, Doflamingo abruptly withdrew the armed color that enveloped him and, like a bolt of lightning, surged towards the lakeshore closest to Qin Ge. In his rapid advance, a massive thread-like pillar materialized in Doflamingo's hand, stretching taut like a rubber band as he propelled himself forward. Super Strike Whip. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Doflamingo swung the immense thread pillar with tremendous force, launching it with astonishing speed and impact, akin to a spring uncoiling, aimed directly at Qin Ge. The rushing thread soared over the lake, its terrifying momentum causing the water's surface to fracture as if it had been struck, swiftly approaching Qin Ge. The Super Strike Whip was an upgraded version of the Strike Whip, far surpassing its predecessor in both speed and power. Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Ge's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. Ice Escape, Ice Rock Fortress. With a swift hand gesture, ice erupted forth, and while retreating, he summoned forth a massive ice wall over a meter thick and several meters high. However, the broad ice wall proved no match for the oncoming Super Strike Whip. It shattered upon impact, allowing the attack to surge towards the retreating Qin Ge. His pupils constricted. Qin Ge raised his blade in defense, activating his indestructible technique to its utmost limit. The colossal thread pillar collided violently with his blade, unleashing a deafening wave of force that sent shockwaves through the air, stirring the water of the lake into tumultuous waves. Despite his best efforts, the overwhelming force of the Super Strike Whip sent Qin Ge hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball. In an instant, he was propelled nearly 100 meters, crossing the lake and crashing into the trees on the opposite bank. The resounding thuds echoed through the forest as he collided with tree trunks, causing branches and leaves to scatter wildly in the aftermath. As Qin Ge plummeted from a height of over 100 meters, he ultimately collided violently with a colossal boulder nestled among the trees. Accompanied by a resounding crash, countless fragments of stone erupted, as the formidable rock could not withstand the force Qin Ge bore, shattering into a pile of rubble and burying him within. In the very next moment, a terrifying force erupted from the debris, sending shards of rock scattering like bullets, pummeling the nearby trees into a state of disarray. Qin Ge emerged from the rubble, yet his condition was evidently dire. As the explosion of stones jolted him, the movement exacerbated his injuries, and he immediately coughed up crimson blood, staining his front with a vivid scarlet. His complexion was pale, and the golden sheen of his indestructible form had dulled significantly, resembling shattered porcelain with visible cracks. It was clear that he had sustained grave injuries. With a swift motion, sharp threads surged forth, and despite the agony that coursed through him, Qin Ge could not afford to dwell on the worsening of his wounds. He hastily extricated himself from the debris to evade the impending danger. The earth was carved by the slicing threads, creating a labyrinth of fissures, while nearby trees were severed cleanly, revealing smooth, cut surfaces. I must commend you for your resilience in this battle, but the game has come to an end. The relentless Doflamingo descended from above, employing his aerial prowess. And with a mocking laugh, he raised his leg to deliver a foot slice aimed at Qin Ge. Gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Ge pivoted and unleashed a fierce slash infused with radiant energy. Beneath the concentrated might of armed haki, sharp threads ruthlessly tore through the blade's aura, inflicting deep gashes upon Qin Ge's golden form. Blood erupted, as the injuries severely diminished his defenses, leaving him with grievous wounds that laid bare his bones. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, Qin Ge betrayed no signs of weakness. Leveraging the momentum of the thread's assault, he swiftly retreated, establishing a safe distance while panting heavily, his gaze fixed intently upon his adversary. 3 blades of Abaddon. The already fractured longsword, precariously held together by his will, erupted with a terrifying bloodlust, as Qin Ge unleashed a ferocious horizontal slash. The crimson blade aura, resembling a blood-drenched crescent moon, stretched 10 zhang in length, suffused with a suffocating ferocity, surged violently toward Doflamingo. Yet, his resistance proved futile. Although the 3 blades of Abaddon were mightier than the dominance of the world, Doflamingo merely scoffed. weaving his hands to conjure an enormous spider's web. The blood-red blade aura collided with the web, fraying and entangling, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless threads shot forth by Doflamingo, dissipating into a tumultuous wave of energy in the void. Had he reached his limit? Qin Ge gasped for breath, the pain from his wounds escalating, yet his mind remained resolute. Utilizing his observation haki, he discerned the incoming threats, skillfully evading them without regard for the great tree behind him that was pierced through. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, retracting the aura enveloping his longsword. Crack! The once formidable blade, now devoid of his energy, shattered into countless fragments, clattering to the ground. Have you surrendered your resistance? It appears you have embraced despair, Doflamingo remarked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Surrender? You underestimate me. This test has merely concluded. Qin Ge spoke with a calm demeanor. Anger surged within Doflamingo, his veins bulging as he laughed maniacally. How arrogant. Do you consider me a mere tool for your strength assessment? Or do you believe you still have a chance to survive? Congratulations, you are correct. To me, you are merely an instrument to gauge my power. A smirk graced Qin Ge's lips, his disdain unmistakable. If Doflamingo believed he had the upper hand, Qin Ge was more than willing to deliver a biting retort. Swoosh. In response, a barrage of sharp threads shot forth, but Qin Ge, already prepared, deftly evaded, leaving behind only a landscape marred with deep fissures. Ice release, mirror ice crystal. As he dodged, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning an array of ice mirrors from all directions, seamlessly blending into the reflections behind him. Doflamingo, I am curious as to how you are so aware of my movements, or perhaps which spy you have embedded within the Navy. The mirrors multiplied rapidly, exceeding hundreds in mere moments, and Qin Ge's voice echoed from all angles, rendering his precise location indiscernible. The testing island was over an hour's journey from Marineford, a fact Qin Ge was acutely aware of. From the moment he laid eyes on Doflamingo, he had already plotted his escape. He did not believe that the Navy would remain oblivious to the commotion. Thus, the moment Doflamingo revealed himself, reinforcements would undoubtedly be dispatched. 1 hour, neither too long nor too short. With the mirror ice crystal as his trump card, Qin Ge was confident that even if he were to falter, he could easily extricate himself. His decision to delay his retreat stemmed from his desire to regard Doflamingo as a mere tool for gauging his own capabilities, as well as to hone his combat skills. Doflamingo offered no response, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he surveyed the multitude of emerging ice mirrors, then unleashed his razor-sharp threads to shred them apart. However, the destruction of the mirrors could not keep pace with their creation. Qin Ge continually utilized the reflections to navigate among them, evading detection, while observation haki could sense the presence of life. Once Qin Ge melded into the ice mirrors, his aura intertwined with theirs, rendering him undetectable by mere perception. Just as in the world of Naruto, where sensing techniques exist, the mirror ice crystal, being a secret art of ice release, possessed extraordinary capabilities. If it could be easily disowned, it would hardly merit the title of a secret art. After shattering numerous ice mirrors, not only did they fail to locate Qin Ge, but they also found the surrounding ice mirrors multiplying. Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression darkened. He was no fool and had quickly noticed the unusual nature of the ice mirrors. This was no ordinary freezing attack, and he had lost his lock on Qin Ge. So this is your strategy. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. Doflamingo spoke in a low voice, his inner turmoil evident. What had initially appeared to be a certain victory had now transformed into a dire situation, a catastrophic outcome for Doflamingo, who had come specifically to eliminate Qin Ge. From their recent battle, Qin Ge's displayed power was even more threatening than he had anticipated. If he could not eliminate him swiftly, granting Qin Ge more time would undoubtedly make him even more perilous. Doflamingo knew he had already taken action, and after today's conflict, animosity was undeniably established between them. He did not believe that Qin Ge would refrain from seeking revenge in the future. Qin Ge Allen, do you think that just because I cannot kill you, I am powerless? There are other students from the main military academy on this island. Are they not your classmates? If you do not come out, I would not hesitate to slaughter everyone on this island. Doflamingo threatened ominously. What a juvenile threat, Doflamingo. It appears I have overestimated you. You are not as formidable as I envisioned. Go ahead and kill if you wish. Do you truly believe that the bonds of camaraderie outweigh one's own life? Qin Ge's scornful laughter echoed in the air, exhibiting utter disdain for Doflamingo's menace. Is that so? Do you not care if that girl, Nico Robin, is killed? Doflamingo's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he spoke coldly. Concealed within the ice mirrors, Qin Ge's gaze turned icy as well, his voice drifting like a ghost. You may attempt it. You have killed my people, yet I can just as easily take the lives of yours. Do you dare wager the entire Don Quixote family and your influence forged in the North Sea? The lives of other classmates did not concern Qin Ge, but Robin was undoubtedly an exception. While Doflamingo used Robin as leverage, Qin Ge could rationally choose to ignore him. Yet he would undoubtedly seek vengeance later, a taboo in his heart. Qin Ge's voice remained calm, yet it carried an unsettling intensity that rendered Doflamingo momentarily silent. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Beyond strength, Qin Ge's mental acuity was unlike that of his peers or indeed most individuals in this world. As a formidable figure, Doflamingo not only discerned the chilling undertones in Qin Ge's words, but also understood that if he truly killed the girl named Nico Robin, he would face dire consequences. Damn it, my development of the string fruit is still lacking. I must create techniques capable of ensnaring my enemies. After a brief silence, Doflamingo's heart brimmed with frustration and darkness. He dared not risk everything, yet he found himself unable to eliminate Qin Ge, a disgraceful humiliation for him. His string fruit had yet to reach the level it would achieve in the original timeline. The ability Birdcage, which could envelop an entire island, had not yet been developed. Otherwise, he would have used it to trap Qin Ge long ago. Though unaware of this shortcoming, Qin Ge was not without precautions. While continuously forming ice mirrors, he had secretly created a linear ice mirror passage. Should Doflamingo attempt to employ a technique akin to Birdcage, he would immediately retreat from the island. Time had passed since their battle began. Although naval reinforcements had not yet arrived, Doflamingo understood that he could not eliminate the threat posed by Qin Ge at this moment. Qin Ge Allen, consider this your stroke of luck. However, the next time we meet will herald your descent into true hell. Doflamingo snorted coldly, propelling himself upward and swiftly disappearing into the distance. The next encounter? Perhaps it will be you who experiences hell then. A dispassionate voice reverberated through the air, uncertain if Doflamingo could hear it. Although Doflamingo had departed, Qin Ge did not emerge from the ice mirrors. He remained fused with them, wary of a potential counterattack. The commotion from their battle was significant, and the students scattered across the island were undoubtedly aware. However, the sheer intensity of the conflict led them to avoid the area. Those who made it into the main military academy were true elites, and faced with the unknown danger, they wisely chose to steer clear rather than foolishly investigate. Similarly, the naval personnel stationed on the island, upon noticing Doflamingo's departure, swiftly dispatched units to signal flares and began gathering all students. Contacting the naval headquarters was imperative. Reinforcements had already set out upon discovering Doflamingo's presence, with Zephyr and Aokiji leading the charge, clearly indicating the seriousness of the situation. When the arriving warships reached the deserted island, only then did Qin Ge truly relax, dissipating the magical ice mirrors and making his way to the assembly point. Alan, what happened to you? Upon Qin Ge's appearance, Robin, already present, was taken aback and rushed to his side. Qin Ge's condition was dire. He bore cuts from the strings, and his clothes were stained with blood, presenting the image of someone who had endured a brutal battle. Robin, who had harbored a sense of foreboding during the assembly, quickly connected the dots upon witnessing Qin Ge's appearance, especially since the naval forces had indicated a powerful enemy had invaded the island. It's nothing. Just a bit exhausted and fatigued. There is no need to panic. Qin Ge managed a weak smile, though his pallor was evident, and he swayed unsteadily, betraying his frail state. Having already sustained severe injuries and sustained the prolonged release of ice, he had reached his limit. That he had not lost consciousness was a testament to his tenacity. Medic, hurry and treat him. Zephyr, just stepping onto the island and seeing the bloodied Qin Ge, was alarmed and shouted urgently. The ship's medics rushed to Qin Ge's side without delay. After a brief treatment for his injuries, Qin Ge was placed on a stretcher and, under Robin's anxious watch, was carried aboard the warship, preparing to return to headquarters for more comprehensive treatment. Zephyr observed the severely wounded Qin Ge being taken away, his expression undeniably grim. Qin Ge was undoubtedly his most valued student, and witnessing such grievous injuries inflicted upon him stirred deep anger within Zephyr. The perpetrator had been identified as Don Quixote Doflamingo from the North Sea. However, his unique status necessitated a cautious approach. Teacher Zephyr, we may need to convene a meeting upon our return to headquarters to address this incident, Kazan interjected. Aware of Doflamingo's background as a former celestial dragon, given Doflamingo's exceptional identity, it was imperative to proceed with vigilance. Yes, I understand, Zephyr replied darkly, nodding in acknowledgement. After confirming that the other students were unharmed, he boarded the warship to assess Qin Ge's condition. Days later, in a hospital room at Marie Fort, Qin Ge sat quietly on his bed, his body swathed in bandages, engrossed in a book on the philosophy of swordsmanship. He paid little mind to the subsequent developments regarding Doflamingo, choosing instead to focus on his recovery. To comprehend the breadth of all things, how enigmatic, he mused. Yet he recognized the profound value of studying the art of swordsmanship in this world. As he turned the pages of the book, a sense of reflection washed over him. His battle with Doflamingo had starkly highlighted his shortcomings and ignited a fervent desire for self-improvement. Though temporarily hindered from physical training due to his injuries, his pursuit of knowledge remained unimpeded. Thus, during these days of recuperation, Qin Ge seized the opportunity, leveraging Zephyr's connections to delve into the methods of swordsmanship. In the world of One Piece, there existed a group known as swordsmen, wielding formidable power through the mastery of the sword art. Zephyr's extensive network within the Navy was unquestionable, and the headquarters harbored numerous adept practitioners of swordsmanship. At the behest of Qin Ge, Zfa readily acquiesced to the request. After all, in his understanding, Qin Ge was already well-versed in the art of swordsmanship, and now sought to deepen his knowledge. Zfa, with his extensive connections, effortlessly procured invaluable swordsmanship manuscripts and books from numerous masters within the Navy, treasures that were deemed precious to the outside world. In the past few days of delving into the knowledge of swordsmanship, Qin Ge has developed a much clearer understanding of the sword arts within this world, and has also drawn considerable inspiration. The term swordsman is merely a collective designation in the numerous accounts Qin Ge has perused. Swordsmen can be categorized into three distinct tiers: the swordsman, the swordmaster, and the grand swordmaster. The swordsman exists at the most rudimentary level of swordsmanship, having yet to grasp the realm of iron cutting. The swordmaster, on the other hand, has attained the iron cutting realm, capable of severing steel even with a mere ordinary iron blade, and their cutting waves are immensely powerful. As for the grand swordmaster, they are even more formidable. Having comprehended a level that transcends iron cutting, individuals who reach this pinnacle are undoubtedly true warriors, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas with ease. For instance, during the battle atop the original narrative, the renowned Grand Sword Master, Hawkeye, effortlessly cleaved through the massive iceberg formed by Akiji's frozen tsunami with a single stroke. This iceberg towered over 500 meters and spanned over 1,000 meters in width, and given Akiji's mastery over the ice-ice fruit, its strength undoubtedly surpassed that of steel. Hawkeye's ability to slice through the iceberg vividly showcased the terrifying prowess of a Grand Sword Master, leaving countless witnesses in awe. Although many perceive Qin Ge as a swordsman, he has never actually practiced the swordsmanship of this world. The techniques of dominance in the three blades of the abyss belong to the realm of martial arts, and the blade aura is not derived from this world's swordsmanship but is instead a manifestation of internal energy. The swordsmanship here is distinct. It revolves around the comprehension of swordsmanship realms and the formidable cutting waves that arise from them. These cutting waves are, in essence, a vacuum blade created by powerful force and speed and friction with the air, which is also the origin of the Galefoot's cutting wave within the Marine Six styles. However, there exists a difference between swordsmanship cutting waves and Galefoot cutting waves. The enhancement of swordsmanship realms undoubtedly renders the cutting waves more concentrated and sharp. Qin Ge's burgeoning interest in swordsmanship, even to the extent of commissioning Zephyr to gather methods for its cultivation, stems from a profound reason. Be it the martial blade aura or the swordsmanship cutting wave, both ultimately pursue the art of sharpness and cutting. Qin Ge aspires to learn swordsmanship to enhance his own blade techniques, even contemplating the fusion of swordsmanship cutting waves with martial blade auras to forge a unique art of sharpness that belongs solely to him. Of course, this remains merely a hope at present. For such aspirations to materialize, he must first master swordsmanship. It seems he must find a way to expedite his recovery. With a new goal in mind, Qin Ge felt invigorated and began contemplating the matter of his recovery. Although his physique has long surpassed the ordinary through rigorous training, complete recovery from his injuries would still require at least half a month to a month of rest. Evidently, Qin Ge is unwilling to squander such an extensive period confined to a hospital bed, and after some reflection, he swiftly devised a solution. "Alan, I have come to see you." Just as Qin Ge was preparing to take action, a delicate figure entered through the hospital room door, none other than the caring Robin. Upon seeing Robin's arrival, Qin Ge momentarily set aside his thoughts, surprised, and remarked, "Why have you come so early today? The military academy's training should not have concluded yet." It was just past noon, and logically, students were not permitted to leave until the evening after their training sessions had finished. Robin approached the bedside, first checking on Qin Ge's recovery. Satisfied with the progress, she explained, "Did you forget? Following the conclusion of the annual competition, the school grants a month-long break. Although the schedule was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, today marks the official start of the vacation. Hearing her explanation, Qin Ge was taken aback, yet he inquired, "What about the results of the annual competition?" The final survival assessment was abruptly halted. Is the school not planning to conduct a retest? No. The scores for the survival assessment were adjusted to reflect the results from 3 days prior to the conclusion. They have not announced any plans for a retest. However, Alan, you truly are remarkable. Despite the early termination, your score still ranks first. Robin shook her head in admiration. Qin Ge pondered this. It appeared that the Navy was cautious following the attack by Don Quixote da Flamingo, hence their decision against a retest. Nevertheless, this was acceptable to him as he had lost much interest in the so-called assessment. With the time available, he preferred to focus on cultivation instead. A month-long break? Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to visit the Sabaody archipelago. Qin Ge mused. Although the enemies he faced were growing increasingly potent, he felt it was time to seek a renowned blade for himself. The Sabaody archipelago often hosted significant auction events where famous blades frequently appeared as auction items, making it an ideal place for his quest. However, he must first wait for his injuries to heal before heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Robin, please assist me in handling the discharge procedures. I need to leave the hospital. Qin Ge instructed. Discharge? But Alan, your injuries have yet to heal. Robin exclaimed, visibly startled. It's all right. My discharge is to facilitate a quicker recovery. You need not worry. I would never jeopardize my health. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, Robin ultimately chose to trust Qin Ge, leaving the room to attend to the discharge formalities. Naturally, the process proved somewhat cumbersome, particularly since Zephyr had specifically instructed the doctors to ensure Qin Ge received thorough treatment, marking him as a special patient. However, under Qin Ge's insistence, the doctors could not obstruct the procedure and ultimately granted him an early discharge. After more than an hour, Qin Ge finally emerged from the hospital, albeit in a wheelchair, which Robin had insisted upon, pushing him out with determination. Under the guidance of Qin Ge, Robin pushed him, seated in a wheelchair, directly to the slaughterhouse. Upon locating Shiza and providing an explanation, over a dozen ferocious beasts confined within cages were placed in a structure reminiscent of a warehouse. After reassuring Robin to remain calm, Qin Ge entered the enclosed building alone. Although both Shiza and Robin were curious about Qin Ge's intentions, they refrained from inquiring further and patiently awaited outside. The menacing roars reverberated within the warehouse-like edifice as Qin Ge, undeterred by the ferocious growls, approached one of the cells with an air of detachment. You shall serve as the first subject for my experiment, Qin Ge declared, his expression indifferent, as he activated his unique absorption technique and reached into the cage to seize the beast. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force erupted instantaneously, rendering the beast utterly defenseless as it was drawn towards him, its body colliding with Qin Ge's outstretched hand. A tempest of violent energy surged around them. The beast, once filled with wrath, trembled violently as fear flickered in its feral eyes. The absorption technique was not merely a means to draw upon internal energy and martial prowess. It could also siphon the essence of life from others. This essence, the very foundation of existence, was not exclusive to humanity. Any living creature with flesh and blood possessed it. The absence of any component would equate to a state of death. At that moment, Qin Ge was actively siphoning the essence from the beast within the cage, causing it to feel its strength wane and its body wither. In mere moments, a violent force erupted, and the creature within the cage exploded, yet oddly enough, there was no splatter of flesh. It disintegrated into drifting ashes instead. Under the relentless extraction of vitality, not even a corpse would remain. Everything would dissolve into nourishment for Qin Ge. After absorbing the essence of the fierce beast, Qin Ge felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, invigorating him and rendering his cells unusually active. Indeed, could this be possible? Noticing the transformation within him, particularly the tingling sensation emanating from his wounds, a subtle smile graced his face. He was well aware that the absorption technique could siphon vitality. Yet this was his inaugural attempt at drawing such essence, and the experience was undeniably wondrous and potent. Although the true capacity for refinement and absorption was limited to approximately 1/20th of the total essence, the vitality itself was a substantial boon. As the fundamental essence of life, the strength of one's vitality reflected their overall state. A robust vitality indicated a flourishing life force, whereas a weakened state signified a decline in life energy. For ordinary individuals, vitality could be enhanced not only by innate qualities but also through cultivation. With the absorption technique at his disposal, Qin Ge could undoubtedly expedite his enhancement through the act of siphoning. Having drawn the essence from a lowly beast, even if only 1/20th was absorbed, it was sufficient to significantly bolster Qin Ge's life energy. However, his primary objective in harnessing this vitality was to accelerate his recovery from injuries. Thus, as the warmth enveloped him, he consciously directed the absorbed essence towards his wounds. The results were swiftly apparent, under the nurturing influence of the vitality. Qin Ge's injuries healed at an extraordinary pace. Sensing his restoration, Qin Ge felt immense satisfaction. At this rate, provided he acquired enough essence, complete recovery was surely imminent. Without hesitation, Qin Ge proceeded to the second cell, ready to commence the process anew. Half an hour later, Qin Ge emerged from the chamber, his complexion radiant. In stark contrast to the weakened figure that had entered, he now exuded vitality, despite still being wrapped in numerous bandages. What was happening? Shiza gazed at Qin Ge in astonishment, perplexed by the transformation that had occurred in just over half an hour. Robin shared a similar sentiment. Filled with curiosity over Qin Ge's sudden revitalization, Qin Ge, however, offered no explanations. After greeting Shiza, he departed with Robin. After Qin Ge's departure, Shiza naturally entered the building to investigate. However, the fierce beast that had been brought inside was no longer present, leaving him in ignorance of Qin Ge's remarkable recovery method. Yet, being an astute individual, Shiza recognized Qin Ge as a future asset and chose to keep this matter buried deep within his heart, treating it as a clandestine secret. In truth, Qin Ge harbored no fear of Shiza disclosing this information, for his methods had gone unseen, and this world was replete with miracles. Even if others were to learn of it, it would merely add an air of mystery around him, ultimately serving to intimidate. In the following days, Qin Ge diligently visited the slaughterhouse to absorb the essence of the beasts, nurturing his body. Remarkably, within just a few days, his injuries healed at an astonishing pace. Moreover, through the substantial intake of vitality, not only did his wounds mend, but his own vigor also surged. While it may not be said that his strength had enhanced, his life energy had undoubtedly increased, allowing Qin Ge to truly grasp the formidable nature of the absorption technique. Even in a world devoid of martial prowess, the ability to siphon the essence from adversaries was sufficient to fortify his foundation, indirectly bolstering his strength. Of course, while the absorption of essence was vital, the acquisition of suitable weaponry was equally crucial. With his injuries healed, Qin Ge felt no reservations and decided to head straight to the Sabaody archipelago. The proximity of Mariehua to the Sabaody archipelago ensured a flow of merchant vessels between the two. Initially intending to go alone, Qin Ge found himself accompanied by Robin, who insisted on joining him, thus bringing the young girl along. Despite the looming threat of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Qin Ge believed that since the latter had opted for withdrawal, he would refrain from acting against him unless he was certain of annihilating him. After purchasing tickets and boarding a merchant ship, Qin Ge and Robin set sail for the Sabaody archipelago. The journey proceeded without incident, as this maritime region lay close to the Navy headquarters, deterring any reckless behavior. In just a couple of hours, the merchant vessel docked at the port of Island 40. The Sabaody archipelago comprises numerous islands, each designated with specific numbers indicating their respective attributes. Islands 1 to 29 are primarily known for human trafficking and illicit activities. Islands 30 to 39 host attractions like the Bubble Park. Islands 40 to 49 are designated for sightseeing and specialty shops. Islands 50 to 59 are home to shipyards and craftsmen. Islands 60 to 69 serve as naval stations and government entrances. Islands 70 to 79 are primarily known for their streets events. After disembarking with the little girl, Qin Ge resolutely set his course towards the lawless zone of areas 1 to 29. The unique geographical location of the Sabaody archipelago has given rise to a peculiar environment. Areas 1 to 29 can be regarded as a paradise of vice, beyond the jurisdiction of both the Navy and the world government. Once entering this lawless zone, the individuals one encounters are either rogues or pirates, with even the most seemingly benign individuals harboring darker intentions. The appearance of the youthful duo, Qin Ge and Robin, inevitably attracted some trouble. For instance, the lurking slave traders eyed them as potential prey, perceiving them as easy targets. With a swift punch, Qin Ge sent a slave trader, who attempted to ambush him from behind with a sack, flying several meters away, his head exploding like a watermelon midair. "Do you wish to live or die?" Qin Ge retracted his fist, arms crossed nonchalantly, completely unfazed by his earlier brutality, casting a sidelong glance at the remaining slave traders frozen in place. These traders, now wishing to weep, lamented their ignorance of the true nature of the seemingly innocent youth before them, who was, in fact, a demon in human guise. With their leader's head having been obliterated, they realized their fate was sealed and thus began to beg for mercy. "Please, spare us," they cried, falling to their knees, tears and snot streaming down their faces in despair. Robin, standing nearby, took a few steps back, disgusted, fearing her newly purchased attire would be sullied by their tears and mucus. "Enough of this pretense. Lead me to the largest casino in the area," Qin Ge commanded coldly, causing the trembling men to immediately cease their pleas and eagerly guide him ahead. Although these slave traders were the dregs of this lawless territory, they possessed a keen understanding of the area and soon led Qin Ge to the entrance of an opulent casino. Qin Ge had come to the casino with the intention of amassing wealth. High-quality swords were exceedingly expensive, and he had only a few 100,000 berries left. To secure a prized blade at the auction house, he needed to harness the power of ill-gotten riches. "Considering your compliance, I shall grant you a swift end," he declared, as he assessed their usefulness. With a flick of his fingers, sharp ice spikes materialized and swiftly pierced the foreheads of the slave traders, akin to bullets. While he was no saint, his hands stained with blood, he held a particular disdain for slave traders, especially as these men had intended to capture him and Robin for sale. Robin wholeheartedly supported Qin Ge's actions against the slave traders. She too harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them, without a care for the corpses left behind or the horrified onlookers. Qin Ge calmly took the little girl's hand and stepped into the dazzling casino. The casino exuded an extravagant brilliance, a testament to the opulence that attracts the affluent. After exchanging 100,000 berries for chips, Qin Ge began to survey the scene. Despite the myriad of unfamiliar gambling methods due to the world's diversity, most shared commonalities, sparing him from considerable trouble. "Shall we indulge in some entertainment?" Qin Ge suggested, glancing at Robin, as he retrieved 5 chips from his stack. Each chip represented 10,000 berries. Although he was left with half the amount after giving 5 to Robin, his exceptional gambling skills rendered him unconcerned. "No, I'll just observe," Robin replied, shaking her head. As a good girl, she had no intention of engaging in gambling and was somewhat apprehensive that Qin Ge might squander all his money. With a nonchalant shrug, Qin Ge reclaimed the chips and casually examined the surroundings before approaching one of the gaming tables dedicated to dice. A half-hour later, the crowd around the table surged, the bunny-suited dealer sweating profusely, casting pleading glances at the self-assured Qin Ge seated opposite her. Before him lay a mountain of chips, ranging from 1,000 to 100,000 berries, amounting to over 50 million in total. Robin's earlier worries had vanished, and she now gazed at Qin Ge with admiration, as if he were a deity of gambling, dominating the table. "I bet on small," Qin Ge announced with a light chuckle, pushing 1 million berries into the small section as the dice were shaken. "I'll bet 10,000 berries on small," another player chimed in, excitement palpable in the air as the anticipation of wealth loomed. Upon witnessing Qin Ge's wager, the crowd around the gaming table erupted with excitement, hastily placing their chips on the same bet as if fearing the loss of a golden opportunity to reap profits. Indeed, it was a chance for easy gains, as Qin Ge had already won countless times, emerging victorious in every round. The onlookers undoubtedly regarded Qin Ge as a deity of the casino, leaving them with no rationale to refrain from following suit. The casino manager, positioned behind the dealer, incessantly wiped the perspiration from his brow, acutely aware that continued losses would spell his doom at the hands of the proprietor. The dealer, equally apprehensive, resorted to underhanded tactics in an attempt to alter the outcome within the dice cup. However, curiously, each time the dice were manipulated, Qin Ge would instantaneously adjust his betting area, as if possessing the uncanny ability to predict the results. To serve as a dealer in a casino, one must inherently possess a commendable skill in gambling, for the establishment's purpose is to accumulate wealth rather than distribute it. Qin Ge's previous performances unequivocally demonstrated his formidable gambling prowess, effortlessly overshadowing the dealer's capabilities. Amidst the incessant clamoring of the guests, the dealer, with a sense of resignation, opened the dice cup, revealing the inevitable outcome: 3 dice showing 1, 2, and 3, denoting a small win. Once again victorious. "Huh, I knew it. Following the elder brother guarantees a feast, and fortune smiles upon us today. At last, it seems I am poised to reap a handsome profit." Upon witnessing the result of small, the participants in the wager erupted in jubilant cheers, casting admiring and flattering glances towards Qin Ge, who sat composedly at the table. "Ahem, esteemed guest, greetings. I am the manager of this casino. Might I inquire if you are interested in participating in our VIP gambling hall, where the stakes are considerably higher? Seeing the losses piling up on his side, the casino manager could no longer remain seated. He approached Qin Ge with eager anticipation in his eyes. The manager hoped that Qin Ge would engage in the higher stakes, as he sought to prevent a multitude of followers from causing significant losses to the casino. However, the surrounding patrons were clearly displeased. With Qin Ge present, they enjoyed a winning streak, but should he transition to the VIP area, their prospects for profit would dwindle. Yet, it was evident that Qin Ge had little regard for their sentiments. He was here to amass wealth, and a venue with elevated stakes was an opportunity he was keen to explore. After winning 10 million berries, Qin Ge, under the respectful invitation of the casino manager, accompanied Robin to the VIP area on the second floor of the casino. Upon entering the lavishly decorated private room, they were greeted by a large gambling table surrounded by 7 individuals, along with several attendants and companions. Esteemed guests, may I present our new arrival? His name is, The casino manager's introduction faltered as he realized he did not know Qin Ge's name. Noticing the casino manager's beseeching glance, Qin Ge smiled gently and said, I am Qin Ge Allen. I've heard that your stakes are quite substantial, so I came to witness it for myself. Oh, it's rare to have a newcomer. You seem rather young, little one. Are you certain you have the means to wager here? Sneered a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a mob boss, a cigar dangling from his lips. Do not speak so hastily. Such a handsome young man is a rare sight. Please, do not scare him away. Chimed in a beautiful woman, akin to a sophisticated matron, her gaze fixed on Qin Ge as if he were her next prize, her tongue playfully sliding across her sensuous red lips. Enough of this idle chatter. My time is precious. Since we have a newcomer, let us take our seats at the table, remarked an elderly gentleman dressed in noble attire seated beside the alluring woman, casting a casual glance at Qin Ge. The remaining 4 individuals, though silent, regarded Qin Ge with evident intrigue, clearly fascinated by his youth and the fact that he had gained entry to the VIP section. As the conversations unfolded around the gaming table, the casino manager took it upon himself to introduce Qin Ge to the identities of the individuals present. The first to speak was a portly gentleman named Lou Field, a prominent figure in the realm of usury, known for his notorious reputation. The elegant woman, known as Cheryl, held the esteemed title of the Queen of Pleasure Street, a famed establishment. The aristocratic elder, dressed in fine attire, was identified as Clarence, a noble from the kingdom of the Great Waterway, possessing substantial wealth. The remaining individuals were equally affluent or noble, each with a noteworthy status. It was only fitting. For those who could enter the VIP area and engage in high-stakes gambling were undoubtedly individuals of considerable means and influence. Even Qin Ge, having triumphed in the lower stakes, had earned his invitation. Intrigued by the introductions, a playful glint appeared in Qin Ge's eyes. Lou Field seemed to be a character from the original narrative, having been invited as a significant guest by Charlotte Lin Lin, also known as Big Mom, to the wedding of Sanji and Pudding. However, at that time, Lou Field had already ascended to the pinnacle of the usury industry, while now he had yet to claim that dominion. As for the Queen of Pleasure Street, it appeared that Cheryl was not the same as the one from the original tale, likely a predecessor. Yet, it was not Lou Field or Cheryl that captured Qin Ge's keen interest. Rather, it was another individual seated to the left of the aristocratic elder. Qin Ge's gaze flickered with intrigue as he recognized a rather unconventional figure in the casino setting. This person, unlike the others adorned in lavish attire, wore remarkably simple clothing, complemented by a pair of wooden clogs. Moreover, his appearance was rather peculiar, a broad face paired with small eyes, which could easily be described as unattractive. However, beneath this unassuming exterior lay an extraordinary identity. He was a member of the Navy, known as T-Pig, a title bestowed upon a select few high-ranking officials. Indeed, this individual, now a candidate eligible for the rank of admiral, was present in the very room, actively participating at the gaming table. Qin Ge was no stranger to T-Pig, as even in the current day, he had risen to the rank of rear admiral and was well regarded within naval circles. Despite his considerable reputation, his penchant for frequenting establishments of ill repute often led to ostracism by his peers. More notably, T-Pig had been rather audacious in his pursuit of the charming Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, which only intensified the animosity he faced from his fellow male officers. Admittedly, encountering T-Pig in the casino surprised Qin Ge initially. However, he quickly found solace in the realization that such behavior was characteristic of T-Pig, making the encounter less astonishing. Just as Qin Ge recognized T-Pig, the latter also identified Qin Ge, a prominent figure within the Navy, celebrated as the most formidable student at the Naval Academy. In truth, this was not the first time T-Pig had laid eyes on Qin Ge. He had witnessed Qin Ge's prowess during the grand competition held for internship placements, thus rendering Qin Ge a familiar presence to him. Upon encountering Qin Ge, the T-Pig was naturally astonished, soon revealing a considerable interest. He had not anticipated that this promising newcomer would grace such a gambling den, especially entering the realm of VIP stakes. Although both recognized each other, neither Qin Ge nor the T-Pig chose to display their awareness, maintaining a mutual understanding. Qin Ge swiftly took his seat at the 8th position. At that moment, the VIP table was engaged in the familiar game of show hand. With the addition of a newcomer, the dealer shuffled the cards anew, a gesture intended to reassure the novice and eliminate any possibility of deceit. During the shuffling, while Qin Ge appeared casual, his gaze remained fixed on the dealer's movements, diligently memorizing the cards. He was no deity, despite his exceptional gambling skills. He understood that victory required more than mere luck. Not only was Qin Ge memorizing the cards, but the other players at the table were equally focused on the shuffling process. After all, those daring enough to join a VIP game, apart from possessing substantial capital, surely had a modicum of gambling prowess. Robin, acting as a companion, naturally settled beside Qin Ge, remaining silent to avoid disturbing him. Before long, once the cards were shuffled and the players had placed their ante of 100,000 berries, the game commenced. Qin Ge was fortunate, drawing a face-up ace of hearts. Grasping his concealed card, he sneaked a glance before sealing it away. Quite embarrassingly, he had drawn the highest card upon his arrival, thus, he decided to play modestly. Wagering 10 million berries. With a light chuckle, he casually pushed the 10 million berries worth of chips forward. The other players squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ge's hand. Two of them promptly opted to fold, clearly disheartened by their poor cards and lacking any intent to bluff. Little brat, feeling rather cocky, aren't we? It's just 10 million, scoffed Lou Field, unwilling to be outdone in bravado by a newcomer, especially one so youthful. He chose to call, naturally influenced by his own hand, which boasted a king of spades face-up and a concealed king of diamonds, an impressive combination that warranted his participation. An ace of hearts and a king of spades. What a splendid showdown. But I am not to be outdone. I shall call as well, chirped Cheryl, covering her mouth with a playful laugh, her demeanor equally assertive as she confidently matched the wager. Her visible card was a queen of clubs, with a concealed queen of diamonds, rendering her fearless. Witnessing the two players call and recognizing their formidable hands, the remaining participants hesitated. Eventually, two more opted to fold, including the T-Pig. His hand was dismal, merely 2 scattered cards, and facing a 10 million berry bet right from the outset. He was not wealthy enough, despite his rank as a Navy Major General, with a decent salary and additional earnings from capturing pirates, to frivolously expend such a sum. After the cards were discarded, T-Tun's primary focus naturally shifted to Qin Ge. He was curious to see what confidence Qin Ge had to play so boldly and was intrigued by his presence here. After some deliberation, the last noble elder ultimately chose to fold, leaving only Qin Ge, Cheryl, and Lou Field at the table. Once the bets were placed, the dealer continued to deal the cards. Qin Ge received a 2 of hearts, Cheryl a Q of hearts, and Lou Field a K of clubs. At this moment, Lou Field held the highest hand with 2 kings, thus he initiated the betting. 20 million berries. Lou Field arrogantly pushed a pile of chips forward, casting a provocative glance at Qin Ge and Cheryl. Qin Ge frowned slightly, pondering whether to call. He did. As the queen of Joy Street, Cheryl's resources were substantial, and she was undeterred by Lou Field's intimidation, confidently placing her bet as well. I'll call, Qin Ge declared resolutely, pushing forth his 20 million chips as if he were ready to take a risk. Alan, Robin, anxiously observing from the side, gasped softly, worried that Qin Ge might lose. Qin Ge comfortingly patted her hand, signaling her to relax, which calmed Robin somewhat. The dealer continued to deal. This time, Qin Ge received an ace of hearts, Cheryl a 10 of clubs, and Lou Field a 7 of diamonds. The situation on the table shifted once more. Qin Ge now had 2 aces and a 2 of hearts, Cheryl 2 queens and a 10 of clubs, while Lou Field held 2 kings and a 7 of diamonds, making Qin Ge's hand the strongest. I'm all in, Qin Ge proclaimed, his spirits noticeably lifted as he pushed forward the remaining chips, estimating it to be around 40 million berries. With Qin Ge going all in, it indicated that the 5th card would be dealt next, prompting vigilance from the other 2 players. Little Handsome, are you so confident? Our hands are not lacking. Cheryl flirtatiously batted her eyelashes and probed. Robin glared at her angrily. As a member of the high-stakes crowd, she could easily discern that this alluring vixen was attempting to charm Qin Ge, which made her quite displeased. Since I'm all in, do you think I lack confidence? Qin Ge, clearly unperturbed by the allure of beauty, especially from someone like her, responded nonchalantly. Humph. I don't believe your hand is that good. It's just money. I have plenty of that. Lou Field scoffed, brazenly pushing more chips forward. While Cheryl was also financially secure, she was not as brash as Lou Field. Upon witnessing their confidence, she lowered her head in contemplation before reluctantly folding. Seeing Cheryl fold, Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle internally, relieved to have intimidated her away. Otherwise, it would have become quite challenging. The fifth card was dealt. Qin Ge got a 2 of spades, and Lou Field received a 7 of clubs. Upon seeing his final card was a 7 of clubs, Lou Field felt a sense of relief. His hand comprised 3 kings and 2 sevens. I have 3 pairs. I don't believe you have 3 aces. Unable to raise the stakes any further, Lou Field revealed his hidden cards, looking triumphantly at Qin Ge. You guessed correctly. I do have 3 aces. Qin Ge revealed his hidden card, which was an ace of diamonds, forming a larger 3 of a kind with 2 sevens, gazing at Lou Field with interest. Lou Field's expression darkened. He was indeed outmatched. Ironically, had Cheryl called, Qin Ge would not have obtained the 2 of spades for his 5th card, indicating that the game had been under Qin Ge's control from the very beginning. Impressive skills. I did not expect you to be such a master of the game. Observing the outcome, the noble elder could not help but exclaim, recognizing Qin Ge's extraordinary gambling prowess. Titun, who had been closely monitoring Qin Ge, brightened at the revelation that this promising rookie of the Navy was also a gambling expert. What a remarkable discovery. While Titun frequented casinos, his own skills were merely mediocre. As a gambler, nothing excited him more than encountering a true master. In mere rounds, Qin Ge had amassed over 100 million berries, a considerable fortune indeed. Robin, seated beside him, was all smiles as she helped gather Qin Ge's winnings from the table. The game continued, despite Qin Ge showcasing his exceptional skills in the first round. The atmosphere remained lively and engaging. Qin Ge, of course, did not wish to eliminate all competition, not out of fear of offending anyone, but to avoid scaring off potential opponents, ensuring they would dare to gamble with him. Under his control, there were both wins and losses. However, his chips steadily increased. After more than an hour of play, Qin Ge's total chips reached 500 million berries, making him the undisputed champion of the table. Unfortunately for Lou Field, who had initially challenged Qin Ge, he became the biggest loser, having lost nearly 300 million berries. Truly a stroke of bad luck. This was, of course, Qin Ge's intention. After all, Lou Field had started with such arrogance, despite his youth. He presumed he could casually belittle Qin Ge as a mere child. What a foolish decision. I'm done playing, Lou Field exclaimed angrily, having lost nearly 300 million. He stood up, leaving the private room with a dark scowl, casting one last furious glare at Qin Ge. With Lou Field's departure, the game came to an end. Although the others had not lost as much as he had, they recognized the danger posed by Qin Ge and, unable to continue, left the table in droves. Little handsome, your name is Alan, right? Here is my card. If you're interested, come visit Joy Street. I can offer you a 30% discount. Cheryl, too, was leaving, but not before teasing Qin Ge one last time, handing him her business card. Of course, the card did not remain in Qin Ge's possession for long, as an annoyed Robin snatched it away before it inevitably found its way into the trash. Witnessing Robin's actions brought a smile to Qin Ge's face. The little girl seemed quite perceptive, already understanding the need to guard her interests at such a young age, a testament to his successful upbringing. As Qin Ge requested the attendant in the private room to exchange his winnings for cash, the nonchalant T-Pig, who had not left, approached him. Hey there. If you don't mind, shall we get acquainted? T-Pig remarked with a casual smile. General T-Pig, we are already familiar with each other. Upon seeing T-Pig take the initiative, Qin Ge was more than willing to make his acquaintance, smiling lightly as they shook hands. Haha. I didn't expect to be so well known that even you, the most outstanding student of the military academy, recognized me. T-Pig was momentarily taken aback but quickly comprehended. Bursting into hearty laughter, Qin Ge smiled subtly. He was not particularly surprised that T-Pig recognized him. He casually inquired, I wonder what brings you to seek me out. General T-Pig, surely, it cannot be merely for introductions? T-Pig cleared his throat and replied with a serious demeanor, well, the truth is, I noticed your exceptional gambling skills and desired to seek your counsel. As you may know, I am quite keen on developing the gambling industry. Qin Ge cast a sidelong glance at him, bemused by T-Pig's unabashed demeanor. His reputation for being shameless indeed held true, and his aspiration to develop the gambling sector merely underscored his fondness for gambling. Robin, initially astonished to learn that this individual was a rear admiral, found himself internally scoffing at T-Pig's brazen remarks, labeling him a peculiar figure within the Navy. Nonetheless, while Qin Ge found T-Pig's audacity somewhat amusing, he was still quite willing to forge a connection with him. After all, T-Pig was a candidate for the rank of admiral. Though he had yet to attain that title, his combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable, nearing the pinnacle of strength. Even now, as a rear admiral, T-Pig's capabilities were quite impressive. If the new generation of Navy elites, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, constituted the first echelon, then T-Pig certainly belonged to the second tier, ranking among its finest. With one eager for friendship and the other intent on learning, their ensuing interactions unfolded smoothly. By the time they exited the casino, Qin Ge and T-Pig appeared as if they were the closest of comrades. Behind them, Robin silently observed the two individuals while pushing a cart. However, her mood swiftly brightened upon noticing the several large leather cases atop the cart. These cases were filled with berries, primarily intended for Qin Ge to procure a renowned sword. Nonetheless, Qin Ge had generously allocated 10 million to Robin for her upcoming expenditures. Robin's mind began to wander into delightful fantasies of gourmet delights and fashionable attire. But first, she resolved to acquire a selection of newly released archaeological texts. The prospect of indulging in libations would have to wait, as there were pressing matters to attend to. As the enthusiastic Chadu proposed dining and drinking at a nearby establishment, Qin Ge waved his hand in refusal. He had not forgotten his priorities. Now that funds were sufficient, it was imperative to visit the auction house to ascertain the availability of any notable swords. What matters are at hand? I am no braggart. I am quite familiar with the Sabaody archipelago. Perhaps I could assist you, Chadu declared confidently, thumping his chest. Qin Ge found some solace in this assertion for Chadu, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters and a practitioner of martial arts, undoubtedly possessed considerable connections. Reflecting on this, Qin Ge decided against declining the offer, recognizing that Chadu's eagerness stemmed from a desire to learn gambling techniques, thus creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Indeed, I intend to procure a renowned sword. Hence my visit to the auction house in Sabaody. My presence at the casino is merely to gather funds for this acquisition, Qin Ge succinctly explained. Ah, I see. Renowned swords are indeed rare treasures. Your choice to seek leads in Sabaody is astute. The auction houses here are remarkably capable, often frequented by the celestial dragons in pursuit of rare items. Chadu nodded, then confidently added, I have acquaintances in all the major auction houses here. Fear not. This matter will be entrusted to me. If any establishment possesses the desired item, I will assuredly secure it for you. As he spoke, Chadu retrieved a communication snail from his pocket, promptly initiating contact with an associate. Alan, it seems we are being watched, Robin whispered to Qin Ge, drawing closer as Chadu conversed at the side. Indeed, I sensed their presence long ago. We shall deal with them once they approach, Qin Ge replied calmly. He had certainly noticed their surveillance. In truth, he had been aware of it since exiting the casino. However, he had chosen to remain indifferent until those lurking in the shadows made their move. Before long, Chadu concluded his call and relayed good news to Qin Ge. I have inquired, and it just so happens that one of the auction houses possesses a renowned sword, a large blade at that. However, they have regrettably declined direct delivery. One must participate in the auction to secure it, Chadu elucidated. In this world, swordsmen are not a marginalized group. For them, a renowned sword is akin to a sacred relic. When one becomes available, it inevitably incites fierce competition among countless swordsmen. The auction house, astutely aware of the sword's value, seeks to leverage its allure to entice bids, thereby maximizing profit. An auction, you say? That sounds promising. When does it commence? Qin Ge inquired, unperturbed by the circumstances, merely considering it a modest delay. Should he fail to acquire the sword, he would not mind temporarily adopting a pirate's role. 3 days hence, at noon. Within the Libyo auction house, which ranks third among the auction houses on Sabaody, Chadu informed him. Noted, Qin Ge replied with a slight nod. It appeared that a fierce contest awaited them in 3 days. Naturally, before the auction, some obstacles would need resolution. And Qin Ge cast a sidelong glance at the gathering crowd around them. These individuals were a mix of underworld figures and pirates. all of whom exhibited malice and greed towards Qin Ge. "Hey kid, hand over all your money, or you won't leave here alive," one of them threatened. "Why waste words? Just kill him. All the money will be ours," declared another. "Indeed, my employer promised a bounty of 10 million berries for eliminating this brat." Within moments, over 100 individuals encircled Qin Ge and his companions, treating them as mere prey, their sinister discussions echoing through the air. Chatu, feeling bored, yawned and casually remarked to Qin Ge, "If you need assistance, just let me know." "Huh, mere trifles, hardly worth your intervention. Robin, would you like to practice a bit? If not, I shall handle this directly," Qin Ge replied, surveying the encroaching throng before glancing at Robin. "If Alan intervenes, I won't stand a chance. Let me practice a bit first," Robin declared, confidently stepping forward after releasing her cart. Qin Ge shrugged, allowing Robin the space to engage while he assumed a protective stance. Arms crossed over his chest. Before the ruffians could make their move, Robin took the initiative, crossing her youthful arms before her, her gaze sharpening with determination. 20-petal dance, twisting waist. With petals swirling elegantly in the wind, arms sprouted instantaneously from the crowd, ensnaring the joints of several assailants. Crack, as if performing a dance. The limbs twisted mercilessly, dislocating joints and contorting bodies into grotesque positions, resembling a macabre performance. Though Robin's mastery of the flower fruit was not yet at its peak, she was capable of manifesting 20 arms, and her strength had even surpassed that of the original narrative. "Ah, it hurts," one of the injured cried out. "Cursed demon fruit ability. Charge and kill them," another bellowed in fury. "Damn it, we must act. Slay them." The cries of the dislocated echoed, inciting the remaining thugs to retaliate, rushing towards Robin and Qin Ge, some even drawing firearms to unleash a hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The din of gunfire erupted violently, igniting the battlefield. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind surged, as Qin Ge, standing behind Robin, fixed his steely gaze upon the chaos. He extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying gravitational force. The bullets, overwhelmed by the immense pull, spiraled uncontrollably, swiftly converging towards Qin Ge's grasp, where he molded them into a distorted sphere. Robin's current abilities were insufficient to disregard firearms entirely. Qin Ge had encouraged her engagement to hone her combat skills, not to expose her to danger. Chatu observed Qin Ge with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, clearly captivated by the demonstration of his gravitational prowess. In his impression, although Qin Ge is undoubtedly a wielder of a devil fruit power, it does not align with the abilities he currently exhibits. However, despite his astonishment, Cha Tun would not delve too deeply into the matter. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets, and this world is brimming with countless extraordinary powers. To seek understanding would only serve to multiply one's troubles. As firearms lost their efficacy, the villains were left with no choice but to engage Robin in close combat. A challenge that did not instill fear in her heart. Harnessing the formidable power of her dragon-elephant prajna technique, Robin flitted through the throng like a butterfly, continually unleashing the capabilities of her flower fruit ability. The arena was adorned with vibrant petals swirling in the wind, while arms intertwined in a chaotic dance, causing the assailants to suffer excruciating joint dislocations, their anguished cries echoing throughout. Qin Ge did not remain idle. Whenever Robin faced danger, he would swiftly lend his support. With his fingers poised like a sword, a mere gesture would conjure sharp ice spikes that struck down the adversaries with the speed of bullets. The number of those grievously injured or slain steadily increased, and soon the ground was awash with cries of despair and stained crimson. After a brief interval, the multitude that had encircled them, numbering in the hundreds, found themselves utterly incapacitated, none able to rise. Exhausted yet resolute, Robin retreated to Qin Ge's side, her breath coming in quickened gasps. While Robin's joint techniques proved effective, their lethality was somewhat lacking. Kindness must be judiciously applied, and when faced with true foes, a decisive eradication is imperative. Observing the defeated and moaning figures strewn across the ground, Qin Ge shook his head, his gaze glinting with an icy resolve. Ice release, lingua frost blossom. An unending chill erupted from Qin Ge's raised hands, sweeping over the remaining villains like a tempest of snow. Their cry ceased abruptly as the grass was enveloped in a sheet of ice, leaving the assailants powerless against the freezing grasp that ensnared them. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, the remnants of the criminals disintegrating into fine frost that scattered into the air, leaving no trace behind, displaying an air of nonchalance amidst the devastation. Qin Ge was met with Robin's contemplative expression as she affirmed, "I understand now, Alan. In the face of enemies, I know what must be done." T-Pig, observing the duo, found himself at a loss for words. While decisiveness in battle is commendable, must it be executed with such brutality? Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well then, the trouble has been resolved. Shall we proceed to dine?" Despite his reservations regarding Qin Ge's sanguinary methods, he recognized that within the ranks of the righteous navy, there existed factions of both hawks and doves, leaving him with little choice but to shift the conversation. Thus, the trio departed from the scene of carnage, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Despite being situated in a lawless area, the sudden slaughter of hundreds had instilled profound fear among the inhabitants, who now regarded Qin Ge and his companions as formidable beings not to be trifled with. During the 3 days of waiting, Qin Ge indulged in a leisurely existence. Apart from thoroughly exploring the enchanting beauty of the Comoros Islands with Robin, he also casually imparted a few gambling techniques to the eager T-Pig. The Libyo auction house is situated on island number 3, and on the day of the auction, Qin Ge, accompanied by Robin and T-Pig, arrived at the auction venue. As they settled in the auction hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant with the arrival of a diverse array of individuals, transforming the spacious hall into a lively gathering. Nearly filled to capacity. At noon, the auction commenced punctually, ignited by the host's fervent announcement, and it unfolded with great fervor. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this heirloom from the kingdom of the Western Sea, revered as the heart of the ocean, a sapphire necklace. The starting bid is 10 million berries. Let the bidding begin." A stunningly beautiful woman swayed gracefully on stage, showcasing the dazzling necklace that adorned her alabaster neck, while the host passionately stirred the bidding excitement. Whether due to the allure of the beauty or the intrinsic charm of the necklace, the hall quickly erupted into a flurry of bids, with some noble women casting deadly glares at their competitors. Qin Ge watched the auction with great interest. Although his primary intention was to acquire the famed blade, he remained open to purchasing other appealing items that might emerge. However, as the first half of the auction concluded, he had yet to encounter anything that captured his fancy, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After a 10-minute intermission, the second half of the auction resumed, escalating beyond the realm of ordinary items. Under the dazzling lights of the stage, 10 young maidens clad in sheer fabric suddenly emerged from backstage, each one a paragon of beauty. Some exuded an air of proud aloofness, others radiated sweet innocence, while a few captivated with their seductive charm. Distinguished guests, the moment of exhilarating anticipation has arrived. Behold, these exquisite individuals represent the new slaves available for auction. Observe their figures and faces. Each has been meticulously selected by our establishment. I shall now announce their starting bid, 1 million berries for each. Let the bidding commence. The host displayed an expression understood by all men, then ushered the first maiden to the forefront, announcing with fervor. Seated in the audience, Qin Ge could clearly discern that, despite the alluring appearance of these women, their gazes were hollow, reminiscent of lifeless dolls, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Beside him, Robin, perceptive as ever, recognized the unsettling nature of the situation, her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort. Meanwhile, Chadu, positioned on the opposite side, had long since closed her eyes, choosing to ignore the scene before her. The trade of slaves is undeniably a heinous act. Yet, what should be deemed illegal is brazenly displayed here, an affront to the righteous navy. However, what can be done? The lawless territories of the Sabaody archipelago pose significant issues, bolstered by the support of the celestial dragons, whose lineage commands fear and obedience. Although the navy is often regarded as a force for justice, in reality, it serves merely as the armed hand of the world government, whose core powers reside with the 5 elders, ultimately bowing to the celestial dragons. At times, Qin Ge found himself pondering the nature of the power wielded by the celestial dragons, which has allowed them to maintain their dominion over the world government for 8 centuries without faltering. If their authority rested solely on ancestral privilege, it would seem implausible. As greater power inevitably breeds greater ambition, the 5 elders would certainly not permit anyone to undermine their authority. Of course, Qin Ge did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. While he sympathized with the plight of the young women reduced to slavery upon the stage, he had no intentions of engaging in any saintly acts to rescue them. He merely observed with an air of detachment. This world is inherently one where the strong prey upon the weak. If one is weak, they are destined to be consumed. His pursuit of power is driven by the desire to become one who devours rather than one who is devoured. The allure of beauty undeniably stirs desire, igniting fierce competition in the auction. Bids soared higher, attracting a diverse array of participants: wealthy magnates, noblemen from distant lands, pirates, and criminals alike. In this realm, where wealth dictates authority, an hour has scarcely passed before 10 slaves have been divided among the highest bidders. Those driven by lust have hurriedly completed their transactions, eager to claim their prizes, leaving little doubt about the ensuing events. The auction of slaves has ignited a fervor, setting the stage ablaze as the bidding intensifies with each passing moment. Among the treasures presented are exquisite and formidable armors, ancient swords renowned for centuries, and even the rare appearance of a devil fruit. Although it belongs to the least esteemed category of zoan fruits and is of a herbivorous nature, the bidding ultimately reached a staggering 15 million berries, claimed by a pirate. Although Qin Ge harbored a keen interest in devil fruits, he deemed the one on auction too inferior to warrant his expenditure. As the auction neared its climax, the host, in a spirited tone, introduced the paisee to assistants of the event. A stunning beauty emerged from backstage, cradling a sheathed longsword in her hands. The scabbard, a deep ebony, glistened with an enigmatic sheen, while the hilt, entwined with dark cords, boasted a gracefully oval guard etched with intricate designs, exuding an aura of mystery. Upon the unveiling of this blade, many in the hall, particularly the fierce swordsmen who had come specifically for this moment, were instantly captivated. This sword, named Crimson Blood, is one of the illustrious great blades, renowned for its collectible value and considered a treasure by any swordsman. The starting bid was set at 50 million berries, and the auction commenced forthwith. Perhaps sensing the palpable tension radiating from the swordsman below, the host, wary of any potential backlash, hastened to announce the bidding. At long last, the moment had come for me to seize the famed sword Crimson Blood, a great blade that would undoubtedly elevate my swordsmanship. I bid 55 million berries, exclaimed a pirate-clad swordsman, his voice brimming with excitement. 55 million for a mere great blade? Such folly. I bid 65 million berries, sneered a bounty hunter, his gaze fixed greedily on the Crimson Blood, a pack of paupers. 80 million berries, and it is mine, proclaimed a spirited nobleman, raising his hand to bid. It was not just the swordsman who coveted the famed blade. Affluent collectors and nobles seeking to impress their subordinates also vied for it, making them formidable competitors in this financial contest. In mere moments, the price for Crimson Bloodsword passed 80 million berries, clearly illustrating its true value far exceeded the so-called market price. Crimson Blood, with its illustrious reputation, could very well suffice as my primary blade for the foreseeable future. Qin Ge mused, intrigued by the spectacle unfolding on stage. Although the blade's edge remained concealed, its renown alone was enough to captivate Qin Ge's interest. Such a remarkable great blade may not surface again for decades, making it an object of fervent desire among swordsmen. I bid 100 million berries. Qin Ge interjected without hesitation, his tone calm yet resonant, overpowering the din of the room. The sudden leap of 20 million berries left both bidders and spectators in a state of astonishment, their gazes converging upon Qin Ge. Unfazed by the attention, he maintained a demeanor of serene composure. I bid 110 million berries. Should anyone dare to raise the price further, they shall face the wrath of the sea serpent pirates, declared a cold-eyed man in a captain's hat, casting a menacing glance at Qin Ge. 130 million berries. Qin Ge replied, unyielding and composed. The cold-eyed man's expression darkened, his gaze turning predatory as he regarded Qin Ge with newfound intensity before breaking into a sinister smile, opting instead to retreat into silence. That man is likely doomed. He is Gerald, the captain of the Sea Serpent Pirates, with a bounty of 120 million berries, one of this year's notable newcomers. Once the auction concludes, vengeance will surely follow. Indeed, those who dare to participate in this auction must possess their own means. We merely need to avoid entanglement, murmured a few attendees in hushed tones, though the bidding was far from over. 150 million berries for the great blade Crimson Blood. It is mine, bellowed a man shouldering a longsword, asserting a higher bid. This was Saxon, the infamous bounty hunter, recognized for his prowess as a swordsman and his exploits in the New World, having captured pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Fear and awe spread through the crowd as they recognized him. Seeing the enthusiasm for the great blade, I too shall participate. 170 million berries. After a brief pause, another individual rose to announce an even higher bid. dressed in a black martial arts uniform. This man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his long face and prominent nose suggesting a life spent instructing others. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, an air of superiority lingered in his tone. Another prominent figure has emerged. This is Dennis, the master of the Extreme Way Sword School on Stowaway Island, a renowned swordsman in his own right. The hall buzzed with excitement as more illustrious figures continued to reveal themselves, igniting a fervor among the attendees. The competition for the great blade would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation, and while the weak might fear being caught in the crossfire, those confident in their strength eagerly anticipated the spectacle of a grand battle. Amidst the fervent bidding, the price of crimson blood surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing the 200 million mark. And within a mere moment, it soared directly to 250 million berries, having amassed an extraordinary fortune of 500 million at the casino. Coupled with the illicit sum of 100 million acquired from the assassination of Rao Ji, Qin Ge was unperturbed in his wealth. He boldly raised the bid to 300 million berries, a statement that exerted pressure on all present. This staggering amount evidently exceeded the budget of many. And the financial prowess exhibited by Qin Ge left numerous onlookers in awe, unable to fathom his limits. Is there no one willing to counter the bid? The Crimson Blood, a formidable contender among the elite blades, stood shoulder to shoulder with the legendary dragon-slaying swordmaster, Qiu Shui. Could it truly be that no one dared to raise their voice? As the bidding escalated, the host became increasingly exhilarated, sensing the excitement in the air and striving to ignite a more fervent atmosphere, persistently enticing the crowd to engage. However, the price of 300 million berries had reached a pivotal threshold. Not everyone possessed the same ease in amassing wealth as Qin Ge. Furthermore, acquiring the Crimson Blood was not solely contingent upon bidding. An audacious heist could also prove a viable option. In the hall, many of those who had previously participated in the bidding began to entertain such thoughts, for compared to the renowned swordsman among them, Qin Ge was hardly a figure of recognition. In the eyes of these individuals, Qin Ge was evidently perceived as a wealthy young master who had inexplicably appeared from nowhere, regarded as nothing more than a plump prey. For a full 10 minutes of silence, Qin Ge furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the host on stage, who was still inciting the crowd. Are you done yet? Can't you see the bids have already been placed? Hurry up and drop the hammer. Beside him, Robin also glared discontentedly at the indecisive host, her expression reflecting her displeasure as she stood up to chastise him. The host, feeling somewhat awkward, recognized that his previous antics had been excessive. He had initially thought that under his persuasion, more bids would arise, but disappointingly, none followed. Ahem, esteemed guests. I shall announce the result now. The host quickly bowed in apology, aware that offending a patron willing to bid 300 million berries was unwise for someone of his modest standing. With a resounding thud, the auction for Crimson Blood concluded, and it was forcefully secured by Qin Ge for 300 million berries. After the auction, as Qin Ge proceeded to finalize the transaction for Crimson Blood, it swiftly fell into his possession. With a swift motion, he grasped the comfortable hilt, holding the scabbard in his left hand while his right hand drew the blade with lightning speed, revealing an enchanting blood-red gleam that flickered in the air. The blade, slightly curved, radiated with a gem-like crimson luster, its facets sharp and distinct, exuding a sense of dimensionality, measuring a formidable 4 feet in length. It was a weapon of substantial weight, approximately 3 fingers wide. An exquisite blade. Upon witnessing the true visage of Crimson Blood, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with admiration as he meticulously inspected it. Despite its heft, the blade's edge was remarkably slender, clearly indicating its exceptional sharpness, a true treasure among swords. With a few casual swings, he left behind white streaks in the air, satisfied as he sheathed the blade, replacing his previous long sword and securing it at his waist. Reuniting with Robin and Chadu outside the auction house, the trio prepared to return to their temporary lodgings. However, they had not ventured far when they halted, for a group of individuals awaited them, having clearly been there for some time. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over Crimson Blood. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make your life miserable. Gerald sneered, positioning himself defiantly in front of Qin Ge, flanked by a cadre of menacing pirates, elite members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew. Quick to act, aren't you? You all don't intend to show yourselves? Qin Ge cast a detached glance at them, disregarding their words as he scanned the vicinity. The sound of footsteps echoed, and several more groups emerged, all of whom had participated in the bidding for Crimson Blood, including the bounty hunter Saxon and the esteemed master of the Extreme Sword Pavilion, Dennis. Youngster, A treasure like crimson blood is beyond your grasp. You see the current situation. Why not relinquish it to me? Of course, I want to take it for free. I'll compensate you at market value. Dennis approached with an air of confidence, strolling forward leisurely. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ge sneered, retorting, "Should I be thanking you then?" Chatta shook his head, recognizing the perpetual presence of self-righteous individuals in this world. Although Dennis spoke with noble intent, his actions were truly distasteful. Robin remained vigilant, crossing her arms defensively, clearly prepared for battle. Enough with the idle chatter. Whoever possesses greater strength shall claim crimson blood. Saxon, the pirate hunter, appeared impatient, drawing his long sword and advancing towards Qin Ge, evidently intent on seizing the blade. Saxon's action sparked hostility among the other contenders, who greedily set their sights on Qin Ge as well. Chadu, I'll leave Robin's protection to you for the moment. Qin Ge murmured as he grasped crimson blood at his left hip. No problem. Chadu solemnly nodded, eyeing the others with caution, though he held great confidence in his abilities. Chadu was aware that the adversaries vying for crimson blood were formidable and numerous. Should a conflict arise, even he might not escape unscathed. Initially prepared to fight alongside Qin Ge, he sensed that Qin Ge intended to confront the challenge alone. While he found Qin Ge's decision somewhat reckless, he was equally intrigued to witness the source of his confidence. With a decisive strike, Qin Ge refused to adopt a defensive stance. He preferred to seize the initiative. The moment he grasped crimson blood, a terrifying force surged from his legs, causing the ground to shatter beneath him as he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The dazzling, eerie blood-red blade glimmered ominously in the air, and Qin Ge launched a fierce attack on the pirate hunter Saxon, executing a sweeping strike that emitted an intense wave of energy. Qin Ge's sudden assault, paired with his displayed speed and strength, left many present in shock, most notably Saxon. Realizing his grave underestimation of Qin Ge, Saxon's complexion paled as he recognized that his opponent was not merely prey but a formidable adversary. Swiftly drawing his sword, Saxon attempted to parry Qin Ge's strike, albeit a moment too late. As a sword master, his swordsmanship was nonetheless formidable. Clang! Their blades clashed, unleashing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves through the air, causing the surrounding grass to riot violently, culminating in a powerful circular shockwave. Not good. A wave of dread washed over Saxon as he felt an overwhelming force surging through the blade. It was too late to mitigate the impact. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a rock embedded in the grass. Boom! The resilient rock shattered as if detonated by explosives, emitting a resounding crack. Saxon was flung several meters away, staggering as he landed on one knee, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of the injuries sustained from the earlier collision. The onlookers watched in astonishment, none doubting Saxon's prowess, given his impressive track record. Yet, witnessing him wounded by a single strike from Qin Ge was a testament to Qin Ge's terrifying capabilities. This is not the time to be dazed. A pirate, whose bounty exceeded 50 million berries, and who also sought crimson blood, suddenly felt a chilling presence blocking his line of sight, accompanied by a cold whisper in his ear. His heart raced as an icy dread enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. However, it was too late. Like a specter, Qin Ge materialized before him, extending his left hand and pressing his palm against the pirate's abdomen. Crack! The frigid energy erupted, instantly engulfing the pirate, who transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture in the blink of an eye, only to shatter moments later, his body scattering amid the fragments of ice. In the wake of the pirate's demise, the others finally emerged from their stupor, astonished by Qin Ge's prowess, yet simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming intent to kill. Even if they had misjudged their opponent's strength, their ambition to seize crimson blood remained unaltered, and none were willing to retreat in defeat. The first to strike was Gerald, the captain of the Sea Serpent pirate crew. His initial look of incredulity swiftly transformed into a fierce murderous aura as he unsheathed his blade, charging towards Qin Ge. A thunderous roar erupted, the air vibrating with the force of his attack, as the blazing slash surged forth like a serpent swimming through the ocean, carving a chaotic path and leaving a trail of shattered earth in its wake. With the keen perception granted by observation hockey, Qin Ge sensed the impending assault, his expression unwavering. Channeling his chakra, he moved with astonishing speed, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The serpentine slash collided violently with the ground where Qin Ge had stood moments before, generating a deafening boom that unleashed a howling shockwave and catastrophic destruction. Not only did it create a crater over 10 meters in diameter, but it also spread chaotic fissures across the surrounding terrain. reappearing several dozen meters away. Qin Ge cast a frigid gaze upon Gerald, his blade pivoting sharply as he unleashed a counterattack. 3 blades of Abaddon. A fierce and brutal intent surged forth like a pillar of smoke as the blood-red blade erupted with an even more sanguine aura, slicing through the air like a blood moon. Under the pure and tyrannical might of the King Kong's inner strength, the power of the Abhij 3 blades reached its zenith. The blade's aura surged over 10 feet, exuding a frenzied intensity that brutally shredded the ground beneath it. Gerald's expression shifted dramatically. Struck with trepidation by the malevolent intent encapsulated within the Abhij 3 blades, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, unleashing a furious thrust. Boom! The tip of the blade collided with the blood-red aura, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Those of lesser strength in the vicinity were hurled away, screaming, unable to muster even an ounce of resistance. Block it for me, Gerald bellowed, yet as the crimson blade aura struck, his legs sank into the earth, continuously sliding backward, leaving behind deep furrows. The long sword in his grasp emitted a sound of strain, as if it were on the verge of shattering. And the terrifying force of the blade's aura caused his arm muscles to quiver. Indeed, having been offered a bounty exceeding 100 million berries even before entering the New World, Gerald was not so easily vanquished. As he retreated over 10 meters, he suddenly altered the momentum of his blade, leaning back to narrowly evade the crimson blade aura that swept past him, just barely avoiding the deadly strike. Quickly finish him off, everyone attack. How infuriating. I never anticipated this little brat possessed such formidable strength. No wonder he dared to seize Crimson Blood. We must eliminate this individual first before deciding the fate of Crimson Blood. Qin Ge's overwhelming power instilled a sense of peril among the numerous would-be assailants. The shouts grew louder as they united in their efforts to subdue him. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, intermingled with cannon blasts. As a barrage of attacks descended upon Qin Ge, as if to engulf him entirely. Such a tedious display. Qin Ge halted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he abruptly reversed his grip on Crimson Blood. With a powerful stomp, he began to spin rapidly, resembling a top, summoning a fierce whirlwind that ultimately transformed into a miniature tempest. The bullets and cannonballs hurtling towards him were ensnared by the raging storm, veering off course and failing to approach him. Suddenly, within the tempest, a brilliant blade aura erupted, forming a circular shape that burst forth with astonishing speed, tearing through the air like a halo. The chilling screams reverberated through the sky as some who were too close were severed in half by the blade aura, their bodies spilling blood as they writhed in agony. T-Pig had already retreated to the side with Robin at the onset of the battle, intently observing the unfolding conflict. Truly, he was the most exceptional student who commanded respect throughout the military academy. Although T-Pig had heard tales of Qin Ge's past exploits in vanquishing pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, witnessing his prowess now, he seemed even more formidable than the rumors suggested. Though the battle had merely commenced, Qin Ge's display of strength and combat ability was nothing short of astonishing. Even amidst a host of skilled adversaries, he not only held his ground, but firmly established dominance. While some of the more capable opponents did not meet the same fate as the weaker ones, they hastily chose to retreat in the face of the blade aura's ferocity. At that moment, the whirlwind abruptly faltered as Qin Ge ceased his spinning, launching himself into the air like a soaring falcon. Looking down upon the crowd as he unleashed a fierce slash, sending forth a blazing blade aura. The earth trembled as the cacophony of anguished cries intensified. The blade aura danced through the air, ruthlessly tearing the ground apart, creating chaotic and massive fissures, while surrounding enemies were either consumed by the blade aura or sent flying by the shockwave. Just as Qin Ge descended from above, a figure surged forth with astonishing speed, wielding a slender sword and executing a thrusting attack, delivering a swift and lethal blow. This assailant was none other than Dennis, the head of the Extreme Sword School. Having refrained from engaging earlier, he could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Qin Ge's formidable might, seizing the opportunity to launch a terrifying assault. Could you no longer hold back? Qin Ge's eyes glimmered with a frigid light, seemingly foreseeing the attack as he swiftly pivoted, bringing his blade to intercept the thrust. The clash of metal resounded, accompanied by a shower of sparks, as a powerful force surged through Crimson Blood, causing Qin Ge's expression to shift slightly as he was propelled back over 10 meters. Regaining his composure, Qin Ge scrutinized his opponent, immediately sensing that Dennis's slender sword was enveloped in a dark hue of armed color hockey. Dennis was not only a master swordsman but also a proficient hockey user. which had led Qin Ge to underestimate his strength, resulting in his forced retreat. "Do not hesitate," Dennis bellowed, realizing his attack had failed to inflict significant damage on Qin Ge. Suddenly, a fierce and blazing slashing wave surged from a distance. It was Saxon. Furious from being previously defeated by Qin Ge, charging forward with a terrifying strike aimed at him. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as his internal energy surged, rapidly coiling around crimson blood. And he boldly swung his blade to counter the incoming slashing wave. The thunderous roar of the clash filled the air as vast amounts of earth were sent soaring, creating a massive crater beneath him. Qin Ge stood immovable as a mountain, steadfastly blocking the slashing wave while swiftly repositioning himself. The sound of artillery erupted as a shell struck the ground where Qin Ge had just stood, causing a violent explosion that further deepened the crater. "I must clear the battlefield first." Qin Ge coldly surveyed his surroundings from several dozen meters away. Though only a handful of enemies warranted his attention, continuous distractions could wear down his focus. Ice release, 1,000 kilowatt shoals. He swiftly formed seals with his left hand, causing moisture in the air to rapidly condense into sharp ice projectiles. In an instant, a torrential downpour of these deadly projectiles rained down upon the area, sweeping through the surroundings like a storm. Gerald, Dennis, and Saxon, who had formed a triangular formation encircling Qin Ge, paled at the sight, quickly raising their swords to deflect the onslaught. However, not everyone possessed their strength. The rapid-fire ice projectiles pierced through the ranks, mercilessly claiming the lives of those unable to defend themselves. The air was filled with the sounds of screams and wails as countless individuals fell to the ground, impaled like hedgehogs. Following this round of ice release, the enemies still standing dwindled to a mere 30 or so, leaving the scene in utter disarray and despair. Damn it! As the barrage of ice projectiles subsided, Gerald's heart swelled with rage upon witnessing the heavy toll taken on his subordinates, and his murderous intent towards Qin Ge intensified. The first to retaliate was not Gerald, but the bounty hunter Saxon. His arms and long blade were suddenly enveloped in a layer of dark purple armed color hockey, and with a roar, he unleashed a slashing wave shaped like a soaring bird. Having ventured into the new world, Saxon had evidently learned to harness armed color hockey, and its potency rivaled that of Dennis, significantly enhancing the power of his strike. The bird-shaped slashing wave, with wings spanning over 20 meters, erupted forth, generating a howling gale as it bore down on Qin Ge. "This is the kind of battle I relish." Rather than retreating, a pure smile spread across Qin Ge's face, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. He stepped back, wielding his blade with ferocity. The collision of the bird-shaped slashing wave with the energy-infused crimson blood resulted in a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, creating a visible circular shockwave that spread across a 100-meter radius. He dares to smile at this moment. Could it be that he finds joy in battle? Not far away, the observer known as T-Pig was enveloped in astonishment, soon becoming contemplative. The blade was incessantly rattled by the shockwave, while the fierce onslaught caused Qin Ge's garments to flutter violently, with numerous threads fraying and sustaining damage. The terrifying collision sent tremors through the earth, causing Qin Ge's retreating right foot to sink deeply into the mud. Yet, despite this, he resolutely refused to yield an inch, steadfastly blocking the shockwave. The avian-shaped shockwave, though gradually dissipating under the stalemate, was soon met with a renewed assault directed towards Qin Ge. Gerald suddenly propelled himself off the ground, leaving a deep imprint, and surged towards Qin Ge's rear like an arrow, simultaneously swinging his blade in a horizontal arc, the keen edge closing in rapidly as danger loomed. Though the observant hockey enveloping the surroundings had foreseen the threat, the delay inflicted by Saxon's shockwave left Qin Ge with no opportunity to evade. A resounding clash echoed, akin to the tolling of a heavy bell, accompanied by a thunderous boom. Gerald wore a look of disbelief as his long knife struck Qin Ge's waist with unyielding force. Yet where the blade made contact, a brilliant golden sheen emanated. This radiant golden light shone brilliantly. Qin Ge had manifested the indestructible golden body at the very moment of impact, transforming his form into one of gold, rendering Gerald's full-force strike incapable of breaching his formidable defense. How could this be possible? Gerald exclaimed in astonishment. But Qin Ge would not afford him a moment's respite. In his golden form, an overwhelming power surged throughout his being, and with a fierce roar, Qin Ge forcefully obliterated the stalemated shockwave, abruptly twisting his torso and unleashing a savage kick with his left leg. A resounding thud echoed as Gerald, caught off guard, screamed in agony. His right side was struck by a kick akin to a golden pillar and under the explosive force. He was propelled like a cannonball over 100 meters, ultimately crashing into a nearby building, shattering its walls, and burying himself amidst the debris. Qin Ge's transformation astonished not only Gerald but also left Dennis and Saxon in utter disbelief. However, upon witnessing Gerald being sent flying, Dennis and Saxon quickly regained their composure, their expressions turning grave as they regarded Qin Ge as an imminent threat. As the kick concluded and his right foot struck the ground, Qin Ge fixed a cold gaze upon the two, his legs slightly bending, akin to a powerful spring, emitting a resonant sound of tautness. With a thunderous blast, the ground erupted into a crater as Qin Ge instantaneously morphed into a golden lightning bolt, darting through the void. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Dennis, mere meters away. A dazzling blade of light erupted forth, as crimson blood was violently unleashed by Qin Ge, manifesting a terrifying strike. Dennis's expression shifted drastically as he hastily enveloped his sword in arms and armament hockey, raising his weapon to intercept the incoming blow. The clash of blades resounded forcefully, igniting a tempest of howling winds and shockwaves. Under the astonishing inertia of speed and the terrifying impact of force, Dennis's expression contorted in an instant as the grip of his sword fractured and blood gushed forth. Despite his futile roars to resist, he was struck as if by a train, utterly powerless against Qin Ge's decisive blow, which sent him hurtling away. Dennis flew backward, crashing violently into a prominent hillock, embedding himself within the soil and rock, creating a human-shaped indentation. Witnessing the explosive power exhibited by Qin Ge, Saxon felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His face suffused with horror, even fear creeping into his countenance. Was this truly the extent of Qin Ge's strength? Such power could undoubtedly carve a niche for itself even in the New World. Saxon thought frantically, a chill coursing through him. He had been excessively arrogant, gravely underestimating his opponent's capabilities. The adversary was not merely formidable, but a veritable monster. Now, he was poised to face the repercussions of provoking such a beast. Yet, even if Saxon wished to surrender, the opportunity had long since evaporated. From the previous skirmish, he discerned that Qin Ge was a person of resolute lethality, one who would not permit his foes any chance of survival. Under the oppressive threat of death, Saxon found a newfound determination and charged at Qin Ge, unleashing his most potent strike. One sword style, Flying Dragon. In various legends, dragons are fearsome creatures, and Saxon's most powerful sword technique bore its name. Reflecting his confidence and ambition for this move, a frenzied howl erupted, and a blazing wave of slashes manifested, resembling a dragon soaring high with its wings spread wide, enveloping Qin Ge beneath a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's lament. This attack was undoubtedly the strongest Saxon had ever unleashed in his life, fueled by a resolute spirit that propelled it beyond its pinnacle, achieving a staggering 120% of its potential. The mere aftershocks of the attack sent tremors across the earth, tearing the ground with chaotic marks. At the moment Saxon's strike was launched, Qin Ge sensed the impending threat and swiftly turned, his gaze icy. The crimson bloodblade transformed into a fleeting shadow as he executed a rapid counterattack. Lion Slash. Originally a dual-handed technique, Qin Ge adapted it into a single, powerful strike, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of formidable inner strength. In the fleeting moment of the blade's flash, the roar of the king of beasts echoed through the heavens, its brilliance radiating forth as if a colossal beast's claw unleashed a wild fury. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar and the violent shockwave that surged 100 meters away, the ferocious claws of the beast king tore asunder the dragon, subsequently wreaking havoc upon the earth beneath, casting its ominous shadow over Saxon. A paralyzing sense of dread enveloped him, causing his pupils to constrict into needle-like slits. He hastily summoned his armed color hockey, enveloping his entire being in a sheen of dark purple radiance, before bracing himself with his sword against the onslaught of the beast's claws. A thunderous crash resounded, as the ground twisted and rolled as if a colossal dragon had turned in its slumber, sending vast plumes of soil and debris soaring into the sky. With a piercing scream, Saxon was engulfed by the beast's claw. Moments later, as the tumultuous winds subsided, the earth revealed gaping fissures, torn apart by the immense claws, stretching over 20 meters and leaving the ground deeply sunken. In the depths of the chasm, a disfigured corpse lay, nearly torn to fragments. It was none other than the Saxon, who had attempted to resist. As Qin Ge made his initial attempt to merge the blade aura formed by his inner strength with the cutting wave, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes upon witnessing the displayed might. The power was commendable, although the fusion was not yet perfected. It had taken on a nascent form. Qin Ge mused inwardly. However, this was not the time for experimenting with the amalgamation of blade, aura, and cutting wave. After dispatching one opponent, he cast a cold, piercing gaze at the two others he had previously sent flying. Robin, I leave the rest to you. Do not forget the teachings I imparted to you. Qin Ge uttered a parting remark, and with a swift channeling of chakra, his figure shot away like a specter. Truly remarkable, he mused, to so effortlessly defeat such a multitude of skilled adversaries. Moreover, his current state bears a striking resemblance to the devil fruit abilities of the warlord from the Warring States era. It appears that even having dominated the entire military academy, this young man has never truly unleashed his full potential. Observed the T-Pig, watching Qin Ge's departure. Meanwhile, Robin had already surged towards the remaining foes, commencing the final cleanup effort as soon as Qin Ge finished speaking, as the battle erupted on Qin Ge's side. The nearby populace had long since fled in terror from the fearsome shockwaves of the conflict. Those who dared to remain and witness the spectacle were utterly astonished by the remarkable prowess displayed by Qin Ge. Oh no, he is approaching. Quickly, take cover. Surely, we did not partake in the fight. He wouldn't possibly target us, would he? Do not utter such foolishness. Do you truly believe a lion would permit rabbits to spectate while it hunts? In the vicinity of the building where Gerald had collided, the crowd that remained to witness the unfolding drama was immediately seized by panic upon catching sight of a figure rapidly advancing from a distance. While some decisively opted to flee, seeking to avoid becoming collateral damage, there were nevertheless those undeterred by superstition, choosing to stay behind to witness the ultimate outcome. Gerald was injured. Under the formidable might of the indestructible golden body technique, Qin Ge's power was undeniably terrifying. After being struck squarely in the waist, his spine was effectively shattered on the spot, rendering him incapable of extricating himself from the rubble. With a form that flickered into existence before the debris, Qin Ge, sensing familiar life forces within through his observation haki, abruptly halted and surveyed the 10 or so individuals who had chosen to remain. Since they were unwilling to depart, he would ensure they all stayed. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he thrust his weapon, crimson blood, into the ground before him. With his hands transformed into claws, he unleashed a terrifying force of attraction into the void. What is happening? Why can I not control my body? Damn it. He is truly attacking us. No, please. Spare me, I will leave at once. The chaotic pull stirred the very air, creating a violent tempest. Those ensnared within its grasp gasped as they were lifted off the ground, some writhing violently, others crying out in desperation. However, Qin Ge had no intention of sparing these individuals. He was no mere jester in a circus to tolerate the presence of spectators. And even for those who wished to watch, admission required a price. His ticket was their very lives. Absorption technique. The overwhelming force surged into the bodies of these individuals, while the fabric of Qin Ge's attire rustled violently under the onslaught of energy, as he, like a fearsome deity, ravenously siphoned their vitality. Under the relentless drain of vitality, the individuals drawn into the air trembled violently, their bodies withering away, ultimately bursting into a cloud of ashes, leaving only their garments to dance in the wind. The siphoned essence surged rapidly into Qin Ge's being, replenishing not only the stamina expended during battle but also invigorating him with heightened vitality. The essence of the absorption technique lies in nourishing and augmenting oneself by feasting upon the life force of others. In certain respects, it can be deemed even more sinister and malevolent than the most brutal of sorceries. With a swift motion, Qin Ge unsheathed crimson blood, and with a flourish of his left hand, a formidable force of inner energy erupted, sending the scattered debris soaring, revealing the anguished visage of Gerald, who gazed upon him in terror. Do not kill me. I can serve as your subordinate. As a pirate, Gerald displayed little fortitude, immediately pleading for his life upon sensing the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Qin Ge. You are not worthy to be my subordinate. Qin Ge retorted coldly, extending his hand and activating the absorption technique once more. In an instant, Gerald was yanked from the ground, his head grasped firmly by the indifferent Qin Ge. Amidst the swirling currents of energy, he quaked violently, his life force swiftly drained away, transforming into ashes within mere moments, leaving only a solitary garment behind. As a swordsman with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, Gerald's vitality was undoubtedly far beyond that of an ordinary man, as Qin Ge absorbed the essence and spirit of his opponent. A pleasurable moan seemed to emanate from both his body and mind. Not only did he feel invigorated, but his physical form also became imbued with newfound vitality. Even in the absence of internal energy absorption, the mere act of siphoning off essence was sufficient to confer numerous benefits upon Qin Ge, leading him to develop a certain fondness for this sensation of appropriation. In the world of martial arts, such a method of depletion would likely render him as a pariah, branded a great demon by others. Qin Ge chuckled to himself in self-mockery, yet he felt no shame. After all, the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak was an immutable law in any realm. He merely manifested this principle in a more overt manner. Without hastening to refine the essence he had gathered, Qin Ge once again activated his chakra, propelling himself swiftly towards a distant point. Meanwhile, Dennis had extricated himself from the mound of earth into which he had been hurled during Qin Ge's annihilation of Gerald. Upon witnessing the inexplicable means by which Qin Ge had reduced Gerald to ashes, a shiver coursed through his body, and his mind was flooded with dread. What manner of being is this? Despite his youthful appearance, how can he possess such formidable power? Filled with trepidation, Dennis abandoned any thoughts of seizing the crimson blood and only longed to survive. Ignoring the pain of his injuries, he hastily turned to flee, but had scarcely taken a few steps when a fierce whoosh of air surged from behind him. His complexion paled, and he swiftly dodged to the side, only to see a sharp icicle flash before him, embedding itself into the ground where he had just stood, creating a deep crater. Startled, Dennis froze, his gaze fixated on the now approaching Qin Ge, whose cold stare sent chills down his spine. My brother is Qin Ge, the captain of one of Whitebeard's pirate crews. If you kill me, my brother will undoubtedly seek vengeance, Dennis exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety as he revealed his last card, attempting a feeble intimidation. Qin Ge, known as Thunder Lord, was among the many pirates of the New World, and significantly, he was one of Whitebeard's captains, renowned even in the New World. Upon hearing Dennis's words, Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback, yet he remained largely unfazed, responding coolly, "And what of it? Do you intend to use Whitebeard to intimidate me?" Dennis faltered. He indeed harbored such thoughts, given that Whitebeard was one of the 3 legendary pirates alongside Pirate King Roger and the Golden Lion Shiki. Especially now, following Roger's demise and the Golden Lion's disappearance, Whitebeard had quietly ascended to the status of the strongest man in the world, a figure instilling terror in the hearts of many. Attempting to leverage his brother's connection to Whitebeard as a means of intimidation struck Qin Ge as both absurd and juvenile. Whitebeard was undeniably powerful, a fact Qin Ge acknowledged, and he understood that he was not yet capable of confronting such an entity. However, he would not be cowed into inaction by mere reputation. Not only Dennis, but even if Qin Ge were to offend him, Qin Ge would show no mercy. He had not lived a second life merely to endure humiliation. If that were the case, he would prefer a swift end. With a resounding crash, Qin Ge stomped the ground, golden light radiating from his fist as he surged forward with a fierce roar, unleashing a devastating blow towards his opponent. Dennis was horrified. The other truly bore no fear of Whitebeard's fearsome name and was intent on striking him. He hastily raised his sword to defend himself, coating the blade with armed haki, and braced for the imminent clash with the gleaming iron fist. The terrifying force erupted in an explosive collision. Though Dennis's will was lacking, his prowess was indisputable. Even in his rushed defense, he demonstrated his remarkable skill. Amidst the thunderous roar, fists resembling molten gold clashed furiously against blades imbued with the color of armed haki, sending ripples of violent shockwaves through the surroundings, stirring up clouds of earth and debris. Typically, one would expect the fist to suffer in such a confrontation. However, under the protection of the indestructible diamond technique, Qin Ge's defense was on par with that of armed haki. Not to mention, he employed one of the advanced applications of his Nun abilities, Jian, which enveloped the surface of his body in Nun energy, significantly enhancing both his defense and offensive power. Although Qin Ge's mastery of Nun techniques was not yet exquisite, it sufficed to unleash formidable strength. Dennis's slash inflicted no harm upon Qin Ge's fist. Rather, he himself became the victim of a terrifying force that overwhelmed him. His arms trembled as the golden fist forcefully deflected the long blade, subsequently crashing into his chest with tremendous impact. The sound of shattering bones echoed instantly as the colossal force of the punch penetrated Dennis's body, resulting in a visible shockwave bursting forth from his back, tearing through his clothing and propelling debris several meters away. "Ah!" Dennis cried out, blood spilling from his mouth as he felt as if his very insides were being crushed. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to pour down his brow, and his legs buckled, forcing him to kneel. With great effort, he raised his gaze to behold Qin Ge, gleaming with a golden radiance, resembling a deity of war. Particularly as the icy, condescending stare from above instilled in him an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. In this life, one must refrain from fostering undue greed, for the price may well be death. Qin Ge gently placed his hand upon Dennis's head and whispered softly. Boom! A violent surge of energy surged forth, and as Dennis trembled, he gradually lost his strength, his eyes quickly dimming until he was reduced to a cloud of swirling ashes. With a new surge of vitality absorbed into his being, Qin Ge, feeling invigorated, turned nonchalantly to return to his original position. Upon his return to the site of the initial battle, he found that Robin had also nearly concluded his own skirmish. Clearly, Robin had adhered to Qin Ge's teachings, leaving no survivors this time. Those who remained had their joints twisted and heads severed, with no chance of survival. Let us go. After stretching a bit, I find myself quite hungry. Allow me to treat you to a sumptuous feast. With the indestructible diamond technique released, Qin Ge stretched lazily, entirely unperturbed by the corpses strewn about, casually beckoning the two before heading towards the nearby culinary realm. Honestly, why court trouble when one can simply live? But then again, they were all scum. Let them perish. T-Pig observed the retreating figures of the young man and woman, glanced at the sea of bodies, shook his head, and swiftly followed suit. In lawless territories, bloodshed is an all-too-common occurrence. Although this particular massacre was quite loud, it did not incite significant turmoil. The only notable consequence was the emergence of yet another formidable and untouchable presence within the lawless domain. After spending another 2 or 3 days in the Chambered archipelago, Qin Ge bid farewell to Chadu and departed with Robin, sailing back to Marineford. The reason Chadu was stationed in the Chambered archipelago was due to his current role as the highest commander of the naval base there. During the process of acquiring a renowned sword, Qin Ge had the fortune of befriending a promising individual with the potential to vie for the position of admiral, leaving him immensely satisfied with this excursion. However, to establish oneself in this world, it ultimately requires formidable personal strength. Thus, upon returning to Marineford, Qin Ge devoted himself once more to his training, refusing to slacken his efforts simply because he was on leave. Although he possessed a considerable amount of power, he had only barely scratched the surface of its true potential. It seemed that he needed to take the time to consolidate his abilities. While possessing a multitude of skills is advantageous, one's energy is inherently finite. Spreading oneself too thin could lead to a lack of achievement. Whether it be ice release or other abilities, each possesses remarkable potential when considered in isolation. If developed to their fullest extent, they could enable Qin Ge to rival the world's strongest. Nevertheless, most of the abilities he currently wielded remained rudimentary, failing to unleash their genuine might. Despite the foundation provided by the Prison of the Dead, Qin Ge could not rely solely on this for future growth, as not every extraction guaranteed the acquisition of a powerful individual. After reflecting on his current capabilities, Qin Ge resolved to temporarily cease his extractions from the Prison of the Dead and focus on refining his existing powers to a deeper level. While this approach might not yield the explosive growth he had previously experienced from acquiring formidable figures, it promised stability and would lay a solid foundation for his strength. Moreover, choosing not to extract now did not preclude future endeavors. Qin Ge intended to continue harvesting soul energy from the slaughterhouse. It could be said that he was preparing for a more substantial accumulation, waiting for the opportune moment to reap the rewards of his efforts. Upon reaching a decisive conclusion, Qin Ge meticulously devised a plan for his forthcoming cultivation. Primarily, he focused on the enhancement of his abilities, particularly his ice manipulation and psychic powers, which require no further elaboration. Additionally, he intended to commence his training in swordsmanship, subsequently integrating it with his martial arts. Of course, the cultivation of his physical body could not be overlooked, for the body serves as the foundation. Without it, no matter how formidable one's abilities, a frail physique would struggle to endure the rigors of intense combat. Time flew by swiftly. Qin Ge spent his days of respite immersed in training. When the military academy resumed, both he and Robin successfully ascended to the rank of second-year students. Notably, following the recent attack by Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Navy convened a meeting and finally reached a conclusion. It was evident that the identity of the dragon had played a significant role. Although da Flamingo's bounty had surged by 300 million berries, no substantial action was taken against him or the Don Quixote family. Upon learning of this outcome, Qin Ge remained unperturbed, calmly accepting the situation, for he had long recognized the immutable laws of this world. The weak have no right to demand too much. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, Qin Ge entered the 4th year of his journey in the world of One Piece. Time subtly slipped away, and unbeknownst to him, 3 years had elapsed since the incident at Sabaody Archipelago. The unpredictable climate of the Grand Line featured islands that remained in perpetual winter and others that experienced dozens of seasonal changes within a single year. As the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford boasted a remarkably favorable climate, with a spring-like ambience throughout the year, making it an ideal place for habitation. On this warm spring day, under a clear sky, the training grounds of the Naval Academy buzzed with activity as numerous cadets engaged vigorously in the annual advancement assessments. This marked the 4th such evaluation for the class of 00. Should they succeed, it would signify their elevation to the rank of 4th-year students at the Academy. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the training ground as a formidable power propelled a device provided by the World Government's Scientific Division skyward, soaring through the air like a projectile. The testing machine was propelled dozens of meters away, only to shatter dramatically at a height of several meters, disintegrating into a chaotic array of shattered components. Witnessing this spectacle, both the examiners tallying scores and the fellow candidates undergoing assessments were left utterly astounded, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. How terrifying! Is this truly the prowess of the seniors? It is utterly formidable. Are you blind? Did you not see who conducted the test? That is Senior Qin Ge, recognized as the strongest champion of our military academy. It is simply unbelievable. This power value testing machine was said to withstand an attack of 5,000 power units. Yet it was obliterated by Qin Ge. Just how formidable is his power? Regardless of their year, all candidates were captivated by the explosive spectacle, engaging in fervent discussions, particularly as they gazed upon the once mighty machine, now a testament to the strength of the powerful. Gulp. The examiner responsible for score tallying could not suppress a dry swallow. His throat parched as he remarked, Qin Ge, you have utterly destroyed the power value testing machine. I am unable to ascertain your power value results. I must report to the chief instructor. Over the past few years, Qin Ge's astonishing feats during the annual competitions had always been noteworthy. Yet to obliterate the power value testing machine with a single punch was undoubtedly a first. The examiner, in awe of Qin Ge's terrifying growth, felt a profound sense of mystery surrounding his current prowess. Although he remained a military academy student, it was evident that he had surpassed the majority of the examiners. Very well, but should a retest be necessary, it would be prudent to prepare a machine capable of withstanding greater force. Qin Ge, clad in a standard training uniform of a black tank top and pants, remarked casually before turning towards the rest area. Over the past 3 years, Qin Ge had indeed undergone significant transformation. His physical development alone was strikingly apparent. At merely 11 years of age, he had already reached nearly 175 centimeters in height, and his physique was nothing short of perfect. Beneath the top vest, robust yet unexaggerated muscles are revealed to the air, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece that embodies the perfect golden ratio. Additionally, as the years have passed, Qin Ge has gradually shed much of his youthful naivety. Though he cannot be described as exceptionally handsome, his appearance is undeniably charming, exuding the aura of a sunny boy. With strength that commands respect throughout the military academy, coupled with his striking looks and impeccable physique, Qin Ge is undeniably the most dazzling presence within the institution. He's so handsome. Senior Qin Ge is as radiant as ever. If only I could go on a date with him, I would wake up smiling from the dream. A first-year female student gazes at Qin Ge's departing figure with adoration, her hands clasped to her heart like an infatuated fan. Humph, continue dreaming. How could Alan possibly notice you frail bean sprouts? Only a woman like me, with beauty and figure combined, is deserving of his attention. A tall, stunning 5th-year female student sneers, casting a disdainful glance at her. Please, how could old hags like you ever be worthy of Alan? Only those of our cohort are favored by him. A fellow student from the same graduating class retorts, her voice brimming with indignation. In mere moments, the atmosphere among the female students becomes charged with fervent debate over Qin Ge's affiliation, escalating towards a potential brawl, prompting vigilant examiners to intervene swiftly. While Qin Ge is adored by the female students, among the male students, he is regarded with jealousy and resentment. Though they admire his strength, the attention he receives from the opposite sex ignites their inner turmoil, particularly when they witness their own crushes captivated by him. Why is this world so unfair? Being powerful is one thing, but to be so popular with the girls? If only I were in his place. How enviable it would be to have so many girls adore me. The disparity between individuals feels so vast. The current state and emotions of the male students could be aptly encapsulated by a song from Qin Ge's past life, filled with melancholy and helplessness. Qin Ge is acutely aware of the commotion among his peers, even sensing the fiery gazes of the female students and the bitter resentment emanating from the males. Perhaps I am being a tad too ostentatious, Qin Ge muses, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yet, he can't be entirely blamed. The testing machine was simply too fragile. He only wished to gauge his current strength, and he had not even exerted his full power, merely relying on his physical prowess. Despite not having engaged in extraction within the Abyss prison for over 2 years, Qin Ge has never slackened in his training. One might even say he has been rather fervent. Unlike others who fear the consequences of overtraining, he wields a technique that allows him to siphon energy, enabling him to maintain an ever-vibrant state without concern for physical strain. This very capability has allowed him to train without reservation, resulting in remarkable progress, evident in his ability to obliterate the testing machine using only his raw physical strength. Although the machine's destruction precluded an accurate measurement of his prowess, it was clear that Qin Ge's capabilities had undoubtedly surpassed 5,000. Upon reporting the situation to ZFA, the supervisor overseeing the assessments, he soon arrived in person. "You really know how to create trouble for me. Although the science department has developed a sturdier testing machine, it will take some time to transport here. How about I personally conduct your test?" ZFA's words, seemingly scolding, belied a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, akin to a commendation. Is teacher ZFA planning to test me using the 6 styles of movement, hand techniques? Qin Ge inquires with keen interest. What else could I do? Though the 6 styles of movement has a certain ability to deflect attacks, not everyone can withstand your strike. I certainly don't wish for an incident where an examiner is gravely injured by a student. ZFA retorts with a chuckle. After years of interaction, Qin Ge and ZFA share a camaraderie that transcends the typical instructor-student dynamic, evolving into a more profound mentor-mentee relationship. Qin Ge's rapid advancement is largely attributable to ZFA's guidance, while not publicly acknowledged. It is well known within the naval ranks that Qin Ge is ZFA's true protégé, a privilege not afforded to even the likes of Kazan and Sakazuki. With a shrug, Qin Ge concedes to ZFA's remarks, recognizing that even his sheer physical strength leaves only a handful of instructors in the academy capable of enduring a single blow from him. Under the presence of Zephyr, the individuals undergoing assessment at the training ground were naturally drawn to the scene when they learned that General Instructor Zephyr would personally evaluate Qin Ge's Dao power. All present turned their attention with great urgency. It was unexpected that Qin Ge Allen's examination would warrant such direct involvement from General Instructor Zephyr, and it seemed certain that this would reveal the true extent of Qin Ge Allen's abilities. This stark contrast was evident. Even General Instructor Zephyr placed immense importance on Qin Ge Allen. Although they had all joined the Navy in the same cohort, why was there such a disparity? Enough with the envy. You have all witnessed Qin Ge Allen's training regimen, which is undeniably extraordinary. Carrying a weight of 10 tons while traversing the entirety of Marineford could merely be considered a warm-up. If you possess the capability, why not train in a similar fashion? While some felt indignation, many accepted this as a matter of course, recognizing that Qin Ge's current standing was entirely earned through his own diligence and prowess, and most regarded him with a sense of admiration. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, even the examiners paused their assessments to observe the prowess of Qin Ge during the test of his combat strength. ZFA stood firmly, his hands clasped before him, awaiting Qin Ge's attack with an air of calm. "Teacher ZFA, here I come," Qin Ge announced, and upon receiving a nod in response, his expression grew solemn. Without gathering energy, Qin Ge advanced swiftly, his footfall resonating like that of a giant, causing the ground to tremble. The rigid concrete beneath him shattered, and with a formidable force, his right fist struck out powerfully. A resounding boom echoed as a visible circular shockwave emanated from the center of Qin Ge and ZFA, expanding outward in mere moments, akin to a tempest sweeping through and stirring up chaotic dust. With a thunderous impact, ZFA's body sank slightly, the ground beneath his feet fracturing instantly, causing his ankles to sink into the earth, while his clothing rustled fiercely in the wake of the shockwave. Despite the terrifying might of Qin Ge's strike, ZFA demonstrated the exceptional prowess of a seasoned general, skillfully dissipating and neutralizing the force of the attack while minimizing the ensuing turbulence. Qin Ge, unfazed by the ease with which ZFA deflected his punch, withdrew his fist and stepped back a few paces. Although he possessed confidence in his current strength, he did not harbor any illusions of overpowering an established top-tier fighter. He refrained from exerting more force during the test, choosing instead to rely solely on his raw physical capabilities. This was not due to any lack of respect for ZFA. On the contrary, he held deep admiration for his teacher. He simply recognized the extent of his own abilities and deemed it unnecessary to reveal all his cards for the sake of a single evaluation. As Qin Ge withdrew his fists, ZFA also closed his eyes momentarily, swiftly calculating the various data embedded within the recent onslaught. A few seconds later, ZFA opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment illuminating his gaze as he retracted his hands. I never anticipated such significant improvement since last year. It seems that during this past year, you have not only remained steadfast but have trained with even greater diligence. ZFA expressed considerable admiration towards Qin Ge before addressing the examiner waiting nearby. Please record the data for Level 3 student Qin Ge. His combat prowess stands at 5,850. The spectators, upon hearing ZFA's proclamation, collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces awash with shock and awe. Indeed, Qin Ge's combat prowess had truly surpassed the 5,000 mark. How astounding it is, nearing 6,000 in combat strength. What immense power must he possess? His growth rate is nothing short of monstrous. If memory serves, during the inaugural annual competition, Qin Ge's combat prowess was 3,750, and at the second annual competition, it had risen to 4,900. Now, at the third annual competition, he has surged past 5,000, almost reaching 6,000 in combat prowess, achieving nearly 1,000 points of enhancement each year. Is this the stark distinction between a genius and an ordinary individual? For someone like myself, reaching a combat prowess of 1,000 upon graduation is a formidable challenge, yet he has accomplished in a single year what I may not achieve even in 6. It is truly disheartening. Disregarding the astonishment and heartache of those around him, Qin Ge, upon learning of his current combat prowess, casually greeted ZFA and resumed his rest. In truth, even before the test, Qin Ge was already well aware of his own capabilities. Having ascended to level 3, he had begun his training in the Marine 6 styles. Not to mention, after claiming first place during the first annual competition, he was awarded a comprehensive guide to the Marine 6 styles by the headquarters military academy, ensuring he had mastered them over the span of more than 2 years. With his exceptional physical prowess and extraordinary control, Qin Ge had become proficient in the Marine 6 styles, even developing derivative techniques such as swimming technique, hand clash to a considerable level. Mastering the technique of yogic skill, hand union, Qin Ge finds it remarkably effortless to calculate his own Dao power value, achieving a level of detail and precision that surpasses assessments conducted by others. With a Dao power value of 5,850, derived solely from pure physical strength, it is undeniably a formidable force that astonishes many. In comparison, the character Rob Lucci from the original narrative, without the utilization of his devil fruit abilities, possesses merely a Dao power value of 4,000. Even with the enhancements from his Zoan-type abilities, his Dao power likely peaks around 6,000, not significantly surpassing Qin Ge, who relies exclusively on his physical prowess. However, Qin Ge does not allow his superior strength to foster any sense of arrogance or hubris. Ultimately, even Rob Lucci, lauded as the strongest of CP9 and 8 centuries, may not rank among the elite in this world filled with formidable beings. CP9 is merely a faction within the larger CP organization. While it wields greater authority than its counterparts CP1 through CP8, the true power lies with CP0, the organization's ace unit. Within CP0, Rob Lucci, despite being the mightiest in CP9, would likely be regarded merely as a competent newcomer. Moreover, the strength of CP0 may not be as formidable as it appears. It can be considered a competent military force under the world government. Yet it still falls short when compared to the world's most powerful entities. According to Qin Ge's estimation, his current physical prowess is only comparable to that of a brigadier or a major within his unit, and as one ascends the ranks, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced, especially when considering the chasm that separates him from the pinnacle of combat power. It is important to note that this assessment pertains solely to his physical capabilities. Qin Ge has indeed evolved significantly over the past 2 years, having developed his abilities to a considerable degree across various domains. Although Qin Ge's evaluations have sparked considerable excitement, the subsequent assessments must continue unabated. In the second speed assessment, Qin Ge effortlessly achieved an astonishing time of 3.25 seconds over a distance of 5,000 meters, utilizing the exquisite ice escape secret technique, which manifested as the mesmerizing mirror ice crystal. This clearly illustrates that, in addition to his enhancement in strength, Qin Ge's development in ice escape is equally remarkable, methodically striving towards the pinnacle of strength and speed records. Following the conclusion of one day's evaluations, the next day naturally heralded the third assessment, practical survival in combat. For Qin Ge, the 10-day evaluation period was rather mundane. After casually hunting a few of the most formidable beasts, he resorted to cultivation to pass the time. Undoubtedly. Upon the conclusion of the final practical survival assessment, when the comprehensive results were announced, Qin Ge once again secured first place in the annual competition. Firmly maintaining his position as the strongest champion, reigning supreme over his fellow students like a king. What? You wish to apply for an excursion? In the picturesque courtyard, Zfa, who had been leisurely sipping tea on a stone bench, hastily set down his cup and gazed, astonished, at Qin Ge seated across from him. Qin Ge calmly nodded and replied, "Indeed, Teacher Zfa, you must understand that while remaining at school to continue training can enhance one's strength at my current level. Merely increasing the intensity of training yields rather unsatisfactory results. Therefore, I aspire to hone my skills through excursions, engaging in combat with formidable experts from the outside world." Upon hearing this explanation, Zfa quickly regained his composure and instinctively nodded slightly. Qin Ge's reasoning was indeed valid. The greater one's strength, the more challenging it becomes to attain further improvement. Even for an elite fighter like Zfa, achieving even a slight enhancement is exceedingly arduous. And maintaining his combat prowess requires considerable effort and diligence. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr finally lifted his head and solemnly remarked, "You are absolutely correct. Allowing you to remain at the academy would indeed be a considerable waste. Here is the plan. I will endeavor to facilitate this matter for you. However, you must bear in mind that you have yet to graduate from the academy, nor have you held a senior position within the Navy. Therefore, the prospect of commanding a warship is beyond your reach. Even if your application were to be approved, you may only be able to act independently. I understand this well. I had intended to embark on my journey alone from the outset. All I require from you, Master Zephyr, is assistance with the application." Qin Ge responded with a light smile. To independently command a warship, one must at least attain the rank of major. The headquarters of the Navy is incomparable to the regional bases. Here, only those of colonel rank possess a modicum of influence. Zephyr has always conducted his affairs with remarkable efficiency, and that very day he personally approached Sengoku to submit Qin Ge's application. Sengoku was understandably astonished by Qin Ge's desire to travel and exhibited some hesitation, as there had been no precedent for such a request within the academy. Nevertheless, bolstered by Zephyr's unwavering support and Qin Ge's outstanding performance during the annual competition, Sengoku ultimately consented to the application, stipulating that Qin Ge must return immediately upon summons from the headquarters. This condition posed no issue for Qin Ge, so once the application was approved, he began preparing for his journey. In truth, preparation merely entailed bidding farewell to Robin. Upon learning that Qin Ge was embarking on a journey and might not return for an extended period before graduation, Robin naturally expressed profound reluctance, even suggesting her desire to accompany him. However, such a notion was evidently implausible. It was not that Qin Ge was unwilling to take her along, but rather that Robin lacked the formidable prowess to secure the endorsement of Zephyr. Unless Qin Ge was willing to defect from the Navy alongside Robin, she would have to remain at the military academy for further training. "Don't worry, I'm merely going out for a stroll. I promise to return regularly. And it will only be a maximum of 3 years. By then, once we both graduate, I will have my own warship and will ensure you are by my side." Qin Ge reassured her while gently ruffling her hair. Although they had yet to graduate, Qin Ge participated in expeditionary training every year, consistently leading the charge and vanquishing countless pirates, thereby amassing a remarkable record of military achievements. Should he graduate now, the accolades he had accrued would surely elevate him to the rank of lieutenant commander within the headquarters. Establishing a warship necessitated the rank of colonel, and Qin Ge was confident that within the next 3 years, he would accumulate sufficient merits to ascend to that rank, primarily through hunting formidable pirates during his travels. "Let us agree on this. You must return often, or else you may find me unresponsive in the future." Although Robin felt a pang of sorrow, her mature demeanor refrained from burdening Qin Ge, and she feigned a threat. Qin Ge chuckled softly in response, then took her along to relish their final day together before his departure. The next day, aboard a merchant ship departing from Marineford, Qin Ge leaned casually against the deck railing, bidding farewell to Robin, who waved from the dock, savoring the refreshing sea breeze against his skin. "Where shall my first destination be?" he pondered, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword, crimson blood, absent-mindedly enjoying the comforting texture of its grip. while contemplating his forthcoming adventures. Whether in pursuit of soul energy or seeking to duel formidable adversaries, the New World was undoubtedly the premier locale, teeming with true powerhouses and bounties exceeding 100 million. However, the New World was equally rife with peril. In the years since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, it had become akin to a massive meat grinder, with scarcely any who entered surviving the experience. Beyond succumbing to formidable foes, many were obliterated by its unpredictable and terrifying weather. The hallmark of the Pirate King was not only his unparalleled strength but also the bizarre weather phenomena that frequently plagued the Grand Line. Tempestuous storms were merely the prelude, while the most fearsome were the superstorms that could engulf entire islands. Just as the hierarchy of power within this world escalates, the four seas are weaker than the first half of the Grand Line, and the Grand Line, in turn, pales in comparison to the New World. The weather in the Grand Line is already quite peculiar, but the New World is even more daunting. Even those elite pirate crews acclimated to the climate of the first half of the Grand Line could find themselves perishing upon their entry into the New World due to its terrifying weather fluctuations. Though Qin Ge had resided in this world for several years, it was his first time venturing out to sea alone. Despite having acquired commendable nautical skills at the military academy, the prospect of immediately entering the New World seemed fraught with peril. It would be wiser to proceed cautiously, to develop my capabilities safely until I am fully acclimated to the environment of the first half of the Grand Line before venturing into the New World, Qin Ge mused. Arriving at a resolution, the first half of the Grand Line was not devoid of experts and formidable foes, and occasionally, powerful individuals from the New World would descend upon this segment, making the pursuit of prey not overly difficult. Upon the arrival of the merchant vessel at the destination island, Qin Ge disembarked and proceeded to the town's dock, where he expended nearly 50 million berries to acquire a ship of commendable quality, intended as his means of maritime exploration. Additionally, while procuring supplies, Qin Ge also purchased a considerable number of permanent log poses and various nautical charts in preparation for his journey. Navigating the Grand Line. A compass proves to be of little use. One must be equipped with specialized instruments. For the time being, Qin Ge is not permitted to embark towards the New World and thus requires only to procure a permanent pointer that accurately indicates certain renowned islands. Have you heard? The island of Cartagena has been overrun by pirates, enveloped in chaos and turmoil, with the local populace having fled to nearby islands. I have also heard whispers of a terrifying band of pirates planning to convene an alliance meeting on Cartagena, prompting numerous pirate crews to converge there. Alas, I wonder when such tumultuous days will come to an end. The seas have become perilously treacherous, where a single misstep could result in a pirate ambush, rendering life unbearable. Having just completed his purchases, Qin Ge halted abruptly at the port, deep in thought as he observed a group of sailors nearby, lamenting and conversing. A congregation of pirates. You say? That certainly sounds like an intriguing opportunity. A smirk graced Qin Ge's lips as he approached the sailors. Pardon my intrusion, but I overheard you discussing a significant gathering of pirates. Would you be so kind as to share their precise location? Ah, and this shall serve as your reward for your response. With that, Qin Ge produced a banknote of 10,000 berries, a playful smile illuminating his face. The sailors were momentarily taken aback, but upon catching sight of the banknote, their eyes ignited with fervor. The allure of money is undeniably potent. The ensuing exchange was predictable. With the lure of wealth paving the way, Qin Ge effortlessly gleaned the necessary details from the sailors. The sharp pirate crew, a formidable band notorious along the first half of the Grand Line, boasts a captain, Mundell, whose bounty exceeds 200 million berries, marking him as one of the new supernovas of this treacherous stretch of sea. Perhaps aware of the dangers that lie within the New World, Mundell, despite his dominance over the first half of the Grand Line, wisely refrains from immediate entry into that perilous realm, opting instead to forge a pirate alliance to bolster his power and better prepare for the trials that await in the New World. With the formidable reputation of and his own burgeoning fame, Mandel's scheme progressed smoothly. Following the conquest of a town, news spread rapidly, enticing numerous pirates to converge, hinting at the imminent birth of a grand pirate alliance. How intriguing this prospect is. A pirate alliance, one wonders about its strength. Let us hope it will not be too monotonous. As Qin Ge navigated the vast ocean, a sense of excitement swelled within him. Armed with the gathered intelligence, he promptly set sail, steering his vessel at full speed towards the island of Cartagena, now under the dominion of the eradication of a multitude of pirates not only promised significant military accolades but also represented a collection of mobile soul energy for Qin Ge. An opportunity he would not let slip away. Facing a notorious band of pirates for his inaugural venture at sea, and amidst a considerable number of adversaries, Qin Ge felt no trepidation. Instead, he brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming battle. The monotony of sea travel could be tedious, especially when alone, yet fortunately, the island of Cartagena was not far from his initial landing point. After navigating for nearly 2 days without encountering any peculiar weather, Qin Ge successfully arrived near the waters of Cartagena Island. It appears that a fierce battle had indeed unfolded, although not yet docked from the deck. One can observe thick plumes of smoke rising from the distant island, accompanied by the chaotic flashes of cannon fire. Not every pirate crew is like the Straw Hat Pirates, who, under the guise of piracy, engage in adventures. The majority of pirates are undoubtedly ruthless marauders, with invasion and slaughter being the truest embodiment of piracy. Presently, Cartagena Island bears little resemblance to anything but a ruin, with the entire town appearing as a desolate remnant of war. However, despite the devastation, the town is far from deserted. Numerous pirates have flocked here upon hearing the news of the sharp pirates and are now reveling unabashedly in extravagant feasts. The air is thick with the scent of food and drink, occasionally pierced by the cries and pleas of women. The pirates who have arrived treat this place as if it were a paradise to indulge in, amidst a multitude of pirates congregating around the infamous spiky pirate crew. The surroundings of Cartagena Island lacked significant defenses, allowing Qin Ge to effortlessly approach the dock and anchor his vessel. The harbor was lined with nearly 20 various pirate ships, and the pirates tasked with guarding them huddled in small groups, tending to bonfires and roasting succulent meat, engaging in boisterous banter. Look, newcomers are arriving again, though they seem rather unfamiliar. Does anyone know which crew this individual belongs to? Indeed, a solitary figure had appeared, seemingly a lone pirate. Perhaps an insignificant character drawn by the rumors circulating about the spiky pirate crew, seeking to indulge in their revelries. Mere underlings cannot join us. Our captain has declared that tomorrow we shall officially form a pirate alliance, and even the Navy will think twice before provoking us. Is that true? There are nearly 20 pirate crews on this island, with numbers exceeding 5,000. If a pirate alliance truly materializes, which crew could possibly stand against us in the first half of the Grand Line? Exactly. Hence, this is no place for mere novices to join us. Come. Who will accompany me to entertain this newcomer? The pirates at the harbor spoke with brazen arrogance, many revealing malicious expressions as they began to encircle Qin Ge. Quite a crowd has gathered, even before entering the fray. Qin Ge mused, casting a casual glance at the throng of over 100 pirates, before observing the dozen or so approaching him with a sense of amusement. What a surprise, just a mere child. I had expected some degree of strength from someone bold enough to venture here. How disappointing. This is utterly dull. I had hoped for some amusement, but it appears I have wasted my time. A little brat like this will likely flee in terror at the slightest scare. As Qin Ge stepped forward, the gathered pirates took note of his youthful appearance. While he exhibited a commendable physique, it was evident that he was still quite young, prompting disdainful sneers from those surrounding him. The pirate who had initially proposed the idea looked down at Qin Ge contemptuously and boasted, "Kid, this is no place for you. You ought to scurry back to your mother for milk, or I might just sell you into slavery." Hey, that's a splendid idea. Our captain has connections with slave traders. We could easily capture this brat and sell him off. That would certainly cover the cost of a few drinks. Absolutely. I love a good drink. And a free meal would be quite delightful. The other pirates erupted in raucous laughter, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they regarded Qin Ge as nothing more than a plump target. Qin Ge observed these individuals with keen interest, feeling rather underestimated, which he found rather amusing. Have you ever heard the saying? He inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he revealed his pearly white teeth. The pirates turned their attention to Qin Ge, taken aback that he could speak so calmly under such circumstances. Kid, if you're hoping for mercy, it's far too late. One pirate sneered menacingly. Qin Ge shook his head lightly, responding nonchalantly, while your words certainly reflect your current predicament. What I truly wish to convey is, those who court danger shall find it. With that, he lifted his right foot off the ground. Before the pirates could comprehend his intentions, Qin Ge swiftly twisted his waist and executed a powerful sweeping kick. Raging gale. His legs sliced through the air like a blade, unleashing a formidable shockwave that surged forth like a brilliant blue crescent moon. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave engulfed the throng of pirates before him, its residual force creating a violent tempest that not only cracked the hardened port's surface with intricate fissures, but also stirred the nearby sea into tumultuous waves. Amidst the roaring tumult, the azure gale unleashed a devastating wave that surged across the entire harbor, mercilessly tearing apart the unfortunate dozen pirates who met a gruesome fate, their anguished cries mingling with the splatter of blood and flesh that stained the air. The remaining pirates, who had anticipated a mere spectacle, found their pupils constricted in shock at the sudden and horrific turn of events. Who was this individual, and how could he wield such a terrifying force? Curse be it. He dares to strike. Quickly, eliminate him. Some of the quicker-witted pirates sprang to their feet, their expressions twisted with rage as they gazed at the figure amidst the turbulent air, brandishing their weapons. The scene of carnage rapidly turned the harbor crimson as Qin Ge, with an air of indifference, surveyed the other pirates. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, and a bullet hurtled towards Qin Ge's head, only to be deftly intercepted by him, as his keen observation allowed him to snatch it from the air without a scratch to his palm. A wisp of smoke arose as the deformed bullet rested in his hand, demonstrating his remarkable reflexes. Not bad, but this is where it ends, Qin Ge remarked coolly, flicking the bullet back with a dismissive gesture. With a resounding thud, the bullet, propelled with even greater speed, struck the head of the bewildered pirate who had fired it, shattering his skull like a watermelon under immense force. This act seemed to serve as a clarion call, awakening all the pirates in the harbor, signaling the onset of battle. With a swift stride, Qin Ge propelled himself forward, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he appeared before the nearest pirate, his left hand slicing through the air like a blade, severing the pirate's neck before he could react. A chilling rip echoed through the air as Qin Ge's hand moved with the precision of a razor, sending a geyser of blood erupting into the atmosphere. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With astonishing speed that defied the naked eye, Qin Ge appeared to multiply, his fingers darting like needles, leaving gruesome wounds upon the foreheads of several pirates. Quickly, attack. He is the enemy, cried one, panic-stricken. Damn it, how dare he come here to kill? Do not let him escape alive. Hurry, inform the captain of the ambush. The sight of their comrades falling one by one sent tremors of fear through the remaining pirates, some screaming in terror, while others charged at Qin Ge in a fit of rage. Unfazed by their frantic responses, Qin Ge continued his relentless slaughter, his demeanor as cold as ice, weaving through the throng, leaving behind a trail of corpses in his wake. In a frenzied bid for help, a panicked pirate fired a distress signal into the sky, igniting a brilliant red flare that illuminated the encroaching dusk, visible from every corner of the island. Have they sent a signal for aid? Qin Ge mused, momentarily glancing at the crimson glow without an ounce of concern, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Rather than scour the island for foes one by one, attracting all the pirates to him suited Qin Ge's intentions perfectly, saving him both time and effort. While the number of pirates in the harbor dwindled, they fought valiantly to retaliate. Die! Roared a burly pirate, muscles rippling beneath his skin, brandishing a massive blade as he descended upon Qin Ge. With a mastery of observation, Qin Ge did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a fierce punch that shattered the thick blade and obliterated the pirate's skull. Such a feeble attack cannot harm me, Qin Ge remarked, retracting his arm as an invisible aura coiled around his fist. Employing merely the most rudimentary technique of entanglement, Qin Ge demonstrated formidable defense, especially against a pirate with no understanding of swordsmanship. Though Qin Ge had showcased his formidable prowess from the onset of battle, many failed to grasp the disparity between them, deluding themselves with the illusion that they could vanquish him. The remaining pirates, fueled by rage, charged at Qin Ge, their minds clouded with fury. With a signal already sent, it was inevitable that more pirates would converge upon the island, and Qin Ge saw no reason to waste time with these lowly adversaries. Grasping crimson blood at his side, his gaze sharpened, and upon touching the hilt, a terrifying slash erupted forth. The circular wave of energy radiated from Qin Ge, its brilliance and speed tearing through the harbor, extending over a considerable distance. Blood sprayed forth as the advancing pirates froze in place, long gashes appearing across their midsections, swiftly widening until their bodies were split in two. A chorus of agonized wails reverberated through the harbor as no one was left standing. Only the moans of the bisected pirates lingered in the air. Hurry! Something has gone awry at the harbor, or my men wouldn't have signaled. One voice exclaimed. You worry too much. Over 5,000 pirates are gathered on the island. Who would dare challenge us? Another responded, only to be cut short as they beheld the devastation before them. The hundreds of pirates, drawn by the signal flare, stared in disbelief at the carnage, particularly at the half-sliced bodies still moaning in agony, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. They arrived rather swiftly. Though it seems only a fraction have come, let's eliminate them first. Qin Ge's attention was drawn to the new arrivals, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he dashed forward like a cheetah, unhesitating in his approach. Who dares to slay my men? I will make them pay, thundered a furious voice. What is happening? Could it truly be an enemy attack? Damn it, my men are dying. The alarm spread among the pirates as they realized the gravity of the situation, their resolve to eliminate Qin Ge strengthening amidst the chaos. The approaching pirates numbered at least 200 or 300. Upon realizing the situation, several captains immediately erupted in furious shouts. When they caught sight of the swiftly advancing Qin Ge, their astonishment turned to rage, and they brandished their weapons, ready to confront him. Undeterred by the pirates' onslaught, Qin Ge pressed forward, utilizing the ground beneath him as leverage, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards its target. The sound of impact echoed as he barreled through the front lines, sending several pirates flying with anguished cries, their bones likely shattered upon collision. Like a blade slicing through the air, Qin Ge surged into the heart of the pirate throng, scattering them in his wake, leaving behind faces filled with terror and fury. "Die, you scoundrel!" bellowed a pirate captain, furious and determined. Drawing his longsword, he unleashed a fierce strike towards Qin Ge. Clang! The blade met resistance as Qin Ge halted his advance, firmly blocking the attack with his weapon, Crimson Blood. His icy gaze locked onto his opponent. Finally, a worthy adversary. But your strike lacks the necessary strength. With a powerful surge, Qin Ge pushed his blade, forcing the captain's sword aside. And in the captain's horrified gaze, Crimson Blood cleaved into his collarbone, slicing through and exiting from his side. With a sickening squelch, the captain, who had approached the level of a swordmaster, was severed in two, his innards and blood sprang forth, halting the advance of nearby pirates who were paralyzed in shock. After over 2 years of rigorous training and studying countless invaluable swordsmanship manuscripts, Qin Ge had forged his own unique style. Additionally, with a soul far superior to ordinary beings, he exhibited remarkable talent in grasping the spiritual dimensions of swordsmanship, having now comprehended the breadth of all things, achieving the mastery of iron cutting. Though still at the nascent stage of a swordmaster, it must not be forgotten that Qin Ge's formidable physique could unleash nearly 6,000 units of power. Thus, supported by his immense physical strength, his strikes rivaled those of the elite within the swordmaster ranks, transcending mere swordsmanship classification. Having dispatched a captain-level pirate with a single strike, Qin Ge did not relent, casting a cold glance around at the multitude of pirates. He smirked and swiftly unleashed a fierce kick, sending a wave of radiant energy rippling towards them. What was that red light that just appeared over by the port? In the center of the town, now reduced to ruins, Mandel sat nonchalantly in an exquisitely crafted chair, addressing one of his subordinates. Although Mandel was a ruthless pirate, his attire and demeanor belied the brutality typically associated with such a life. He appeared rather like an elegant knight. Of course, this would not seem peculiar if one knew of Mandel's past as the commander of a royal knight's order before he became a pirate. Having fallen from grace after forcibly taking a beautiful princess, Mandel was in the midst of preparing for an important alliance banquet scheduled for the following day when he noticed the strange red light illuminating the sky over the port. Stirring his curiosity, who knows? It's likely something that pirate has conjured. Should I send someone to investigate? Inquired an officer from the sharp pirate crew. Mandel nodded slightly. Tomorrow was a significant day, and he could not allow even the slightest mishap. Just as he was about to approve his subordinate's suggestion, a member of the sharp pirate crew rushed into the castle in a frenzy. "Captain Mandel, trouble. Enemies are attacking at the port, and many pirate crews are rushing there." The pirate gasped, relaying the urgent news. Mandel's expression darkened, a smile tinged with fury as he rose from his seat. "Excellent. How dare they cause trouble at this time? Are they navy or rival pirate crews? Regardless, I shall slay them today." "Indeed, Captain. Those who dare to disturb us at such a moment are challenging the authority of the sharp pirate crew. Only blood can establish our dominion." "Correct. The captain is destined to become a prominent leader in the pirate alliance, and these so-called enemies are simply courting death." Here gathered are the officers of the sharp pirate crew, all fervently yearning for the establishment of the pirate alliance. Consequently, as a leading faction within this coalition, these officers are poised to gain significant power and wealth. Thus, they would never allow any hindrance to their ambitions. Mandel, satisfied with the demeanor of his subordinates, felt an even colder surge of murderous intent toward any enemies daring to attack this place. "Come, my minions, let us eradicate those who provoke our sharp pirate crew." With a grand gesture, Mandel swiftly led the members of his crew away from the castle. Along the way, Mandel convened with other pirate crews that had gathered on the island to participate in the Grand Alliance. Although the pirate alliance had yet to be officially established, the other crews undoubtedly recognized Mandel and his crew, leading to Mandel assuming the role of the principal figure. The gathering of over 5,000 pirates created an overwhelming sight. Exuding a palpable sense of oppression, especially considering that these were bloodstained marauders radiating a terrifying aura of violence. In a mere moment, Mandel and his fellow pirates arrived at the harbor, only to be met with a harrowing scene. Scattered corpses lay everywhere, and the earth was stained a deep crimson with blood. The initial group of pirates who had arrived first was reduced to merely dozens of survivors amidst the sea of bodies. In the midst of this carnage stood a solitary figure wielding a blood-red blade, coldly turning to face Mandel and the multitude of pirates. Where are the enemies? What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many dead? Is there only one enemy? The incredulity echoed among the pirates as they surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn about, ultimately fixating their gaze on the lone figure amidst the carnage. Though the number of pirates on the island was substantial, familiarity had developed over their days of gathering. They recognized the surviving pirates. Yet the figure clutching the blood-red blade was entirely foreign. Clearly, this was the assailant, and the pirates were engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom how one individual could cause such devastation. Reinforcements have finally arrived. We are saved. How wonderful. It is Lord Mandel. He has come to rescue us. Within moments, the dozens of pirates who had experienced the hellish scene felt rejuvenated upon sighting their fellow pirates. Their prior despair and fear evaporated, replaced by elation at the prospect of hope. Demon, your end is nigh. Our reinforcements have come. Ha! I knew I wouldn't die so easily. All the pain you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. The previously intimidated pirates, now invigorated, glared with malice and fury at the calm figure of Qin Ge standing at the center. In the recent moments, Qin Ge unleashed a massacre with absolute prowess, the surrounding corpses serving as irrefutable evidence. Such pitiful wails. The crimson blood in his grasp eerily absorbed the spilled blood. Qin Ge remarked with a disdainful sneer. How dare they label us as weaklings? To death with them. Curse them to perish. Perhaps emboldened by the arrival of reinforcements, the pirates, once paralyzed by the gruesome slaughter, regained their former ferocity, roaring as they charged towards Qin Ge. With a thunderous step, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, and terrifyingly crimson blades of light erupted instantaneously, transforming into a colossal wave of slashing force that swept across all directions. Blood gushed forth, and time seemed to halt at that moment. The blazing wave of destruction enveloped an expanse of several dozen meters, tearing apart every pirate in its path and sending forth columns of grotesque blood. A gasp of shock resonated among the nearby pirates, many of whom, witnessing the explosive slashing wave and the slaughter of their comrades, glared in astonishment and fury at Qin Ge, who stood amidst the sea of corpses. Their astonishment stemmed from the overwhelming power displayed by Qin Ge, while their anger arose from the loss of their brethren. This individual. Among the crowd, Mandel's expression shifted slightly, his gaze firmly locked on Qin Ge. He was not a mere pirate hailing from the four seas or one lacking in experience. He originated from a kingdom that had defected from the New World. In this new world, it can be said that it is teeming with an endless array of formidable warriors and monstrous beings, which has led Mandel to gain a clearer understanding of the hierarchy of strength. With Mandel's discerning eye, he perceives that Qin Ge is a master swordsman, one whose prowess in the sword arts is exceptionally formidable. Such an adversary would undoubtedly impose immense pressure on him, even in confrontation. However, upon witnessing his subordinates and numerous pirates surrounding him, Mandel's initial shock swiftly dissipated, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. All of you, attack! Whoever slays this fellow shall earn the position of vice-captain in the Pirate Alliance. Mandel bellowed, recognizing the threat posed by Qin Ge. He was willing to sacrifice certain interests to eliminate the danger, and his enticing offer proved quite effective. Upon hearing Mandel's proclamation, many pirates displayed fervent ambition and desire, especially the captains of various pirate crews, who eagerly sought high-ranking positions within the newly formed alliance. Kill. Without hesitation, numerous ambitious pirates surged forward, their excitement manifesting in fervent shouts as they charged toward Qin Ge. As for Mandel, he refrained from rushing into the fray. Instead, he slithered through the crowd like a venomous serpent, biding his time for a lethal strike. Foolish, Qin Ge uttered coolly. To him, regardless of the adversary's intentions or schemes, it sufficed to eliminate all enemies in his path. With a swift motion, he activated the Marine Six Styles, propelling himself forward like an arrow. And in the blink of an eye, he clashed with the vanguard of the pirates. His left fist lashed out with tremendous force, not only sending one pirate flying like a cannonball, but also causing a ripple effect that scattered those behind him, creating a breach in their ranks. At the moment Qin Ge struck, several pirate crews surged forward, their murderous intent palpable as they surrounded him, their blades and axes descending rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the weapons aimed at him were repelled, sending the attacking pirates staggering back, their hands bruised from the recoil. It was evident that Qin Ge's body was enveloped in a dark, shimmering aura, akin to being clad in armor, rendering him unharmed by their assaults. His mastery of armament hockey, which had surpassed a power level of 5,000 half a year prior, had been honed under Zifa's guidance. Although his proficiency in armament hockey was still developing, it provided him with a defense as robust as steel, making it improbable for the attacks of ordinary pirates to breach his defenses. Of course, Qin Ge's use of armament hockey was not born from an inability to contend with a handful of pirates. Rather, it was a means to evaluate the strength of his hockey in combat, even if sustaining some hits was part of that testing. With a sweeping motion of his right leg, akin to a guillotine, Qin Ge coldly assessed the attacking pirates and unleashed a fierce wave of slashing energy. The crescent-shaped shockwave surged forth, slicing through several pirates and even engulfing a nearby group, causing a gory spray of blood as they were mercilessly torn apart. Bang! A barrage of bullets flew toward him, for in the face of more than 5,000 pirates, relentless attacks were a constant threat to Qin Ge. Chafe. His body became elusive, akin to a wisp of willow fluff dancing in the wind, evading each bullet with an astonishing grace, as he simultaneously swung his blade towards the gunmen among the pirates. Whoosh! A fierce wave of sword energy erupted, violently tearing through everything in its path, eliciting screams from the pirates before them as their bodies were cleaved in twain, intensifying the already pervasive scent of blood in the air. With a single stroke, Qin Ge did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he continued to employ shave, his form flickering like a phantom amidst the dense crowd, dispatching pirate after pirate. In the span of mere seconds, nearly 100 pirates had perished at his hands, instilling a sense of rage and fear among the remaining pirates. Wave-cutting slash. A magnificent wave of slashing energy surged forth, wielded by a captain among the pirates who had trained in the sword arts. Clang. The clash of blades sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing nearby pirates to be flung backward in astonishment, creating a void in the chaos. Finally, a true master has appeared. Qin Ge, gripping crimson blood, met the pirate's strike with a calm smile. "You arrogant fool, do not underestimate me." The opposing pirate, infuriated by Qin Ge's nonchalance, swiftly withdrew his blade, gripping it firmly with both hands as he aimed a fierce downward slash at Qin Ge. One need not fully grasp the realm of cutting steel to unleash a wave of slashing energy, as demonstrated with the Galefoot technique. A powerful physique can also achieve such feats. Though this pirate was not a master swordsman, his formidable physical strength and near-masterful swordsmanship rendered his strike formidable. The blade descended rapidly, stirring the air into a furious tempest as the blazing wave of slashing energy continued to swell. Even before it made contact, the force had already set Qin Ge's clothing to flutter wildly. Whoosh! In a flash, the blood-red blade light flickered, and the pirate suddenly froze. His weapon halted mid-air as a crimson line traced from his forehead downwards, widening ominously. With a sickening sound of splitting flesh, the pirate was cleaved in half, his entrails spilling forth and blood saturating the ground. Arrogance requires backing, and I possess that backing. Qin Ge regarded the dismembered pirate with indifference, calmly turning his gaze to the other pirates. Though the pirate's strike had been powerful, Qin Ge's counter was swifter, with a lightning-fast slash. He severed the opponent before the latter's attack could land, resulting in a pitiful demise. Despite the continuous deaths of his foes, this was evidently insufficient to intimidate the throngs of pirates, who, emboldened by the carnage and bloodshed, became increasingly frenzied. The position of vice-captain in the alliance is mine. None shall contest it. They thought, what a joke. We have over 5,000 men. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly stand against us. Killing him will prove my strength. One man against 5,000 may seem implausible, yet in the eyes of the powerful in this world, it is merely a trivial affair. Instances of one individual battling an entire nation are not uncommon. A mere 5,000 can be effortlessly eradicated. However, those who have truly witnessed the might of formidable warriors are but a scant few. The majority remain blissfully ignorant of the true essence of power. With a single blade, Qin Ge glides through the throngs of pirates with the grace of death itself, each dazzling arc of his sword unleashing waves of fierce energy that snuff out countless lives, causing the ranks of pirates to dwindle at an alarming pace. Naturally, the pirates are not without their attempts at resistance. Take Mandel, for instance. who stealthily approached from behind while Qin Ge dispatched his foes, ready to unleash a lethal strike. Mandel's sharp claws extended. He brutally tore into the ground, launching a swift and devastating attack aimed at Qin Ge's vulnerable back, all while Qin Ge was preoccupied with slaying the pirates before him. The impact of their clash reverberated with a thunderous boom, and Mandel's expression shifted from anticipation of triumph to sheer horror as he found himself confronted by Qin Ge's sudden counterattack. To Qin Ge, Mandel's ambush was laughably futile. Although Mandel was among the elite of this band of pirates, he was but a mere shadow before Qin Ge's overwhelming presence. With icy resolve, Qin Ge's left leg descended, his left hand morphing into an iron fist, stirring the air into a tempest as he unleashed a formidable strike. Danger surged through Mandel's being, igniting a primal instinct for survival. In a desperate bid, he transformed, his body swelling into that of a colossal porcupine, its spines bristling menacingly. Yet, Qin Ge's assault did not waver. His fist, imbued with the essence of his formidable power, met Mandel's transformation with unrelenting force. A resounding explosion echoed as the shockwave tore through the air, shattering Mandel's defenses and sending him sprawling like a cannonball, blood cascading forth in torrents. The animalistic power of the devil fruit had granted Mandel immense strength, but it paled in comparison to the onslaught of Qin Ge's nearly 6,000 units of power combined with his formidable will. Witnessing this spectacle, the other pirates froze, their faces etched with disbelief as they observed the cold demeanor of Qin Ge. Mandel's formidable reputation had drawn them into the pirate alliance, yet now, witnessing their strongest member so grievously wounded, a profound dread settled over them. "Captain Mandel, how infuriating!" shouted a member of the sharp pirate crew, enraged by the sight of their captain being flung aside. In a fit of fury, he drew his sword and charged at Qin Ge. With a swift kick, Qin Ge intercepted the incoming strike with his foot, the sheer force of his will rendering the pirate's blade ineffective. Without giving the pirate a moment to react, Qin Ge unleashed a brutal kick that shattered the sword and crashed into the pirate's chest. The sound of flesh rupturing echoed as the pirate's torso caved in, blood and gore erupting from his back, leaving a grotesque cavity where his chest had once been. "Courage is commendable, but your power is woefully inadequate," Qin Ge remarked coldly. "Curse you. We are many. How can you possibly defeat us all?" The pirate cried, rallying his comrades. "Brothers, let us charge forth. We are a great crew on the Grand Line." Yet, the overwhelming might of Qin Ge left the other pirates paralyzed with fear. Nonetheless, driven by a blend of rage and desperation, the members of the sharp pirate crew surged forward, determined to avenge their captain. With an indifferent expression, Qin Ge sank slightly, drawing his sword in a sweeping arc that unleashed a fierce wave of energy, decimating the ranks of pirates before him in an instant. In a blur, he vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the chaos, harvesting the lives of the pirates with relentless precision. Within moments, the once formidable band of the sharp pirate crew lay in ruin, their numbers decimated, not even the strongest among them able to withstand a single blow from Qin Ge. In the distance, amidst the settling dust, Mandel struggled to rise, gasping for breath. As he watched the annihilation of his crew, terror gripped his heart. He had felt Qin Ge's power firsthand, and the will to fight evaporated within him. One strike had left him gravely injured. Had he not been a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he would have surely perished. With no desire for vengeance or to reclaim his lost honor, Mandel turned to flee from the nightmare that was Qin Ge. Yet, Qin Ge, attuned to the slightest movement with his keen observation, caught sight of Mandel's retreat. With a cold snort, he propelled himself forward, embodying the essence of a predator in pursuit. Fleeing like a beaten dog, allow me to show you the depths of despair. In an instant, his speed surged, generating a tempest of air in his wake as he unleashed a devastating strike towards Mandel. The ground beneath him trembled as invisible forces coalesced into a radiant crescent of blood-red light, tearing through the earth and hurtling toward Mandel with terrifying velocity. "No," Mandel gasped, turning in horror as the crimson arc approached, desperately curling into a defensive posture, bracing himself against the impending doom. The clash of forces echoed through the air, a testament to the harrowing power wielded by Qin Ge. The crimson crescent sliced through Mandel in an instant, devoid of any earth-shattering sound, as if a pair of scissors had effortlessly severed thin paper. Yet the outcome was horrific. Mandel's spiked defenses were utterly ineffective against the blood-red arc. In that fleeting moment, his massive porcupine form was cleaved in twain, thick blood and entrails spilling across the ground. There was no time for a scream. Mandel was slain. his bisected body rapidly reverting to human form, devoid of vitality. However, the crimson crescent did not dissipate immediately after rending Mandel. Instead, it continued to carve through the air, stretching for dozens of meters, an eerie spectacle that savagely tore the void. It surged forth, leaving behind violent waves of air, before gradually fading away after traveling 100 meters, only to leave a tumultuous atmosphere in its wake. Before Qin Ge, the ground bore a sudden, wide fissure several meters across and nearly 10 meters deep, as if the earth had been split in two, a sight that was profoundly striking. The power displayed was indeed remarkable. Observing the vanishing crimson crescent, Qin Ge halted, holding Qixue at an angle, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This slashing strike, reminiscent of the blood-red crescent, was evidently not a conventional sword technique, but rather a novel strike that Qin Ge had forged over 2 years of experimentation and training. A synthesis of sword energy and blade technique that he had named Daomeng, resplendent as a beam of light. Its degree of refinement and compression surpassed that of pure sword techniques and blade energies. Daomeng was a force that far exceeded both. It stood as one of Qin Ge's greatest achievements during these 2 years of cultivation. Having carved out his own path in the art of striking, Qin Ge, though not an arrogant individual, felt a profound sense of pride and satisfaction, akin to a long-awaited child finally being born, his heart brimming with joy. Although he had developed Daomeng about a month ago, this was its inaugural application in battle, and witnessing its formidable power filled him with exhilaration. My strike is neither a sword style of this world nor a derivative of martial blade energy. It is a unique path of slashing that belongs solely to me. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. The might of Daomeng not only dispatched Mandel but also deeply shocked the surrounding pirates, who, upon glancing back at Qin Ge, now regarded him with a blend of trepidation and fear. This man is undoubtedly a monster. How could a human possess such strength? Such a terrifying strike, I have never witnessed before. If this continues, I and the entire pirate crew will surely perish here. Retreat, everyone, we must flee this place now. More and more pirates, filled with dread, began to scatter. Despite their numbers still in the thousands, few dared to remain for battle. Some captains, eyes wide with terror, shouted desperately to lead their crews to safety. The once dense assembly of pirates descended into chaos, with some even resorting to slaying those in their way to hasten their escape. Pirates, after all, are pirates. Qin Ge was quick to observe the tumult among the pirates, and upon witnessing the disorder, his gaze remained eerily calm. This is the true essence of piracy, akin to Luffy in the original tale. Who was more an adventurer than a pirate? Betrayal, slaughter, and brutality reflect the authentic nature of pirates. Of course, Qin Ge did not perceive himself as a noble figure. Witnessing the pirates' frantic actions elicited little sentiment from him. The pirates wished to flee, but Qin Ge would not permit his prey to escape. As the weaker party, they had no right to cling to life. Qin Ge murmured softly. Utilizing sorrow, he instantly traversed several dozen meters, appearing near the pirates, his cold gaze piercing through them. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting from his being. Under the influence of psychic abilities, the intent to kill transforms into a tangible malevolence that exerts oppression. Behind Qin Ge, an ominous vortex formed by countless dark threads loomed, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to weigh heavily upon the very air itself. The ground, unable to withstand the palpable pressure of malevolent intent, cracked into a myriad of fissures, instilling a profound sense of dread among all the pirates enveloped within. Qin Ge's current reservoir of spiritual energy far surpassed his previous levels, particularly after 2 years of siphoning the essence of numerous ferocious beasts. His power had reached a formidable threshold. Although the manifestation of his energy was limited by his mental capacity, and no matter how much essence he absorbed, it merely augmented his latent potential. The greater the potential, the more endurance he possessed in battle. At present, Qin Ge's manifested energy had surged to approximately 12,000. A remarkable increase of several thousand compared to 2 years prior, positioning him among the elite of top-tier energy wielders. His latent energy, however, was even more astonishing, having soared from an initial 60 or 70,000 to over 100,000, placing him at the level of a world-class energy user. While the strength of one's energy does not solely determine their prowess, as it requires corresponding skill and mastery of formidable techniques, it undeniably reflects an individual's potential. Moreover, after more than 2 years, Qin Ge was no longer the novice he once was. His control over energy, while not yet perfect, was exceptionally refined due to his innate talent. As for his signature techniques, he had already begun to shape their forms, capable of unleashing the requisite power of his energy. The intensity of malevolence stems from the visible manifestation of energy. In this moment, under the display of top-tier energy, the malevolence radiating from Qin Ge was comparable to the overwhelming pressure of conqueror's haki, instilling a profound psychological terror in others, capable of inflicting tangible harm. Some weaker pirates could not endure the weight of Qin Ge's malevolence, collapsing to their knees as if crushed by an invisible force, emitting agonizing cries. Even those who managed to remain standing turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, resembling prey caught in the gaze of a monstrous beast. Their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Qin Ge. Not all were paralyzed by fear. However, some powerful pirates, overwhelmed by the aura of malevolence, fled in a frenzy. Ice release, extreme cold hell. Qin Ge cast a cold glance at the panicking pirates, swiftly forming seals with his left hand before crouching and slamming his palm onto the ground before him. A torrent of frigid air erupted from his hand, swiftly spreading across the earth in all directions, instantly forming a thick layer of ice wherever it passed. What is this? My feet are frozen. No. Damn it. This is the power of ice. How could this happen? I am destined to become the pirate king. My ship is laden with treasures. Spare me, and all my wealth shall be yours. No, I still wish to enjoy more women and riches. How can I perish like this? The mist-like chill rapidly engulfed the fleeing pirates, freezing them in place as their desperate cries echoed in the face of death. A wave of cold swept through, plummeting the temperature from summer to winter in mere moments. The chilling air released by Qin Ge enveloped an area of 500 meters, transforming the landscape into a glacial expanse adorned with human-shaped ice sculptures in various poses. The scope of his attack still felt inadequate. It seemed that his mastery of ice release required further enhancement. Observing the pirates escaping beyond the reach of his icy grasp, Qin Ge frowned and swiftly activated Shade to pursue them. Ice release. Ice Hell was a technique inspired by Kazan's Ice Age, and it was the only large-scale attack he had mastered thus far. However, his development of ice release had only reached the pinnacle of the third stage. After all, over the past 2 years, he had not solely focused on this technique, and his divided attention inevitably slowed his progress. Nonetheless, the coldness and range of his third-stage ice release far exceeded previous levels. Yet it still fell short of the terrifying capability to freeze entire seas as Kazan once did in the original narrative. More accurately, even now, Qin Ge's proficiency in ice release could not match Kazan's mastery of the ice fruit, considering Kazan had already attained the strength of an admiral. As Zifa's direct disciple, Qin Ge naturally possessed a deeper understanding of the inner workings of the Navy than the average person. Although Kazan's abilities might not match those of the original timeline from a decade later, he had already achieved the formidable strength of an admiral, wielding the ice fruit as his most powerful asset. In terms of ice release's potency, Qin Ge was aware that even when combined with other abilities, he still fell significantly short of peak combat strength. Nevertheless, he remained confident in the potential of ice release. He did not believe it inferior to the ice fruit, for it was always the wielder's strength that mattered more than the ability itself. Only a small fraction of the pirates managed to escape the icy grip, and under Qin Ge's relentless pursuit, one by one, they succumbed. The once ambitious pirate alliance, before it could even be formally established, had already crumbled into the annals of history, a truly lamentable tale. After resolving the matter with the escaped pirates, Qin Ge returned to the frozen expanse of land. The time for true harvest had finally arrived. With a light chuckle, Qin Ge approached the nearest ice sculpture and shattered the frost with a single palm, subsequently employing the absorption technique to siphon the frozen pirate's vital energy. Although most of these pirates were not significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, the cumulative effect was still impressive. The substantial intake of energy provided considerable nourishment for Qin Ge's physique. Though somewhat time-consuming, Qin Ge diligently extracted the essence from each pirate, and by the time he completed his task, the night had deepened. Having procured some meat from the pirate ships docked at the port, Qin Ge began to eat while retrieving a snail phone to contact the Navy headquarters. His expedition was driven by the ambition to earn military merit, and he had come prepared. Now, having dismantled a pirate alliance comprising over 5,000 members, he was entitled to claim his due recognition. Hello, is this the communications department? I am a military academy student, Qin Ge Allen. Yes, that's me. I have results to report. As he spoke into the snail phone, which could mimic the appearance and demeanor of the person on the other end, Qin Ge casually detailed his circumstances. Of course, while he appeared nonchalant, The Navy personnel on the other end were anything but calm. The news of a single military academy student annihilating a pirate alliance of such magnitude was nothing short of explosive. Undoubtedly, once Qin Ge concluded his report and hung up, the communications department promptly escalated the matter to higher authorities, dispatching personnel to verify the veracity of his claims. The subsequent developments required little effort from Qin Ge, as he had taken special measures to ensure that the headquarters would recognize his accomplishments. The following morning, after a restful night, Qin Ge set sail from the port aboard a sunken ship. Just hours after his departure, reconnaissance personnel dispatched from the headquarters arrived aboard a warship. Isn't this ridiculous? A mere military academy student claiming to have eradicated a pirate alliance of over 5,000. Who does he think he is, a vice admiral or a general? Enough chatter. The fact that we're sent to investigate implies there's a credible basis to this claim. Indeed, it's unprecedented for a military academy student to operate independently before graduation. Moreover, I've heard that this student is not ordinary. He has a record of single-handedly taking down a bounty of over 100 million. I've heard of him too. This Qin Ge Allen has shone brightly since joining the Navy. He has a prodigious talent. As they neared the port, the reconnaissance officers conversed while disembarking onto the small island, making their way inland. However, as they casually surveyed their surroundings, their bodies stiffened, and expressions of horror and dread overtook their faces. My heavens, how could such a sight exist here? It's terrifying. Is this place hell? Why does it appear like this? Wait, look. Isn't that the captain of the sharp pirate crew, Mandel, who has a bounty of 210 million. After a moment of eerie silence, the reconnaissance officers erupted in exclamations, with some collapsing in fear, their faces pale as they gazed upon the scene before them. On the flat ground lay heads adorned with expressions of either terror or savagery, piled upon one another like a small mountain. The lingering, pungent scent of blood and the hellish landscape infused the air with a chilling sense of dread. Atop this mound of heads was a decapitated visage, crudely reassembled, still frozen in the expression of fear from Mandel's final moments. This macabre tableau, a veritable mountain of heads, reeked of death, leaving an indelible nightmare etched in the minds of the reconnaissance officers, likely to haunt them for the rest of their lives. As if to retaliate against Qin Ge for the nightmares he had inflicted upon others, he now found himself ensnared in a tempestuous crisis. A frenzied hurricane lashed the sea, raising colossal waves of dozens of meters in height, while the densely clouded sky seemed to descend, accompanied by dazzling silver lightning that danced through the darkened heavens. Amidst the terrifying natural calamity, the vessel which Qin Ge occupied trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Cursed be his negligence. He had merely ventured to the kitchen to procure a morsel,